Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ featuring Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell. We got Pay back. We got Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the return of Ralph James colonoscopy after the procedure that you said went well yesterday.
Went very well. Great nap. I am looser than cream corn.
Gross.
I'll tell you that. It was that there is no joke though. The day before is the worst day of your life. And I like going to the bathroom. I don't like going that much. I should have counted.
Was human fecal matter.
I think it was close to 50 times I went to the bathroom.
Those Mando wipes would have, I should have bought stock before.
Oh, baby. Holy cow. You've got to have, you cannot use toilet paper. You cannot, at any point, it has to be baby wipes. And Desitin.
Third-degree burns.
And Desitin. I felt like a child. After every time, like, rub it on there. It was horrific, and I got the clean bill of health yesterday. I left. I wake up. The doctor wakes me up. And you got to have a great, sense of humor. He wakes me up. No cancer. No polyps. See in 10 years. I was like, yeah.
So they get the results back that fast.
If you don't have anything wrong. If you have a polyp, they burn them off or take them, whatever.
Yeah, because they'll like go through and they'll look and they'll just see, do I even see anything? If they see nothing, then you're clear. If they see polyps, that's when they have a question.
So you got put to sleep immediately, and for how long?
About 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're out. I was done. My appointment was at 9. I got in a little bit early, but I was done by 9:30-ish, 9:45. And I was awake and ready to go.
Didn't feel any invasion.
No. I woke up. I was expected to wake up and feel like, violated.
Yeah.
I didn't. I didn't feel any invasion. I had nothing. And I saw the apparatus they were putting in there. Let me tell you something. Like, I saw it before they put it in. That thing looked like it didn't have an end to it.
What was it?
It was a tube. It was a tube. It was like, it was a camera, but a tube. Not super big. But it coiled around quite a bit. An extension cord. Guy's out there wrapping it around his arm when he's done.
It's a lot. So what did you opt for in terms of your night before distraction or entertainment?
It was a pause. When we were watching, pause. I gotta go. Pause. I gotta go.
Whoa, so you were not. So I did, and most people I know, they will camp. They're just camping out in the bathroom. That's where they're staying.
I camped out next to the bathroom.
You're gonna stay in there.
Huh?
How long are you gonna stay in there?
I stayed in there like basically until 2 a.m. when I had to do it, and then I finally laid down.
Yeah, no, I did my first.
That's a lot of trust in your ability to get there quickly enough.
Yeah, my first dose at 5 p.m. And then I was in the bathroom,
And no eating since 5.
No eating since the day before. I had to clear
5 the day before?
midnight, basically, when I woke up. So clear liquids. I had like a pizza late Saturday night. I was like, I'm going to stuff myself. So we sitting all day, taking laxative in the morning. They want you to take laxative, clean yourself out a little bit, and then you take the drink, which is disgusting. Disgusting.
That's what you drank on Instagram.
Yeah, and it's I had to take 8 ounces every 15 minutes, and then that was the first one. Then at 1 a.m., I had to do it again. So the first time, I was done by about 9:30, 10 o'clock. I slept from 10 to 1. Wake up at 1, start the next dose, and I was up till 6 a.m. when I had to leave. I was up, just going.
Now, I thought I heard Tim Collins,
Hey!
assistant program director, in our post-show meeting say that he hit up Sarah to record
Oh, yeah.
your medical audio, and I was like, how'd you get Wilchuck's phone? But were you drugged up and loopy after?
No, she wasn't even there. She dropped me off, and my mom was on the way back. But my mom wasn't even there yet when they woke me up. So they said like I didn't say anything. Like I just woke right up. And there was also a situation where I was supposed to pass gas before I left. Mm-hmm. Right? I was supposed to. They never made me. That's what they said. They never made me. They just told me to leave.
How uncomfortable is that? I didn't even have any type of test for that during my vasectomy, and they're like, let us know when you fart.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if while I was still asleep, I let one rip. And they just, because they didn't ask me to do that. They just said, okay, you're free to go.
But
okay.
That was a little risky, though. So Sarah dropped you off. Your mom hadn't got there. What if the doctor hadn't woken you up and said, no cancer? What if he had been like, Mr. Chopper, we need to talk. And then you're just like by yourself with no one there to actually like.
My mom didn't even come in. She just pulled into the little entryway. like it was an airport. My mom comes in for the airport. She doesn't come in for the colonoscopy.
Yeah.
Just for the airport pickup.
She walked in and wearing a cowboy hat saying, how do you like that? How do you like it? So the day before was awful.
Awful. I was so raw. So just, and it's just, it doesn't hurt. Like, you know how like sometimes you gotta go to the bathroom, you have like stomach cramps? There was none of this. It was just, I was sitting on the couch, and the couch is from here to the door to the bath. I was banished from the master bath. She said, you are not going to make a Jackson Pollock painting out of our master suite. You're going to go in the hall bathroom. So it's like basically from here to the door. So it's not that far. I was like, oh, I got to go. Get up, run in there. One time I didn't pull my underwear down. And I caught it. But it was fine. Like there was no pain to it.
So
it was
for all the 45 and older Tolos listening right now who are being stubborn and waiting, a scale 1 to 10, the whole process, the misery level.
The day before is miserable. It's a 7 or an 8.
Okay.
It really is. If you don't have baby wipes, you got to get them. You have to get them. That is a must.
And you throw the baby wipes in the trash.
Yes.
You don't flush baby wipes, right?
I don't. I don't.
But they have the flushable wipes. There's between baby wipes and flushable wipes.
Right.
I would have flushable wipes because I'm not just throwing a bunch of those in the trash.
Well,
That'd be
you wrap
disgusting.
them in toilet paper. I wrap them in toilet paper, and then I dry off with that toilet paper, and I throw them in the trash. No, but the trash can.
That's still gross to me, I think.
It is, but the trash can's got a lid. So it's not like it's just like sitting there, and you can't really see it. It's all wrapped up. But yes, the procedure, simple. The worst part of the procedure is the needle for the IV.
The needle.
Yeah, to knock you out. That's the worst part.
Well, good job. Clean bill of health. Congratulations on that. Well done.
Thank you.
RJ Choppy is back and ready, I think. I mean, is it a terrible thing you're going on a flight tomorrow?
Well,
or you think today you're in the clear?
I'll tell you, I've all day yesterday, I felt like I really had to didn't have to go, but I just felt like there was like some air, like bubbles, right? Gas. That I haven't released because I'm scared. I'm scared to release. I haven't trusted one yet.
Yeah.
I haven't trusted one yet.
It is amazing how when you take it and you take the medication, it will immediately cause you to go, like Choppy said, 50 times in 8 hours or whatever it is. But then it'll stop. And it's done, and like you don't have to worry about it. It's bizarre where I didn't have, as soon as I got through that 8 hours and I came out of the colonoscopy the next time, I didn't have any more issues of like, oh, can't trust this, or oh, I got to rush to the bathroom. It just went right back to normal.
Supposedly they suck out the residue of the leftover drink or whatever when they're doing the procedure. The only thing I will say, and I don't know if you noticed this.
Bobby puking. Bobby getting sick.
I was freezing all night. Did you have that problem? They said that was normal. They said I was free. My hands were frigid all day when I was taking that drink and going.
I'm usually like super overheated, so if I was freezing, I probably enjoyed it and don't remember.
Did you weigh yourself before and after? How many cars could you jump over right now? Your favorite line?
I drank so much water that day. I didn't really lose as much. I lost like 6 or 7 pounds. It wasn't like the 10 or 12. But I just kept drinking so much water.
Yeah,
6 or 7 pounds is still a lot.
It's still a lot. It's still a lot.
So that's the way to make weight if you're a fighter.
Oh, absolutely.
Get a colonoscopy.
Oh, no doubt.
Yes.
Take those pills, yeah.
Tonight is Luka night. Luka taking on, I keep on saying in my mind, Luka versus Lakers. No, Luka versus the Dallas Mavericks in Los Angeles on TNT. Chuck Cooperstein will be joining us at 9 o'clock to preview. And I put out the poll question yesterday. 1,300 Tolos have responded. What do you want to see happen tonight in LA? Here are the 4 options. Luka scores 50, but the Mavericks win. Luka scores 50 and the Mavericks lose. Luka gets shut down or struggles mightily, or you're just not going to watch. You're going to follow through like Mike Bassick-Butler and just not watch. So those are the 4 options. Bobby Belt, how are you voting and why?
So I do want them to stick it to Nico. I want Luka to score 50 and beat them. That's what I want tonight.
Okay.
That's just because I want Luka to have to pay for it. It's like the same situation.
You want Nico to have to pay for it.
Yeah. Ultimately, it's got nothing to do with the Mavericks themselves. But also there's another argument to be made that says they need to start losing some games if they're going to be kind of middling, because if they don't get a draft pick this year, that might be their last significant one for a while.
Choppy, where are you voting?
It's either one of the top 2. Luka 50, Mavs win, Luka 50, Mavs lose. Because you need to have the visual of him, looking at Nico if he's there, after he hits a big shot.
And how crazy is that? I'm betting Nico is there in attendance.
It's a safe space for him.
But in April, he's not at the AAC.
No, he won't be there.
Probably.
He has not returned to his seat at the AAC yet, according to Tim McMahon.
No, and I don't blame him. But he'll be there maybe today. Maybe tonight. But I want to see, because obviously the Mavs winning is like the important thing in the short term. But you need to have at least Luka go off and show, look, this is what you lost. This is what you left.
877-881-1053 for you to vote on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. How do you think the Tolos are voting? You're usually pretty good at guessing.
I'm going to guess they're voting. They're still angry. Luka 50, Mavs lose.
You are correct. 52% of the 1,300 Tolos are voting for that option. 19% say Luka scoring 50, Mavs win. Luka struggle or shut down, 11%. And 17% say they will not tune in and watch at all.
So the least favorable option is just them shutting down Luka. That's where we're at right now. You've got most of the city. You've got 90% of the city cheering for a Lakers player to destroy you tonight, or just they don't care enough to weigh in on it. The worst outcome tonight would be Luka struggles and the Lakers win. Like that would be the most you get no satisfaction out of that.
Pepe, what are the Tolos voting early on?
A lot of Laker fans here, or maybe Luka fans. 903, I want to see Luka light them up. 214 says not watching tonight, does not care. 214 and 817 says they want Luka to drop 70. And I'm right there. Regular season game, give me Luka drops 50, Mavs lose.
And Mavs lose.
Yes.
What'd you do with your day off, sir? You were out with your return today.
Yeah, I went to Costco on not a Sunday afternoon when it was super busy, and I walked around for about 45 minutes, bought maybe 3 or 4 things, and then was on my way out. It was the easiest Costco trip I'll ever have.
That was the whole day.
Why 45 minutes for 3 things? Just perusing, just looking?
Because I tell myself one day I'm going to buy the lobster tails. All right, I walk through the seafood. I'm like, there's salmon, there's sea bass, there's raw shrimp. One day I'm going to pick it up and just say, you know what? I'm going to buy it. But I never do. I mean, people probably thought I was a creeper. I was walking by that section so many times.
Oh, yeah. I spent all my
yesterday.
time in the meat section. Amanda's like, the kids are cold, freezing. I'm like, go to the styrofoam cups. Walk into the coffee section. I'll just have to go to Costco by myself just to walk by all the prime brisket and all the prime meats and all the deals that they have. But I have not been frequenting. I'm not getting my money's worth out of the membership. So I'm surprised, even with 2 kids, that you have a membership there.
If you go to if you just use the gas, because gas is like 20 cents cheaper than any other
at
thing.
least.
If you get gas, it'll pay for the membership throughout the year.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just gas.
Just the gas. It's fantastic.
Okay.
And the best part, and the amount of people that don't realize this is that, you don't have to go on the side of your tank at Costco.
Yeah, because it's it's got
hose
the
stretches.
Hose.
it's
So,
got the
like,
extension.
most people's gas tanks are on the left side, so like it's always backed up. I just go on the right, on the other side, and I just whip it around. It's like that's the best part to me with the gas.
And that's just an added benefit if you feel like you have to make the loop around to get on your left side most of the time.
Right.
Okay.
Because there's no line.
And the new radio station is it by
Right next to
it's
one,
by
yeah.
that Costco in Coit.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I have to keep the membership alive just for the gas. 877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on a Tolo Tuesday. We got Lil Baby tickets in the 7 o'clock Expressway. We'll ask Reddit as well, but Stephen Jones is already talking at the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. What does selectively aggressive mean for free agent spending? And I'm saving this for RJ Choppy. Steven says they'd like to draft a quarterback. Inside the Stars, we preview Indianapolis. We'll be there in just a few days. Next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Arcades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We will be heading to the NFL Combine in Indianapolis tomorrow as part of our dual sports coverage. No station has ever attacked both Rangers spring training in Surprise and the Combine. The K&C Masterpiece and the GBag Nation are in Arizona with Jared Sandler, and we're going to Indy. Ralph James Choppy with the return from the colonoscopy. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Bobby Belt. Would you like to start with how the Cowboys are going to spend in free agency, or getting a quarterback?
Oh, man. Let's do the free agency one to start with.
Stephen Jones, what does this actually mean? Selectively aggressive?
We're going to look at everything we can. We're going to be selectively aggressive. We obviously, there's things in this league you have to, you have certain amount of resources they allow you to have, and we'll look at that, but we're going to try to improve our football team. Not try, we're going to improve our football team, and we expect to have success next year.
I like how he caught himself there. We're going to try. No, we are going to improve the football team. Selectively aggressive, is that just a fancy way of saying status quo? If there's someone out there, we'll always try to make our team better.
Bargain shopping.
That's not what I just said.
Right? That's bargain shop. We'll be aggressive.
Conservatively liberal.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense. Aggressive is aggressive. You're never selectively aggressive. So that's to me that's similar to all in, but all in doesn't mean what it means. And so I don't know. That's just a weird. I think that's odd language to use.
Yep. I think exactly what that is. It's a way for him to say that we're gonna sign some people, and they will. There's no doubt they will, but they won't sign anybody week one. They won't sign the big money guys. They're gonna sign the guys that they can get at a bargain basement price. That's just the way they act, and that's the way they've operated, and that's also the way that they're gonna say we can't sign Micah if we want to sign the biggest corner free agent too. They just can't do it.
The question that launched Jerry Jones' attack on us. Do you regret, Steven, not being more aggressive last offseason?
Trying to think the best way to say this, but I'm not making at the end of the day, no excuses. But when you have the injuries we had, it's difficult. So you just that makes it hard. And we're going to obviously look at everything we do in terms of how we go about making this team better, how we improve the roster, and you always look for ways to improve, and that's what we're going to do.
Does Steven need to be greased up there? A little WD-40? Is it?
Sounded like there was like a squeaky. It's like my dryer at the house right now, where apparently a bearing's loose and it's just nonstop. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's he is every single time he'll mention injuries. See, he's very aware of the criticism that they get, because every time he mentions injuries, he always does stop and go, guys, I'm not saying this is an excuse. Like just to be clear here, I'm not saying this is okay, but this is just the reality of what it is. The biggest problem is just okay, but you're 3-6 or whatever you were when the injuries really started stacking up.
Look, I can give you a pass for 7-10 without your quarterback, but what about the? I don't think that necessarily erases the lack of aggression in the offseason. 7-10 doesn't excuse Derrick Henry. We were all wrong about Derrick Henry, but the Cowboys are the ones that make the big bucks in order to be right about Derrick Henry or any other type of free agent addition that the Eagles or Chiefs or anyone else added. To me, they're two separate things. I think Steven's trying to say, well, look, we got a 12-5 football team here, and would you be asking me about who we didn't sign if we were 12-5 again? Well, yeah, if you end up losing in the first round of the playoffs, you're still not close. There's still a gap to close there. So to me, they're two separate things. It doesn't excuse not adding a D-tackle or not adding another linebacker or not adding, name the position. It doesn't excuse that because you lost your quarterback, because that happened after the decisions that you made not to spend beforehand.
Well, and not just that, it was the decisions you made not to spend and then also let all of your depth leave. You didn't re-sign hardly anybody. And so then you were just like, well, we're going to toss all of our draft picks to replenish our depth, and we're going to hope that all of them are good enough to be that right now.
Do you remember the two players they signed during the first wave of free agency last year?
Boy.
One was offense, one was defense.
One was offense, one was defense. Okay, so defense.
One's a bigger name, one's a no name.
Was it Kendricks?
Yes. Good job.
And then on offense, it would have been... Gosh, I can't even...
Backfield.
Was it a run? Yeah, the running back.
Royce Freeman?
Royce Freeman.
Yeah.
Royce Freeman and Eric Kendricks. Come on
There
down.
you go. That's what you're going to get. Selective aggressiveness. That's what it is.
And then, Steven, the word we know they dread the most over there in Frisco. Here's Steven addressing fan apathy.
I want them to have emotion. I mean, apathy is what you don't want. And certainly we understand the emotion involved, and we want our fans to love our team, and we also want them to have emotion when we don't deliver great results, which 7-10 is not acceptable from our viewpoint, and the lack of success in the postseason is certainly something that's frustrating for us as well, that we want to do something about.
I just said a little bit, kind of touched on a little bit there. He hears criticism way more than Jerry does, or not hears it. Feels like he feels the pressure of it more than Jerry does. I think Jerry hears all of it. I think Steven feels all of it, but I feel like it affects them in very different ways in terms of the way that they address questions publicly. Jerry is going to, hey, this is the way that I feel about things. This is the way that I'm gonna, position things, and I'm gonna, if somebody's upset about it, I'm gonna turn on the charm, and I'm gonna do this and that. Steven seems more analytical about it, like, all right, I've got to be able to actually acknowledge this and adjust to this, and like I can't imagine there's any chance if Stephen Jones was Nico Harrison and Stephen Jones had to run the Mavericks, Stephen Jones never trades Luka, and if he does trade Luka and all that blowback, you don't have near the PR issues that you end up having, because I think Stephen hears that sort of stuff routinely from the fan base. And it does make him say, hey, to some extent, we've got to have
what about
an acknowledgement of that.
The quotes was like a tone deaf thing to do.
Mm-hmm. So the quotes I still come back to, I felt like, and I think this was the thought from people in Frisco too, is that it looked very flippant for sure. When he threw them up, I think his thought was, I'm just trying to reference that, hey, this is something that's been said. I'm trying to reference a narrative, not necessarily like I don't believe it, but I'm referencing... Just so you know, I'm quoting a criticism right now.
Yep. Go ahead, Chuck.
Look, I mean, fan apathy cannot and should not be a reason to do anything. Cannot.
Why?
because then
do you apply that to the Luka deal, or are you just going to say that was a dumb deal?
It was a dumb deal. Like, you could trade Luka. You could trade him. You gotta get more back.
Yeah.
You should make moves based on like improving your organization. Now,
because fans aren't general managers.
Right, but at the end of the day, this is still
we are general managers.
Yeah, we are.
This is still a business, and fan apathy will make it difficult for you to do a lot of the things that you want to do. Eventually, it's going to trickle down and become a problem.
They don't. I don't know if they believe, and I don't know whether it's a reality that there can be fan apathy here.
Oh,
not with the Cowboys. I don't.
I felt like AT&T Stadium when it first opened it was open for like a year or two before you guys started the show. Early on, everybody remembers the criticism there was just the country club folks and the people who don't care. AT&T Stadium around 2018, 2019, I felt like had shifted to this is a legitimate home field advantage. They generally hold serve pretty well here. And one of the things you are seeing is that what fan apathy maybe has led to is, well, maybe that's led to all of the takeovers at your stadium, and it's led to all of the issues of you're not protecting that stadium anymore. You're not protecting that field. You're not having the same results you did. So, I mean, there are reasons to make sure your fan base is absolutely engaged. I don't think you can say, I just discounted it means nothing to what we do.
I think, it's almost impossible to get the Joneses to outright admit to a mistake. They're too stubborn for that. But I think this is the closest you're going to get. Stephen Jones yesterday basically said this is the end of Trey Lance. And by saying this is the end of Trey Lance, you are admitting that was a total colossal failure in terms of his acquisition. Cooper Rush and Trey are both set to become free agents. And Steven says, look, we think highly of Rush, but we just don't know what he's going to cost. And, quote, unfortunately, we do have to go cheap at backup quarterback because of the other commitments. Trey is, quote, probably going to be looking for something different after 2 years. I was like, he's been here for 2 years as the third stringer. And Bobby, you heard that they tried to keep Trey Lance around?
Yeah, I don't know if it got as far as, hey, here's an offer, or they slid anything across. But I know they definitely, near the end of the year, were trying to have discussions and intimate, like, hey, let's look at potentially working something out to keep you here a little bit longer and get something under contract. And Lance's side was not interested.
So with all that being said, Steven said that we're probably going to be looking for something different. And one of our goals is to get a young quarterback in the draft. I don't know where that's going to be. He said this to DMN. That's why we gave a 4th-round pick for Trey. But then here's the uh-oh part. It seems like all the quarterbacks, even guys we have in the 4th round, go in the 1st. They always go so much higher than you think. So Stephen Jones possibly targeting a quarterback in the upcoming draft, but he's saying, hey, these other teams, they reach. They just go above their boards because we have them as 4th and they go in the 1st.
Yeah, Lance was a 2nd for them, but like Brian's talked about that Lance was a 2nd-round grade for them, and he went 3rd overall. And so I mean
But see, that's the Cowboys just don't understand the NFL. Like at the quarterback position. From that standpoint, it doesn't matter. Like, you've got to take if you don't have a quarterback, you got to take one. You got to take a risk, and 12 of the 14, 20.
So you would bump the quarterback. Let's say all the scouts grade Trey as a 2nd.
If I need a quarterback,
you're bumping it.
If I need a quarterback, I'm taking one in the 1st round. I don't care where I have him graded because humans are very bad at talent evaluation anyway. We don't really know. Now there's like certain guys like Jalen Miller's off the he's out. He's out. Small hands, no, he's out. That's a big thing for me, at least, because the two guys that have the smallest hands in the NFL over the last 25 years have the 2 most fumbles at quarterback.
Okay, and those being
Goff and Vic.
I know, but then anyone would sign up to have Jared Goff now.
Yeah, it would, but
Jared Goff.
He's turned into a nice quarterback.
Yeah.
He's turned into a really nice, but I mean, he fumbles a lot. That's a bugaboo for him.
So you're saying you wouldn't want Jared Goff as your quarterback for the next 5 years?
I'd be okay with Goff. Like, he's shown that he can do it, but still, it's
sounds like too small of a factor avoid someone like Jared Goff.
I guess if you're a mobile quarterback, I think it maybe has a bigger deal
because they're going to run more and fumble.
They're going to run more and fumble. Goff gets rid of the ball quick, but if you need a quarterback, I would just take one. I would just take one as early as you can, and they're going to wind up going on the cheap again. And 23 of the last 28 quarterbacks to make the playoffs came from the 1st round.
Yeah. I would say, I think I don't know that you can disagree whether you think Dak's guy or not. I think referring to the Cowboys as going cheap on the quarterback position isn't accurate. I mean, obviously they have thrown out
in the draft.
They went, but that's because again, Dak hit. Like they didn't intend for Dak to be Romo's replacement. It just happened that way. I think if they grade him in the 4th round, I wouldn't want them taking anybody they graded in the 4th round in the 1st. I don't care what the position is. And to me, I do get a second. All right, if you've got Lance as a 2nd rounder and you're picking 3rd, and you go the quarterback position is so valuable, and somebody will snatch him, we got to take him. I understand that a little bit more, but if they're saying they have 4th round graded guys and they go in the 1st, no, I don't want them doing that at all.
They're going to take Tyler Shuck, Riley Leonard.
Greg Cosell said he's
people like Shuck.
I like Shuck.
Quarterback.
Riley Leonard, Will Howard. They'll take somebody like that.
Let's get uncomfortable with the Texas Rangers in Surprise, Arizona, and let's use the nosebleeds with Zach Wilczek and Eric Chiafalo to do it. Audio you have to hear to give you a laugh to start off your Tolo Tuesday. We'll do it next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
By Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Do I want to bet on Luka Dončić tonight against the Mavericks? Yup. We'll tell you how to do it and whether you can win some money at 7 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. Got the entire crew back together again with Peyton, Phillip, Russell, and Aiden firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. But I would have lost a lot of money yesterday if you told me that in Surprise, Arizona, Gavin Dawson, Kevin Hagelin, and Mike Bassick would be at the same dinner table as they got everyone together. I think this obviously means something's wrong with us.
Makes me think it's something
I'll
to do with
see
us.
you in Oxnard, sir.
Right?
Yeah. That's something. That's what it is.
Dawson sitting next to Jared Sandler? Are you kidding me? If you set up
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
If you set up the seating arrangements, it was going to be Dawson next to Sandler, along with everyone out there providing Ranger spring training coverage. I would have been missing a lot of money.
So yeah, let me. What would be the reason for that? I got to come up for. So Mike went because Mike, I'm guessing, treated the whole dinner like this is my going away. This is the party you're throwing for me. So that's what that is. I'm guessing it looked like they were burgers and stuff like that. So Hagee, he will find something for his palate there.
Chiafalo ate a triple patty burger.
Fat.
Dawson, triple patty.
Dawson, I don't have an explanation for.
Dawson probably got a talking to from the bosses.
So yeah,
first
I think
night,
we can explain all that.
This is his appearance for the week.
Yeah,
he's done. He's done for the rest of the week.
Get it out of the way. Hagelin has been feeling a little bit of guilt trip from us. He went to the team dinner in New Orleans, so props to Hagee. So I think he's trying. To be better. You're right. Mike thought it was a send off for him, as the last 2 weeks in his mind have been or should be, and Dawson was just getting it out of the way.
I bet he was insufferable at that dinner, Mike. I bet Mike was just standing up there like, guys, what are your favorite memories of me? What do you let's go around the table, say one thing they're thankful for about me. Like that, I'm sure he just made that a beatdown of a party for him.
Yeah, 2 segments in, it sounded like a beatdown yesterday. But I just say Godspeed, Corey Majors. Don't put your hands on him. Don't get into a physical altercation. But while out there, the Nosebleeds, formerly known as Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk, went into the Rangers clubhouse to create some chaos, and they caught up with Rangers pitcher Joe Barlow for some audio gold.
All right, we're back with a new installment of Uncomfortable Clubhouse Conversations with our good buddy, Joe Barlow. Back and better than ever. You are exuding nothing but confidence, testosterone, the beard, the hair, the tattoos. Gosh dang it, we've missed you.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. It's real nice to be back.
HGH setting in so nicely.
Okay, you said you had like 7 siblings. Are all 7 brothers? Are they all
7 brothers, 3 sisters.
Okay.
Same mom and dad.
Who's the favorite and who's your least favorite of the siblings?
Least favorite is Ethan. He's my older brother. I hate that guy.
What did he do to you? Did he like sit on your face or something as a kid?
A few times. Then my favorite is... I don't know if I have a favorite. I don't know if I like any. No, I'm just kidding. I like
Do you ever get used to just random media members walking through the clubhouse while you're just totally naked like you are now?
I'm completely used to it.
I just notice how comfortable you are. Like you're just hanging schwans right in our face, and you got no concern.
You just got Derek.
Who's the biggest meat watcher on the Rangers?
Stop.
Good line.
I think Barlow may answer this with zero hesitation.
Yeah, I think he actually truly might be naked, too.
Are you going to call out a teammate right here? You're just going to put someone on blast?
By the way, I gotta give Eric credit for willingly staying there. Joking or not, I feel like I wouldn't have the stones to ask a baseball or joke with a baseball player about the HGH is setting in nicely. Yeah. I don't think I'd even joke about that.
And he didn't blink.
He didn't blink.
No, he laughed. He thought it was great.
Who's the biggest meat watcher on the Rangers beat? Other than Jared.
Other than Jared?
Yeah.
Spores.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sporzy.
All right, stop.
Sporzy can.
Wow. So I don't think he knows what a Rangers beat is.
No. He gave him the out.
He gave him the actual player.
He gave him the out to just name media members, and he brought it back into the clubhouse after saying it was Jared Sandler.
Yeah, when you end the World Series, you can look at all the.
Will they have the stones to go up to now Spores and say
you have to.
that Barlow labeled you the biggest meat watcher?
He will for sure. To be fair though, Sandler is that's the height level he's at.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sporzy. Yeah, Sporzy gets it done.
That's surprising.
Okay, let's go. Mary F. Kill, golden bat, golden sombrero, golden shower.
Mary Golden Shower.
Okay.
F. Golden Sombrero.
Okay.
Kill Golden Bat.
He is serious
Kill the
about
golden
this
bat. Okay, what about these robo-umps?
Brutal.
Would you ever fight a robo-ump?
Yes.
If you could kick one mascot's ass in Major League Baseball, which mascot would you try and defeat?
I guess you got to go with the Philly Fanatic, right?
Oh, yeah, that guy's got a punchable face.
Who's the cartoon character that you had the biggest crush on growing up?
Kim Possible.
Kim Possible.
The flexibility,
Okay, so what about people that think like it's a little bit weird when you think like a cartoon's hot?
It is weird.
Because Bugs Bunny and Lady Bunny and Space Jam, like Lola was hot.
Lola Bunny was real.
They put pants on her.
They did, yeah. They had to because that thing was busting out. Am I right?
Stop.
They're a little too horned up for the curves on Lola Bunny.
Who was the original character Joe said? I didn't know
Kim
who that
Possible.
Kim Possible.
Call me, beat me if you want to reach me. She was a cartoon in the mid 2000s.
Yeah,
early to mid 2000s.
Too young for us.
Because everyone usually says Jessica Rabbit.
Jessica Rabbit is the go-to for many. What was Bugs Bunny's girl? Whatever.
I think they were talking.
They were just talking about.
But what was her? What was the name?
Lola Bunny.
Lola Bunny. Yeah.
So she was look here. Kim Possible was very much like 2000s
very emo
young woman
kinda.
with the little hip huggers and the midriff showing. So makes sense, I guess.
They did, yeah. They had to because that thing was busting out. Am I right? Is it weird how like close the three of us are together right now? Like, are you getting any weird scents and fragrances?
Not at all.
Especially with the fact that you're naked and everything.
Yeah, no, I've got a couple of scents, but I also just
I didn't know you guys
overpower
would
the
show up
phone.
naked either.
Well, I mean, I felt like we had to blend in. And I heard the banana hammocks. It was Banana Hammock Monday. Now I look like an idiot. I'm the only one wearing one.
We read the instructions wrong, is what we did.
So what did Bocce say in his first speech to the club?
He said we're going to kick everybody's ass.
I love that. Botch is the man.
Gosh, we love Botch. Who's going to suck more on TV this year, Jared or Bassett?
Jared.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, what'd you think of Gavin Dawson finally getting a minor league deal? It's about time somebody gave him another chance.
That was cool, wasn't it?
Super cool.
It's been a long road back from recovery. The alcoholism was really strong.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
You don't know Gavin?
No.
Oh, the Rangers just signed
It's a
him.
pretty great story. You'll meet him.
It's like a Make-A-Wish deal. Don't worry about it.
Wow. There's just there's a work ethic issue, you know? Like, that's the thing. Like, does he have the drive for it? That's what we're all trying to figure out. But the talent is just obvious. You know, it's just obviously not there at all.
That's well done.
That's
very well
That's
done.
amazing.
That's very good.
Fantastic. Joe Barlow.
I like that Barlow's trying to play along at first when they're like, what do you think about signing Gavin Dawson? He's like, yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
And then they keep going with it, and he's got to stop them and just be like, I have no idea who the hell you guys are talking about.
Great. So awesome.
They said alcoholism, and I think he realized, I got to stop joking about this if I don't know who this is. So who
Yeah.
are you talking about?
Yes. All right, so well done to the Nosebleeds, Zach Wilchuk and Eric Chiafalo in Surprise, Arizona. All right, there is a viral video clip everyone has been sending us, and I didn't necessarily understand why until the group text yesterday. Was this Nashville radio?
Yeah, this is Way FM in Nashville, which is a like Christian radio.
Oh, the Way. I get you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
This is the way walking it. So Christian.
Let go and let God.
Yeah, exactly. Christian radio, like Christian music stuff like that. They're based out of Nashville. They've got a bunch of different affiliates. But they got a call a couple weeks ago. This afternoon hosted, and it does not sound like that call was intended for them at all.
All of this stuff y'all promoting about Ash and Jenny, I don't want to hear that no more.
Sure. Hey, I really appreciate your passion. I think you have the wrong number.
Hold on, sweetheart. Let me correct you because you sound like Will McClay. I had to correct Will McClay. This is not passion. This is testosterone.
I don't think you called the right phone numbers, was what I was trying to say.
Okay, all right. So whatever phone they'll call in the fan I can talk to or whatever. See, that's the problem. It's too
All right,
much
stop.
passion.
So he has to be one of the Tolos listening on the Odyssey app?
Has to be.
This is, or
he's trying to have a cowboy conversation about Ashton Genty and blasting the front office on the fan.
Because there's no area. There's Nashville 615.
But where
that doesn't fit.
But so our number is 877-881-1053, and if they're a national outlet, theirs is maybe something close. I don't know, but either way, this is clearly a call meant for us, like at the station, because he's talking about Ashton Genty. That's what he leads off with, and then he goes into Will McClay.
And this woman is recording video of this.
Yeah, so she had recorded the audio separately because behind the scenes, a lot of times when you call into a music format, those callers that you hear during a breakaway from songs, those are stuff that they've recorded during breaks. They can't just throw people up live. They've got to have things recorded ready to go. So that's what she was doing. She was taping callers, and so she was playing this back, the recording that she had.
Okay, all right. So whatever phone they'll call in the fan I can talk to or whatever. See, that's the problem. It's too much passion in Dallas.
No,
y'all need testosterone on that field.
This is you called a Christian music radio station in Nashville, Tennessee. I think you have the wrong number.
Christian Nashville. Oh my God. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
And then he dropped the oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hey, how about that toxic masculinity, RJ? This isn't passion. This is testosterone.
Testosterone, baby.
Lady.
I love it. Sweetheart.
Sweetheart.
He sweethearted her. He Cam Newtoned her.
Andrew Tate trying to find that guy's number.
So I don't know what G-Bag would have been talking about. This would have been a G-Bag thing because this lady is afternoons in Nashville. So this is Brian and Zach and Eric. Or so they were talking about Ashton Genty, and I guess got him worked up. I do like that he told her, I'm going to have to set you straight the way I set Will McClay straight or something. Like he's saying he had to correct Will. That's weird.
How hard is Luka already working in Los Angeles? We have the matchup against what?
It's a good tease. Go.
How hard is he working? Are you that much of a child? Are you two that much of children right there that we have to stop down and laugh? How hard is he working? I didn't say how hard is he getting. I didn't say how hard are the Mavericks going to take it tonight. You guys are
save all this pain.
We'll talk about Luka next.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megans?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is Luka Revenge Part 1. Tonight, the Mavericks in Los Angeles to take on the Lakers. And Choppy, are you surprised by the point spread in this one? Let's try to go ahead and make some money.
Yeah, a little bit. Lakers are a 7.5 point favorite in this game. A little higher than I thought it was going to be. Thought it was finishing around the 4-ish range because there's still a lot with the Lakers that, I mean, they could be completely wildly inconsistent with Luka and LeBron still because they still are trying to figure out how to play with each other. Now, looked really good against Denver, but they lose to Charlotte, just an inexplicable loss,
and Utah.
So they're still a work in progress, and obviously the Mavs will be amped up. They are they do have the injury bug. There's no doubt they are undermanned. What's left of the Mavericks. But I'm surprised it was 7.5.
JJ Redick, who's been giving amazing quotes. He's been the best audio in the NBA as of late. Here he is talking about Luka's mentality for tonight.
When he's at his best, he has this really unique ability to live in this tension of joyful and playful and a killer mentality. And I thought he was able to find that duality the other night. Every day that he's been with us, it's becoming just a little bit more normal. I've been there, like the first time you play your old team, particularly this close in time duration. It's going to be weird, but he'll be able to handle it.
So we've all been talking about this. This is a 9 o'clock tip on TNT. We've all been talking about how much he will go off. And then you're going to have the April rematch at the AAC, which I checked tickets for on Game Time. My gosh, I need a hookup. I need a Maverick hookup somehow, some way to get into the arena that night. It is crazy. You have ticket prices for tonight, by the way?
Yeah, so the get in the door, at least as of yesterday, the get in the door price was $165. All right? For retrospect on how much that is, the other 6 games in the NBA schedule, if you added up their get in the door ticket price, it's $136. Combined. So this is a big game.
And that probably won't come anywhere close to matching the prices at the AAC.
No, that's going to be in the 250s, 280s, 300 range, right?
I'm just going to Game Time, and the cheapest seat that I find is $216 right now. That's the very last row. The best value they're telling me to get, the super deal, is $733 a piece on row 116. And then you want to get closer. $1129, $1687, $752, $731, $920, $999. But last row in the arena, I'm seeing $216, $234, $230, $223.
And is that for one ticket or 2?
That's for 1.
Okay, yeah. So 2, it's going to be even higher.
Good job,
dude,
Bobby. Good math. And Bobby, 4 would even be higher than that.
I'm saying the per ticket cost. I don't know that 2 to 4 would be higher, Sean.
The 4 tickets you give.
The total sum would be. I'm saying the list price for the ticket is going to be like probably $100 more expensive for 2. That's what I'm saying.
And then you head on over to the over-unders, which we all said we were going to hammer if it was within a certain range. Where would you guess the over-under point total? Actually, you know what? We should ask Choppy that question you had yesterday about how much Vegas factors in revenge.
Oh, yeah. I my view of it has always been that Vegas, I would imagine, is pretty unemotional about things, and they don't measure things like, ooh, how emotional are they going to be, and how much will they tap into something. So would this be higher than any normal Luka Dončić over-under?
How much would they bump it by, if at all?
They use hype more than revenge, I think. So, the Cowboys, I think, always, you don't have any value in betting the Cowboys win total for the season because they're always going to boost it because they have a lot of people betting. Mm-hmm. And, there's always hype around the Cowboys, so they always kind of boost it. Or if they're really, really bad, they might take the emotion of the hype that they're bad, and they might lower it.
Do you both know what the number is?
I'm going to guess it's around 26.5.
I saw it.
Okay, so he's averaged 19 with them so far. Do you still want to keep it at 26.5?
That's what it's been for him, ish, in that range. So I'll keep it at 26.5, yeah.
It's 30.5.
They're baking hype in, for sure.
Bovada's got odds for they will let you lay down numbers on him scoring over 45 points tonight. They've got increments, and they've got him going over 45 points, I think is plus 300.
I got points, rebounds, assists combined. I have a double-double, if you think he's going to hit that. I have 7.5 assists as the over-under.
A double-double, he sleeps through. He could sleepwalk to get a double-double.
Yeah, that's a 0.5, so they're having you pick higher or lower. 3-pointers made, 3.5, the over-under. Rebounds, 8.5. First quarter points, 8.5. First quarter rebounds, 2.5. First quarter assists, 2.5.
We're going over on the first quarter points Because I feel like a lot of these games where Luka to me is a first and fourth quarter player. Like when he's really, when he's in his locked in moments, he's usually starting a game putting up 25 in the first quarter, and then maybe it kind of calms down after that. Or it's then crunch time when they need him to step up and he's putting up a bunch of buckets. So I think he goes way over 8.5 in the first quarter, and I would guess way over 3.5 threes for the game.
The bet for him is, I think, always a triple double. I mean, that's points. I mean, he could have an off night shooting, still go 19, 11, and 10.
His points, rebounds, do 19, 11, and 10 with the calculator, because that is 48.5 that you can go higher or lower on.
40, really?
48.5, combining the points, the rebounds, and the assists.
So that's 40, 19, 11, 10.
Well, that's coming 40. Up still. That's well, short, but that's only with 19
That's
points.
only with 19 points. Yeah, you would expect they're
and then you have to factor in if someone's going to win handily, you'd think it'd be the Lakers. Then you got to, like against Denver, he played 30 minutes only.
Right. Yeah,
the Mavericks are still shorthanded.
I'm trying to think, what was the last time he went over 38 minutes? It's not something that he is.
He played 38 minutes December 15th against the Warriors. He's played 24 with the Lakers. He's played 24, 23, 33, and 31.
I would guess, especially after Redick yesterday or over the weekend was like, I need him to be that killer. I need killer Luka. I would guess that if they're up big, he's going to let Luka stay in there and rub it in a little longer, just because he wants him to I want him to tap into this emotion and this edge.
Call it conditioning.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
And because it's the NBA, in my opinion, before you bet, you have to go and look at back-to-backs.
Well, they have a night off.
Neither of them play tomorrow.
Right.
So that's good for betting purposes.
And LA doesn't travel. They're home. So he can go sleep in his hotel room, wherever he lives now.
It feels like he's going to jack up about 4 threes in the first quarter. If he hits the first one, that 3-point bet, that feels like possible money. But to each your own.
This is one where I feel like the game here in Dallas is the one where he'll really go. I mean, I think he'll absolutely go off in this one, but I feel like the one here in Dallas where he's going to see, it's such a different climate. I was sitting here thinking, like, when he puts up a three, if he makes 3 threes to open the game, and when he's on the road, you used to hear that just kind of, like that groan from road crowds, or like, crap, he's doing this tonight. But this crowd will probably cheer him in Dallas.
Are you guys more sick or excited for this tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, more sick. Kevin O'Connor last night, the NBA writer, he said something, or maybe yesterday, he tweeted that every time I see Luka in a Lakers uniform, I feel like he said, I really have not adjusted. It feels like a fever dream. Like, you're like, this isn't even reality. Who would have ever thought that he would have been in a different jersey? And when he was playing really well the other night, I was happy that he was playing well and had finally found his groove, but I was also sitting there just feeling sick. Like,
17% of the Tolos have said they're not watching on Twitter. 17% saying not watching. That would lean on over to the I'm going to be sick category.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that I may be rooting for him to go off on him just because I want Nico to have to feel that, and Patrick Dumont and their FBI director or whatever else they have over there. But to me, it is going to make me just feel ill probably watching every shot go in.
Shams Charania, NBA insider, pushing back on criticism, including from Stephen A. Smith, that Luka not working hard.
In talking to people in that Lakers organization, in the front office, they've been impressed with how he's been able to try to learn about his teammates on the fly. They feel like he's very LeBron James-esque in the way he's tried to really get to know his teammates. He wants to make them better. I know what Stephen A. said about his work ethic and what everyone at the desk is saying about his work ethic, but listen, he has been putting in daily work on the court, in the weight room, even to the point where he went to Cabo over All-Star break, and sources told me he worked with Scott Brooks every single day while he was there. The Lakers found him a gym, a facility to work out in, and he did that. Listen, guys, his work regimen, his work ethic, and leadership, those are the 2 attributes that are going to signify his Lakers era in L.A.
Chop, what did you make of the video, the Mavs hype video?
Is this the one where they blotted out everybody's face?
Yeah, it was supposedly Maxey and Grimes' face, not Luka's.
It makes no... I don't understand why you blotted them out. Like, is there licensing now because you can't use it?
Nick Harris and others say it's like a licensing thing. The Cowboys do it. But how have we never noticed?
We've never noticed.
We've never
noticed.
A giant
logo or blur it.
Yeah, they put a logo.
Yeah.
So even put yourself in the position. How in the room when you're like, all right, we're going to put out this video. and you see the logo that you're putting over people's faces, no one in the room said, well, what if someone thinks it's Luka? That's going to be really bad for us. No one said that? No one said, well, what if?
How many times have
no
we
one
said...
over there has said a lot of things.
I was going to say, how many times recently have we said, no one said this? No one thought to... It just sounds like... I'll be honest, it sounds like they...
Sounds like what you said, their new PR person was working at the FBI.
Yeah, they just don't... They don't have...
They don't get it.
That's exactly it. They don't get it. They don't understand optics at all.
I mean, like... And how are you... If he played for your team, while he... I don't care where he goes next... How do you not have the rights to his face? While you know what I mean? Like if he played for you, how do you not have the rights to his face forever on those games that he played? So you mean to tell me if you were to put an entire game on your website, you have to like eliminate all the plays that he had on those games?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Is there any possible future silver lining? Some Mavs fans were happy and taking solace in Luka not looking thrilled there to start. Right? We got angry, vengeful Luka the other night against Denver. But before that, uncomfortable, the Laker fit, a la guy, that would make Dirk's skin crawl. And he said as much basically the other day. Brian Windhorse on Luka's Laker future.
Pressure is on the organization between now and August 2nd to get Luka to sign that extension. That's where the pressure is because Luka doesn't have his incentive to sign in L. He never said, I want to be a Laker. There's dozens of players over the years who make it crystal clear they want to be Lakers. Luka never said that. This hit him out of the blue. It cost him $100 million. He has got to see how they build this team around him and what they do in June and July for when August 2nd comes. The Lakers ain't winning a championship this year. Their big moment is whether or not Luka commits to the future so that they can properly try to do this again with a new face of the franchise.
I mean, look, there's nothing that can be done to salvage this trade for Nico, in my opinion, but nothing realistic anyway. You could quickly turn this into two losers, though. Like, this would just be, if Luka were to boomerang somewhere else, or if he were to go to Denver or any of these other teams that we talked about, that would... Especially if Max Christie keeps playing well, that would then turn into a massive loss for the Lakers. Of how did you not know he wasn't going to come back here? But part of me wonders if this is just he lost a big chunk of money, and he's just like, you know what? I don't know where I'm going to go yet. I just need time to think about this, and that he'll eventually settle down, enjoy playing for the Lakers, and he'll re-sign there.
877-881-1053. You more sick or excited for this evening? TNT with the Inside Crew covering the Mavs and the Lakers, and the voice of the Mavericks, the great Chuck Cooperstein, will join us at 9 o'clock to preview this morning. We have a Lil Baby ticket giveaway, but do you have hope that the Cowboys are going to re-sign Osa Odigizua? And are we not going to go through the same Dak and Lamb drama when it comes to Micah Parsons? Did Stephen Jones give us some of those answers? Commercial free with the Expressway, including Ask Reddit, is next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to...
Wait right now on the fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And that means we are commercial free all the way up until 8 o'clock. We'll have Ask Reddit at 7:40. And back to Luka versus the Mavericks at 8. Chuck Cooperstein, the voice of the Mavs, will join us at 9. We got a Lil Baby ticket giveaway coming up for you momentarily for turning it on, leaving it on. It's a Tolo Tuesday with the entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, and Peyton Russell firing up the fan cam Twitch, and YouTube. Yesterday, Stephen Jones speaking at the Combine, saying we're going to be selectively aggressive in free agency, whatever that means. Also saying they would like to draft a quarterback. And these quarterbacks, by the way, are not working out. Shedeur Sanders, not working out. And it's a new trend of just not working out.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels did this last year. Jaden Daniels didn't want to do, I don't think Jaden Daniels even weighed in at the Combine. Like, he did absolutely nothing. And more quarterbacks you're seeing.
The 3 last year, right? Caleb didn't.
Yes,
Drake May.
You're seeing more guys that'll say, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to work out at my pro day because that's more a comfortable setting where I'm in control of everything, the script, the receivers that I'm throwing to, everything there is in my control. And so you're seeing a lot more guys opt for that as opposed to the Combine setting. But in Shedeur's case, I don't have any confidence that he's even going to throw at Colorado. He can say he's going to, but he also said he was going to do Shrine. He also said he was going to do stuff at Combine, and it always changes. And so I wouldn't be surprised if it changed again. He just says, watch my film.
Yeah, that's what they want. They want you to focus on the film. If I was a GM, like, I'm not putting the stock into necessarily what you do at the Combine. To me, the Combine is only going to, like, it's a help. Now, the measurables and stuff, you want to worry about that. But, like, from the Combine perspective, from throwing, you're throwing to a receiver you don't know, right? But I want to see you in a unique, different environment, too. I don't want to see you in a protected environment. Like, to me, I don't care if you perform poorly at the Combine. I care if you perform well. When you're throwing to somebody, you don't know how fast they are. You know, because you're not nothing is in an NFL game, nothing in a sport is normal. Everything changes the moment it's a game. When you go to the batting cage with your kids, if I were to sit there and throw 30 fastballs, 30 changeups, 30 curveballs, or 40 or 10, you know, as opposed to doing it randomly is the one that's going to be better in the game. When you know it's coming, it's easy.
Yeah.
So when you have a receiver that you've never thrown with and you can perform well in that situation, that tells me you can perform well when the play breaks down. Not even when the play breaks, you know what I mean? Like, just when things are different, when the game changes.
It's also the NFL's turf. Like, they can control what the workout looks like and what they want you to do within that workout. Whereas when you're at Colorado's Pro Day, they're pretty much in control. And you can make requests and tell them you want to see certain things, but you're going to just see basically what they want to put into the workout. Whereas with the NFL, it's like, well, I've wanted to see Shedeur do these things, or I want a close-up look at him throwing these routes or doing different things, and he may not do those in Colorado because it's up to him.
Steven also commented on trying to sign Odigizua and Micah Parsons. See what we can take from this. Quote, I don't necessarily know that there's a lot of extenuating situations out there that would prevent us from getting our hands around something with Micah, but we'll see. What are the extenuating situations that he may be referring to in the past? I'm trying to think. Was it Dak and Lamb and Dak?
I took that to mean, maybe that's what that is. I took that to mean more, we don't feel like there's anything out there that could potentially drive this price up more than anything that we're already expecting. Like that we have to sit around, like we're not in a rush to sign him because we're not racing against these deals here because we already know generally where we're going to have to come down on.
Okay.
That's how I took it.
There's Myles Garrett. There's possibly Crosby. There's maybe Hendrickson.
Yeah. I think they probably feel like Mike is going to
everybody or top.
Yeah.
All of them.
Everybody knows generally, I think, where Garrett or Hendrickson will fall down, or they may know already with those guys at their age, they're not going to pass the number that that they already know Mike is going to be asking for. And so it could just be a situation where it's like, we already kind of know where the number is and nothing's going to drive it up anymore. So now we just got to figure it out.
On Odigizua, we're certainly working with him right now, working with his agent, have had productive talks. We'll see where he ends up this week. Yesterday, Choppy, Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, Cowboys Insider in your chair. He was waving bye-bye to Osa at that price. 20 million, something like that. You agree?
I understand his percentage of the cap and everything. I just can't get out of my head that Osa, he's not a $20 million player.
Right.
You know, and I understand what you said, and Bobby, you're right. Like, you know, it's the percentage of the cap, which is the same as they paid Tyrone Crawford. I get all that. I think you could find. To me, you're going to have. And Steven's right. You got to cut somewhere. You could find an Osa in the draft.
Yeah, I don't think that. Look, I think Osa's a really good player. I would like to have him here for a while. I mean, Nick said it yesterday. He'd like to have him here. It's just about you got to make some decisions, some tough financial decisions to make sure that everything fits. And it's just, can you justify that allocation right now? It's not any sort of an indictment, I don't think, on what Osa can do for this football team. It's more just a reality of like we got other mouths to feed, and we gotta find areas to look. Netflix, I love you. I enjoy watching Netflix. Netflix, I gotta cut you. Your rates have gone up again, and I got too many other bills to pay, and so sorry, I gotta say goodbye to Netflix. And so I think Osa is somebody that if they were flexible enough, if they didn't have a bunch of people they already had to pay, they probably would. Like, I would imagine they probably would have paid him the way they did with Tyrone Crawford. But right now, we'll just have to see what the market says it is, and we'll have a chance to maybe talk about it on Thursday with his agent.
So that is Stephen Jones at the Combine. We will be out there tomorrow, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield ceramic coating, never paint your house again, and by Best Buy Windows and Siding. The rest of the shows are in Surprise, Arizona for Rangers spring training. Let's check out the rest of Brian Schottenheimer's offensive philosophy.
Yep. So we played some more of these clips yesterday, and we're going to finish up these last few ones that we have from this book, Collision Low Crossers, which is a book that was written by an author, Nicholas Davidoff, who is a very prolific writer and author, but is not a football guy at all. And the New Yorker or the publisher had embedded him with the Jets in the 2011 season because it was something where they felt like this will be cool, an outsider's perspective that gets to see what a Super Bowl contender looks like. It obviously went sideways, and it became a completely different type of book and what they were covering. But we've played some of the audio already of just how maybe his calls are a little too wordy. Maybe Schottenheimer's at times worked a little too hard. Like, there's some good and some bad that you can take away, I think, from what Schottenheimer was with the Jets and how things ended. So now we're going to take a look at some of his offensive philosophy that gets covered in this book. And this is the narrator reading this, not AI, as Sean pointed out. This is an actual actor who's just a little monotone reading this book. But we got some cuts here. First, we talk about, I feel like the Jets' tenure is the thing that gets held against Schottenheimer the most for why he didn't ascend. They were like, just 5 years there. Why were you ever a big-time candidate? Those offenses were never great. Those offenses held you back. This here, cut, what cut do we have as this number? Cut 20. Talks about how Brian Schottenheimer just never trusted the quarterback that he was given in Mark Sanchez.
Sanchez's completion percentage in his first 2 years had been low for an NFL starter, only 54%. To go with it, there had been 33 interceptions, only 29 touchdowns, and a surfeit of fumbles, 19 in all. In the absence of Brad Smith and the Wildcat option packages he'd run so effectively for the Jets in 2010, Schottenheimer was using Jeremy Curley, who'd been a Texas high school quarterback, to take snaps out of the formation. The idea was to snap the ball directly to one of your best athletes, and as Schotty said, let him make plays. The Jets called their version of the Wildcat Seminole, after the team's first practitioner of it, Leon Washington, who as a collegian had been a Florida State Seminole. No team that had full confidence in its quarterback took him away from center for a Leon Washington, a Brad Smith, or a Jeremy Curley. Now, when Schottenheimer scripted long pass plays for Curley to throw that were not in Sanchez's playlist, Sanchez's reaction was to exclaim, "Ooh, 54% passer." In fact, Seminole was being installed only for the Giants exhibition game and then would be taken out. A ruse for the Dallas coaches so they'd see it on the film and waste time preparing for it. The Jets coaches weren't telling their players this, in case Dallas claimed one of them after the team made its cuts at the end of training camp.
But there's a lot there that I think is interesting. First,
Peyton did this with Drew Brees.
Peyton did what with Drew Brees?
He took Brees out for Taysom
with Taysom Hill. Yeah, and look, to be honest, I think when Sean Payton's career in the NFL is done and he looks back at it, he'll talk about how he thought Drew Brees was in New Orleans too long. I think that's absolutely the case. Now, I think it's interesting that you were throwing in packages for Jeremy Curley. Who moved that over there? Oh, that's the old one. You were throwing packages for Jeremy Curley, a tight end, passes down the field that weren't even in Sanchez's playbook. Like, they weren't even on the playlist available to him because Schottenheimer just didn't have that level of trust. And like they talk about, he's having to manufacture different ways to swap this guy out and put in Leon Washington and all these different guys. Brad Smith, because they've got to just do anything they can to manufacture offense. Now, what I think is fascinating, Sean, there is that you've got that was a synonym. That doesn't count.
Oh.
It's that Schottenheimer's a guy who I think is viewed by most fans as old, archaic, and stuck in his ways. Whereas here it's talking about he created a Wildcat package and did all these different things just to go, I got to move the ball somehow, and Sanchez isn't doing it.
Yeah.
And one of the things you hear throughout this book is Schottenheimer is very much committed to, I need to find ways to maximize this group's talent, however that is. So if that means I got to take Sanchez out from under center and have him get his feelings hurt to where when he sees a play drawn up or sees something getting installed, he has to make a passive-aggressive comment about, 54% passer. Because if I'm Schottenheimer looking at him and go, yes, 54% passer.
What a smart ass.
That's you. And this is, you hear about all this tension that existed. This did not sound like it was an easy job for Brian Schottenheimer. Because we talked earlier, a couple weeks ago, we played the audio of...
Well, how could it be? They didn't have a good offense or quarterback.
Right. We talked about him and Rex Ryan having issues where Ryan wanted to draft buddies of Sanchez's to make him feel comfortable. And then Schottenheimer's like, all right, but now we're making it a little too comfortable. We're not actually prioritizing what's good for this offense and all the work that he's putting in late. And I think Schottenheimer was in a very difficult position and tried to make lemonade, essentially, is what it is with the personnel that they had, personally.
Real quick, I have, like, this is what you have to do. Like, you got to manage the roster that you have, and you've got to work to what their strengths are. I do think, though, and I've always had a pet peeve about coaches. These guys say they don't trust their quarterback. This is who you have. This is who you have as quarterback. It doesn't matter whether you got to let go. You just got to let go.
No, that's not true.
Because then you shrink the playbook and you make it even more predictable. Yeah. I mean, how many times did we see the Jets offense have these analysts on TV like, this is a high school formation?
And this is what you describe outside of Drew Bledsoe was basically Bill Parcells.
Right. Bill Parcells is archaic. He doesn't work anymore.
Okay.
He's archaic. He's an old man.
Well, if you don't have the guy, right? The Pittsburgh Steelers are in the playoffs every year despite their quarterback because of the way that they call the game around it. You can't act like you have Peyton Manning back there and unleash everything.
I'm not saying you have to act like that, but you have to.
You have to manage. I mean, he's got to be a game manager if he's a bum.
If you want to like call the plays,
if you have a good defense.
Yeah, if you want to call the plays and be a more run first oriented team, sure, but don't shrink your offensive playbook.
Well, I mean, he definitely. So we played the audio yesterday while you're out. He did. That's actually a criticism of his. Is he doesn't shrink the playbook. It's too big. It's almost like there's sometimes people feel like it's too dense. There's too much in it. Yeah. And it's probably
John Gruden criticized his language.
Calls, right?
Yeah, Gruden said the language too. They had 75 plays on the play call sheet, so there's 3 flaps that they have to flip through. I heard that
yesterday. I was on the way to getting
cleaned out. So it's something where I do think that I'm not going to blame somebody for. You're like we said, trying to make lemonade. You've got a certain personnel group, and you're like, in 2003 when the Cowboys made the playoffs with Quincy Carter and went 10-6, they couldn't just say, let's just let go and let God, like Peyton's drop said earlier. Let's just come what may. Quincy, throw the ball 40 times a game. Like I just don't think they can do that. Sean Payton is an aggressive play caller, and he was calling plays that year and was just very reserved with it, and I think that was the way to play it.
Peyton's a good example. Like, I wonder what he toned down for Bo Nix this year with that Denver defense.
Yeah, and I think he did tone things down at the end for Brees, where he felt like Brees just didn't have the arm to do things anymore. All right, this is Cut 21 here. Brian Schottenheimer comparing his Jets offense at times to Civil War generals.
Shotty told me once that the South's Civil War generals fascinated him, and though in all the months I saw him every day, I rarely heard him digress from the topic of football, the knowledge that the campaigns and engagements of Lee, Stewart, Forrest, and the rest were of interest to him made a sort of sense. The offense wasn't any kind of lost cause, but in Jets country, it was the unsympathetic side, the undermanned side, the side causing all the trouble. The future stability of the Union was up to Shotty. Shotty remained patient with his players as the Jets' defense had its way. Here's the beautiful thing, he'd tell the offense. It ain't getting any harder than this. You guys should be glad you play against this every day. How would you like to be Lions quarterback Matt Stafford with that Tampa 2 shit? Challenge yourself to pick this up. The defining quality in Shoddy, as in all the coaches, offensive and defensive, was his caring for his players.
Except for Sanchez.
Yeah. No, even Sanchez, you get kind of the sense there's tension that exists there. And it frustrated the hell out of him. Like he absolutely frustrated the hell out of him, but he wanted it to work really bad. And he wanted it to click, and he liked him. Sanchez was kind of odd. He was just kind of like a California like goofball.
Man, he started 1 year in college. It was before you had the guys like, Cam coming out, where Cam played 1 year in college and then, it didn't look overwhelmed initially.
Still not common. Cam is still an exception in a lot of ways.
You don't see that. You got to have more than 1 year. I looked at Bo Nix had the 6th most attempts in the league this year. I was stunned by that. I thought it'd be lower than that.
Wow. But it was all it was a very measured offense in general until the end of the season. The end of the season, they started taking care of, or they started really being able to press teams. All right, this is audio from the book Collision Low Crossers about the Jets. We're going to Brian Schottenheimer's philosophy a little bit. Last cut here as we wrap this up, the coverage that we've done of this. Chop, what did the fan text nickname Schottenheimer that you love so much, which stands for?
Run, pass, punt.
Well, apparently that existence in New York was not anything that Brian Schottenheimer was happy about.
We've got 9 minutes left, Schottenheimer interceded. Do we have to watch the runs? Like most modern offensive coordinators, Shoddy was immersed in the aerial game. Yes, said Callahan, who devised the handoffs. Wake me up when it's over, Schottenheimer told him.
That runs kind of, and you hear about this in the book. Schottenheimer sounds like he doesn't like it. Like he understands you got to win it, but he thinks the run game is kind of boring at times.
But that's all everyone keeps talking about. His imprint here is going to be
Seattle too.
And
right?
who did? I think you got to remember who was his head coach. Who was he ultimately answering to?
And Rex.
And you're talking about Pete, Rex, different guys like that. He was a big hand in the Cowboys opening things up with Dak in 23, and that was much more about the passing game. But I think the running game is important. He knows it matters, but just like he knew it mattered in New York, he went and hired Bill Callahan to run the run game because that was not his strong suit. Similarly here, he's going, all right, Clayton Adams and Arizona's run game and the things that you succeeded there, you are coming over here and you're going to really install the run game. That's where you're going to have your hand in it. So I think Schottenheimer still is realizing where are my strengths, where's my real intensity, where do I feel like I'm creative enough and on top of it enough to be in control of it, and where do I need to delegate? And it makes sense now that the run game would be delegated a little bit when you hear him talking about Bill Callahan, just run the run plays. Wake me up when it's over because this run game's so boring.
Love it.
Well done, Bobby Belt. Taking you through Brian Schottenheimer's history. We'll be at the NFL Combine tomorrow in Indianapolis. Let's hook you up as we try to do every single day during the commercial-free expressway for turning it on, leaving it on.
I thought you was my friend. I thought we was locked in.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lil Baby at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on June 5th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Back to Luka's revenge tonight in Los Angeles at 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. Right now, let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is time for Ask Reddit. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. This is the weekly segment where we take the most viral questions being asked over on Reddit and kick them around the studio here and get your thoughts on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text as well as the Twitch and the YouTube. We're going to lead off with RJ Choppy.
All right.
Chop, what's one habit people think is normal but you find secretly irritating?
I don't know that I have a great answer for this. I think eating.
Eating in general?
Yeah, I hate seeing people eat.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
that's how I feel about you.
You hate seeing me eat?
Yeah. And I know Sarah feels the same way.
I get it. Like, like these videos that these foodies post where they make something and they have to take a bite to show you that it tastes good, and then it drools down their face like there's some fat slob eating a juicy I don't need to see it. If there's food around and it starts to drool down your face, then get rid of it. I don't want to see it on TV. I don't want to see it on Instagram. I don't see it anywhere.
Mine on this one is I don't like how much people crowd me in a checkout line at a grocery store. So if we're the
COVID space?
No, just the you're basically bumping up against me. You're just so quick with let me get my little divider down. I got to put that divider down as quick as possible and just start waiting for everything clear. I don't like the tight. It's give me a little bit of space. Just you don't need to be right on my back looking like you're one of my kids. It's a habit that people have that you find annoying? or a trait that people do every day that you just can't stand.
What were some of the Reddit answers?
Some of the Reddit answers here are, let me get them open up here. You've got, I know biting nails was one of them. That was one that gets, and that's the one that Bassick can't stand with Choppy. Yeah. That's the one that he hates. Watching TikToks, videos out loud, either in public or when you're hanging out with one or two people, drives me insane.
Yes.
Some of the others are being on the phone while also trying to engage in conversation with another person.
My wife hates that.
Let's see here. Not really normal per se, more results of laziness, but littering. They can't stand the littering. A lot of coworkers think it's okay to clip their nails at their desk. So those are some of the answers over on there. Peyton?
I'll tell you, sorry, real quick. You mentioned on the phone. There was this one dude, every single game that we go to, he's sitting there on his phone just chatting. Like, dude, your kids play. Watch the game. Your kids playing here. What are we doing?
Pepe, what's your habit that people do that annoys you?
I never got it because I've tried it and it doesn't work for me. It's the licking your fingers when you're going through pages or money. It's I never knew. It's disgusting, but I don't know why people do it. Why does that?
I do that.
Do you really?
Because if you have a collection of 13 papers, it's not necessarily easy to just keep turning to the exact next one that you want. You need a little grip. You know what I mean?
Hands?
But you look at every...
Do you have dry hands?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah. I guess Peyton, he wouldn't know this. He never had a contract. But otherwise, you're going to cut yourself as a paper cut on that corner. My dad, I also picked it up from my dad. I think physicians he'll go like that. Next page. Next page. It is gross. It's like the Steve Nash of paperwork.
But if they're stuck, I get.
But how can you talk? You put your fingers in your mouth every day. So how's that any different? It's the same thing.
Wet.
Yeah, and
I keep my tongue out of it.
Shut up.
And by the way, this is very ironic coming from Peyton, who last week during Ask Reddit told us that he licks his fingers and puts them back in the chip bag.
Oh, because it gets a good seasoning on it. You're touching paper, you're touching money doing that. That's disgusting. No one wants to eat
made me think of that when Bobby got me hooked now on these Sriracha Doritos. Now every time someone passes around a bag, I'm wondering whether a licked finger has been put back in.
Some of the answers on the Franklin injury attorney's fan text 469 says men that pass on the stand-up urinal to go in the sit-down toilet. Let's see here.
How would you ever go on the sit-down one to pee?
A lot of people just walk into the stall. Yeah, if they don't want to be out in the open.
Shy.
Yeah, if you don't want to be out in the open there. A lot of people saying, talking on speaker in public, not turning right on red, says the 817-214, open mouth chewing of gum. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 Through the Fan. Sean Sharif, you're a big music buff who is always able to correctly identify every artist who sings every song.
The amount of times I have to secretly Shazam is embarrassing. I hide Shazam as if another woman's texting me.
I do, I hide it too when I have to Shazam, but that's more... I don't know. It just feels weird to you look like a nerd, just to try to Shazam something in public.
Well, I don't hold it up like you, Bobby.
Well, if the speaker's way up there and I can't get it.
So you don't need to hold it up like the Olympic torch.
But if I can't get it.
You hold it right here, by your chest. It'll pick it up.
What is the greatest one-hit wonder song of all time, Sean?
Oh, this is a good one. I even asked the wife. She nominated Vanilla Ice.
Ice, Baby.
Ice, Baby. My answer is this one. I love this song, and I don't think he ever did anything else. Does CeeLo ever do anything else?
Yes. Crazy.
Crazy was, but that was Gnarls Barkley. So I guess if you count it as a duo, but he had some other stuff. But that was the.
Didn't he perform this live too at a game in which he kept all the curse words in? Remember we played?
Yeah, he swore 3 different times at an NBA game during a halftime or something.
Remember my dad sang this song at our fan event.
I don't remember, but we need the audio. Find that. My wife's nominee, though, she said this one's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, Hanson. They had one other. It wasn't nearly like this.
No, this is definitely a one-hit wonder, Hanson. And they wrote this song when they were 12. This got them signed. This song got them signed, and then some producer came in and spiced it up, made it sound cleaner, and it took off. But this was irritatingly everywhere in 1997 or whatever it was. Chop, your the greatest one-hit wonder song of all time.
There was a few. The 80s really pops to me for one-hit wonders. Yep. I was thinking of like Take On Me by A-ha. Take on me. But, for some reason, every time I think of one-hit wonders, I settle on this one song by Natalie Imbruglia.
Nothing's fine, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith.
She did nothing else after?
I can't think of anything she did. She's like what was it, Jennifer Page?
Crush. It's just a little crush. Yeah, that was.
I can't think of anything.
This is a great song. I do love it. This was actually I don't think a lot of people. This is a cover. Somebody else had recorded it in the UK 6 months earlier, and they gave it to her label, gave it to her to record. Wow. And so this is actually covered. Good answer there, Peyton. Your one-hit wonder, the greatest one-hit wonder of all time.
So I think back to my college days. I'm like, what one song was in the bar for 1 year? Yeah, exactly. And then so this is the first and only song I thought of.
Panda. I got broads in Atlanta.
Name another song by Designer. And if you can name one, I'm going to ask, did you use Google or Safari to look it up?
I don't know that I know this song.
Oh, you don't? Oh, you don't? Yeah. This was, 2015?
Something like that.
Yeah, 16, I think, yeah.
Some of the answers here on the fan text. 972 says Mambo number 5.
Oh.
Lou Bega. I remember that one. 214 Milli Vanilli. Nope. 214 Milli Vanilli had 2 hits. So that's it. 719. Ooh, this is a good answer. Gangnam Style.
Oh,
by Psy. That was pretty big. Achy Breaky Heart by 903. My answer to this one.
I thought that's Billy Ray. Billy Ray did nothing else.
Well, he had Old Town Road later.
Yeah,
he wouldn't attach himself to that. So I was thinking about a couple different ones. I didn't want to go to Walter Egan, Magnet and Steel from the 1970s. I didn't want to go that way. But to me, this was down to 2 songs. One of them was Somebody That I Used to Know by Gautier, which is way up there, I think, in terms of the way that it exploded. But my answer for this one ultimately came down to one of the best 90s R&B jams.
That's a fantastic song.
I love this song.
You could play it all day.
Oh, IDK just tweeted Return of the Mac. Mark Morrison,
and he had a couple other songs that were good on that album. They never exploded the way that they were supposed to. So
somebody wrote in "Sweet Caroline" as if Neil Diamond.
You're only known at that college football game.
He didn't have another stadium jam. Okay?
No, yes, he didn't have another stadium jam.
That's what it's about. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. You can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what's the worst message you accidentally sent to the wrong person?
Okay, so this was probably in high school. This was before you could change group message names and before you could delete messages. You know how on the iPhone now you can send, maybe on the Android as well, you can send text, and then if you go, oh crap, I didn't mean to send that, you can delete it instantly, then no one hopefully sees it. This was in high school, so we had group messages with most of my friends in it, and then we had one group message that had everyone but one person in it. Okay, so I was fumbling through the text messages. I sent a message to the wrong group message about someone's girlfriend that was in the wrong text. I thought I was in the other one that we were fine in, and it wasn't. It was about how she's hot and this, and I would do this and everything. I had to backtrack because I sent it and I immediately checked. I was like, oh my goodness, I can see his number in the group text. And so I said, oh, it's just a joke, man. I'm just joking.
Let's say you're that dude. What's better, to get what Peyton wrote or the other and say, look at that hideous monster. Can you believe he's dating her? You have to have it in your mind that Peyton is thinking about doing Steve Smith things with your woman or the total opposite. He's calling her hideous. Which one is better and worse?
That's better.
I guess
that's better.
The compliment.
The compliment is way better. You don't want anybody to think your girl's ugly.
Yeah.
The compliment's better, I guess, but I mean, either way, I think whichever one I get, I'm probably then wishing for the other.
Did it change the next time you were around them?
I don't think he took it because whenever I said, no, I'm just joking, I would never actually say that to you. I'm not stupid. I tried to cover it up. And so I think at first, because he didn't respond back right afterwards, I think when we were in person, it cooled down a little bit.
I think that's kind of an easy one to get out of because it's like, come on, I'm joking. Just work at this radio station.
So this was not me, but this is not a text, but I did know somebody who, they were a contractor. They were calling somebody about a job, and they were in their car, so they hung up the phone. They thought they did. They did not hang up the phone when they had left a voicemail. And so they were in the car with somebody else, and he starts talking about, like, boy, this guy on this job, you got to see his wife. Holy cow. And just starts talking to her. And he goes, oh, she's really good looking. He goes, well, I wouldn't kick her out of the bed for eating crackers, I'll tell you that. And he heard it, and he texted him, kick her out of the bed for eating crackers, and he just went, like, cold, and he lost that job. I never actually sent this one. This one was bad, though. I got so mad at working in radio. We had a client that was like being really, honestly, a little needy, like somebody that I was like running shows for, editing shows for, and they had made a demand. My boss said, "Oh, I'll get it fixed." They did not get it fixed. In fact, they totally backtracked as soon as we were on a conference call. We're just like, "Oh yeah, Bobby can handle that." And so I was annoyed, and I get an email about it later, and I opened up my email just trying to be cathartic. I typed out, "It's done, you little bee." And then I was like, I'm not going to send it. I just needed to type it out and look at it. And so I turn around and I start talking to somebody. And then my next memory is turning around and hitting send. And then I went, oh, no. I was convinced. I've never been more convinced I was going to get fired because I was sure I'd sent that email. Somehow, by the grace of God, I had deleted it apparently in between. But that was about as close as I came.
Larry Flores just texted and said, immediately put your phone in airplane mode. Message won't send.
If it's in the middle of... If it's still in the middle of sending, it might not. But I mean, you got to be quick.
You got to be real quick.
Real quick. I think I've done this. I haven't done this. So thankfully.
Yeah, plus all your text messages were, like programmed to another phone anyway that they could be seen.
Right.
Bruce Gilbert is mine.
What did you send?
When I was in Maryland and I was trying to get hired, Bruce Gilbert hired us here at the Fan, and he was running Dan Snyder's radio stations, and I had sent him like a resume tape or something, and he had sent it back, and I meant to text my mom and dad like the feedback, which wasn't as good as I wanted, and I had said it wasn't positive, or like he didn't like this, or no, he didn't like that, and I had accidentally sent it to him, and I had to scramble and somehow get out of that. And I think I saved it. But
clearly you did.
I know my mom is listening because someone said annoying habit. Stuart Miles said chewing ice. My mom does that all the time and annoys certain people. But my dad will randomly take like his office employees out to like a lunch here and there. And a lot of times he likes taking out the more attractive new additions to the office.
Sure. Nice.
I'll go have a drink. 89-year-old man. He's harmless.
Yeah.
And my dad sent us like shots of margaritas, and I was like, who are you with? And my mom wrote back, his flavor of the month. Well, the girl was on that.
Oh, gosh.
The girl was on it as his next flavor of the month, like she was an Arby's milkshake.
Oh, gosh.
And that blew up a little bit.
817 in high school, we're helping a friend move, and in the truck with friend's mom, boyfriend, he was telling us all the dirty things he did to her. While he did, he had butt dialed her, and she heard everything on the line. And then really quickly, because I know Choppy wanted to get his answer, and so we'll just get Choppy's answer. What is something you would wish on your worst day?
I wanted Peyton's answer.
Oh, Peyton, yeah. Give us your answer for the... All right, that's
Peyton.
it.
I can't imagine you coming up with an answer. Maybe colonoscopy prep?
No. You got to think smarter. Happiness. Happy people don't have enemies. So they leave you alone. They're no longer your enemy anymore.
I think you way overthought that.
So soft.
People are your enemy because they don't know how to enjoy life. People with enemies don't enjoy. I wanted Peyton's answer. That's why I wanted Bobby to ask this.
Ask Reddit every single Tuesday during the commercial-free Expressway here on DFW Sports Station. We have our list of Luka Laker questions for tonight. Do Luka and Kyrie swap jerseys? Does Luka stare down Nico, and does he interact with Jason Kidd? The preview of Luka's revenge possibility next on 105.3 The Fan. But yesterday...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with the entire crew back together again. RJ Choppy, free and clear from the colonoscopy. Good news with the medical results. I'm Sean Sharif. He is Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. And thank you for checking us out live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We're rolling 600 deep watching the program. We got the radio audience and, of course, on the Odyssey app. Especially those mistakenly calling into Nashville Christian stations listening outside of the Metroplex. So Luka versus the Mavericks tonight in Los Angeles. It's a late tip at 9 p.m. I cannot wait for all the build-up. And Dave McMiniman, Lakers insider, I think he's gone on the GBag Nation, also married to Malika Andrews.
Well.
No reason for you to know that. I just wanted to throw it in. He wrote a profile about what Luka's time has been like in LA so far, and I'm almost done with it. But the two things so far were Luka not commenting on the leaks from the Mavericks organization, disparaging his weight and conditioning. One source close to Luka told ESPN the comments have served as a motivator, quote, a beast was awakened inside him, close quote. What, Bobby?
Way to go. This is exactly what you worry about. McMahon wrote that article last year during the playoffs about Luka, where he said NBA executives are so afraid of even commenting on Luka because they're genuinely afraid of triggering him and like turning into his fodder to like awaken him. And the Mavericks willingly did it as like, let's just do a smear campaign.
Yeah, but, and I'll take Nico's side on this, just from this standpoint. Okay, he'll get worked up maybe for a year. It's like the person who you think it never really happens. It's the seatbelt theory I have. You get pulled over, you're going to be paranoid for about 2 weeks, 10-2, and maybe drive the speed limit or a few miles under. Nico would probably argue back, and he could. All right, like all the criticism and the wake up, it felt like the Mavs could not get through to him in terms of the conditioning, in terms of defense, in terms of complaining to the referees. Those things never change. So there are plenty of wake up calls. You're getting made fun of. You're getting called fat. That's embarrassing. Like, I can't remember another player of Luka's stature getting talked about this much with the conditioning. Not just now. This has been going on for years, and it never truly woke him up. He never came into camp, and we were like, oh, my gosh. He never, at periods here and there, he would elevate his defense. He would try, as they had to beg him to participate, and that was the actual phrase. And then the referee things go away a little bit after the finals were already decided and at the beginning of this year. So you have certain people where you worry, like Michael Jordan, probably Kobe, that a slight will provide them with that permanent torch burning. I don't think that's the case with Luka Dončić.
No, I don't think it is. I mean, he'll get up for games.
Yeah.
I don't think that he looks at it.
And I think next season he could, if there's going to be an off season, next season he could come in looking like Mr. Olympia.
I don't know what the Slovenia Summer League off season's like, but Luka, I think you can, when it comes to playing the game on the floor, yeah, he gets up for things. I think when he leaves the floor, he leaves the sport. I think it's just how I think he's just wired that way. Like
he said, he went to Cabo to get his mind off basketball. Even though one of their assistants went out there and worked him out, they found a Cabo court for 2 hours a day and working on some of it. But the other part of this, the Lakers spent the night in Portland, and LeBron checked in. Don't have your eyes hit the ground after hearing this. But LeBron checked in for the plans after the game. He said, "Hey, Don," because he counts The Godfather as one of his favorite films.
Oh, yeah.
"Where are you going tonight?" And Luka said, "Sleep, man. I got to get some sleep." So, hey, Don, there's going to be a lot of Godfather references there, as Nico is. Who's Nico in The Godfather here? Is he Sonny?
No, he's
No, he's the crappy brother-in-law.
He's Abe Vigoda.
Fredo.
Abe Vigoda. No, he's Fredo. Fredo in part 2, but in part 1 he was Sal Tessio. He's the guy that ratted him out.
No, he's the brother-in-law that was married to the sister who
Carlo?
Yeah, he's Carlo. That's who he is. He comes in and he just destroys the family and starts killing everybody like as just a little worm. That's what it is.
You want to rebut to the motivation thing that I talked about?
So I think that we've already talked about he's still young. Like, this is still around an age where you would expect, right, it's gonna kick in around now. And he just became a dad, and like his life has changed a lot to where it's possible this was the first domino that pushed over that awakening, though, of just what was naturally going to come with maturity. This just may have been what caused it to get started. And I do think that, yeah. Does he always...
Simon Roth, Will Chambers says.
That's definitely...
Yeah.
Hyman Roth?
Hyman Roth, I'm sorry, he wrote Simon.
I
said Simon.
I think if you look at the way that he has not like year over year been motivated for conditioning, but he has routinely gotten motivated within games and different things like that. I don't think he is ever going to have a bad stretch. He may have a bad game here and there. I don't think he's ever going to have a bad stretch against the Mavericks again for the rest of his career. I think he's going to generally probably kick their ass until the end of time.
Yeah.
Or wherever Nico is. If Nico leaves here and goes somewhere else, he'll kick their ass too. I do think that he has the ability to tap into that the way Jordan and Kobe do.
Totally
he just
agree.
doesn't do it as consistently.
Totally agree. But will it last for a whole season? Will he spend the rest of his life motivated to work to prove Nico wrong, or just rely on his natural one-of-a-kind abilities to do it? I would side with the latter. And look, that's been good enough for 28, 9-9. All right. It's been good for all-time great numbers this early. Bobby came up with some questions for this evening, Chop. I'll read them and see what everybody thinks on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Number one, do Luka and Kyrie swap jerseys?
I'll
say no.
I'll say no.
Because I'm assuming they already have the jerseys. They wouldn't do it. Kyrie might do it like publicly right there, but I assume that there'll be too much hype around this game to do it. I'll say no.
I think if Nico is there, right, and Luka wins the game, the Lakers win, and Luka has a mega game, he might take his jersey off and go over there and throw it at Nico. That's actually what I do want to see.
I think there's a very real shot that as soon as the game ends, they go straight to each other, hug, and then immediately just take the jerseys off, pose for a photo, and go. I could absolutely see them doing that. I think that there's...
Does Luka want to take his jersey off like that?
He does now. People were commenting yesterday on social media. They're like, "Oh, he's looking thinner. Look at him. He looks great."
Number two, does Luka have any sort of an interaction with Nico Harrison? Now, define interaction.
Yeah.
They will not speak.
No handshake, nothing like that.
No words will be exchanged.
That's not necessarily true.
Oh, yeah.
Luka might shout at him
in Slovenian.
Over under Luka stare downs or words towards Nico's direction tonight. Oh, I'll set the over under a stare downs at 3.5.
If he's having a game, I'm taking the vast over. It'll be after every play, every bucket.
I'll say under. I think he will make his point early. I think if he's sitting, he's going to give him a stare, and then he'll do it a couple times, then he'll be done. But
any Snoop Minnesota Timberwolf type words, I think we'll get a phrase. I mean, if he's having a game, no doubt about it, he'll yell some expletives in that general direction.
So he does love doing the expletive. I've just noticed that whenever I feel like he's the most locked in, the most angry, he just likes the icy stare. Typically, he'll bark at people who are trash talking him, but when he's just like, "I want you to feel me right now," he will just look like, "Do you see me?" And so I think Nico. I'm thinking Nico will try to approach him, and I don't know what Luka will do, because it just strikes me after we read that article about Nico, I could see Nico going, "I'm going to be a man about it, and I'm going to go up and I'm going to say hi to him," and I don't know what Luka will do.
I love this next one. If he doesn't interact with Jason Kidd, does that confirm that Kidd was part of this? And what will his interaction be with Kidd?
I don't know that.
Have they spoken? I want to know from Jason Kidd pregame, has he spoken with Luka, communicated at all?
What are the chances that Luka would even knows if Kidd had the involvement?
Oh, he has to know.
I think he would have found. I'm sure he would find out from his
Another
agent,
staff member.
Lakers at this point, Pelinka. I'm sure other people would like. I'm sure they've given
It sounds like the only people who knew about this were the owners and then the GMs. Like that's what it sounds like.
Do we think Jason Kidd signed off? I do.
The way Kidd looked at that press conference, it sounds like he found out about the same time we did, like an hour before.
I think Kidd signed off on shopping him. I don't think Kidd signed off on that trade.
Okay.
And I think he was told after it happened. I think he was, because his anger, I don't know if that anger was just like, I didn't want Luka gone, or if it was like the rest of us going, that return, that's what we got.
Will Luka and Kidd bro hug today?
Yes. I think so.
Because if Jason was involved, like I don't know, I don't have a strong opinion. I don't think Luka does. I think he's that vengeful, and I wouldn't blame him.
But that would answer it for me. If they don't interact, that tells me that he at least thinks that Kidd was involved.
Yes, absolutely. Do they bro hug?
Yeah, they do.
They do?
They do.
Okay.
They do.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text. I'm way more looking forward. Well, unless Luka is in the zone and he's just screaming and staring at Nico, I'm dying to see if there's Kidd interaction. I really am, because that is a great mystery that we haven't dug into around here.
What if that's who he's just staring at all night when he makes his shots, as he stares at Kidd?
Will angry Luka start to irritate the Mavs and lead to a hard foul? No.
At some point, the love might stop if he's just continuously egging you on or cussing you. Somebody might just go, all right, if he's going to come in here, I'm going to knock him down.
Najee.
Yeah, because they got those in practices.
Is PJ that much of a dog that he would go after and defend the Mavs colors?
Yeah, they would have to take it. First of all, how many of the players agree with the trade? But second of all, they would have to take it as a slight at them. And they might still. It's still the wound is still so fresh that I don't know.
That'd be awesome if someone delivered a hard foul.
They used to fight with Luka in practice. Like it happened in practice.
This is PJ Washington on what he expects tonight.
I expect him to bring his A game, knowing just the player he is, the mentality he brings to the game. I know he's going to be ready to as soon as we get out there, but obviously we can't wait to compete against him. We miss him, but at the end of the day, he's our brother, and obviously we're always going to love him, but just got to go out there and compete against him.
Have you gotten a chance to communicate with him at all?
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, he reached out once my son was born, and I talked to him a little bit. But, yeah, not outside of that.
Here's another great one that Bobby came up with. Will the Lakers crowd taunt the Mavs with "Thank you, Nico"? Can the Lakers crowd, are they too glitzy for that?
Yeah.
We know the Duke Blue Devil crowd would.
Way too glitzy.
They are glitzy, but I mean the Lakers crowd has definitely.
Oh, they care.
Yeah, they rained down chants on people before, and so
"Thank you, Nico." That would be amazing.
Something to taunt him. I think we are going to hear something. Either it'll be passive aggressive and just praising Luka like MVP, and just like trying to rub it in, or it will be directed directly at the Mavs.
The MVP is more likely. Even though he's not going to, but I don't see them.
They chanted MVP for Bronny when he first checked in. So.
And then finally, will Dirk be at the game?
Oh, yeah.
And who is he sitting with?
I think he's already bought a house out there.
I'm going to say he's there and he's sitting with Luka's family.
I don't think he's there. I think he made a statement. He still is part of the Mavs organization officially. I think you kind of cross over. Does Dirk want to protect any type of paycheck? Because I think Patrick Dumont, I'm guessing, he's petty too. And he'll be like, okay, I got it. You want to come here for a second time?
There's so many just side optics here to watch other than, like, we're going to have enough to talk about the basketball game, but there are also like 5 other things I just want to see between basketball.
Full coverage tomorrow with the recap of Luka versus the Mavs tonight. We'll have it for you tomorrow on the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Stay away from the latest TikTok TikTok trend, and we got lottery scandals everywhere, including the Texas Rangers getting involved, how you can get rich and maybe even get in trouble, next on the...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
B-Lo, B-Bell, coming up at 8:40 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The voice of the Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, previews Luka against the Mavs in LA tonight. Chuck at 9 on DFW Sports Station. We're heading out to Indy in the Combine tomorrow. The K&C Masterpiece and the GBag Nation are in Surprise, Arizona for Rangers spring training. And RJ Choppy has some Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers.
After, the first couple of times the Buster only rolled out the top 10 rankings of positions, the Rangers were not on there. And then they snuck in. They did sneak in with Marcus Semien, but let's see where they are as we move around the rest of the positions. Third base, we saw Josh Young make it at third base at the bottom end of that one in the honorable mentions. Let's see where he goes at shortstop. Corey Seager obviously is the one that you would have in the top 5 for sure. You knew if you were going to pick any Ranger in the top 5, it would be Seager. It was just a matter of where he was going to fit in the top 5 from Buster only at the top 5 shortstops. Bobby Witt Jr., Colleyville's own, coming in number 1. I had no problem with this. Yeah. Second in MVP. Dude's fantastic.
You said when Sean was out, you said that a measure of if the Rangers are having a successful season will be if Corey Seager is starting in the All-Star game, because that means that he's played well enough to surpass Bobby Witt Jr. in the first half of the season.
Well, Bobby Jr.'s OPS plus last year was 171. The only shortstops ever that were higher were Archie Vaughn in 1930 and then Corey Seager in 2023 in the World Series year. Mookie comes in at number 2.
No.
I like Mookie, but now he switched positions a lot. He's played shortstop before, but he was in the outfield, then he was at second. I mean, he's been all over the place.
When's the last time he played short?
Consistently, I think he was at the Red Sox.
It has been. I'll get the answer for you here in just a sec.
So, just with his offensive prowess and dominance, Bobby, and the fact that he has done it, why are you saying no still?
He played 16 games there in 23. And he played 65 there last year. Other than that, he has not played short. He played second base for the Red Sox a little bit, but that was it. I think Seager's I think that Seager's going to be a better player moving forward. Mookie's just starting to age, and so to me, I've got Seager's just a better baseball player in general. That's why I wouldn't have him above him.
You think Seager's better than Betts?
With a position change, I do.
Yeah, the position change. We know
offensively.
It's not like Seager is Ozzie Smith out there defensively, but yeah, I like Seager a little bit better than Betts offensively. Obviously the totality, but when you factor the base running and the defense.
Shouldn't you have to factor in health?
Yeah.
Now Mookie played in 116 last year. Before that, 142 and 152. So when you weigh position change and health, where do you come out?
I don't have a ton of issue with it. Mookie is. Here's the thing: Mookie has always been thought of as like a top 5 player in the game. Seager necessarily hasn't.
And how about all these baseball players saying, "No, I refuse to move. And Mookie's like, "Okay."
We saw it. We saw it with Devers and Gleyber Torres. We've seen that. Stroman was refusing to go to the bullpen. We've seen this around the sport this spring and last year. Gunnar Henderson is third.
Stud.
Buster's a hater. That's what we're learning here. Buster's just a hater.
He is a stud, but is this not a Julio Rodriguez?
I was going to say
that's a little soon.
That's the name that I knew you were going to bring up, because that was the one that you were all over. You were saying Julio is a top 10 player. Julio being above a bunch of different people in whatever year that was, 23. You were like, way too early, way too soon, and he came back down to earth a little bit.
What do you think Gunnar's WAR was last year?
8.
9.1.
Wow.
The year before he was 6.3. The numbers the last 2 years: 37 home runs, 92 runs batted in, hitting 281. But the year before that, 255, 82 and 56. Of course, the kid's been in the league for 3 years. But yeah, I'd have Seager over.
I think so. Seager comes in fourth. The write up. It's a very short write. It's the shortest write up of the entire thing.
Disrespect.
He had a lot of injuries, and yet he has 4 seasons of at least a 5 WAR or better. His final home run last year was the 200th of his career. Lindor at 5. Boy, Lindor moving all the way down to 5. That's how low the shortstop position has gotten. Elliot De La Cruz at 6. Trey Turner, Willie Adames, Correa, Dansby. And then there you go. So Pena with the Astros is the last honorable mention.
Lindor is already 31. I thought he was still in his 20s. He's 31 now.
31.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Andrew Heaney to the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Okay.
So there a former Ranger goes. And then Juan Soto with a couple of really cool stories lately. Homers in his first Mets at bat. That was just an example of his pure power. That I did not think that ball was getting out. And he just powers it out, pushes it to left center, and bought his teammate a car for the jersey swap.
Yeah, he did. He brought his
jersey
team,
swap.
Jersey swap. Brett, is it Beatty?
Sure.
He bought him a new car. He gave him the number 22. Now, by the way, so that kid's just 25. He signed for $4 million in 2019. He's made around $800,000 each of the last 3 years. He's not poor, but he's not Juan Soto rich. And he's not going to get a contract for another 3 years. And to be fair, he's played just 1 season in the bigs, got a .215 average. So that's probably, there's no telling what he's going to get long term. But is anyone going to shame the vehicle?
What is it?
It was a $92,000 Chevy Tahoe.
Okay, what are we shaming? I have a Chevy Traverse, thanks to your buddies.
Very nice. Very platinum Chevy. Now, people are they going to shame what? Like, why? You just signed for $750 million.
Yeah.
Could you have not have sprung for a Bentley?
Right.
Or, you know what I mean? Or the G-Wagon or whatever.
So, I thought this was cool in general because Soto got there and he apparently, as the story goes, he immediately, in wanting the number, he started asking around the clubhouse and trying to figure out, like, I just want to do like a cool surprise for him as like a swap for this. So he had asked around and he had been told what he's wanted is he wants like a really spacious black on black SUV. That's what he wants. And so
perfect.
Soto went and got it with all the specs that he was told he wanted, and then like had him. He had no idea he was getting the car. He was brought in by their travel secretary into the parking lot and just shown, here's the car, and they had soaped on it like, thanks for number 22.
So
I thought it was a cool gesture from
Well, he
Soto.
got exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
Yep.
My brother tried to do this to me for his 40th. I sent him some Wild Fork filet mignon.
Well,
and he
where's the chicken? Is that what he said? Where's the chicken?
he FaceTimes me and he goes, this better not be brisket. You know, I don't know how to cook that. And then I'm like, just shut up and open it. And then he opens it. He gets 7 fillets, Wild Fork delivery the next day, by the way. And he's like, well, how much did you, how free was this for you? He was trying to work a deal on a connection. I'm like, I paid. I paid for it. But these are the first 2 things you say. It better not be this. And then, did you pay for it? Just shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up and figure out how to cook it.
And so Beatty gave him the number too. He didn't even ask for anything. He just gave it up. And that's why Soto was like, I want to do something nice for him. He was still driving his 2016 Toyota 4Runner that he had in high school. And so
it's a great jet. It really is a great
it
jet.
was really great. I thought it was really cool.
I hate the shamers, like these same people who shame. Well, you're worth $1 billion. You only give $1 million to charity. What'd you give?
Yeah. All right.
You know what I mean? What'd you give?
All right, Chop. The latest TikTok trend and what's going on with the lotto.
All right, so the lotto one. This was 2 homeless men are on the run with a lottery ticket they purchased.
Aren't they always on the run?
Jeez. You know, Bobby.
Just go ahead.
I mean, from the law.
Oh,
okay. They're on the run with a $523,000 lottery ticket they purchased with stolen credit cards.
This is crazy.
Yeah. So this is from the Paris AP. I don't know if they're allowed on the Paris Air Force One or not, but the Paris AP reported.
I got it.
You got it. They used a stolen credit card to buy a winning French lottery ticket worth $523,000. They vanished before cashing it in. And now they're among the most famous fugitives in France. They have identified in police documents the guy whose cards it was stolen. His name is Jean-David E., and he is offering to split the cash. He just wants his wallet back. So
split the cash?
He goes, I will split the cash with you, and I will drop the charges. If you split the cash with me, I'll drop the charges. So if you're the 2 homeless people, that's a smart win-win for these guys.
Where did he say this?
Paris.
But like, he communicated this through the
I guess
police
through
or
the authorities or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, they don't have TV or whatever. Like, I mean, I don't know how they're going to get the message. Like, if they're on the run, how are they going to hear about it if they're not like reading newspapers or anything else regularly?
That's a great question. I have no idea. I don't know how the.
Well, it may be out of their hands now. It may be prosecuted. It may not be up to the guy to drop the charges. I don't know how that works. But what do you do if you're the lottery in Paris?
That's a good question.
He didn't buy the tickets exactly. Can they say you weren't going to buy lottery tickets?
Yeah, it's not your.
I think they get the money back.
Maybe that's the scam that he's running. Maybe he's already talked to the lottery people and they're like, hey, this isn't going to be given to you anyway. So just tell them you'll split it with them and then we'll tell them you don't qualify for it.
Greg Abbott yesterday directed the Texas Rangers to investigate the circumstances behind 2 lottery jackpots, questioning the integrity of the Texas lottery. One jackpot, $95 million paid in April of last year, went to an entity that purchased more than 25 million $1 tickets. You know how you get together for your office pool?
Yeah.
And we're trying to get like $250 worth? Someone bought 25 million $1 tickets that gave them access to nearly every possible number combination, according to the governor. The second winning ticket, paid $83 million earlier this month, was purchased in Austin, connected to a courier, a third-party service that sells lottery tickets online. So Greg Abbott is saying, check this out. Now, if you buy 25 million $1 tickets, like, that's fair, right?
If you buy them all, that's fair. What is it? 1 out of every 3.57 wins or something like that?
They apparently bought all the combinations. Although, what happens if a millionaire does that every time, or a billionaire? Mark Cuban every time buys $31 million tickets.
It's an investment.
It's an investment.
Look, I
He's
mean,
going to make money.
They've lost more investors. That this is it. Now the Texas Lottery Commissioner over those two things, Clark Smith, he resigned on Friday. So now there's some change over there. But effective immediately, Texas is killing third-party courier apps. So Jackpocket, which is really popular, that just got issued this morning. They're telling everybody, sorry, we can't operate in the state of Texas anymore.
What's the latest TikTok?
Do the dropping things on your foot trend.
God, this is stupid.
Hashtag dropping things on my feet.
Take us, China. Take us.
TikTok trend is all the rage. Now, this is where people just take things and they just obviously just drop them on their feet. So it's a water bottle, a bottle of lotion, a 5-pound weight dumbbell or whatever.
To get the reaction of it?
Just to get the reaction. So you take your shoe off or you just drop something on your foot. And to no surprise of anybody's, doctors are like, yeah, please don't do this.
Yeah.
This is very bad for your feet long term.
Then they grade how much it hurts on a scale of 1 to 10. So it'll be like hair dryer 6, chest 10.
Listen, I've always said people is morons, and they are.
Will the Cowboys manage to leave the draft with the best player in the entire class? And Mel Kiper has his latest Cowboys pick. He's been pretty money over the past few years. That's next and Below the Bell on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on that low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, please.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, man. Mel Kiper, you better not be right. I think, or a lot of Cowboys fans are going to be upset.
Bobby just had
April.
a meltdown during the commercial break when he saw this for the first time.
So, and look, this is a good player that he has going to them with their pick, but you'll see why here in just a second. Why, if this plays out the way that Mel Kiper's got it, I think we're going to have some unhappy fans. Mel Kiper's latest mock draft is out, and he's been pretty good about being on top of what the Cowboys have been targeting in the past. He was the first one, and he will always get credit for this. He was the first one to project Tyler Smith in the first round at all, and it was to the Cowboys all the way back in January, and he pretty much remained consistent with that. He was on top of them liking Tyler Smith before just about anybody else, including people here locally. So he deserves a lot of credit for that. He had a good beat on what they wanted to do. And so Where does he have them? Who does he have them picking here in the upcoming draft as we head to the combine tomorrow? We fly out to Indianapolis tomorrow and broadcast there Thursday and Friday.
So RJ was trying to guess based upon Bobby's shock, and the first thing you went to was
Michigan player, defensive line from Michigan.
Okay, it's a good guess. You want to guess? Just you don't even have to name a player. Just name a traits or biographical details that you'd be like, that would probably make some people unhappy.
Not a safety,
linebacker,
running back, fullback.
Fullback, imagine.
I don't know traits wise.
What side of the ball?
Offense. Let's go down the list.
Wait a second.
Slow receiver.
Penn State tight end.
Let's go down the list. Number 1 pick, Tennessee Titans select Abdul Carter, edge rusher, Penn State. He's gaining a lot of momentum as he's going to be the top pick. That hasn't been settled yet. There's still questions about it. Could be Cam Ward, but it feels like if Shedeur Sanders is going to be the number 1 pick, Titans are going to have to trade out of that, and it's going to have to be somebody who really wants him. Because otherwise, this sounds like Cam Ward, Abdul Carter from Penn State, the edge rusher, Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami, or Travis Hunter, the obviously corner receiver from Colorado.
Who do you have graded as the better prospect between Carter and Hunter?
I have Hunter above. I really like Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter's still kind of putting some things together. He probably has the highest ceiling in terms of just if he can put everything together. What's that?
How's Carter versus Micah as a prospect? Did you scout Micah?
Yeah, so Micah didn't have we didn't know about Micah's pass rush ability. Like, that is what Carter does. Like, you see a lot of his pass rushing traits on there, more so than you do with Micah. So, and it's easy when you see that number 11 and you see the size and the way he's running around. It looks similar.
Yep.
Number 2 pick, Cleveland Browns select Miami quarterback Cam Ward in this. Number 3, the New York Giants. Could use a quarterback. Nope, they go with Travis Hunter, receiver, quarterback, or cornerback out of Colorado with their pick. You think that's you think that's good?
I think if you don't have a quarterback, you're wasting your draft if you don't take one.
Yeah, but then you might be picking Daniel Jones and then paying him too.
They might get Matt Stafford.
You might. Oh yeah, you might get Stafford. There you go.
Could always happen. Number 4,
that large long-term window they have with Stafford.
Yes, absolutely.
Number 4, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, offensive tackle from LSU. Some people think he's a guard. One of the measurements we'll be watching this week, we'll see about his arm length. So a lot of people think his arms are just too short to play tackle. It's one of the common. I feel like every year we have 2 tackle prospects who are like, are his arms long enough? And that's one of the things that's getting debated. Number 5, Jacksonville Jaguars select Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham. So at least one defensive tackle from Michigan is off the board. And by the way, this is a thinner class here at the top of the board. So Mason Graham, I don't know that he's normally a top 5 player. Number 6, the Las Vegas Raiders select who, Sean?
Shedeur.
No. That's been penciled in for forever. Mel Kiper says Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State. He said, I thought about Sanders here, especially given the link between him and minority owner Tom Brady. Absolutely plausible. Give it another month, and Las Vegas might even be considering trading up for him. But free agency still has to play out, and any number of available signal callers could fit into this offense. So, no Shedeur Sanders in the top 6. Pick 7, the New York Jets. Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. So Shedeur would end up in New York. It would just be with the Jets. Number 8, Carolina Panthers select Jalen Walker, linebacker or edge rusher, depending on how you view him, from Georgia, kind of a hybrid player. Number 9, the New Orleans Saints select tight end from Penn State, Tyler Warren.
Okay, so that's who I would have guessed.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's like, well, but what could this possibly be?
Oh, I know.
I don't know if you do. Number 10.
Luther.
Number 10, Chicago Bears select Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State. Number 11, 49ers select Michigan corner, Will Johnson. And it rolls around to the Dallas Cowboys, who still have Tet McMillan on the board. Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, is on here. A lot of people like Mike Green, the edge rusher from Marshall. A lot of different options there. Who do you think Mel Kiper has the Dallas Cowboys drafting?
You said offense. The only other thing I would have thought of, I would have guessed the Tyler Warren for Penn State, but do Luther Burden.
Is Genty going to be a hard sell if they pick him?
No.
But there'll still be some people who are like, I don't want to take a running back. What if I told you
Nick Harris yesterday said he is fine not getting Genty and just waiting on other backs.
They took the second
What if I
running
told
back?
you they took the second running back at pick 12? Mel Kiper says Omari and Hampton, running back, North Carolina. He says, I've talked to people in the NFL who have Genty and Hampton neck and neck for running back 1, and there are even some who prefer Hampton. And I look at Dallas's decision to hire Brian Schottenheimer as coach and can't help but think about his father, Marty, and all those run-heavy offenses he had over 21 seasons in the same job for 4 different teams. One would think some of that will rub off on the Cowboys' new coach, even with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb in the offense. But to jumpstart the run game, the Cowboys actually need a legit running back. Rico Dowdle was decent, but he's a free agent, and Dallas will likely want to upgrade. Plus, the team has been known to use early picks at the position in the past, including drafting Ezekiel Elliott at number 4 in 2016. Hampton is a home run hitter who had 1,660 yards and 15 rushing touchdowns in 2024. Omari Hampton is a good football player. He genuinely is. To me, so he's similar to me, the very high end, maybe not quite this good. He could be the very high end of me. He's Josh Jacobs like. That's the kind of runner that he is. Big, bruising, bowling ball back. Isn't like lumbering, but he's not necessarily as quick with the cuts. He's not going to have like a ton of speed to get to the corner and get around. But this would be
that's what you want. A running back who doesn't have the speed to get to the corner.
It's not like he's not Bam Morris out there running, but he's not going to be a 4-3 guy or anything like that.
This is the weaknesses on NFL.com. This is his weaknesses. 1 speed, long stride runner, limited 1 cut ability.
Mm-hmm.
Slow vision to diagnose lane development and change run tracks. That's always good. Bangs into blockers and lacks adequate elusiveness. Too eager to leave his feet and take abuse in the air. Below average speed to win wide and turn the corner.
And I think it's important. You should, to be fair, read the positives.
Yep.
Because the positive, when they talk about banging into, that's because he is a physical runner. So he is a physical runner who like runs through contact. And
by the way, where do they project that as a round? No way they have a first next to
They
him.
say his NFL comp is Ramondre Stevenson. Okay. His prospect grade, I don't know what this means, 6.33, will eventually be a plus starter.
So he's clearly, you think, beneath Genty?
I do. Now, there are a lot of other people who think they're probably closer, but I don't know many people who would say that he's above Genty. And one of the things with Genty is like, oh, it's the workload and the physicality. Well, Omari Hampton had a big workload too, and is arguably more physical in the way that he runs, and may have more of an issue with breaking down into the future. Now, like I said, he's a big guy. He's 6 feet. He's 220 pounds. So, I mean, he's a big back, and he's somebody who can dole out punishment. But to me, if I tell you, like, you're going to potentially be picking a Josh Jacobs type at 12, are Cowboys fans going to be thrilled with that?
No.
I think there's already going to be some who will just reject Genty on the surface. Not a lot. I think people are excited about him.
Yeah.
And, in fact, if you look at...
Would we be saying it right if we say he's Marion Barber or Jamal Lewis?
I'll take
Hampton?
Jamal Lewis.
Yeah.
Does he have Jamal Lewis's explosion?
No.
Jamal Lewis is still explosive.
I don't think he's explositive like Jamal Lewis. Like I said, I think Jacobs is more the type of runner that he is.
What would Nick Harris say to that after yesterday?
I think he would probably lose his mind. He'd be, because I think Nick would say, Nick doesn't want to take Genty at 12. So if you told him, I think you can wait on a running back, you just go, oh no, you're going to take a running back. You're just not going to get the one that everybody has at the very top. NFL.com, those reports are written by Lance Zierlein. Lance Zierlein has Genty number 1 overall player in terms of his grades. Daniel Jeremiah has Ashton Genty 3rd. I've got Ashton Genty 2nd. Like, this is a big time talent that you're talking about. It's the Bijan questions, things like that. But when you're talking about, you may just at 12 go ahead and snatch up a back who isn't even the top one in the class after you feel like you're wrestling a little bit with, well, who do I go get? You know, in terms of who do I really lean into to flesh out this run game? And do I get a difference maker if I'm going to just get a skill position instead of rebuilding the trenches? That would be incredibly surprising.
It worked for Detroit 2 years ago.
It did.
They took Gibbs. He was the second best behind, and they got killed for the pick.
Different back though too. Like Gibbs is a speed.
Gibbs might be my favorite back in the league.
Gibbs is so much fun to watch.
And you were saying goodbye to Rico last night.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about it, Rico. I'll tell you why. I was going through Bill Barnwell's free agent tiers and rankings, different thing, of course. And it was going through the tiers of running backs, and this to me stood out big time because your number one tier is your franchise player. No running backs on that tier. Number two tier, Pro Bowl caliber starters. There's no running backs. This is from free agency perspective. Your third tier is capable starters. You got Aaron Jones and Najee Harris. And tier 4 is, quote, borderline starters and high-end backups. And that's where they have Rico slotted. Now, maybe we're too close to it. Maybe he doesn't see Rico enough, and we see Rico enough, and we're like, no, there's a better player. But the projected salary is $4 to $8 million. I'd much rather spend my second or third rounder on a guy that pay somebody who essentially amounts to a replacement level player $6 million. Borderline starter / high-end backup. I can't pay that $4 to $8 million.
I thought Dowdle showed at the end of last year he's a starter. Like when you consider what an NFL starter looks like,
yeah.
I think he is absolutely a starter. The question is just with him is can he stay healthy? If he can stay healthy, I think he will be worth whatever he gets.
But do you pay? And I know the salary cap goes up, but do you pay Rico Dowdle what they're paying David Montgomery? Can you look at that and pass the smell test?
$6 million. I mean, if Dowdle's healthy, at the end of the last year, I thought he was really, really good. So I mean, if you can get that consistently with him, then yeah, I think that's worth that.
If you can get it.
That's just the question is he going to be healthy enough? If he's healthy, I think he can be that guy.
Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But today and tonight is all about Luka against the Mavericks. Let's preview it from Los Angeles. The voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, joins us next. But first, let me...
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Flexible financing available on site. Owning a boat is more affordable than you think. Visit thedallasboatexpo.com for tickets. Your dream boat is waiting.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Peyton is back from his day off, and we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, everywhere you can watch, including the Odyssey app for listening. And I've been dying to talk to this guy since you know what went down. Tonight, it is Luka Dončić against the Dallas Mavericks at 9 p.m., and this man will have the radio call. Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. What has your basketball life been like since the trade?
Extremely bizarre and surreal. I mean, I feel, like everybody else feels. We're just, waylaid and just wondering what just happened here, and just really been trying to deal with it as best I can, as I'm sure in the same way that everybody is. But ultimately, I mean, on some level, it's a little easier for me because I do have a job, and I can just sort of lose myself in the job and not have to think too much about it. But obviously tonight it's going to be right in front of you, and that brings around a whole different set of emotions. What do you think of the deal? I mean, look, I'm no fan of trading 25-year-old generational superstars. Okay, that's not that wouldn't be my thing. They clearly had a reason why they felt like they had to do it, and they went ahead and did it. And at least for 31 minutes, it looked spectacular, when Anthony Davis played. But he's not playing, and that just exacerbates everything. And, the proof ultimately will be in the pudding. But I do know this, having watched Luka Dončić for 6.5 years, I would never bet against him, ever.
Coop, I'm just curious, we were just talking during the break about like all the different varieties of sports that you've always been, really good at having just a broad knowledge of, and you've, worked around media for such a long time. Could you think of anything that was close in terms of just seismic, just rattling of a move like this one, or a news story in sports in your career where you were like, all right, it was a little similar to that in terms of just how big of a deal it was?
Well, I mean, if you're talking strictly trades, the only thing certainly in the NBA that comes close to it is when Kareem was traded to the Lakers by Milwaukee. But again, Kareem asked to be traded. He asked out. And the return that Milwaukee got was really, pretty average. If Babe Ruth being traded by the Red Sox to the Yankees so that Harry Frazee could fund No Nanette back in the 100 years ago, over 100 years ago. I mean, that's pretty bad because hell, the Red Sox didn't even get a player back for Babe Ruth. But if you're looking at seismic, I mean, any sport, this happened. This day happens to be probably the most seismic day in Dallas-Fort Worth history, because this is the day that SMU got the death penalty, and there was nothing like that ever that has come down before or since, and it'll never happen again. So that was certainly a one-off. And obviously, this is the day in 1989 that Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys. And that was pretty seismic.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs here, join us 105.3 The Fan. It was clear, the first game after that there was a shell shock. But athletes compartmentalize as well as anybody. Have you seen that they've really been able to the players just compartmentalize this whole situation?
I mean, look, they played extraordinarily hard. Now, they got drilled on Sunday by the Warriors, who were pretty committed, having just lost the Mavericks 10 days prior. Jimmy Butler's really kind of solidified some things for them, and they had just, they had been on the road forever. And so they were anxious to play at home. Andre Iguodala's number was getting retired. There were a lot of things that, kind of conspired against the Mavericks on Sunday afternoon. But that was really the only game since the Cleveland game, which was 15 hours after the trade went down, where they were not competitive. I mean, every game has been a crazy game. I mean, look, they were a 1-point loss and an overtime loss against a 1-point loss at Philly and an overtime loss against Sacramento from having won 7 consecutive games. So, I mean, I give them a tremendous amount of credit, and Jason Kidd and his staff a tremendous amount of credit for holding this thing together when it very easily could have fallen apart. Especially because post-trade Davis got hurt and Daniel Gafford got hurt, and so now you're playing with a lineup that's where no one is taller than 6'8", and that's really hard to succeed with in today's NBA. Everybody talks about playing small, but size does matter, and you look at the best teams in the league right now, and they're all playing a lot bigger. And the Mavericks are playing how they have to play. But overall, I mean, I give them a tremendous amount of credit. And you know what? I think tonight they're going to play great tonight. I really think they're committed to going out there. They don't want to get shown up tonight. I mean, everybody knows what's out there tonight, and they don't want to get shown up and made to look bad. So I do think they're going to put on a show, but I really do wonder, how are they going to stop Luka? Is PJ Washington the one that winds up guarding him? And then if he doesn't guard him, who's guarding LeBron? Okay, and then in any case, if both of them are taken out and they decide they're not going to be shooters and they're going to be passers, Rui Hachimura is playing tremendous, and you can throw the ball to the rim for Jackson Hayes. I mean, the Lakers got a lot of options right now. In fact, the Lakers have the best record in the NBA since January 15th. They're 14-4. So I mean, it's a heck of a night tonight. I mean, a whole lot of levels, to say the least. But I think the Mavericks will play well tonight. Everybody's due a stinker in the NBA in an 82-game season, and I think Sunday afternoon was theirs.
Voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein here on The Fan. You mentioned Jason Kidd. Do you know or think that he agreed with this move, Chuck?
I don't know. I don't know, but it's hard for me to imagine him agreeing with it. given his status as one of the 75 greatest players this league has ever seen, knowing how important a point guard is, and especially in today's game, how much the point guard can just dominate the game, and that if you have someone like that, you don't want to lose someone like that. But I do think that kid is really flexible, and being able to play with the players that he has. And again, and it's really unfair here because Anthony Davis has played 30 minutes since he became a Maverick, and those 30 minutes were absolutely spectacular. And they were, and not just for him, but everything that that came outward from him toward the team in that game against the Rockets. That was the vision, that they had. And we'll see ultimately if Davis can get back, and if the other centers can get back, what that all means, and can you win playing that way? And again, as I said earlier, you look at the best teams in the league right now and how they're playing. Most of them are playing a lot bigger than they are playing smaller.
Chuck, which of the criticisms that have been put out there, either from the organization or analysts, as to why this happened, which are the ones you agree and disagree with?
Well, look, you could talk about Luka's conditioning and whatever, and even if it's not the best, he still averaged 28, 8, and 8. That doesn't grow on trees. He still took his team to the NBA Finals last year. That hasn't changed. Everything that was done in the offseason, bringing in Klay Thompson and bringing in more wing defenders and what have you, everything was done to surround Luka and build around Luka. So basically, 20 games into that, you were giving up on that. That seems pretty odd. Also, when it was said that you win with defense, if you go to the finals last year, was the Mavericks defense really the problem? I mean, yeah, Luka occasionally got beat in the finals, individually, one-on-one, but in a team concept, if you go back to the finals, was defense really the problem when the Celtics did not score 110 points in any of those 5 games? And one of the reasons that they did bring back, they got Klay Thompson, was because they needed more offense. They needed more shooting, right? So that didn't seem to go over particularly well for me. So there, I mean, those were two of the things for sure that I found kind of odd.
Coop, you were around the Mavs a lot when, in Dirk's early part of his career. When did he really start taking the whole nutrition conditioning as seriously as he did towards the end?
Probably around at this point at age 25. And, he'd been in the league 6 years. I know at that point he had changed. He changed a lot of his diet. I mean, and not that, Dirk was built entirely differently than Luka is. But I know Dirk changed up a lot of stuff right around his 6th year in the league, and took that forward. And that it'll be interesting to see if Luka, playing alongside LeBron, who clearly values his body as a temple and spends millions of dollars a year in trying to keep himself right, if he takes any of that. I'm not suggesting he's going to take all of it. Everyone's different, and you react to it differently. But you look at what LeBron is doing here at age 40. It's absolutely remarkable. It's one of the greatest athletic feats I've ever seen. Yeah. I mean, he's playing like a 30-year-old right now. It's just and he looks like, if he keeps playing like this, I mean, that he could play 3 or 4 more years. I mean, and who's to say that he can't if he's going to keep playing like this?
Chuck, what have you thought of all the fan reaction to the PR, all the other stuff, and how are you interacting with Mavs fans in a very difficult, rare position?
Look, it's not gone well. Let's face it. I mean, I think there probably was a lack of recognition of what this would do to the fan base. It's one thing to trade, to make a trade. It's another thing when you're trading, a generational player, the players that are the most difficult to obtain. That's the one thing the Mavericks, at least for 20 years, certainly the 20 years that I've been with the team, take it back to Dirk's drafting in 1998, although we didn't really know it with Dirk at the time. I mean, think about it, really, for 27 years, the Mavericks have had a generational player on their roster. And they don't have that now. I mean, even as good as Anthony Davis is, and he's going to the Hall of Fame, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
He's not Luka. He's not that, and he's certainly, he's not homegrown. I mean, he was traded for. He's brought in as a hired gun, and I think that there was a lack of understanding of that. I thought that Patrick Dumont's comments about wanting players that look more like Kobe, Shaq, Larry Bird, and Michael Jordan. The work ethic was that was pretty bad, especially when you got a statue of the ultimate work ethic guy standing on the front of your arena. That was not that. Probably, I think they'd like a do-over on that. And then especially, when you look at guys like Shaq, who showed up at 380 and played his way into shape every year. Larry Bird, who drank beer like nobody's business. Michael Jordan, who smoked cigars and played poker at 4:30 in the morning in Atlantic City during the NBA Finals. I mean, those were not the best examples that could have been used to demonstrate positive work ethic. I guess the hype video that came out last week, that was. And it wasn't good. So I mean, they've had a rough go of it, and hopefully they can finally find a way to wrap their arms around it. And as interesting as tonight is going to be, I mean, what's it going to be like on April 9th when Luka comes back here, to Dallas? Well, what's it going to be like that night? And, how's the organization going to handle it? How the fans going to handle it? Again, as interesting as it is tonight, it's going to be, I think, infinitely more interesting on that night. And not to mention that it could mean a whole lot to the Mavericks as far as the game itself, where they are in the standings and, what it means for them. Do they have a chance to get out of the play-in? Or even if they're stuck in the play-in, do they get a chance to make sure that they're playing in the 7 and 8 game as opposed to the 9 and 10 game, because everything is so close right now?
Hey, Coop, real quick, what's the Mavs ceiling this year when healthy? And what do you think the Lakers' ceiling would be when healthy this year?
I mean, the Mavericks' ceiling when healthy is they are. I mean, you're going to have to beat them from the outside because you'll never beat them at the rim. You'll never have that. And Anthony Davis playing in the mid range, he's devastatingly good. I mean, the guy was averaging 25 and 12. I mean, and really efficiently and he was third in block shots. I mean, he was having a fantastic year. I think there's a pretty high ceiling for the Mavericks if they are able to get all those people back, because I just don't think you're going to want to play them and try to score against them. And I think for the Lakers, look, they don't have much in the middle defensively right now. But somehow over the last month, and granted Davis was not part of the last week, or, well, I guess prior to the trade. So, yeah, I mean, basically back to January 15th, I mean, the Lakers, they're sixth in defense. I'm not quite sure how, but they are. But, you've got two superstars on that team who desperately want to win. One who wants to win one more before he ultimately decides to retire, again, if he ever retires. And you got another guy who came so close last year and got a taste of it, and a guy who has won at every level that he has ever played at, and he doesn't plan on the NBA being the level that he doesn't win at. And I think when you have that type of motivation, you're a really, really difficult team to play against.
Absolutely fantastic. Cannot wait for the call and the game tonight. Thank you so much, Chuck. Try to enjoy.
Appreciate your time, guys. Thank you.
Wow. Chuck Cooperstein bringing it strong on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Stephen Jones. What does this mean about spending? Does this mean anything? And what about drafting a quarterback? We're going to get RJ Choppy excited on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford and Terrell.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Heading to the NFL Combine tomorrow in Indianapolis, thanks to Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield, ceramic coating, never paint your house again, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Of course, the rest of the crew, as you saw the photos of the team dinner last night, are in Surprise, Arizona for Rangers spring training. Do yourself a favor and rewind the Odyssey app 640 for the amazing content from the nosebleeds with Uncomfortable Rangers audio. We'll crosstalk with KMC at 940. Our morning crew back together with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Stephen Jones projecting what the Cowboys are going to do this offseason with spending.
But we're going to look at everything we can. We're going to be selectively aggressive. We obviously, there's things in this league you have to, you have certain amount of resources they allow you to have, and we'll look at that, but we're going to try to improve our football team. Not try, we're going to improve our football team, and we expect to have success next year.
Selectively aggressive, while also saying there's not appear to be extenuating situations out there that would prevent us from getting a Micah deal done.
Yeah, selectively aggressive is an odd term just because it naturally sounds like when you say you're aggressive, it means you're aggressive in pursuit. You're chasing down all these ends. Selectively aggressive sounds like you're picky or you're really measured, which doesn't sound aggressive at all. And I think the Micah thing, that sounds to me like they basically know where this deal is going to end up or where the final number is going to be. And they don't think there's anything really out there that could change that between now and the time that they expect to get a deal done. So I think they feel like we know generally where it's going to be at, where this deal is going to be at, where they want it to land, and we're comfortable that we can figure out a way to make it work. It doesn't feel like too much for us to move around.
All right, he also talked about wanting to draft a quarterback, but he said, look, even our fourth-round grades get taken in the first, while saying that Trey Lance is probably going to be looking for something different, and Cooper Rush, we don't know what he's going to cost, and we do have to go cheap at backup quarterback. Atolo had tweeted this, and I think it's a great topic that is not talked about enough. We haven't addressed it. We have to have an all-time bust discussion at some point for Trey Lance. And he isn't just thrown into that discussion and mix.
Well, he's forgotten about because he wasn't the first pick, too. Like that, you know what I mean? Like, the first pick, we think of like, he's the big-time bust.
Right.
Or you get like remember they had the Penn State running backs that had like a back-to-back, Curtis Enos. Kajana.
Gosh, Curtis Enos. Larry Johnson.
Yeah, they get...
Larry Johnson was good.
Larry Johnson broke out 1 year, but he had been a total bust up until that 1 year, and then he flamed out after that.
So, but you'll get like get some of that, but for the most part, it's like
fact check that right now.
He did. He was like 07 and 08. He was good.
Like, who are the biggest quarterback busts that weren't the number one pick?
Zach Wilson is the first one that comes to mind for me.
Keely Smith,
Zach Wilson, Cade McNown.
When was Cade? What year was that? Like, what pick was that?
Chicago. Third? He was like fifth or something.
Oh, I forgot about
but yeah, I mean, Trey Lance is up there. Like, he's definitely he's one of the ones that you are immediately going to jump to is just like, that's a bust. I think it's
the difference with the other guys is those other guys played.
That's the thing.
Those other on the field.
Those other guys were considered. Hey, we know what they like. Lance was always a risk. It felt like,
and this is as close. This is as close as they're going to come to admitting that they just peed away a fourth round pick.
Yeah, I mean, he said
You're
we
going to get
tried
more.
to do that.
Here's how bad Trey Lance was here, that return. You're going to get more out of Mingo, probably, than Lance. And we all think you're going to get next to nothing out of Mingo.
They already have.
I do like that you just had to check yourself, though. Go, we're going to get more out of Mingo. Probably. It's not
Because I'm trying to remember what Trey did. I'm like, all right, what was the last game? How did he do in his last game?
Played one game. That's it. He played the one game.
Yeah. You're going to get more out of Mingo.
In all
we were
likelihood.
all furious and stunned over that. You gave away 2 4th-round picks for nothing.
Mm-hmm. It was
Nothing.
Pretty bad.
And I mean, those are picks you've usually done pretty well with. You drafted Tony Pollard in the 4th, Tyler Biotish. Dalton Schultz was a 4th-round pick. Like, they've done well in that round.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco Injury Attorney text line as we go inside the Star in the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. The reports are out that Jonathan Allen has been given permission to seek a trade.
Yeah, and Jonathan Allen has been a really strong player for Washington for the last several years, where when they were bad, he was one of the few guys that you're always like, well, he's one of the better players in the league. That's kind of their stabilizing factor. That's kind of one of the guys that you think highly of. 2-time Pro Bowler. He spent 8 years in the NFL, only played half the year last year, dealt with some injuries, but I wonder if this is connected at all to, hey, go out there, seek a trade, because free agency's coming up, and a former Dan Quinn player, Osa Odigizua, plays the 3 technique and is going to be available. Does Dan Quinn just say, hey, we can figure out something here because we're going to go ahead and replace him with a guy that I'm familiar with?
Aiden, I'm very happy with your Green Bay Packers because they turned out to be the one team that is rejecting the tush push in the National Football League. They voted against it with the Rules Committee. And Diana Rossini is reporting that it's the Green Bay Packers. So maybe the old cheeseheads could save us in the NFC East from the unstoppable play.
Yeah, and look, it naturally does reek of sour grapes a little bit.
No doubt.
Because they just lost to Philly, and then all of a sudden, Mark Murphy, the president and CEO of the Packers, is doing a Q&A with season ticket holders. He's like, it's not a football play. It needs to be banned. So when it came out that somebody had suggested banning, it's not totally surprising of what Murphy said a couple weeks ago that it was them. But
here's the exact quote. I'm not a fan. There's no skill involved, and it's almost an automatic first down on plays of a yard or less.
And the worst thing that could have happened to that argument was Josh Allen in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah. Because
the issue you guys are taking is with the word skill.
Yeah, I'm just going to I'll Attorney Choppy here, Esquire, whatever the hell it is. It's absolutely skill. You can argue, if you want to argue it's not a football play, we can have the discussion.
That's my argument.
You cannot argue that it's not skill. Your O-line is blocking. Josh Allen couldn't do it. Josh Allen is one of the most behemoths in the league. And, I mean, he got stopped on it.
I mean, he usually does do it. Like, the Eagles and Bills have combined to run 163 tush pushes, more than the rest of the NFL combined. Eagles and Bills have scored a touchdown or gotten the first down on 87% of the attempts. But on those big plays in that game, stopped.
But, the skill is the...
Rest of the NFL, 71%, by the way. Because I know what you're going to say as a follow-up, no one else can do it as well. But so 87 versus 71.
But also the it's almost always an automatic first down. Well, that's not a reason to stop it either. Just because it always works.
It's not. And I agree with you on the skill, offensive line, and all that. And Jalen Hurts' strength.
His strength is a skill.
Is a skill and a trait. It's not a football play. It's not football. That's my argument. It's just not football. And then the biggest legislation against this almost comes against the Washington Commander, who tries to jump over the top, and they're like, you know what we're going to do about it? We're just going to give them a touchdown. They're like, there's no way to stop it. He's trying to stop it. I didn't think he was trying to be a doofball and screw up the flow of the game. He was trying. He's like, this is the only thing I can do is intercept the damn snap. No, we're going to go ahead. It's just not a football play, in my opinion. It's rugby.
No, and it wasn't a football play for forever. Like, you weren't allowed to do
literally
the
oldest play in the sport.
You weren't allowed to push the quarterback into the end zone for years.
That's my whole thing. Like,
this was a rule.
Alter it that no one can make contact with the back of the quarterback.
Yeah.
As soon as someone puts their hands on the old Matt Leinart, it's the QB sneak.
Yeah, the Reggie Bush pushing Matt Leinart in against Notre Dame. Yeah,
that's
same thing.
Like, so adjust it to that. If they still want to vote against it and deem it unstoppable, I don't know what you do, but let's just stop everyone with a tug of war match.
Because I mean they're willing to change rules for other things. The whole cheat motion thing that Miami was doing, that got outlawed really quick.
Yep.
And that was skirting the rules. How many times did Bill Belichick get a rule changed because he did something where it's like, well, that is not in the spirit of the rules, so now I guess we got to clarify that you can't do that. I don't know why this one is one that they're just like, oh yeah, this is cool. It's like, you had this as a rule before. You agreed in the past you shouldn't be able to do this. I don't understand it. But to basically say it's automatic or it's this or that, well, I mean, it clearly hasn't been for everybody, and so that's just the hardest argument against it. But I still would like to see it go away because it's irritating.
877-881-1053. And yes, it's going to come across as whiny and sour grapes from us as well, and anyone else that's not Philadelphia. But I've really, honest to God, I'm not doing this for ego hate. I just don't. It's not football.
Mm-hmm.
And again, allow the QB sneak. I just don't want linemen and running backs aiding the quarterback by pushing them in the back. It's simple. As soon as someone makes contact with the back of a quarterback, it's a flag. It's a penalty.
So
that's it.
So like when they get a pile, and then this is like you got a running back. He just runs a regular play.
Yep.
And then everybody gets stoned, and there's a push pile.
Yeah.
Like that's.
I'm fine if you blow that dead too. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool, but we saw in one of the playoff games, someone got carried over the end zone. That was supposed to be an illegal play.
That was in the college playoff.
Was it college playoff? Yeah.
College playoff.
You're right. It's the same thing, but I don't like that either.
05, by the way, is when they changed the rule to allow it.
To allow it.
Yes, it's been allowed since 05. No one picked up on it for.
Yeah, but I mean, it was still just
years.
In general, for years you weren't allowed to do it.
All right, let's head on out to Surprise and answer the Luka poll question with the K&C Masterpiece. What do you want to see tonight? Do you want to see Luka go off with the Mavericks winning? Luka go off with the Mavericks losing? Are you just not going to watch at all? It's a Luka Laker crosstalk with K&C next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Four.
Let's crosstalk with a K&C Masterpiece live in Surprise, Arizona on your home of the Rangers. That is where spring training is taking place. And we got Mike Bassett, Kevin Hagelin, and Corey Majors. Corey, good morning. What's up?
Guys, we are very excited to announce that the plan is for Bruce Bochy to hop on with us at 10:20 this morning. So we'll talk with the Rangers manager coming up at 10:20. That's the plan there. We also have maybe Mike's really good at breaking down the whole game, really good at breaking down pitching. Dane Dunning is phenomenal at talking pitching. And
my God.
We will have a conversation with Dane Dunning about everything whenever we have him on today.
It's the day of Danes.
Yeah, it is the day of Danes. And then we also have Dane Brewer coming up at 12:40 today. Oh. And we also have Jesse Chavez hopping on with us. So busy day here on the K&C Masterpiece.
Very impressive feat from Corey's social media, it looked like, with Eric Chiafalo taking down the triple patty burger.
Beefy.
3?
Yes, 3 patties. It was unbelievable. So it was such an impressive feat. Multiple people from the kitchen came out to congratulate him, and then they bought him a brownie on the house because they were so impressed that he took it down.
The burger didn't look that great. I was like, but then he said there's like a jalapeno slaw aioli something that really set it off.
Yeah, you start getting aiolis.
It's mayonnaise-y.
I hate mayonnaise. Yeah, I'm not a mayonnaise guy.
But aioli's fantastic.
This is what he does, though. He had that Big Mike burger from Hurtado. He ate that a couple weeks ago. He got the whole thing. You've seen it. It's a big burger. He ate it in 90 seconds.
Does he do cardio, Choppy?
He better after this burger.
After what he eats in general.
I don't know that he's a cardio guy. I don't know Eric to do cardio. I would hope not. I would judge him. Although I'm back. I'm on it. I'm on it now.
I would judge.
And you still judge him?
Yes. He's young.
And guys, you'll be very happy to know that the RJ Choppy colonoscopy, it came up clean.
Yeah, it did, baby.
It did not come out clean, but it came up clean.
It came out clean at the end. It did. Trust me on that one. But yeah, I have. He said he wakes me up. No polyps, no cancer. I'll see you in 10 years. No baby. 10 years.
No baby?
That's about the. He didn't give me a no baby.
Okay.
But that's about the amount of time it's going to take my butt to heal after what happened to me on Sunday night and in the wee hours of Monday morning.
So you have a problem with the medical profession because of the prep. You're like, why are we not more advanced?
Yeah, it's 2025, guys. Like, why can't we kind of find an easier way to clean out my colon other than to have me, I don't say it.
You don't have the words.
What's your suggestion? How are you going to clean your colon out, Shop?
Honestly, I don't know, but there has to be a better way than that. Let somebody smarter than me figure that one out.
You know?
Yeah, they have pills. They didn't give me pills. What's up, Mike?
Suck it all out with like a tube.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
There you go.
I mean, that's the best other thing that I could come up with. I guess if they need your colon with no waste in it, that would be the other way to do it. Is somehow they get it out of you that way. But I mean, that seems what you're doing seems simpler than sticking a tube into your intestines and getting it all out.
I would think so. But maybe can that just make it so like it's all out in one shot and it's not 58 trips to the bathroom in 12 hours?
It shows how much waste we're carrying inside our body, huh?
Yeah.
Did you weigh yourself before and after?
I did, but I was drinking so much water.
Well,
that they told me to overdo the water that I didn't really lose a ton. I was like maybe like 6 pounds.
Mike, have you had one? You're 45 or older, right?
No, I should. I'm 47.
Okay.
And you're married to a doctor, and she hadn't said, "Hey."
Maybe she wants me to die.
And Corey, Kevin, has this RJ experience motivated you to set up your appointment? We're all about the similar ages.
Yeah, I definitely need to. I was really, really excited that everything came back clean for RJ. His social media posts leading up to it made me very worried about the procedure.
The drink is awful. If you could get
it's
the
not
pills.
good. I've seen people go through it. It's a 24-hour horrible process to get to the doctor and be starving and have nothing in your system.
Yeah, because I couldn't eat all day on Sunday. So I had I really gorged on Saturday. Couldn't eat on Sunday. I had like broth. I had like bone broth, liquid diet, Jello. That's all you could eat on Sunday. And
Hold on. Wait. Quick question. I hear what you're saying about gorging on Saturday, but aren't you going to pay for that?
Yeah.
In the aftermath when you take your colon blow drink and everything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a point. That's a point. But I wasn't as hungry on Sunday as I thought I was going to be. I was hungry, but I was so focused on what I was doing that it took the hunger pains away eventually. But I started taking like laxatives Sunday morning, or Saturday night actually, and then Sunday morning, and then I took the drink. They wanted the laxatives before the drink.
Before you went under, just because, I'm married to a doctor and I have friends who deal with stuff like this, did they ask you any trick questions? Because I'm pretty sure I've been told that they ask trick questions because they really want to make sure you didn't eat. So they'll be like, hey, did you have anything? And then you'll say no, but then they might just, as you're in just kind of conversation, they might be like, how was dinner last night again or whatever? And if you accidentally say you ate something, they're like, well, we are not going inside your butt now.
They didn't, they asked a lot. She asked a lot of questions, the anesthesiologist or whatever. She asked a ton of questions, but she didn't ask any trick ones that I knew of, or at least I didn't pick up on it. She was just asking,
maybe they weren't tricked to you because you didn't eat anything.
Yeah,
because you're honest.
But they I guess will sometimes sense when the person maybe didn't clean out their colon before, and ask a few questions just to make sure. And if they get a response that's the wrong response, then your appointment is over and you're not going under.
All right, let's see how everyone votes for what you want to see happen tonight with Luka against the Mavs. Option A is Luka scores 50 and the Mavericks win. Option B is Luka scores 50 and the Mavericks lose. 3 is Luka gets shut down or struggles. And 4, you're just not going to watch. Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors.
50 and Mavs win because, he gives it his best, but he still doesn't get the W, and I'm okay with that. And I'm okay with him going out because he's gonna get his. That's what he does, and that's when you want to see the best players go out there and do something like that one time. Next time, shut him down.
All right, Mike is voting, not watching. Kevin?
I'm kind of conflicted because my plays on Underdog want me to have him score 50 points, but in reality, I think I'm option 3. I want to see him get shut down.
Whoa!
I mean, to be fair, he's played one good game out of 4 with the Lakers, so it could happen.
Is that Hagelin is his last name or Harrison with that take?
Wow.
52% have voted Luka score 50 plus the Mavs lose. 19% Luka 50, Mavs win. 17% agree with Mike, not going to watch. And 11% in the Kevin Hagelin territory, struggle or shut down.
I want to see Luka score 50. And it's a win-win either way. If the Mavs win, it's a win. If the Mavs lose, it's a win because it shows, at least in the short term, hey, Nico, what a mistake this was.
Yeah.
But that doesn't get you the player back or anything.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't get the player
Kevin,
back.
we're all about pettiness and vengeance. Okay.
Here's the deal.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
If they end up being
Usually I'm
right,
with ya.
Gavin Dawson calls us the toxic show.
if they end up being right, it's like we talked about Schottenheimer. It'll be by complete accident in essence because there was no justifying what they did. This isn't supposed to play the way they did. So if that's the case, then don't you want them to feel a little bit of that burn so they don't make similarly reckless decisions in the future?
See, I don't think so.
Oh,
Sneeze.
no, God.
Dude, all you had to
Way
do
to
was say,
go.
God bless you while you're sneezing.
You allergic to grass?
I don't think so.
This guy.
Because I love the Mavericks. Like, I've loved the Mavericks my entire life. And
There's
I
nothing
want
they
them
can
to win.
do. Like Cowboys, Mavericks, Rangers, Stars. There's nothing they can do that you'd be like, I'm just not a fan of them
I
anymore.
don't know about nothing I can do. Nothing
like genocide
they can do.
or something like that.
What if they ban Dirk? They ban Dirk from the arena because he goes to support Luka again tonight. Like, we're firing you as a team consultant.
Oh, my God.
Man, that... Oh,
yeah.
That might do it, honestly. That's pretty
That
terrible.
would definitely do
Hey,
that.
you did everything for our franchise, but...
I'm not ruling it out that, like,
No.
Dirk shows his face again tonight. If he says one cross thing that Patrick Dumont is like, screw this.
DeMont doesn't even know who he is, I think.
By his statements, yeah.
So, Kevin, am I to guess that your underdog plays? By the way, I think this has moved up a point already. The higher lowers for this evening, 31.5 points. You hammered the over?
I hammered the over I hammered the higher when it was actually lower than that. So, yes.
7.5 assists.
Yes. Look.
That's an easy one.
He knows this team so well.
He's going to have a monster game, I think, probably.
Yeah, but what about, is Dwight Powell healthy?
I don't think so. I did not see him available.
Who needs 74?
Okay, so I was like, he can't get to the rim if Dwight's down there.
You can bet on him
not
having
see
a
that
double-double.
play for
3.5 three-pointers made, higher or lower.
I'll take the lower on that.
9.5 rebounds.
Ooh, I'll take the lower on that.
8.5 first quarter points.
Higher.
Yeah, the first quarter is when he does his damage.
Yeah.
2.5 first quarter rebounds and 2.5 first quarter assists.
I'll go lower on rebounds, higher on assists.
I love the first quarter three-pointer made. It's at a half.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
That's a good one.
Right?
That is a
hammer. That one.
That you can go points and rebounds. You can go triple-double. 3.5 points in the first 5 minutes, higher or lower.
I think I would go higher there as well. I
Mike,
think he's going to have a huge game.
Mike, would you go over 31.5 points?
The only way I wouldn't, and I mean, not that I've been following basketball recently, but I think the Lakers are going to win by 20 or more points, and he's not even going to have to play in the fourth quarter.
Then you got the
that's the only thing is like how much damage did he do? But I don't know the way Luka does these games. He usually scores 20 in the first quarter.
Yep.
So I mean, if he gets 20 in the first quarter, like he likes doing in these games, then that puts him he needs to get 12 points the rest of the game to get to that over number. So I would lean towards the over. I would just worry about the Mavs not being competitive in this game.
And then the Bobby prop bets. Does Luka have any interaction? Does he give a bro hug to Jason Kidd? What will that tell us about Kidd signing off? And over under 3.5 for Nico stares or curse words in the crowd.
Dude, every time he makes a three, he's finding Nico and pointing at him.
Yes, sir.
Whoever's sitting in the front row that he hates, just prepare to be, he's hitting him in your face. Huh?
Is Nico going to be there?
I don't know. Maybe he'll just
he was in Golden State.
towards.
He's got much more of a chance of being there than at the AAC, but maybe he sits up maybe he's up in Palinka's suite.
Oh, that would be that. Boy, you want to talk about it. That might be the worst move of all the missteps this team has made. That might be the worst move.
All right, must see. Except for 17% tonight. Luka against the Mavericks. We recap it tomorrow. The K&C Masterpiece next from Surprise on the Fan.
Thanks to Comera. our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Great start.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're actually live in Surprise, courtesy of ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. Also the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and the famouser Alec Medford holding it down back in the Metroplex. Gentlemen, how we doing this morning?
We're doing all right. I will tell you who's more tired of my shtick than even you two. Jared Sandler.
I bet.
Is he, why do you say that?
I bet, man.
Because yesterday I put hashtag Last Dance on our dinner, and you could tell he is so tired of it. And you guys have been, rolling with it probably reluctantly, but he's like, I'm just not even going to roll with this crap anymore. So I'd like to start off the show with Jared Sandler saying, Jared, only 4 more shows left.
But then he has to see you all the time.
He does. He has to do a lot of shows with me, like it or not.
There's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah. I guess I won't be counting down.
Yeah, and you're going to be different. I mean, listen, man. Mike Bassick on this show is far different than Mike Bassick on TV broadcast, right?
But not Mike Bassick in real life. Mike Bassick in real life is exactly the same as Mike Bassick.
That is
on
true.
The show.
That is true. He's constantly trying to figure out how to crack a joke. And you know what, Kevin? We learned last night some of his best jokes aren't even planned.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The funniest jokes to me are the ones that I've planned. I get the biggest laughs out of times where I'm not even saying a joke. And then I'm like, crap, I shouldn't, this one hit, and I didn't even know it hit. I wasn't even planning on it hitting.
My favorite part from yesterday is how aggressive you even agree with people. So we're going up to the light, and you're going to turn right, and it's a green light, and you just slow down almost to a stop. And I go, hey, it's green. And you go, hey, you know what? You're right about that. Good call. but it started with, hey, you know what? And
yeah, you guys laughed at me when I got off the elevator and said hello to somebody off the elevator.
It's you don't seem like you would be that person, but everybody you see is like, hey, how's it going? But when it's like, dude, you want to go do this? No.
Mike is a big star out here, though.
That's true.
Like, we walked in on day one when we got to our hotel. We walked in, and there were 3 people that were just like, oh, Mike, we went to every game last year, and we love listening to you on the Fan.
Mike is huge in the 65-plus community.
Yeah, 65 plus
what they
loves
say.
him. So, yeah, man. No, Mike,
They call me Mr. AARP. See, you guys didn't laugh. That was a setup joke. And I'm going to say something today that I'm not even meaning to be a joke, and you guys are going to laugh harder.
877-881-1053. Text us whenever you hear a good joke from Mike and whether or not you think it was planned.
Okay, I look forward to participating in that survey myself. All right, let's go ahead and start things off if you guys would like. And hopefully we're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in about 20 minutes. Obviously, we'll have conversations about the Mavs and the Lakers tonight. But did the Rangers make one of the biggest specific lineup upgrades of the off season? Now, specifically, we're going to dive into designated hitter. Because, and I think perhaps the GBag Nation is going to have an interview today with Jock Peterson.
Yeah, I saw the Nosebleed boys talking to Jock Peterson. I know that Jock was on during the holidays with Broadus and I think Chiafalo. That was his first conversation. He was, truly entertaining. He's a personality that I think people are going to like. And yesterday he went yard. It was the White Sox, Mike. So,
yeah.
Obviously that's a factor there. But he's starting off fresh, man. I think it's great. I love the addition, and I feel like for the first time since Mitch Garver, we have a lot of different options of power to go in that DH spot.
Now, last year, the Rangers were horrid at designated hitter. Just absolutely terrible. In Major League Baseball, they ranked 29th in WAR. So not quite, but just about.
I don't know who was worse.
Yeah. Why don't you just default to the White Sox, right? I don't know the answer.
I guess so. But it was, I just remember I did the segment, months ago as the season came to a close because me and Dave Raymond were looking up certain pitching staffs that used to hit in the National League, and they had as good a numbers as the Rangers DH spot last year.
So their WAR for last year, what do you think their WAR at designated hitter was last year?
I'm going to say minus 0.3.
Negative 1.5?
Negative 2.7.
Worse than I thought.
Yeah, negative 2.7. Oh, only the Reds. Only the Reds were worse at designated hitter. However, this year, MLB.com, now this is just a projection, but MLB.com has them going from 29th to 5th. And so, Corey, when you were talking about, like, hey, I feel like you have a lot of options, you have a lot of power options. Obviously, Jock Peterson is coming off a season with 23 home runs. He had a career best 151 WRC plus, and so obviously far better than your run-of-the-mill replacement player right there. And so I'm curious if you guys think, because positionally, well, if you call DH a position, you get what I'm saying, though. MLB.com rated this as the biggest upgrade at designated hitter of any team in baseball.
I know you said specifically Jock. Who's in the rotation for designated hitters? Jock, Berger?
I think Berger will get a couple.
Any other names that you'd like to throw in that hat?
Josh Smith will a little bit.
Yesterday was center field. Today's first base. That guy's going to be everywhere for this.
At the end of spring training, he'll play all the positions.
Like Will Ferrell.
But I would say 80%. Maybe 75% will be Jock Peterson.
Okay.
So you're only going to have to cover, unless he gets hurt, you're only going to have to cover about 25% of the games with somebody else. So last year it started off as Wyatt Langford, which looked good on paper, but like I said, most teams would always say this: never put a rookie at DH.
Yeah.
It's a bad idea unless they're Willie Calhoun and you're just like, there's nowhere we can put this guy.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you have an athletic young guy who's played baseball in his life, going from playing baseball to just hitting every 30 to 45 minutes 3 to 4 times a game is not a thing you want young guys to do.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you saw, too, some of the benefits of having Wyatt Langford were in the outfield because of what he can do physically. I know he still had a learning curve, but he was able to do that. But, yeah, with Jock Peterson and Berger, I think in that kind of small rotation there, being able to hit with power is something you just lacked last year. You were just like, whoever we have, let's kind of try and see if we can throw it out there. And in the offseason, Kevin, we talked with, there goes leaf blower guy trying to mess me up here.
Let's let the people hear it.
No. Well, you know what? If they want to hear it, we'll let them hear it.
In your face, Mike.
But last year, even at the end of the season, that was one of the main things that Bochy said. And we had Chris Young on, and he was like, yeah, the positions kind of changed. Because now you do still have some ideals from National League Baseball, where you're still playing a little small ball, but you have the opportunity to still do what the American League does so well, and that's hit with a lot of power. So we might want to go ahead and get a piece, and it looks like they went out and got it.
And Boch, we can ask him about it. He's coming up here hopefully in 10 to 15 minutes. He doesn't really love being aggressive on the bases and stealing bases. He actually, I think, doesn't love sending guys home from second base if it's going to be a close play. He would rather be conservative and let the next guy come up and try to knock him in, or let the guy come up with a runner on first rather than take the risk of stealing the base. I don't know, you can change. He doesn't have to be stuck in those ways, but it'll be interesting to see how Boch, when a guy like Evan Carter or Wyatt Langford, Leody Taveras get on base, if he's still going to be very conservative with that. Because if he is, you are going to have to play for doubles and home runs. And this lineup on paper makes more sense to play for doubles and home runs.
Now, if you look strictly at the WAR, and I know there's more to it all than that, Jock Peterson last year, 2.9 WAR, and I compared to our designated hitter WAR of minus 2.7. So clearly that has the potential to be a humongous shift. And perhaps even more importantly, MLB.com is projecting the Rangers designated hitters as having the 5th best WAR production this season. And so whenever we talk about who's going to get back to the kind of their career averages or maybe even get back to 2023 form. It might be new players and just what you're going to inject into the lineup that you did not have at all last year that could make a big difference.
I know they like having Corey Seager just have complete days off when he has a day off.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't mind. I don't know this, but to try to keep him in your lineup every day if he can stay healthy is put Josh Smith at shortstop on certain days Peterson has off and move Corey Seager to DH. So he's still in your lineup, but you're keeping him off his feet at shortstop.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if Boch has thought that way, but that definitely is a great idea because you keep the bat in. That's your best bat. That's your best opportunity to drive in runs. Kevin, man, that part of hoping everybody kind of goes back to their median or their mean, whatever it is, like, I hope so too. Because last year it just looked off compared to what we saw the year before. And I don't know how much of what we saw the year before on that World Series year was just excitement from being with Bochy and this whole new collection that they put together. I have no clue how much of that was just riding a high. And then last year was kind of hey, man, we had an exhausting offseason because we were World Series champions, and now we're back to it. So I don't really know which version is the real Rangers that we should see in year 3.
Now, we talked yesterday when we were talking with Wyatt Langford about, essentially in baseball terms, he's almost brand new in the outfield. I know he's had a few years, but, a lot of these people have been like, I've been playing this position or one of these two positions my entire life. Another person like that is Jake Berger. So Jake Berger, before 2023, had never played first base. And obviously, he's essentially, it feels like, penciled in at first base for the Rangers. And one of the things that he talked about yesterday is he goes, I read an article from Kennedy Landry, who's out here, and she's fantastic, is he likes being thrown directly into the fire. And one of the things that Boch said is he likes how aggressive Jake Berger has been on ground balls. I get it if you just need to get to first to make sure you get the catch, but he's been really aggressive in the field as well.
Well, I always tell kids this, so you can use this if you're a coach. Either the ball is going to attack you or you're going to attack the ball. Mm-hmm. The great deal is the ball has no brain.
Yeah.
The ball can't make that decision.
Yeah.
You make the decision for yourself and you make the decision for the ball. Either you let the ball attack you, which would be waiting on the ball and being nervous and just I'm just going to try to keep it in front of me and knock it down and hope the pitcher gets over.
For something to go wrong, in my opinion.
Anytime you do things with lack of aggressiveness, a lot of negative things happen, and you were trying to avoid a negative thing by not doing something aggressive.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, how did that work out for you? When you decided to toss the ball to first base because you didn't want to overthrow it, did it work out better for you or worse? So why not just let it go, let it eat and get the ball to first base? And for Jake Berger, I love that because if you ever watch somebody very timid at it, and I remember when Mike Piazza was trying to convert to a first baseman because God bless him, he was a horrible catcher. He's arguably the greatest hitting catcher of all time. But he was trying his best back there. But when they put him at first base, he wasn't aggressive.
Yeah.
He was like, I just don't want to make a mistake over here. I don't know what I'm doing. And then you just make more and more and more mistakes by not trying to make a mistake. So I love what you're saying about Berger being aggressive at it because that gives him an opportunity to be successful.
Just having, I played first a lot growing up, and that is the scooping part of it is something that takes a lot of practice. Being able to pick balls, you got knowing when to go backhand, when to be forehand on things. Those are it's all those little minute things, and that only comes with more experience. So hearing that he's getting all that work in, that's important. Especially you said 23 was the first time you started that.
Yes.
So that experience of, I know there's Mike's talking about a lot of other things that you're supposed to be doing. You have a lot of rules that you have to follow. But that one part, it comes down to, did you have a great game today? And was it that one little moment at first base that the ball went by because there was a throw from third that had to be a tough throw, and you needed him to dig that one out? That's something that can be a big difference in a game.
Okay, that is a perfect segue, and I kind of want to ask Boch about this as well. One of the things that he mentioned about Jake Berger that I feel like you don't hear this a lot, he goes, he's got a really good arm, and he said that's something a lot of first basemen don't have, and he thinks that's going to be a big asset that could eventually make him one of the best in Major League Baseball. That's what he said. And I realize we always joke about, what's he going to say? He's going to be terrible, but you don't have to go out of your way and say he's going to be one of the best. And you could just like, he's picking it up quick or whatever. But he talked about it, and he goes, I think he has the potential to be one of the best first basemen out there.
How many throws you make at first base? Home, sometimes
not
second?
many. I mean, obviously, probably the one you're going to make the most is a double play throw to second base.
Yeah.
He obviously playing third base, we know his arm is strong enough and everything. And then I think he'll be fine with throwing the ball. The one thing you have to do, and I'm sure he's worked on this, you got to make sure if you're holding on the runner and you get a hard ground ball that you got to create your own lane. I always tell kids there's 3 lanes. There's the left lane, the middle lane, and the right lane. And you have to pick the lane that the runner is not in. The runner gets to decide what lane he's in first. Now you have to pick either left, middle, or right, and all of them are right, and we don't want to cross lanes either.
Right, yeah.
We don't want to be in the left lane and throw it to the right lane because probably the runner's in the middle lane, and that is going to be, for a second there, possibly a blind ball for the shortstop covering because the ball is going to get across that runner. And it's not a fun thing for the guy catching the ball to have to deal with the ball getting into another lane. So you got to pick your lane, and usually you got to do that with your feet first. If you try to just do it with the ball, you're effed.
You got to step out to the lane, and usually that, like you just said, the shortstop is picking the same lane as you because he's trying to see the ball. He wants to know where you're going.
You'll see catchers do it on bunts or throw, a strike 3 in the dirt, that they have the time to move their feet and then throw into the lane that they've picked. And usually the runner now pretty much is going to run right down the middle for the most part, even though I found it in high school. If you hit like a soft grounder to third base and it goes 40 feet down the line, maybe 45 feet, if you're not running in the designated runner's lane in foul territory, you're just automatically out.
Really?
It doesn't even matter if the ball got to third base. According to when I was at Rockwall, whoever the home plate umpire was, he's like, no, it's an automatic out. And so I'm like, if you hit the ball to shortstop in high school, do you have to be in the runner's lane too, or you're automatically out? So I'm just going off of if you were the Rockwall umpire the other day, I guess the rule is if you're not in the runner's lane in high school, it doesn't matter if you hit the ball to third, short, second, pitcher. You just have to run in that runner's lane. Now, Major League Baseball is different. So I'm just working off of that guy that he knows what he's talking about.
Interesting. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise for Texas Rangers spring training. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about the Mavs. I almost said the Mavs versus the Luka game. The Mavs versus the Lakers game, but you get it. And then also we're going to be talking with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. All of that live from Surprise Stadium next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Looks like potentially a what?
Oh, Ruben yelling at me.
Well, your mic was not on.
Yeah, well, I was hoping I'd pick up through yours.
That's not how it... Never mind.
No? Go ahead. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, it looks like a meeting with the Players Association is going to push off Boach for just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're going to go with something else here. What is it that you wanted to say?
So I'm wearing, I would say, my old school Hurtado's hat. I believe the first hat we ever got from Hurtado's. Last year, I was out in spring training the second time, and I was doing the shows in here by myself with you guys. And I went out to lunch, and I took my Hurtado's hat off to eat.
Why do you always put an S at the end of it?
Isn't it Hurtado's, or is it Hurtado
I think
Barbecue?
it's just
His last name is Hurtado.
I know his last name's Hurtado, but
it's just
you say
Hurtado.
Hurtado Barbecue. But he has a wife.
I mean, look at your hat. Look at your hat.
Yeah, take your hat off real quick.
No, I can't. Shut up.
What, is your hair messed up?
Yeah. It's like I'm like Jerry Jones when he had the national anthem in Oxnard and he forgot to put on his hair and he's like, I can't take my hat off.
Jeez.
I don't know anything about
I don't
that.
know what you're talking
Go
about.
back and look at that
Nope.
about 7 years ago.
All right, what were you saying?
Yeah, so I left my hat there. I remember the restaurant. We were near that restaurant. If I go back today to that restaurant and go, hey, I left my hat here approximately a year ago.
Almost exactly a year ago.
I think you should slow play it a little bit more. I think you should say, I left my hat here. Has anyone found a hat? And they maybe they check or they're like, oh, how long ago was it? And you go, I think it was the same day last year.
Okay. I will. I think I will. We have time.
Yep.
The other thing, too, is will they be like, well, we have a Hurtado hat, but we don't have a Hurtado's hat. So,
You know what? I think that needs to be a video. I think that definitely needs to be a video.
Yes.
Mike asking if his hat's still around.
I can't even figure out how to do the food stuff. Do you think I'm going to do a video?
What food stuff? I don't even know.
Like how to put your food in the computer and send it for
He's
money.
about how to get reimbursed, an expense report is what
you
he's
think,
talking
hey,
about.
do a
Corey.
video. Like I love how they ask me these things. Carter, I love you, but yeah, right.
You don't look. All you have to do is walk in. I'll shoot the video. I'll go like this, and I'll be like, and I'll send it to Carter. And it'll be
Okay,
fine.
but I'm still concerned, Corey, because did you see when he said the expenses? He goes,
putting your food in the
thing, and he was
computer.
pointing at his phone,
Putting
and
your
doing the
food
thing.
in the computer. Thing.
Oh, you gave 16% to the waiter. You're screwed.
No, that's not. Never mind.
All right.
Never mind.
Let's talk about Mavs and Lakers probably in about 1 minute. If you want to go ahead and get your thoughts out, are you excited for this game? I know a lot of people, per Sean, in his poll, were saying that they're not really going to watch. But Corey, what day is it here at spring training besides Tuesday?
Oh my gosh, it is drug day out here in Surprise.
Did you say drug testing day?
Drug testing day in Surprise, Arizona. We were waiting around to try in the clubhouse this morning, Mike, to try and talk to a couple people, and we were standing next to Jack Leiter and Dane Dunning, and I'm sorry, I don't know his name.
Milner.
But, okay. He walks. Whoever it was that.
Oh, he's from Pascal.
Okay, the person that's in charge of telling everybody walked up and said, "Congratulations, you've been randomly selected for a drug test." And then we started watching as he went around to the rest of the room and started grabbing and telling everybody else that it was their day to be drug tested. And I was like, "Oh wow, this is amazing! It's drug test day." So, Mike, what's that day like? Are you just kind of holding on, hoping, or?
Well, one for me is they would always come up to me and go, "You only throw 86, you're good." So they're like, "We never have to drug test you unless you start throwing harder." In fact, they were like, "Maybe you should take drugs." But
controversial move from the drug tester.
They're like, instead of this cup, actually, there's some pills in this cup. Take those.
We've seen your ERA. You sure you don't need steroids? So, one, you don't know. You usually don't know. And if you don't know, it's tough because let's just say you take a whiz before you come to the park. Well, now you're out of whiz. And so you're like, "Oh, I'm not ready to pee."
Yeah.
And you don't want to hold your pee every day.
Just in case.
Yeah. You're like, well, today could be the drug test. I just want to pee, so I can just go in, pee, and get it done with. But when they select you, that's the only thing that I was concerned about was like, oh, I don't have to pee. So now how am I going to – you should start drinking a lot of water and stuff to try to get yourself into a pee mode.
And see, I thought it was one of those things where, like, they had to go immediately, but Milner hung out. He did an interview with the Nosebleeds, which, by the way, I don't know what time that interview is going to run. You're definitely going to want to hear it.
Yeah, Kevin said that whenever Milner walked away, he said – to somebody else, "Have you ever interviewed with those guys before? That was different."
It seemed like he had not made his mind up yet. He might have thought it was great, and it was just taking him a minute, or he could have hated it.
Which in our world, Kevin, means must listen. Like that is a must listen interview right
Trust
there.
me, they were right next to us while we were interviewing Dane Dunning. I heard some of the questions. You definitely should listen.
Preview one question where we don't even know the answer. What would be a question that you'd say, this is like a question they asked?
I'm trying. I would probably
anything about meat. Was that
but I would probably say I think it was either who's the funniest or who's the smelliest.
Okay,
I think, and I can't remember which one it was, but he had to look around and think about it because I don't think he wanted to out anybody. So I believe
you got to go with your best friend.
Yeah,
because they can take it. You're
He's new though.
Yeah, you're right. You might not have any best friends.
He legitimately stopped and kind of looked around the clubhouse, and you could tell he was kind of looking at some of the names, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not sure about that."
Yeah,
so
smart.
you should check that out. All right. In the meantime, Mike, I know your answer is not excited, not dreading, not interested, but
do you want me to use the analogy I used in the car yesterday?
Probably not.
You said a lot of
things that you said in the car are maybe not suitable for air.
I just can't do it, guys. It will upset me so much to see Luka. I see him when I'm whatever. I see it on ESPN where he's highlights or at practice shooting around. I cannot watch Luka be on the Lakers. It hurts too much.
I absolutely understand that. Lakers are 9-point favorites tonight. This is a big game in terms of national.
Okay, somebody said earlier, Mike, why do you keep saying in games like these? Because Luka's never played in a game like this specifically before. I know exactly what Mike's talking about. Big moments.
Yeah.
Whenever Luka gets time to think and stew and sit in his own thoughts for a while and start creating the little mind games, just like against Atlanta, right? He's like, hey, they didn't draft me. Let's go put 73 points on them. That's what he does. So this is going to be one of those things where he's looking for revenge. This is one of the great motivators, and Luka's coming out for revenge tonight just to show everybody that he doesn't like anymore.
This isn't a great example. I'll give you a game like this. Luka hates Rick Carlisle's guts. Luka might hate Rick Carlisle more than any human being on the face of the earth.
As a matter of fact, didn't he tell him whenever the Lakers played the Pacers, he was like, "You're lucky I'm not playing tonight," like right after he got traded?
Woo. And so I'm not saying he has great games against the Pacers, because I can remember the Pacers. It feels like Rick Carlisle kind of has Luka's number, and Halliburton has a great game. It feels like Turner always has a great game against the Mavs. Now they have Turner to slow down Luka when he gets to the rim. Tonight the Mavericks have nobody to slow Luka, so when he gets whoever,
it's going to be interesting too, because the Lakers don't really have
Max Christie guarding him.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe he has a bad game. Maybe it's like the Pacers games where he's trying to crush Rick Carlisle's soul and he just doesn't seem to be able to do it. But, maybe he's great. Maybe he's not. I'll see the box score, and it'll be all over. Like in the morning when I wake up, it'll be all over everything on what Luka did. It'll all be about Luka and the Lakers.
Yes.
It will not be about the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, no, there's no question
I'm
about
curious,
that.
Kevin, what's the smartest approach for LeBron in this instance, too? Does he come in and he's very diplomatic about everything? That's usually how he is. Or does he kind of like, hey, you know what? Yeah, I got Luka.
So I'm kind of curious. That's a great question. Because I'm kind of curious, because we talked with Sean and RJ about the over-under. Some places is 31.5, some places 32.5 in terms of the points that Luka is going to score. Part of me wonders about that assists play, because right now it's only about 7.5, 8 assists for the game. And you go back to that game against Denver just a few days ago where LeBron James said he's the perfect quarterback. He's perfect to be a quarterback, and I'm perfect to be a wide receiver. And I know Luka wants to score a lot of points, but this feels like a game if he just wanted to feed LeBron
25 on the board.
Yeah, that he could probably have 18 to 20 assists or something like that.
So far, anytime he sees LeBron breaking up court,
God,
he immediately recognizes it and says, I'm pushing it to that guy right there.
It has been captivating.
It was like what we saw with Derek Lively when he was like, hey, from full court, let me do an alley-oop to Derek Lively. Good luck, y'all.
No problem. What do you guys think about the prospect of a Luka double-double tonight?
Yeah, I think it's happening.
Believe it or not, that's essentially even money tonight, and that feels like a play I would be interested in making.
I feel like this. I don't know. He didn't have a lot of I know we're going to triple doubles. Didn't feel like this year with the Mavs he had do you have 2 triple doubles this year for the Mavs?
I'm not sure.
Then, double doubles. I'd have to look. I bet
because there were so many different guys that could do all the things.
I bet he doesn't have a lot. So this year, maybe the reason that number is more even money is if we go to Luka's box scores. I don't know how many double doubles he has this year.
And triple double is 2.5 to 1. This one's interesting. Will he get a technical foul?
Oh.
Well, if it's Game 3 of the Finals and it looks like you have a chance to possibly get back in the series, he will.
I'm gonna say yes.
If you say yes, 6 to 1 on your money tonight. I do not think that is a bad play.
I would take that.
Yeah.
Those odds.
Me too.
I mean, I feel like it's 40% he'll get a technical foul in almost every game he plays in.
It feels like one of those where he hits a 3 and then is too demonstrative. Does a little too much of a.
Or he points at.
I don't know how many techs he has this year, but it has to be low because of the number of games he's missed, and he always flirts with the suspension number. So he might feel like, hey, there's only 20 games to go. I still have 7 technicals I can get before I even get close to the number of suspension.
From the 2-on-4, I agree with Mike. I can't watch tonight's game still too soon. Now, Mike,
he's already at 6, by the way. So
he has 10. He has 10 to go till he gets suspended.
He's fine. They only got 25 games or so left.
Anthony Edwards has 15.
Oh man,
geez, he's going to miss a game.
Well, no wonder they put him on the bench during that comeback last night.
Yeah.
So I'm curious for the people who say it's too soon now, how they'll feel when the Lakers come back to Dallas, because I'm already hyped about Sean Heath doing a big intro for him, unless he's like, hey.
They might tell him not to.
They might. They absolutely might. But I'm curious if more people will be ready to watch when they come to Dallas, or it's still like, nah, man, the rest of this season I'm out. I'm done.
It's tough. I will say, Jared Sandler, I don't know if he wants this public or not, but I'm making it. He said he's a Laker fan now. Like he loves LeBron. It's one of his. He thinks LeBron is the greatest player of all time, and that's an argument that's fine. Like I understand that argument. And then he loved Luka, so he's like, his team is the Lakers now.
Wow.
I have a buddy who has been a Maverick fan for a lot of his life. He has really liked Kobe and stuff like that. So he's like, I'm done with the Mavs. I'm a Lakers fan. So I don't know how many people are going to be watching that were Mavs fans that have now changed their team to the Lakers.
That is a
or they're just not watching. Right? I just can't do it. I can't root for the Lakers.
I get you.
But I mean, I have two good friends who are like, no, screw it. The Lakers are my team now.
Yeah, man, that is really interesting. Well, the game goes down tonight. Obviously, we'll have plenty of more discussion about it, probably later in the show, but also tomorrow.
Baseball Nuggets are next.
Okay, coming up next, you heard the man.
I can't believe that pitcher didn't get more money next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so let's get into former Texas Ranger Andrew Heaney. If you didn't see over the weekend, he signed with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I get, if we look at this from last year, strictly numbers, 5-14 with a 4.28 ERA.
That's such a bad record for not, I'm not saying it's a great ERA, but that's not a terrible ERA.
He had a pretty good year last year. In fact, his ERA only got over 4 at the end of the year. I can't remember his last 2 starts, but I remember they didn't go well.
Yeah.
And so his ERA was around 3.7, and then his last few starts pushed it up to like a 4.28. So I just thought in the offseason, teams were going to offer him. He's going to turn 34 in the middle of the season. But I thought he was going to get like a 2-year, possibly a 3-year deal at around 10 to 12 million a year. And he ended up getting a 1-year, $5.25 million contract from the Pirates. So I asked a couple people, because I was just shocked at the 1 year and shocked at there's bonuses in there. There's incentive bonuses. I don't know what those are. At least where I read, they did not give specific incentive bonuses, and usually they don't, right?
Yeah.
That just gets into the minutia of a contract, and we don't know what maybe incentives there are in contracts for Chris Martin. Chris Martin might get, like, if he saves 20 games, he might get a $1 million bonus. We don't know that.
Yeah.
That could be in the contract that we don't know. But for Andrew Heaney, I wonder this. You never know this. I've talked to Chris Young about this before and other people. We don't know what they're going to sign for. We can only guesstimate. And the guesstimation I'm going to assume on Andrew Heaney was going to be at least $8 million, if not $10 million.
And so they just kind of budgeted like, we can't do
we can't do this. We have to do this and this and this. And if we are going to get Jock Peterson, if we're going to retain Nathan Eovaldi, if we're going to try to change first base. Now, for first base, they actually they're paying a lot less money this year for Berger over Nate Lowe. But they had this budget in plan that they had to stay approximately under $240 million. And I just wonder if they knew the number that Andrew Heaney was going to get $5.25 million. And he's a great teammate. The guys loved him here. If they would have been like, well, we can do $6 million. Let's just say we beat that number by $750,000. $6 million is a bargain for Andrew Heaney.
And I don't mean this the way it's going to sound aggressive. I don't mean it like that. And do what with him?
That's the issue when I talk to people is Andrew Heaney wanted to stay a starting pitcher. He did not want to be like, let's say, you talked to Dane Dunning today.
Yes.
He does not want to be in the Dane Dunning role of, hey, you start off in the bullpen if we're healthy, but guess what? Injuries are going to happen. We're going to need 10 to 12 starting pitchers. So you're going to probably bounce into the rotation some when we need a guy. And then if we're healthy again, or maybe a young guy's doing well, or Rocker, who's pitching today, which we'll get to in a second.
Yeah.
If the young guys start providing the innings that we need and the wins, we can move you back into the pen and we can use you in so many different roles. So Andrew Heaney, from what I understood, was maybe not super interested in the Rangers' role of being that guy who
makes sense.
Gets 15 starts and 20 relief appearances or something like that. That's from what I heard.
Knowing there are a lot of other jobs out there.
Yeah.
There can be a lot of other jobs to go get.
And the Rangers do have a lot of depth in their rotation, at least on paper. We have no clue how they're going to perform, but on paper it looks like they have rotational depth. So for Andrew Heaney, he wanted to start, but I believe this. I think Andrew Heaney, I don't think the Pirates are going to be a good team. I think they're going to be solid, but I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. So when I look at Andrew Heaney, I bet he is a name in July
That's going to be in the mix.
that a lot of teams are going to look at and go, dude, we can get a lefty who kind of gives you 5 to 6 innings. He gives you a chance to win. He lost 14 games last year, but that really wasn't a lot based on Andrew Heaney. It was based on the Rangers couldn't score for him.
Sure.
Every game was 1-0, it felt like, after 4 innings in an Andrew Heaney start last year.
Yeah.
So now let me get to Andrew Heaney signs with the Pirates. Let's go to our rival, the Houston Astros. Since they've lost Alex Bregman, there are rumors that the Astros and Cardinals have been discussing an Nolan Arenado trade.
Okay.
But it looks like they're not getting much traction. So Nolan Arenado's in this weird spot. I'll put it the same as Jordan Montgomery with the Diamondbacks.
Oh my God. I forgot about him almost.
It's a little bit different, but can you imagine Jordan Montgomery right now is in spring training and doesn't look like he's getting traded, and the owner of the team, I believe it was, just bashed the living crap out of him. So he's there knowing that, like, the people that are in charge of the Diamondbacks don't want him there. They just couldn't move him, I guess. They just couldn't trade him. So I look at Nolan Arenado. He's not in the similar situation of Montgomery, but it was in the offseason. As soon as the offseason started, they're like, Cardinals are trading Nolan Arenado.
Yeah.
Nolan Arenado's not going to be a Cardinal. Nolan Arenado's agent has the ability to talk to any team he wants to. Like, we're allowing him to talk to teams to see if what interest they get. We're going to talk to teams and see what interest we get, and we're going to make a Nolan Arenado move. And here we are getting close to March 1st, and Nolan Arenado is still on the Cardinals. But it looks like whatever the discussions have been behind the scenes of Cardinals and Astros on MLB trade rumors, they're just saying there just hasn't been a lot of traction.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go get him.
No.
We have no need for Nolan
your
Arenado.
takeaway from that?
Yeah.
I will say this, and I hope this doesn't happen. I'll ask you guys this question. God forgive me for saying this.
Oh, no.
Josh Young blows out his knee today.
My God.
I'm asking a hypothetical.
I know.
Would you rather go with Josh Smith being your everyday third baseman this year, or would you rather now talk to the Cardinals and get Nolan Arenado to be your everyday third baseman?
Arenado.
Well, it looks like we don't know now.
Well,
yeah.
Don't you vote on this then?
I only ask the questions. Mike asks all the baseball questions.
That's actually not what this one is. But
it's not?
That is on Tuesdays.
I love Josh Smith, and I love what he contributed last year. I don't know that he's going to give you the same numbers as he did last year.
Right.
Maybe that's the player he is. Maybe that was a career year for him. He is a very dependable player at almost every position on the field. I bet he could play catcher if needed.
Yeah.
But I just don't. I would prefer him to be in that role. I know he doesn't want to be in that role for the rest of his career. Nolan Arenado is a fantastic hitter that I'd like to have in the lineup. Now, his numbers have dipped consistently over time. So
I think that I would then make a phone call for Nolan Arenado just to see where we're at. But the Rangers have no need for Nolan Arenado unless there's a major injury. So that's where I'm at with Nolan Arenado. And in a way, I know how good he is at times, and I know how easy it is to hit in Houston. It's easier to hit in Colorado, but I don't want to see Nolan Arenado go to the Astros. That being said, when they got Jose Abreu to play first base,
how'd that go?
Horrible. It went great for the Rangers, but horrible for them. So sometimes when you get an older guy who's had a lot of success, you think that they can get back to who they were or be similar to who they were, and they're not. So Nolan Arenado, as of right now, possibly going to stay a Cardinal. And now let's get to today. Today, exciting for us because our show ends about when the Rangers spring training game will start here in Surprise, Arizona.
So can I throw out just an interesting little thing about that is yesterday the Royals game was starting right after our show ended. And I know that might not matter for the listening audience, but sometimes at the very end of crosstalk, you have to all right, well, let's wrap it up because they're about to sing the national anthem and frequently have the windows open and people are looking at you and you're like, all right, see ya. Have a good show.
And then we stayed for one pitch because I was like, hey.
You had to see.
We were hungry, wanted to go eat, but I was like, I want to see Lawrence Butler, who's the leadoff hitter for the Athletics, against Cole Reagan's first pitch, probably 105 mile an hour.
Smoked it.
Line drive up the middle for a hit. And I'm like, I'm good. That guy's good. And I did spend about $1,000 on him in the offseason on his rookie card.
Did you buy any more last night?
No. Okay. I didn't look very hard.
You could see why I would ask that, though.
Yeah. I took a nap. It was a good nap.
Okay. Good, Mike.
Yeah, and so Kumar Rocker starts today. Do I think it's an important start? Yes and no. They know what they have in Rocker. They need him to stay healthy. They need him to show that he can pitch at the major league level. The thing that I don't know, and we discussed it yesterday for a second, and I know I'm out of time here, is Bruce Bochy hopefully will be up here at 11 a.m.
Don't worry, I'm ready either way.
I look at it and I go, can he make the team based off of spring training performance?
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. My question was going to be, if there's no injuries, can he be a starter to start?
I don't know because there's so many times where you look at your 26-man team on opening day and you go, we want to keep as many guys in our organization as possible.
Yeah.
And we can send Rocker to AAA and he's still part of our organization. I'm sorry. I know that he's on the team. I'm just using Hobie Milner as an example because I talked to him yesterday. You guys saw him today. Sometimes you look at a Dane Dunning, and I think he has an option left. I know he had option left last year when they sent him down to AAA. And sometimes you go, we get it. You maybe deserve to be part of the 26-man team. But if we put you on the 26-man team, literally this guy is now released, and we know he's going to get picked up by another team. We're going to send Dane Dunning and Rocker to AAA to start the year, knowing that they're probably going to contribute a lot in 2025.
Yeah.
But we need to keep guys on the team that we know we lose if we release them today. And if we're 2 weeks into the season and that guy's really struggling, I forget, who did we have last year as the first baseman because Nate Lowe was hurt? And, I mean, he was on the team for about 3 weeks. He was a former Angel. And then it was like, well, he's out of options. Let's put him on the team. But then within 3 weeks or so, he wasn't Walsh? Jared Walsh?
Yeah, Jared Walsh.
Yeah. So sometimes you do that. You're like, he's going to be on the team. He's out of options.
Yeah.
Like, I could see where, thinking this through, Kevin Pillar's on opening day roster, and Ezekiel Duran isn't.
Because
Zeke has an option, I believe, if I have it right. I could be wrong on that. And you're just like, it doesn't make sense to have Pillar and Leote on the team at the same time, but it makes sense in we at least have the time to make more decisions because if we release Kevin Pillar, he's going to another team.
Kind of like the way the Cowboys play with that. You know how they're like, oh, we had 7 other players that were on PUP or whatever that we were able to, continue to go back to real quickly in the season.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, perhaps Bruce Bochy. If not, I've got an NFL either-or for you that could dramatically impact the NFC East. We'll do it next right here live from Surprise on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. Let's do it.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise for Texas Rangers spring training on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And right now, we bring to you our manager, Bruce Bochy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's good to see you guys here in Surprise.
Absolutely. We've already got a chance to talk with a bunch of guys in Clubhouse and stuff, and they've been fantastic. One of the people we haven't talked to yet is Jake Berger. And I know one of the things you said about Jake Berger is he's got a really good arm, which I think a lot of people maybe don't think about when they consider first base. How important is that, or how much of an advantage does that potentially give him?
Oh, I think it's a huge advantage. You know, with Jake being a third baseman, yeah, he's got something to throw with, and he's already shown that. Yeah, you know, when you get a ground ball at first base, you know, if you don't have the arm, you may not throw it to second, but he comes up firing or throwing to home or third base on a bunt, things like that. The arm plays a bigger part than you think, because a lot of first basemen are there because they don't throw well.
Right.
Now, but he's there because of Josh Young, and so, you know, to have a first baseman that, you know, can do some things with the arm, yeah, I think it's a huge advantage.
You know, there's a lot of times you look at your team, you can't have everything. You know, you can't have all the things that you want on a team, but maybe if you're really good at these things, you can be really good that year. What is it that you really think this team, we can be really good at these things this year?
Well,
or are we good at everything already?
Well, I mean, every team's going to have, you know, an area that they think, you know, they need to improve, and I think you look at this club right now. It's not that we need to improve, but the bullpen will have to get sorted out. We don't have any defined roles, but we have guys that can handle high leverage situations. But, you know, as much as anything, I think that's different with this club is our offense. I think we're going to get back to slugging, you know, better than what we did last year. I think we'll be better fastball hitters than what we did last year. I think this has the makings of a really good rotation. I really do. And knock on wood, all stay healthy. But and we have depth there too. You know, so it's going to be competitive on a couple spots, especially in the bullpen. As far as how we decide to go with the pitching, our defense should be good. I think Jake has the makings of being a really good first baseman. The thing I like about what's happening with Jake this year, he's a first baseman, and he's only going to focus at first base, where in the past he's played third, maybe even a game or two at second, and then go to first. But now he's got 6 weeks to just concentrate on first base, and I've already seen improvement from him, and so I'm kind of excited, to watch his defense. But around the horn, of course, in the outfield, I think we have the makings of a very good defensive team. Now, Doley has taken upon himself to really get in tremendous shape. I just see a different hop to him when he's running. We got to get him back to being the Gold Glover that he is, and so that's going to be fun to watch. Carter, having him back, and Leo in center field. We got speed there, and of course we saw Wyatt, and Wyatt just got better and better. So should be a good defensive team, a very strong rotation. And I'm a pitching-centric guy, and that's what wins championships, I think. But we did it with slugs. Sure, I get it in 23, but it's just going to be important that these pitchers give us a chance to win a game on a consistent basis.
Your first meeting in 23, we had Derek Holland on the show, and Colby Lewis came on. I later talked to Michael Young, and they're like, look, I haven't really wanted to play baseball since I retired, but that first meeting with the team here as you're the manager of the Texas Ranger was an awesome meeting according to those guys that were special assistants. Like, it was great. And I don't know how the meeting went last year, and now this year's your third year. Do you have a different message being the first-year manager, then coming off of a World Series, and now coming off of a year where you guys didn't play above 500? Or
yeah, every message is probably a little different. I talked a little bit about, I told them about a team that, I knew about, and this team was just loaded with incredible talent that was on a very important mission. That was to win the World Series, and I went on and on. And then I just said, I guess you guys know I'm talking about us. And so, we got to, get back to who we are. And for that to happen, you talk about some things that we need to get better at, things we need to work on, and how important these 6 weeks are. A lot of people look at spring training as can be long, but we need to look at these 6 weeks as we need this time to get to where we want to be when that bell rings. And so anyway, I try to vary, change it up a little bit, but the biggest message is to let them know how good they are and how special that they can be, and don't forget that, because we got to hit the field with that swagger that we used to.
You talked about the bullpen and maybe not having the defined roles just yet. I'm curious your thoughts going into the season. Can you just have a group that's like, these are the high leverage guys, or do you feel more comfortable knowing that more often than not, this is the 7th, this is the 8th, this is the 9th, or like, how's your basic bullpen philosophy there?
It's just critical for a manager to adjust to his team. How you play, whether it's offensively, small ball, or do you sit back a little bit more? The same with the pitching, the starters, you let them go deep, or you want to cover them. And with the bullpen, sure, everybody would like to have that set closer, but if you don't, then it's up to myself and Mike to adjust to them. And so, with the game, it's changed a little bit where you have to face 3 hitters. So now pockets are talked about a lot. So, I think we have the righties and lefties that we can, get them in a pocket to where, we think, they have a really good chance of succeeding. That's our job. And so it's going to be nice to, have a nice mix down there. We signed Jackson, for example. He can spin it very well. A young guy like Robert Garcia, he's a power arm, good changeup. Whether he's in the 7th, 8th, or maybe the 9th inning, depending on who's coming up. So it'll be a matchup thing a lot right now. Now you don't know if that's going to evolve into having defined roles with how they're throwing, and so that's where you adjust to. Last year, we started out Robertson, Yates, but we ended up having Robertson being kind of the stopper and, the fireman there, and pitching the 8th and Yates in the 9th. And, man, what a job they did.
Absolutely.
So we're hoping, that something like that happens for us this year.
This team seems like a lot of clean cut. Everything's really nice and even keel with these guys. I know Austin Hedges had a great personality, and it helped around that clubhouse. We had a former player once say, "No, Boach likes some degenerates on the team too every once in a while." When it is a delicate balance, though, getting that group together. When you add like a Jock and a Jake, are those different personalities that are going to kind of pop in that clubhouse?
Oh, I think so. I think without question. I've seen it already. Yeah, I call him the cat in the hat, Chuck Peterson, the beanie he wears out there. And I want these guys to be themselves. I want that personality to come out. And, we have some guys that just, they're going to even kill. And as we saw, that works in the postseason. Nobody got too high or, too low. And but, it's good to have the guys that keep the other guys loose, have fun. And and Jock's certainly that. I tell you, he's a character, and Berger's the same way. You know, he has fun. In fact, Berger, he kind of reminds me a little bit of like Josh Young. They're baseball rats. You know, they don't golf, they don't do anything. It's baseball with them, and that's where their focus is. And so I think he's going to be a nice, piece on his team with, how he carries himself, how he plays.
Rocker's pitching today. If you're completely healthy, which is the hope coming out of spring training, can he make the team?
Well, yeah, I think you see where you're at and see how guys are throwing. I think you have to be open-minded with the decisions you make, because we want to break with the best club, and so we feel that he's one of our best. Yeah, I know CY feels the same, and we're not ruling anything out with he or Leiter. They're starters, and like I said, you don't know if breaking camp, we might, if we think a guy needs a little bit more time, or we need to give somebody some rest, or we just think he's better than the other guy, then yeah, we'll go with him.
How much lineup shuffling will there be during spring training? I mean, specifically the major leaguers. I know a lot of other players you'll see as well. How much lineup shuffling will we see in order to lock in that lineup, especially the number 3 hole going into the start of the regular season?
Yeah, you'll see a lot. But I tell the guys, don't get caught up to when you're hitting. And I mean, spring training, sometimes you put them at the top of the order so you can get that other at bat. But also take a look at it, see what you think. As far as the heart of the order, we got some flexibility there. So, Wyatt, obviously, he should be ready in about 10 days. So that's why you're not seeing him.
10 days from now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We think he'll be game ready. But when you're looking at Berger, Young, very similar type guys, can do damage. Doley, we get him back, but I can't say that Doley's going to be our cleanup hitter. He's been told that. It's not like right now he's been pretty much hitting in that 4 holes. So but when we break camp and see where these guys are offensively, that'll help decide what we end up doing. The back end of our order, to me, is really important. That we need to get those guys on for the top of the order. We saw the success we had in 23. So that's going to be important to have guys down there who can find a way to get on base.
All right, so I've never really forgiven Kevin Pillar for what happened up in Toronto, because he was one of those guys that just makes plays against the Rangers back in the day, and I was like, oh, it's frustrating. But we forgave you after you beat us in the World Series, so it's okay. Do you have an idea plan for him? Because we're trying to figure out kind of what is the plan for Pillar, right-handed outfield bat.
Yeah, and that's what he is. I'm going to try to give him as many at-bats as I can off lefties here this spring. He's getting here late. He is going to get a couple of bats today, at least one. And so he'll be playing some center, some right, left field. We'll move him around. We'll see where we're at as we break camp, obviously. He has said, hey, I'll go to AAA. He just wants to get back on the field. So this isn't where he's got to make the club or else. And we're not going to use that on him. We think we need him because lefties have given us trouble, and obviously, we're trying to get Carter at bats off lefties. Leo, that's been be honest, an issue for him. So that he does provide us a little bit more of a threat from the right side against lefties.
So, Boch, I know you're a fan of sports. The 4 Nations Hockey All-Star break was awesome, especially Canada versus the United States. Do you think that could happen in Major League Baseball, where they would take a week off and say Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you have USA, Japan, Dominican Republic, and Venezuela play each play a game each day, and then on Saturday you have a championship game to really, I think baseball fans would love that.
Oh, I like it. I didn't think about it. I like it, yeah. I think the fans would love it. I think the players would love it. It breaks it up. You play 162 games, right. So, to change it up a little bit, yeah, shoot, I think I'd like it now that you brought it up, Mike. So, but that was exciting. Now, Jordan Teagues are bullpen coaches from Canada, so we let them have it when we beat them.
And then,
well, when they beat us, here he has Canadian jersey on, and he was proud, as he should have been. And so we had a lot of fun with it. And a lot of us aren't hockey fans, but we watched it. We got into it.
Man, outstanding stuff. We appreciate it. We love talking with you every single week. Thank you very much for the time and for popping up with us.
Hey, guys, always great talking with you.
Go get Rangers, right?
For having me on.
Go get Rangers.
Go get Rangers.
Yes, I'm the person who said that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little bit of AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus a story from Jameis Winston next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to AM on the FM in just a minute, but a couple of notes. Bruce Bochy, always a wealth of information, said they anticipate Wyatt Langford being ready 10 days from now. So you go back to Friday, we heard the oblique issue 5 to 7 days. And so, now it's looking more like it'll end up being 14, give or take. And then also that Kevin...
Here's real quick.
Yeah.
The reason that I'm not concerned at all. In spring training 15 years ago, your first game was March 1st or February 28th. You didn't play games this early. We're here for most of spring training, all of my spring training. You didn't play games in February.
Right.
Maybe you played a game on February 28th or February 29th.
But that would be the early.
But that would be like your first game. So they're oh gosh, if we just take it to his first game could be March 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
That's plenty of time to be ready for the season. Now, if he has a setback where we move it to March 15th, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
He probably won't be ready. At least maybe he'd be healthy to start the season, but you're did he get the at-bats necessary to feel like his timing's ready to go? That would be different.
The other note from Boch that Kevin Pillar, not that he wants to go to AAA, but he is not averse to going to AAA when we were just talking about the stack up of the outfield lineup.
That's awesome news because when you're talking about, I was thinking, are they going to have to keep Pillar, send maybe Ezekiel Duran down? It sounds like they won't have to if they don't feel like Pillar is part of the 26. He's willing to go to Round Rock to start the year, which is great. If you're Chris Young and stuff that that you could have a veteran outfielder ready to go when injuries happen or lack of production happens.
We're getting him. We're going to talk to him tomorrow, Kevin.
Kevin Pillar.
We're going to go into clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
I just learned that he has llamas and about 50 chickens, and he likes to do things to earn some monies. So I'm going to talk to him about.
We can talk about when Chu stuck out his hand and it looked like he won the game because the catcher threw it into his hand and Rudy Odor scored. And then when they were throwing, we can talk to him about that Toronto scene from the other side. Have we ever talked to anybody on Toronto from the other perspective of that series and then the whole Batista Odor situation?
That is a great idea.
And I want to ask him what he was thinking whenever he caught that fly ball for the Angels. Was it, I want to quit baseball, or this team is terrible? In his face, you could see there was a lot going on.
And then one more note for you, and we can deconstruct this later, but Mark Spears, I don't understand this.
This goes back to what Brian Windhorst said after this game, though. Remember?
Yeah, Mark Spears said Jaylen Brown is the reason the Mavericks traded Luka. Quote, what he did to Luka in the finals, shutting him down, guarding him full court, making it unbearable offensively, led Dallas to questioning Luka as the leader of the team and questioning whether he was in shape or not. So I guess the Timberwolves looked into trading Anthony Edwards, and the Thunder looked into getting rid of Shea and all of that.
Listen, Kevin, it's not one. I don't think any one thing we've heard is the one definitive thing. It's probably an amalgamation of all the things that have been said. This one happens to be a new thing added to it, and quite honestly, watching Jaylen Brown shut him down last year was difficult. But we all thought he can come back from that, and he's probably going to utilize that as more motivation to go kick somebody's ass, whereas they thought we had to baby this guy and take a beer away from him so he wouldn't celebrate.
Right.
And not thinking, hey, he still has more room to grow with this. That's weird to me.
I guess they would get in trouble for this, but I'll put it out there. I'm not doing this anymore till Friday. Why don't we just put it out? Hey, we think he's a alcoholic, and we think that he has a weight problem, and we don't think he's going to overcome either those two things. We don't think he's going to overcome his drinking habits, and we don't think he's going to mature, and we don't think that he's going to get in good shape ever.
Because you can't do that. You can't PR.
I guess.
Like you're right. Like the blunt way to do it to make everybody happy would be to say the thing.
They've handled everything about this the worst from a PR perspective.
Because why wouldn't you say, well, we got to trade Jokic now. Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns shut him down.
Yeah,
and he couldn't close out the series against Minnesota. So we just don't trust that Jokic can do it after losing that series.
And I saw somebody text in earlier. They said you wasted 7 years of Luka, and that's the thing. I actually don't feel that way.
I had a blast
because you got 2 Western Conference Finals and an NBA Finals. I think that's why it's frustrating to me. Like, I get it with Zach Martin, and I know Micah Parsons said, I'm going to be different, but, like, you didn't really get that far, and I'm like, the hell are we doing? Like, with Luka, I could be like, I see exactly what we're doing. We just got back to the NBA Final for the first time since we won it all. Like, I could see the progress.
There was a definite path and vision.
If they felt that way after that Jaylen Brown game, pretty much the series, why did they build a team like they did around Luka again in the offseason?
I don't know.
If they knew it was over,
I don't know.
Like, let's just put Mark Spears and these people to task here. If they knew it was over, if they knew the Luka era was over after the NBA Finals, why did they still build the team around Luka in the offseason?
Okay, can I ask you a quick question about that? Do you think it's possible that the faux injury stint was the last straw? Like, do you think
the fake wrist?
Yeah. Do you think?
And then that he didn't come back from the calf injury as fast as they wanted because he was using his own trainers?
Yeah,
not the Mavericks.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, if they would have been like, "Hey, this is what you got to fix," and he's like, "I got it. I got a taste of the final. We didn't get it. I'll be back. We'll win." And then almost not immediately, but pretty quick, they had to be like, all right, we're going to put you on the injured list because you're still not in shape.
Yeah,
I'm just guessing.
No. I'm with you on that. I think that's probably the last straw was the calf injury, which was a real injury on Christmas.
Yes.
But it shouldn't have lasted. The Mavericks believed it shouldn't have lasted as long as it did, but Luka refused to listen to the Mavericks and did his own program to get himself ready on his own timeline. And after the fake wrist injury that they made up because he wasn't in shape, ready to play this season, after that Utah game where he just allowed a dunk to end the game, he's like, I don't care. Just dunk the ball. We lose in Utah, and now we're 5-7. I get all of those things made them very mad and very frustrated. And I'll say again, they had a right to trade Luka, but you had a responsibility to the organization to get the most for Luka.
I'm 100% with you. All right, we're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, because it is going to be a very abbreviated version of AM on the FM.
Sorry
right here
that,
on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. If you want to answer the question of the day today, this one's oddly specific. The holiday today on February 25th. National Chocolate Covered Nut Day. Now, National Chocolate Covered Nut Day. So there's actually a weird springboard off of this. The question of the day is going to be, what's your favorite go-to snack when you're on the move? Because for me, I can reach in my backpack right now. It's too far away. I won't do it right this second. But I do have a bag of dark chocolate covered almonds on me at all times. Like literally everywhere I go. I always keep those on me because one, they kind of cure that like sweet craving, but two, they're not bad for you. They're good in protein. The dark chocolate's good for you. Like it's a good fulfilling snack. So I always keep those on me. During the summer, I leave them in the backpack because the sun will melt them and everything. That's not fun. But during the winter, I'll literally just leave a bag of them in my car. So if I get hungry anywhere I go.
Did you see what Mike was flashing up for the camera?
I have honey roasted almonds right now that I got at Target.
A bag of nuts
Honey
always
roasted
works.
almonds are delicious.
They are.
I like cashews. Cashews are the best nut.
They're not as good for you though as almonds.
That's right. They do have a little more cholesterol and a higher fat content, but I like they're a soft nut that you can like chew up a little bit easier than almonds.
That's true.
Do
yeah,
they-
if your teeth are soft.
That is true. Alec, do they have lots of different kinds of chocolate covered nuts? Like, are there chocolate covered cashews? And
Oh yeah.
If you go to Buc-ee's will give you a lot of selection of chocolate covered nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll get really good prices there too. So like you'll end up saying, I'm probably just gonna get like the chocolate covered almonds, and then you leave with 5 different varieties, and you're like, well, it was only $12, so why not? But Target has a really good selection too. Like you can literally just go down to the grocery store, and a lot of them, there's lots of variety now. So I've been kind of experimenting. You'll get like the trail mix variations and stuff. But if there's dark chocolate involved, you can probably count me in terms of snacks.
Okay, question then. How do you stack that up versus the raisinette or the chocolate covered raisin? Because they have dark chocolate versions of that as well.
It depends. It depends what I'm wanting. Because if I'm wanting that sweet and salty vibe, then I'll go with the chocolate covered nut. But the raisins are pretty good too. If I'm wanting something a little bit more strictly sweet, then yeah, I keep both of those at the house, usually within arm's reach whenever I'm doing anything, to try to, just cure that, because I try to stay away from sugar as much as I can. So that kind of cures the sweet tooth craving that comes in every now and then.
I might say my favorite chocolate covered thing is pretzels.
Ooh,
because that gives you the crunch and the salt.
Do you go regular or do you go dark chocolate? I don't love white chocolate, so that's not my favorite.
I like them all. I know that dark chocolate, not that it's good for you.
But
I
it's
guess
better
in small
for you.
doses. Yeah, it's better than milk chocolate.
Yeah, 90% cacao.
But
you know what I'm saying?
I think I like milk chocolate better.
Yeah, I do
But I
too.
don't mind white chocolate. I don't mind dark chocolate. I mean, it's
I don't like
chocolate.
white chocolate. It just tastes like powdered sugar to me, and which is basically what it is. But it does taste like powdered sugar. So, and that's one of the reasons. I don't know. Never mind. I'm not going to get more.
It's
Oreo
interesting they do
conversation.
call it white chocolate because it's not chocolate.
It's
at
not
all.
chocolate. Yeah, Mike's right about that.
What do you think we should call it?
White sugar in a hardened form.
Yeah.
White gold, Texas tea.
White juice, white.
I love chocolate covered strawberries.
White goo.
I think chocolate covered every time February 14th happens. I'll dive in on it. Is that the question of the day, by the way?
No, the question of the day is not what do you eat on Valentine's Day.
I thought this was Mike's last week, Corey. Come on.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was responding to a texter. My apologies.
It happens. I like chocolate covered fruit too at times.
Yeah. Chocolate covered banana at the banana stand. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my wife got really. She's like, you need to stop saying it. But on our honeymoon, we are on a cruise, and I hadn't really drank alcohol much in my life. I just turned 22, and they had a frozen drink called a dirty banana.
Okay.
And I thought it was great. And we're at dinner. Well, on a cruise, you're at dinner. There's like 3 other couples sitting with you.
Yeah, that you don't know.
Yeah, and I'm like, gosh, after dinner's over, I'd love to go get another dirty banana. and she was like, don't say that because people might think different of what you're saying.
There's always money in the banana stand. So
That's true.
That's a fact.
That is true.
And real quick before we get out of here, I heard this last night whenever I was scrolling through TikTok, as one does in the early wee hours of the morning. Jameis Winston on with Bussin' with the Boys, the podcast, and he was talking a little bit about how he found out that he was essentially going to get uprooted from Tampa Bay in place of Tom Brady. He said he saw the signs, but he kind of derails his own question here at the end with one of the best quotes I've ever heard.
I'm going into the Bucks facility in the middle of COVID, training my butt off, like knowing that the world is shut down. But I see signs of TB12 being built in the middle of COVID. I said, now how in the hell are they able to build a TB12 in the middle of COVID? and nothing is announced yet. But I'm going to the facility still. I'm like, man, I'm going to get a chance to work with Tom Brady. Oh, my goodness, it's going to be amazing. And then breaking news, Tom Brady has just signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I'm just sitting there like, I knew that TB12. There don't nothing happen by coincidence. Like, I'm sitting there getting my life, and I'm going through it with my dad. Like, I just been broke an NFL record with 33 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. Like, ain't nobody gonna ever break that. They're not confident enough.
They're not confident enough to throw 30 interceptions.
I just broke an NFL record.
Dude, he posted on TikTok. He was like, I was on the Jumbotron at the Super Bowl, and he was up in the stands, and he was like, yeah, a lot of quarterbacks have never been there before. I didn't even have to play.
I do think Jameis Winston has a long career in media after this.
Have you seen the clips of him opening cards? It is
he's
super
hilarious.
fun.
Really? I need to see this.
Yeah.
I just think probably more pre and post, though. I
got you.
Like in game, I think could be good, but I just feel like if you give him kind of the floor for a while to just start talking, you're going to have some fun.
Yeah, Fox, that's their pregame show, right? They're going to use him as like a Rob Riggle kind of guy. They'll be like, hey, he's our man on the street. Go have some fun with him.
Fox has to make some cuts.
What do you mean? Why?
They have too many people?
They do. It's like, okay, Howie, what's your one sentence? Strahan, what's your one sentence? It's like there's just not enough time.
Let's go to Manning out there.
Let's go to the guy who does MMA and has breaking news. Let's go to Let's go to Gronk, and he's like, I don't know what to say, and you're like, all right, well, that was enough time for you. And I feel like there's not enough time for these guys to actually break anything down.
I would love for Mike to be a director and just kind of go around. It's like, hey, you get one sentence, I'll give you 30
Or
seconds.
I know this, put two people on set for this segment. With James Brown is still the host, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, all right, this segment's over. Now 2 other people get to sit down and talk. But
Okay.
having 7 people
Feels like too
for
many.
12 minutes, that's too much.
There you go, Alec. You're welcome.
Alec, that was a great Mike Likes It.
Hey, thanks. What? All right, well, you only got one more AM on the FM, Mike, so you better
Really?
enjoy it, yeah.
What
on Thursday.
day?
Yeah.
I don't know. You might want to get one ready for Friday just in case. Alex.
Oh, man, that is
Just
not
saying.
a bad idea at all.
Kevin and Corey have told me to say everything that
Nope.
I haven't said
Nope.
in my 13 years
You
here.
gave us
That
the
is
list of things you want to
definitely
say, and we
not
said
true.
don't do it. So
No.
You guys said you still have to work here, and I'm like, you guys can't get in trouble for what I say.
we absolutely can.
Yes,
That's never happened.
We gotta go.
Yeah.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Surprise, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Should the NFL ban this play, and should the Cowboys consider this defensive tackle? Next on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Here we go.
K&C Masterpiece right here.
Is he directing the show right now?
105.3 The Fan, yeah. I don't know what if all of that went out over the air, but yeah, Mike turns his mic on and goes, "Mic on, let's go," while Alec is still doing his read. All right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
Now, Raheem Morris has come out and said the tush push should be illegal. Sean McDermott expressed safety concerns.
What?
And the Packers
Got
apparently
called out.
have been revealed as the team that officially proposed a rule to ban the tush push. Do you think these are real safety concerns, or do you think they're safety of their job concerns because they can't stop it?
They can't stop it. And didn't we think that when Kelsey retired, it would be tougher to do? And it's not.
Well, I was pretty adamant that they still had people around. It is a technique more than it is the person. You know, like DeGrom is a DeGrom pitcher, and replacing him is difficult. The technique specifically on what they're trying to do, and that is get low and push from there and crawl through the ground. That is part of it. Plus, the way they catch you off balance with the snap. I think it's hilarious that teams are like, we can't stop it, so we have to try and ban it and outlaw it. I don't like that. I've never liked that.
Yeah.
Not in baseball, not in basketball. I've never liked those kinds of things. But this is one of those other ones they're trying to add to it. But man, they weren't as successful at times, but they still utilize it better than anybody else. Everybody else should just learn how to use it.
Now let's throw this out there. The Bills and wide receiver nope, did that all wrong.
It's all right.
Khalil Shakir, closer, reached an agreement today.
Tried a third time?
On a 4-year contract extension worth up to $60.2 million. It includes $32 million guaranteed. And so, update for Buffalo right there. Obviously, I know they had to make a lot of changes last year. One thing that they're going to lock down and make sure they bring back next year. I had a free agency, or I guess kind of a trade question for you guys, because obviously T. Higgins.
Don't do this to me. What you did to me this morning.
I'm just
whoa.
That
I
did
didn't
sound weird.
I wasn't around you guys.
It was in the clubhouse. So
in front of everybody.
I know they've talked about the Bengals opening up the pocketbooks and everything like that, or perhaps just franchise tagging him again. Would you prefer T. Higgins to the Commanders or Myles Garrett to the Eagles?
Kevin, you know I'm a T. Higgins fan.
Yes, you are.
And so I would not want to see him in a Washington uniform by any means. I just can't. I couldn't handle something like that, because then I couldn't have him on my fantasy team.
I wish you could have seen what Corey and I said.
Yeah, what happened?
That was Kevin Pillar.
They're working on balls off of the wall, so Beasley is hitting balls off of the wall, and Pilar went back and slipped on the turf, and it looked like he got clotheslined by a wrestler.
Oh, really?
That was, and now somebody hit one over the fence.
Well, Beasley's he's having to try to work off the top of the wall, so there's playing balls off the wall. But
wow,
yeah, Pilar,
that looks scary.
He got.
Because I saw you guys light up, and I didn't know
for
why.
a second, and I was like, it wouldn't make sense that Langford would be out there with his injury. For a second, I thought it was Langford. I was like, please get up, because I just bid $350 on a card during this segment. I'm still not winning.
Adolis, Pilar, and Leote, and a different short fella out there.
And you said it was Pilar that took the
It was Pilar, yeah.
Clothesline?
Yeah. So, all right.
He's okay, though. He's up and bouncing around right now, so everything's all right.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Okay. So
home run.
Corey, does that mean you pick Myles Garrett to the Eagles?
I'll take Myles Garrett to the Eagles if I have to. I don't want to see T. Higgins.
That'd be awesome.
Not for the Cowboys.
And help them defend their championship.
Yeah, I don't want them to defend their championship.
Nobody wants
Mike.
that. You just put us in a bad position, Kevin, so I have to pick one.
All right. I'll try to fix it. Would you like to consider bringing Milton Williams over to the Cowboys? Like, I know that Steven said, hey, we're talking with Osa and we got all those contract negotiated, blah, blah, blah. I think they're going to find out how much money it costs, and I think they're going to try to get around it. Whereas Milton Williams with the Eagles, he's mostly been a backup, only started 19 of his 67 games, played less than 49% of the snaps in each of his first 4 seasons. However, you look at how he did this past year, you've got an uptick going back to how it was in 2023. You saw him make an impact at times in the playoffs.
All right, I want you to understand this. I pulled up Milton Williams. Battle for supremacy unfolds as Niners eye Milton Williams.
No.
Broncos caution against overspending on Milton Williams. Here's when an extension might look for him. Patriots recommended as top landing spot for Milton Williams. Cowboys eye Milton Williams. So there are but there's a lot of competition there. I'm curious if there's more competition for Osa or for him.
I definitely think Osa.
Or do you say, you know what, doesn't matter, man.
Maybe I'm wrong
Let's get
about
both
that.
of them in on this line. We have to make a big, beefy, strong defensive line, and Mozzie hasn't turned into the player we need him to be yet.
Because there are some concerns that, like, it's not that Milton Williams is not good, but he looks better than he actually is because of the people that he's surrounded by.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense whenever you have Jordan Davis and you got Jalen Carter on the field with you too.
It really does.
And Myles Garrett.
I mean,
Myles Garrett's not there yet.
Per
Mike.
what Corey said from earlier. But you know what? I'll tell you why that team is going to continue to be good and why the Philadelphia Eagles are so different than the Dallas Cowboys. Did you know that even after they won the Super Bowl, Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator, was still mad at the team? So I think it was...
What was the final score? Oh, because what? It was the last 10 minutes?
Okay.
They scored touchdowns?
And that is exactly what it was. So he said the day before the Super Bowl parade, so the game would have been on Sunday, this would have been on Thursday with the parade on Friday. He goes into the first half stats and talked about, hey, we did great in the first half. You really stopped them. It was like really, really good work. And then he looked at the second half and said, this is unacceptable. He circles like these numbers from the second half. He goes, 22 points, unacceptable. We won because they didn't score in the second half, but this is not going to work. So they won the Super Bowl. They're about to have their parade, and he's like, hey, you still did a crap job with these things.
Can I throw out a real quick note, Kevin?
Sure.
You brought this up yesterday or maybe even Friday. I think it was Friday, actually.
Okay.
Brett Veach said at the Combine that Kelsey is fired up about entering the final year of his contract and playing. Quote, we left it as he'd be back, and we're excited to get him back and get him going. So that is significant news. I know you brought up last week,
Yeah.
you're like, there is a deadline. And so it sounds like
I mean,
they're
look,
like, this is it.
Because he had a roster bonus coming. And personally, I still think it would be a funny bit to be like, yeah, I'm in. And then 2 days later, you're like, I changed my mind.
Yeah.
Like
that's the way the Chiefs play, too.
I can't imagine that he would I can't imagine that he would do such a thing. But I just wanted to that's a good update. So we believe that Travis Kelce will be back, and I think Jason Kelce had said the other day that he thought Travis had made up his mind.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to throw that out there as well as just another example of how, man, the Eagles are just different. Even after winning, they're still having meetings, and their DC
that's
is
Sirianni, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's all Sirianni, and his what everybody says is a corny approach, but it's like, hey, he's got those guys believe in it.
I mean, and their DC is like, hey, this isn't good enough. And you're like, we gave up all those points because we didn't care because the game was over. I mean, I wouldn't say that in that meeting because that would be hugely problematic. But, you know, we're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
batting practice.
We can give updates on batting practice. But
what if we did 15-minute segment on batting practice, but not talk about like how batting practice? We just say he's just hit the ball to right field. Oh my God! And then we think about how quick batting practice is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he bunted.
Yeah,
you think that's a good idea?
Marcus Simeon just bunted.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Shot to right field is
foul ball. Probably only hit it about 170 feet.
We'll either do that or we'll have an in-depth interview with Dane Dunning. All right, those will be
okay.
That's a gapper right there.
Those will be your two options.
Another gap.
Well, we're working Oppo tacos right now with Marcus Simeon.
Okay, so Oppo taco batting practice.
Ground ball to second.
Dane Dunning. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
Evan.
Fan. We're going to talk with Dane Dunning in just a second, but we're watching batting practice for the Rangers.
I love batting practice, man.
Yeah.
And
That's gone.
Oh, he should have caught it. He should have caught it. Simeon's hitting right now. It's awesome.
And by the way, on the fan cam,
That's a dong.
Ruben's got his camera pointed toward the field if you want to check out
zoom
practice. And I just wanted to point out, we saw Evan Carter. I tracked him at 3 for 9.
Too high.
Shut
up.
But
Oh, that went out.
But I didn't see all of them. But my favorite
lack of gravity.
Yeah.
My favorite thing that happened is some of the outfielders are playing so far back that if a definite pop up or fly out would fall, he'd go, see, that's a hit.
Yeah, nobody caught it.
Nobody caught it.
Yeah.
Or a ground rule double.
That's how I ruled mine whenever I faced Mike at Rough Riders Park. I was like, yeah, if nobody caught it, then it was a hit.
Evan Carter's my guy.
The
Look,
last
my
one-
wife wants to have him over and his wife for dinner.
Well, I mean, you should. That would be amazing. The last one went over the center fielder's head, and Mike goes, that's a home run. Did you see how far that bounced away? He's going inside the park.
Yeah, it's inside the Parker.
All right.
That one's gone.
Right now, let's present to you our interview we had with Dane Dunning in the clubhouse. And I'm going to say this. I love Dane Dunning. I think he gives just fascinatingly insightful answers.
Yeah.
And I hope you guys dig this interview as much as we did. We're here with Dane Dunning right here on 105.3 The Fan. It feels like it's drug test day in the clubhouse. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
And, I mean, your locker mate right here has already been told to go for the drug test.
I got one as well.
Did you really?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Do we talk about drug test day, or is that a?
Is this all going to get edited out by MLB?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it should be fine. I mean, it's a a regulatory test. It's at random. I mean, people I don't know how they draw it at random, but it's at random. And
Do you ever think it's flattering a little bit? Like if you have a really good outing and they're like, hey, you might be on the stuff. We need to have it. We just need to test you real quick.
Yeah, well, my velocity is at 91 versus 90. They're like, hey, we need to test that guy. But no, I mean, it's just the fact of, everybody goes through it. Everybody gets a test, and you get randomly selected.
Is there a ballpark for per spring training per year that you feel like, I've been tested 5 times. What's going on?
Yeah, no, I honestly have no idea. I mean, I've had back-to-back tests. I've had tests where I haven't gone through it for a month. So there's no rhyme or reason of when you're going to get tested. It's not like, oh, you're going to have a test day on this one. It's just kind of at random. So, but it's it's the randomness is what keeps it where people don't go and be like, okay, well, I just got tested and now I can take a little something and then wean off it by the time my next test. So
What would that be for you since you just met? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I wouldn't know. I throw 90. All right.
So one of the things I love about you, I think one of the things a lot of Rangers fans love about you is how kind of reflective you are about maybe the year that was past and making adjustments and everything like that. I know you talked about, I don't know if I'm getting it right, maybe like a little bit of a mechanical shift or whatever. Can you tell us what you worked on this offseason?
Yeah. So obviously last year I wasn't nearly as efficient as I was the year before. I think 23 was by far my best year, and I had 2 decent seasons before that, but last year was probably the worst so far in my career. So I was able to look back at things that I did in 23 where it's, hey, let me see my best games. Let me see how I was moving down the mound versus 24, some of my best games, some of my bad games, stuff like that. I was able to work and kind of tweak things and try to find myself and put myself in the best situation for this upcoming year. And a lot of it was just my stride length down the mound. I've had the same reoccurring problem of kind of just like my hips clearing out a little too early.
Can you walk us through, like, I hear what you're saying, but we got new fans all the time. Can you walk us through a little bit of like how that impacts the rest of your release and everything like that?
So like for my stride length, right? So it's like when you're driving down the mound, right? You create tension on your back leg, and you're trying to stay as coiled and as keep it as straight as an arrow down that mound. But when you're striding so far, it's like for me personally, my body can only move so far before something has to compensate. So I was getting really far down the mound, and I was doing it real early. So I don't have, the groin adductor and hip flexibility, as someone like Jacob deGrom or something like that. So it's just really trying to figure out, what's going to create the most power down the mound, what's going to keep me in sync as long as I can, and what's going to help me repeat my delivery as much as I can. And so with doing that, what I noticed was, hey, let's shorten up the stride. Because I get to a point where I lose my flexibility, where it's like, boom, okay, at this point, like my hips are going. All right, so let's find a way where I can stride and not hit that point. So that way, when I'm impacting on my front foot, my hips can fire, and then my arm can just be along for the ride.
I know it's I know it's a really quick differential, but can you tell, like, when you release, you're like, okay, that feels like a good pitch? I don't know if that necessarily will pay off.
Yeah, okay. There's so many times, like even during season, like, and unfortunately everybody's going to give up homers at some point, right? Even, Jacob deGrom, who's the GOAT, Nathan Eovaldi, they'll give a homer up at some point. Majority of times when they throw that pitch, they already know that ball's going to get smacked. So it's right out of hand. You can feel like, okay, this is a backup slider. This is like, it was not like, obviously we intend to throw the best pitch every single time, but nobody's perfect. So it's like, there's times when you throw a pitch where you're out of the hand, you're like, that's going to get whacked. And sure enough, it does. But the biggest thing is it's finding that, that movement, that routine, that every time that you can go out there and throw your best pitch, and you can be as repeatable as possible. And so that's where I look back at 24 and 23. What things that I do in 23 that I can bring into 25 and get back to being as repeatable, in the strike zone, located pitches, with, creating the movement that I should be. And, for me, a lot of it was my front side of my stride length. So I cleaned up the stride length. I kind of delayed my front side and stopped creating such a high front glove side. And it feels good. I mean, it's still a little bit of a work in progress. That's what spring training's for. I mean, you're creating something new. It's going to feel awkward at the time. And, fortunately, I've had this whole off season to work on it, plus this spring training. And I felt like I did a very good job in my first outing of being in my delivery and keeping that low glove side. And I was, filling up the zone. Ball moved a lot, and was able to have some quick early outs. But there's still a lot more room to improve.
When we were growing up, Nolan Ryan, fastball, changeup, big looping curveball, and now it seems like everything's low, below the knees, cutter, fastball, and then a splitter that's going away.
It depends on the pitcher that you're talking about. So, like, for me, for me personally, like, yes, it's going to be, sinkers at the knees. I might throw cutters up top a little bit to change eye levels, but, a slider off the sinker. Everything is trying to tunnel as much as possible. But, what my repertoire might be different for Nathan Eovaldi, right? Nathan Eovaldi, like, he's got the splitter, so he's got, he throws his fastball down, but he throws his fastballs up. Changes that eye levels. He's got that big curveball, as a velocity differential. He's got the splitter that's, it's nasty. So he's able to tunnel in a little bit different ways versus me. Like, for him, it's more, hey, we're going to work north to south, a little bit into out, but not nearly as much as me, where it's like, for me, it's like I can work east to west, right? So it's like, if I throw a sinker glove side, I could start that ball two, 3 balls off the plate and let it come back to catch the quarter. So it's really, like, for me, it's really learning like who you are as a pitcher and be able to capitalize off that. So there's pitchers, I'm going to use Mr. Jack Leiter, for example. Like, Jack Leiter, very hoppy, very firm heater, right? It's like, let's throw that to the top of the zone and let your off-speed play off that, right? Your misses become a little bit bigger because of the fact that, hey, I gotta be able to handle that fastball up at the top of the zone. All right, then you throw that curveball that starts a little bit down from that. You might get a swing and miss that bounces, 2 feet in front of the plate. I mean, look at Jung Ho Lee in his last outing against the Giants in spring training. He got the strikeout on the ball that almost hit him in the feet. But it's just the fact that he's got to cover 98. And then now he's throwing that slider, and hey, that started off in the spot where I was looking at, and then boom, now it's nowhere near there, and it's like, oh crap, I just swung at a bad pitch. So it's learning who you are and kind of basing your pitches off that, and I think Jack does a really good job with being able to keep his mechanics in line. I think he still has a lot to learn, still being super young, but as he gets older and as he has more spring trainings and more big league games under his belt, I think he's going to be a very efficient pitcher.
How narrow are the margins then with MLB hitters when it comes to making that pitch and not making it? It depends on, in my opinion, it depends on the time of the year it is. So, like, when I say that, it's, is who's hot on the lineup, right? Okay. So it's, when Ronald Acuna is red hot, like, you got to throw some perfect pitches to get him out. And when you make mistakes, he capitalizes it, right? So
how good is that feeling, though, when you make that mistake and it gets fouled off or whatever?
Oh, dude, it's the best. It's the best. There's been a lot of times in my career where I just do like a right down the middle sinker and they popped it up, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Like,
is it more often that you get bailed out, or more often that somebody hits and you're like, come on, that was a really good pitch. This is bull crap.
I would say more often it's you'll get bailed out, but you don't remember those times, right? You remember the times where you hung a slider and it was a 2-run homer, or you hung a slider and it was a double and a couple runs got scored, right? You don't necessarily you don't remember the times where it's like, I just threw a middle heater and he fouled it off, and then I got him out on the next pitch.
What is it about human nature that makes us all like that? Because I was thinking about it like in terms of, if you ever got pulled over for a speeding ticket, you're like, oh, of course, this time, and then you're like, yeah, because you've never sped before, buddy. But I never think about all those times that I might have coasted on that.
I mean, you try to live and learn off of your mistakes, right? So it's, the more, for me, it's like, and I can probably attest to every single person in here, we all care, we all want to win, we always want to do our best, right? We wouldn't be here if you didn't want to do that. Sure. So it's like those times where you do fail, right? And baseball is built off a game of failure, right? The times that you do fail, you're going to remember that a lot more than your successes. And which is a hard thing to do, because ultimately you want, common knowledge, you would want to be watching your successes and try to keep that going. But it's just like those ones stick to you a little bit worse because you do care and you want to win. And
you want to know why.
Yeah.
Why did that happen?
Yeah, and it's like, man, I wasn't on my game. And it's like, you learn from those mistakes. And then the next time it comes up, it's like, all right, I hung a slider to him last time. This time I'm going to bury it and I'm going to get a punch out. And I think that's a little bit of also the motivation of everybody too. It's like, I did this, and this is, you kind of, I'm trying to think of the words here. It's like when you learn from your mistakes, it's almost like, with my kid, it's like I let him fall. I toddler fall all the time. Right. But he's got to learn from his mistakes, right?
Right. Most of the time.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah.
How old is your kid?
He's almost 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ours is 2. We have a 2.5-year-old. So I'm with you. It's like, you see them learn, but other times you're like, come on, dude.
Oh,
we just get that.
Trust me. My son right now is doing this thing where he's tormenting our cats. And our cats have been kind of retaliating and scratching him. But I'm like, but then he keeps going back, he keeps doing it. I'm like, buddy, you play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes, right? You're going to, the more you keep tormenting them, the more you're going to get scratched, or, you got a little friendly bite the other day. And I'm like, buddy, that's your fault.
That's your reminder. Man.
Yeah.
They turn 17, the mistakes get a lot more expensive. Trust me on that speeding ticket. I told him, hey, my lifestyle, I'm like, my speeding ticket's my fee. I speed all the time, and so I get caught every once in a while. That's my fee for the year. Not that we advocate speeding, not at all. It's just an accident about my foot.
I know. Obviously, we start the season 5 pitchers
pitchers in the rotation. I get that, except for maybe the Dodgers, so they can put like 19 pitchers in their starting rotation or whatever. But like realistically, how many starting pitchers do you think a team needs for the season? Do you think it's like 10, 12? Because unfortunately, inevitably, injuries will come up.
Yeah, I don't think there's a set number, right? I think the more you can have, the better. I mean, we go back and look at 23, right? Look how many the injuries that we had throughout that year, but look at how many guys came up and was able to, you know, kind of just take over for that person that got injured. And then when they came back, you know, everything was still moving forward, and we worked very efficient. But I mean, I think you need a lot of pitching because, you know, it doesn't matter who you are. There's always that chance of that injury that happens. Like I hit the IL twice last year. I think Eovaldi hit it once. John Gray hit it twice last year, or maybe even 3 times. So we had Josh Sborz who was out. So like pitching is, you know, always something that's, you know, obviously no one wants to get hurt, and we do the best that we can to not get hurt. And we try to do the best we can to, you know, stay injury free. But like just things happen. You know, it could be a day where, you know, it's super hot out, you could be a little dehydrated, you might tweak something or whatever. Like like injuries unfortunately are inevitable with certain, like, just throughout a season. And so it's just the more pitches you have, the better.
Is that patience difficult at all? Because, like, I get it. You're going to do whatever the team needs of you. But at the same point, it's logical that you would want to be one of the 5 to start the season. But it might not happen, and you might have to be patient. How difficult is kind of that balancing act, I guess?
I mean, it's extremely difficult, but I think that's, you know, comes with a little maturity where it's like, all right, listen, like, you know, I'll have my shot and everything, and, you know, I'm going to do the best that I can in the situation that I'm given to try to claim that spot. And, you know, for me personally, like I've told them multiple times where it's like, listen, like if you want me to start, I'll start. If you want me to come out of the bullpen, I'll come out of the bullpen. I'll do whatever it takes to help our team win. And I live on that, and you know, I just want to be, you know, a small piece of, you know, the giant cogwheel that, you know, of this organization, and I just want to just be able to do my part no matter what the part is. And so from there, it's you know, I can hopefully, you know, do some great things off that.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan, and for those asking, yes, that was indeed Zach and Eric talking with Mr. Milner in the background. You might hear that interview today.
They're talking about cocaine, it sounded like.
It was Cocaine Bear. Maybe they talked about cocaine in general, but I know Cocaine Bear came up at one point. Coming up next, we're going to move into the expressway. We'll give you some more insight about batting practice happening, about the guy a couple booths over who's jamming out to the final countdown. But also, Mike likes it. And
what?
Dane.
I thought you canceled that today.
Brugler. No.
Kevin.
Join me in. Look,
we got to go to break.
You're way late.
Coming up next on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. as we move into the Expressway live at spring training in Surprise. Thank you very much to Best Buy Windows and Siding for helping make this happen. Be on the lookout for those confessionals. We got the update earlier from Bruce Bochy, the injury report brought to you by Rhino Shield. Wyatt Langford is expected to be out another 10 days from today. And of course, this is all brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. We got Dane Brugler coming up in about 15 minutes, but right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay, so I'm reading this article on USA
Sounds
Today.
Fascinating.
I do think this is important for the public to know because I was like, what in the world? It says teenage boys were blackmailed online and it cost them their lives. So they're saying this is a growing scam amongst boys who are 13 to 17 years old. So the reason I was reading this article during the break is my boys are 15 and 16 years old. So what these horrible human beings do is it looks like they sextort them is what they're calling it. It has been connected to at least 30 deaths of teenage boys by suicide since 2021,
How
according
many?
to 30 deaths of suicide.
Yikes.
According to a tally of private cases and the latest FBI numbers from cybersecurity experts. So what these horrible human beings do is, look, you have teenage boys. You have I guess, was teenage boy, just turned 20 years old. But, our world that I am a part of this world, but the world that I'm not a part of is sexting or like what Steve Smith is doing to that woman. Like these texts.
That has taken over a lot of our conversation.
These text messages that are going back and forth, just talking a lot about sex or sending pictures or whatever. So somehow these predators get a hold of maybe a nude photograph that this teenage boy sent another person, and then they say, well, we have these 200 text messages, and if you don't send us money right now, and I don't know how they think these boys actually have a lot of money. I guess they're trying to get into their parents' funds or somehow, some way, but they're usually not doing that. It looks like they're just immediately killing themselves. Because
oh my gosh,
the parent
That's terrible.
is saying what happens is their son who had, they could tell no history of depression or suicidal thoughts or anything. These people take away their future within hours. They're saying, oh my gosh, you're not going to have any future because all of your text messages, all of your photos, all of these things are about to come out in public. And unfortunately, they're young teenage boys. Their brains aren't fully developed at all, not anywhere close. And so they've just decided the best path is to just end their life immediately because they're like, your parents won't love you, your girlfriend is obviously going to leave you, you're not going to get into college. All of these things they put on these young boys within hours. And unfortunately, I'm just assuming that these boys have access to ways to kill themselves immediately. And kill themselves immediately. So I would just suggest if you are a parent, and it doesn't have to be just because you have boys, if you're a parent, it is on USA Today under the health and wellness that these teenage boys were blackmailed online and it cost them their life. So it's a very interesting read. I didn't get all the way through it, but it is very scary and just something for me and my wife to now talk about, and like, hey, we have to watch this because we're not going to know that somebody has done this to him or them, and then end up that these children feel
terrible.
like their lives have now, they have no future. So why not just kill myself? So that is horrible, and that is not a very fun Mike Likes It. I'm going to ask you guys a Dallas Maverick question I asked you guys last night going to dinner with the... So tonight, the Mavericks play the Lakers, and the Mavericks have literally zero big guys who are healthy. And the three that matter, obviously Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, and Daniel Gafford. Now, I do think the Mavericks were trying to trade Daniel Gafford during the trade deadline. And I do think it was probably to try to get Kevin Durant. It obviously wasn't going to be a straight-up deal, but I think there was a deal possibly being talked about where the Mavericks getting Anthony Davis, having Derek Lively in their future, looking at how much Daniel Gafford's going to make, not next year, but the year after when he becomes a free agent. Like, we financially cannot pay $62 million to Anthony Davis, another $25 to $30 million to Daniel Gafford, and another $30 to $35 million in the near future to Derek Lively. So let's just say they don't trade Daniel Gafford in the offseason. They don't find the miraculous Kevin Durant trade or whatever they want to do in this offseason. How many games next year do you think Anthony Davis, Daniel Gafford, and Derek Lively will be healthy together? Because a lot of your defense is based off of, if we're going to be the best defensive team in the NBA, according to Nico Harrison, that has to be those three guys are all healthy, because then you always have, or a lot of times have, two of those three guys on the court at the same time.
Yeah.
So what's your guesstimation, 82 games next year, that Daniel Gafford, we're just guessing that they don't make a trade here too. Daniel Gafford, Derek Lively, and Anthony Davis are all healthy for a game.
I'll probably say 30
Wow.
out of the 82 games.
That seems so low, but it also seems so high because, with three different people, one being out means that they're not all playing together. So, and that can happen very easily. And 30 games is a lot. So, man, I think Kevin's dead on with about 30. That's a great number to put it at right there.
Isn't that scary though? If
Yes.
if you think the Mavs are going to win the championship next year, I can't imagine you think they're going to win it this year with all the injuries they have. But let's just say I think the Mavs did the right thing and they're going to win the championship next year. Well, it has to be based off of those three guys being very healthy.
Do you think?
Let me ask you this. Can I
agree
Go
with
ahead.
you.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
okay. I was going to say, do you think having 2 out of the 3
All right.
kind of covers you?
Yes. So let me ask you this. Let's just play the Daniel Gafford's going to get traded because they know they can't afford him.
Okay.
How many games do you think Derek Lively and Anthony Davis will be healthy together next year?
50, 45, 50. Yeah.
Corey?
Yeah, 40.
Yeah, about half the season.
Yeah, just mostly because Anthony Davis just isn't healthy frequently enough.
Neither is Derek Lively.
Yeah, that's
true.
And you talk about 7-footers, like they just typically just don't stay healthy for 82 games. That's just the way it is, and start to have those types of problems.
All right, so now I'm going to be really random here in my.
Do you have an answer? I know you're.
I think at best you're looking at half the season. I do think Daniel Gafford will be gone. I don't think not.
Okay.
I really liked him as a Maverick, but you're building a new team. Like, you built a team around Luka, and now you're having to build a team, I guess, around Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Are you building a team around Kyrie Irving?
Yeah.
I don't know. He's a free agent. I do think he'll be a Maverick for the next 2 to 3 years. But I guess you're building a team around Anthony Davis being your best player.
Yes.
And Kyrie Irving being your second best player, which means you have to kind of rebuild the team around those guys.
Yeah, and in that first game, Kevin.
But luckily they're in their getting close to their mid-30s. So it'll be you have a long path.
In that first game, Kevin, you saw the offense and the variety of offense that Anthony Davis can provide. It's just and the defense to go along with it. He was the best player on the court for 3 quarters until obviously what Mike's pointing out.
Yeah.
His body gave up on him there.
Okay, so
and they may have rushed him. I really do think they may have rushed him into playing while he might have still been a little injured there.
YouTube, if you're on YouTube right now, we have 394 on YouTube right now. Earlier when we had Bruce Bochy on, and it was just somebody, but I've heard this. I actually got a text from my buddy earlier today, and I'm like, I guess I'm getting this a lot. It's maybe the Rangers haven't done a good enough job of saying the different ways to watch the Rangers this year. I know that they had a press conference, they had a press release, they even say, hey, there's even more to come, which as far as I can recall off the top of my head, we haven't seen more to come yet. Am I correct about that?
That's not correct.
All right. So person, as Bochy was getting interviewed today here by us on The Fan, was like, well, I'm not paying $100 to watch the Rangers play.
Right.
And I'm like, how many people still feel like there's only one way to watch the Rangers, and that's through the Victory app?
Okay, that's one part of it. Can I just add on, because we've talked about this, I still think people are nostalgic for a time that didn't ever really exist the way they thought it did. Now, I realize the Mavericks took a lot of their games to Channel 29, but most places outside of football, there is some kind of payment attached if you want to catch all of these games.
Yeah, you talking about the time whenever you were paying for cable
Yeah.
And you still were paying for cable.
Yes.
But you mostly had cable for Nickelodeon, MTV, whatever ESPN was starting to be, and what was HSN or whatever we were watching back then. That did exist. I'm still not certain how I'm doing it, because Fubo was the way that I had it.
Yep.
And now Fubo at the moment doesn't have a deal. They're still working on it.
They probably will.
And that's
probably it'll be on Fubo. They're just waiting for Hulu and Fubo to do their.
I like Hulu. But I kept DirecTV for this specific purpose.
DirecTV will be on channel 677.
And I'm going to watch.
You guys
the
are going to have to
Rangers.
say that every day. I feel like everybody's asking me, what channel is it going to be on? I don't see the Ranger Sports Network on my. On my TV. It's going to be on channel 677.
You might be right.
Listen for free on the Fan.
And you can't see it, though.
With your mind.
Thanks, Mike. We really felt like that was an easy promotion right there.
It'll be awesome, though. I do listen. I do think Hicksey and Sandler are next to us, and Eric Nadell. They do a great job. When you are, for me, in the car, if I'm listening to the game in the car because I don't have a TV to watch, they do a great job of describing the game, giving you, one, clarity, but then two, just having a good time, too. When a game does get out of hand, it's 7-0 after 5 innings. Either way, they'll have some fun trivia, fun stories, this and that. But I feel like the Rangers, they can't do more for you at this point. If you... DirecTV, Spectrum. I believe it's going to be on Charter, but that hasn't been announced yet. If you have Fubo, if you have Hulu, if you have Apple TV, if you have a Fire Stick, if obviously it costs 58 cents a game. I believe there's going to be 172 broadcasts. They broadcast every game on Victory. Now, I guess if they are on Apple, maybe they won't broadcast on Victory because I don't know of the conflict there. The channel, there's going to be 15 games on channel 33, which that's 15. I guess that's about 10% of the games during the season. But it costs approximately 58 cents a game. So if you're like, F this, I'm having YouTube TV, and if they're not on YouTube TV, then the Rangers can die. Well, all right, dude. I don't know what to tell you at that point. But I feel like the Rangers have done so many things to have you watch the game on almost whatever you have already.
Eventually, right? Because do you think one of the issues is it's the order in which they did this all that some people are just like, I'm done.
They're confused.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't love the order of which they did it, but now that they've got it all in place, there is a crap ton of ways to watch and listen to the Rangers.
Yeah, it's confusing me on why, if you don't want to watch the Rangers, just say I don't want to watch the Rangers at this point, which is fine. Like I don't want to watch the Mavs anymore.
Sure.
Like it's fine. It's Europe. It's you don't have to watch the Rangers. But to at this point go, I desperately want to watch the Rangers, but they're not letting me watch it.
Yeah.
You're insane. At this point, you are an insane human being.
Woo! Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't know if I'll say that. I'll just say there are ways to watch.
Yeah, I will say this. When we were coming here this morning, I said, hey, guys, I'm sticking around to watch some baseball today after this game. And y'all were like, oh, yeah. And I said, I really want to see baseball right now. Like, I really want to watch some baseball. I don't know it's spring training baseball, but Kumar Rocker's stepping up on the bump today with a purpose.
Does that add a little bit extra? Like, I know you're excited about baseball in general, but okay.
I didn't. When I said that this morning, I didn't know he was starting. And so my mind was just like, I want to watch some baseball. I get the treat of being able to see Rocker in a start today. That's where my mind goes whenever I start thinking about what I have to do, whatever hoop I have to jump through to get Rangers baseball. I have a lot of different options that I can go find, and that is something that I like, because there was a time when you had the one option, and it cost a lot, and it was a big problem, and that was the only thing you got.
And it mattered where you lived. Like, there were places in the Rangers market, if you lived, they're like, well, it doesn't matter. We're not even going to put it on, even if you have DirecTV. And that was wrong. That was wrong by Bally's. They were the ones controlling it all. The Rangers had nothing to do with it. The Mavericks had nothing to do with their broadcast, and the Stars had nothing to do with their broadcast. It was all Bally's. But now that I'll just be specific on the Rangers. The Mavericks have done their thing. The Stars have done their thing. And every company has their own rules here. And what I mean by that, I guess, league,
yeah.
is NHL has different rules than MLB. They can't do what the Stars did. Literally, it's illegal. They can't do it. And the NBA has different rules on what they can do. And from what I've been told, the Dumont-Adelson family, they have so much money, they don't care. They have so much money, they don't care that they're losing money this year on TV. And it's the other owners like, it'll be interesting to see if they don't care forever.
Yeah.
Like if they're like, yeah, we don't care. We'll just lose money on television because we're worth double the amount of the Jerry Jones family, so we don't care.
Now, Corey, I have some sad news for you on the baseball front. Are you sad that NBCS Philadelphia is changing their score bug? And the reason why this is particularly notable, are you...
I am, the Pittsburgh and the Philadelphia games.
So when those games would start, Mike, it was the P for Pittsburgh, the P for Philadelphia, and the game is 0-0 to start. So it would just spell out poop in the score bug to start it.
And it was a thing. Everybody loved tweeting that picture out.
They really did. So now they're changing their score bug. I don't know if it's specifically because of this, but they're not going to go big one giant letter. They're going to kind of give you the, like PHI for Philadelphia. Now, Corey, the fact that you
they did go with the Super Bowl looking thing, yeah.
But the fact that you immediately knew what I was talking about leads me to believe that perhaps there is a little bit of sadness in you that this is going away.
Twitter can be a very sad place to be at. It can be very like, what? Am I really seeing this? And then there are some special moments where we all get together on something. And the poop game was definitely a reason for us to get together on this. Now, Kevin, I'm not watching these games all the time because they're up there. Like, I don't get to see a lot of Pittsburgh games. I'd have to have the entire MLB package to watch Pittsburgh and Philadelphia play. But on the rare occasion that it happened, it was a definite joy to be able to post that on Twitter and know that the rest of the baseball community was right there by me on this one.
Okay.
Because I'm childish. It's okay.
Okay.
I still have a childish sense of humor at times.
Fair. Now, I wanted to bring this.
So if they're playing the Rangers, it would say poor.
It would say poor or roop
or roop.
Poot. For Texas.
Oh, is it the T? Okay, he's talking about the T, not
okay, sorry. I was thinking that's fair.
Are they doing the
right.
city or the state?
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mike. I don't know why my tiny brain thought
Mine
R.
did too.
I could not make the leap over to T. It's right there. There's just an S waiting for you, but I could not figure that out. Now, Mike, I know the answer is probably no on these basketball things, but did you hear about the Minnesota-Oklahoma City game yesterday?
I saw, didn't Minnesota win in overtime?
Okay, so Minnesota won in overtime, but probably more relevant than that is Oklahoma City was ahead by 25 points in this game. Oh, sorry, Ruben. And I think they got outscored 15 or 16 to nothing to close it out. And by the way, perhaps if you made a play on underdog that you thought was a really smart play because you didn't foresee Anthony Edwards getting benched while all of that happened. It was a really bizarre set of circumstances. So he sat on the bench for most of that comeback. He sat on the bench for a good little chunk of overtime there, and then he had a sweet block on Shea to help them close out the game.
Yeah, he did.
But it was very strange to see, like, hey, all of a sudden, massive comeback. Your best player sitting on the bench. So maybe that's the next thing, Mike. They need to trade Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, I'd say for Kevin Durant and a first-round pick.
Oh.
You know what's really interesting? I saw
really open up that window in Minnesota.
I saw some background, like some behind-the-scenes stuff with Anthony Edwards and Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr was like, look, man, you're a great player. You do all these things great. And then he started in on his defense and some of the other, like, how he wants him to do this and this. And you know what Anthony Edwards said? He said, you know what? That's what all my other coaches tell me, too. And I was like, and they're all saying it, and now Steve Kerr said it, and you're just like, yeah, I keep hearing it in one ear out the other. And so, like, that's the difference between, is he going to be the face, is he going to be the great, or is he going to be a dude that likes to show up and hoop and then go home? And it seems like, based on what I've heard a couple times, he likes to show up, hoop, and go home. And that's frustrating. It is frustrating as a fan when you're watching a player and you know that they have more in them and they're like, I'm here on natural talent, and I really don't want to work that much harder because why do I need to?
Okay, we have a little bit of time right here. I was hoping to toss out some collectible corner for you guys, and one of these I know is going to amuse you to no end, Mike. But I want to start with the memorabilia before we get to the cards. And by the way, I bet cards come up again at some point this week. But did you see that Plaxico Burress had the highest selling Super Bowl ring of all time? His Super Bowl ring from Super Bowl 42 sold for $280,600.
Good night.
Did Plaxico put it up for sale? Was it?
I believe, yes,
Okay.
he did. And he put it with Heritage Auctions. This surpassed the previous record, which was held by Lawrence Taylor's Super Bowl ring from Super Bowl 25. That was at $230. It's $1,000.
$230.
$230,000.
I would have bought it.
Yeah, I would have got it too.
Yes. That would have been a heck of a deal. Excuse me, $230,000. If there was, let's say you did have all of the money.
Yeah.
One specific Super Bowl ring for a specific player from a specific Super Bowl, what pops to mind?
I guess for me, I would want Troy Aikman's 92. Is that 27?
27.
I'd want but that would be personal. I get that there's going to be rings worth way more than that. In fact, probably Emmitt Smith's ring would be worth way more than that. And I love Emmitt, but I would want Troy Aikman's ring from 92.
Mine would probably be the Isaac Bruce ring from their Super Bowl. Was that 99, 2000?
Yes, 99.
Because that was the one where I bet, I had my father-in-law, future father-in-law, bet $100 at 13-1 odds that the Rams would win the Super Bowl with like 3 or 7 games into the season. I was like, he goes, who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl? And I said, Rams. And they were like 3-0 or 7-0 at the time. I can't remember. But that wasn't like personal because I remember sitting there watching that game. It was a boring football game. The Rams are in a boring Super Bowl, believe it or not. And then all of a sudden, this is against the Titans. I said, all right, don't worry about it. Kurt Warner's about to hit Isaac Bruce on a deep ball right now, and bam, right down the sideline it happens. And I was like, that's what I'm talking about. I'm predicting it all this year. So that would be the one, like a personal thing to have that one for sure.
I think with that in mind, probably Emmitt from 27 or 28. Super Bowl 27 or 28 is probably...
You don't want a Joe Montana one? You're such a huge Joe Montana fan.
No.
You don't want the drive?
Because I love... That was John Elway. Because I love...
The drive was Montana. Right? He walks in and he tells the guys, he's like, there was a...
that might be like the drive part 2, but the drive is John Elway against Cleveland.
Huh.
What about Neil O'Donnell's ring in Super Bowl 30?
Well, he didn't get it because he...
No, the Cowboys made one for him. They said those were the 2 best passes of the game.
And Larry Brown said, thank you. I will take this MVP and run with it.
What if you did make a ring for the other player on the other team that really screwed up?
That was the MVP for you?
Yeah,
Okay.
Jackie Smith got one for Pittsburgh.
Oh, man. Okay, so now I'm really fascinated by how people break down Joe Montana and John Elway for the drive, because John Elway's was first, but clearly Joe Montana's was more important because they won the Super Bowl.
And more than anything, the story that comes from it is what?
Hey, it's John Candy.
Exactly. That's like, hey, everybody, don't worry. Y'all know I got this covered. I'm telling y'all about John Candy in the stands right now.
I think it was John Taylor, and if not, it was Jerry Rice. I was like, I knew right then we were going to win. And I was like, he's not even concerned about anything. Now, Mike, you're going to think this is absurd. Did you see that there's a new all-time high sale for a Victor Wembanyama card?
Oh, no. Bad timing.
Yeah, it is bad timing. So the previous record was held by a Prism 1-of-1 Black Shimmer card. Sold for $516,000. So Golden Auctions has a Prism Nebula Choice 1-of-1 card. So just keep that in mind. Look, I love cards. But if you're ever wondering, 1-of-1 is not necessarily really 1-of-1.
I think a guy broke it down, I think in 2022. I know this is a bad example, but this is before he did what he did.
Yeah.
Wander Franco, I think, had 305 1-of-1s. So I believe you have approximately 300 one-of-ones.
Yeah, and then think about it. This
That
specifically
doesn't feel like a one-on-one.
Yeah, and
honestly.
this is Corey. This is out of the exact same set.
Yeah.
So the Prism one-of-one,
They make like
Black
3
Shimmer,
one-of-ones for you.
and then the Nebula one-of-one. Now here's the kicker right here. I'm pretty sure that sale went down after it was announced that he was going to be out for the year. The one-of-one Black Shimmer, $516,000. This one-of-one Nebula Prism, $860,000.
And there's not any actual nebula in the card, right? Like
It does look really neat, like outer space kind of.
Yeah, that's like the thing about it is I'm like, what is actually in this card aside from it's a picture of a guy and it has the one-of-one idea mindset behind it. Wow.
And look, I know he was having a great season, but he also got hurt. And now we're talking about
Did he
numbers.
get hurt or did his body just say, hey, we're
Yeah,
done?
in a way, he didn't get hurt.
Yeah, I don't know what thrombosis is, honestly, but it sounds weird.
It's
and
like
it
a
doesn't-
blood
yeah.
flow vein problem, I think,
Yeah.
right? But like, if he doesn't go down as one of the best 10 players of all time with multiple championships, then you're going to lose a massive amount of money on
You know,
that.
it's scary,
Yeah.
and I hope this doesn't happen for him, but he could have a Ralph Sampson career.
What are you doing to him right now?
Well, Ralph Sampson, his
I mean,
first
you know
2
what?
to
This
3 years in the league was like, this is the next great
Yeah.
big man in the
Yeah,
history of the NBA. He's going to be the next Kareem. And the first 2 to 3 years in the NBA, he beat Kareem in '86 to go to the NBA Finals. And you're like, oh my gosh. And then by 1988, it was like over.
Yeah.
Now, that was because of real injuries,
Yeah.
knees and stuff like that. This is scary because the blood clot thing, I mean, it ended Chris Bosh's career.
Yes, it did. It is definitely kind of freaky. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, my gosh. The Omaha Mavericks have something awesome going on. Plus, an 11-year-old at 6'5". Get ready for the new domination. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, it's freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Spring
Talking wrestling.
Training in Surprise. Yes, in the break, we definitely talked wrestling.
Raw's War.
Also want to shout out ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing. Remember, same-day service guaranteed. Now the man who always delivers it to you at 1 p.m. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Appreciate that, Kevin. Mike, I will see the last 3 minutes of the C Block if you want to talk about wrestling. I will cede that for you.
Okay.
So everybody prepare.
Okay, yes, because I want to be involved in that conversation too.
That being said, we are also starting the C Block with wrestling, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let's do it.
This is the greatest day of my life.
I know somebody out there is like, what? Don't worry.
I dare you to yeet and throw something out the window.
No, I'm not going to do that right now. The beginning of this will involve AEW and the Outrunners. Kevin, do you know who the Outrunners are?
I do.
All right, so evidently the Omaha Mavericks. I'm gonna have to lower this just a little bit
Because
This is a little loud for
we're
me.
less than an hour away from Rangers Royals here, and PA Man's making his money.
The Omaha Mavericks head coach has started a tradition, which you can see in Letterkenny, and I think frequently in Shoresy as well, where if they get a win, he completely destroys a trash can. In the locker room.
I have absolutely seen that.
And he just goes, like, Mike, you see this there? He's kicking one. He's got it above his head. He's throwing it down. And the Omaha Mavericks know if we win tonight, Coach is going ham on a trash can right now. But what he did was he decided, you know what? I'm bringing in Turbo Floyd and Truth Magnum.
Yes.
And they are going to give a pregame
Those
speech.
the Outrunners.
They're going to give a pregame speech to my Omaha men's basketball team. Let's hear it right here.
Omaha Mavericks, if you're anything like me, and I know I am, ooh, nice. You woke up this morning for one reason and one reason only. What is it? Give it to him. I'm going to tell him. You woke up to get the dub and to beat up some trash cans tonight. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Who the hell are we playing tonight? South Dakota. And I'm looking at a bunch of guys from Omaha that I really enjoy. So tonight, I won't rest until we beat the HE double hell out of a few trash cans. What do you say? What do you say?
And that is
The very last part confused me just a little bit.
the
but-
HE double hell.
Yeah.
What I also loved was the one. I don't know which one it is. He's the one with he's got the skinny tank top on, Kevin. So,
Okay. Yeah.
He hops in. He goes, "Who the hell are we playing tonight?"
South Dakota.
And I just love that they brought him in on that afterwards.
What conference is this?
Exactly. I don't know who we're playing, but we're gonna beat up some trash cans. And then after the game, they won, and the guys came back in there, and they beat up the trash can in front of them. And I'm not joking about this. Team building is important when you're talking about putting the roster together. But once you have the roster together, how do you keep the guys together? I'm dead serious. I think this is an important thing. And stuff like this might seem cheesy and corny or whatever, but a lot of the guys on the team are into it. Just like I said with Sirianni, he might seem cheesy and corny to everybody else out there, but all the dudes in that locker room are like, I don't care, I'm buying in on it.
That matters.
And so what he's done here is created a little thing that the guys can rally around. And now they said, screw it. We're bringing in some AEW guys to be part of it too. Nice publicity for AEW. And by the way, they did Turbo, Magnum, and Truth Floyd. They went after that trash can. They double teamed it and did the little handshake thing, and then elbow dropped it and whatnot. It was pretty amazing. No, there was no Eiffel involved, but that was a definite interest. Again, you gotta if you're gonna just smash some watermelons, Mike, or whatever it is, you got to do something to get the guys together.
I hear you. I like it. And now we're going to talk about Thunder Rosa and how she got showed up by those two women.
No.
Actually, I
don't think so.
I got about 8 more minutes before we get to that, Mike. So,
okay. I'll tell you what, Hicksy made a pretty solid sandwich.
Dude,
there.
that sandwich is a good looking.
You can
sandwich.
see it's lettuce, then cheese, then ham.
Yeah, there's ham, and it looks like the bread isn't just some random Mrs. Baird's. This is a quality bread that he's using. Is it a potato bread? It looks like maybe.
I thought he
he's
said
shaking
Applebee's.
Potato bread, huh?
Yeah,
I like potato bread.
Potato bread is fantastic. No, he made
Made
a
out of
fine
potatoes
sandwich.
mostly.
And then Jared doesn't have anything to eat over there. Maybe some frozen grapes.
But he is talking.
Yeah, to who? Who's he talking to over
That
there?
guy, if he ain't working, I don't know what he's doing.
11-year-old Archange Rayleigh Lemovo stands a whopping 6'5". Have you seen this guy?
Yeah.
Have you talked about him already?
No. Of course, I had to click on it, and I was like, what?
According to the CDC, the average 11-year-old boy in the United States is a tad over 4'8", and this kid is 6'5".
Oh, my gosh.
And Mike, watch how he dominates
Holy crap.
every one of these little kids. And I understand they're all shorter than him, but he's physically already built like a shooting guard. At 6'5", and he's
the new Greg Oden.
Maybe his body's not going to be able to do it.
He's, what was that movie called with Brad Pitt? Benjamin Button. Maybe he's going to
don't
start.
think I've ever seen that.
Maybe he's going to start shrinking.
Yeah, could happen.
What I did want to ask though regarding this, because again, he's wowing people on the court because
Well, why is he playing against 11-year-olds?
Exactly. Good
He's
question.
usually playing at least 14 or something.
Who's the player that in your time you saw that you were like, he doesn't belong on the field with these people? And I'll go back, for me, it was B.J. Johnson. Who played for, I think it was Grand Prairie or South Grand Prairie back in the.
Grand Prairie.
Yeah, he was. He played for them back when I was in high school. He was a man among boys as a receiver. And I remember watching him, and I was just like, nobody belongs on the same field as this guy right now. It's insane. Then he gets to Texas, and it changed just a little bit. That's whenever you realize, it's different when you go up against him. But we've been able to see, Kevin, over time, Jackson Jeffcoat looked like nobody on the field could stop him.
I'm still amazed he did not have an impactful pro career. There's two people that immediately jump to mind. The first is Julius Randle.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
And the next is Marcus Smart. But I'm going to stick with Julius Randle because
size.
I saw him earlier. I saw him as a freshman at Prestonwood just dunking on all these chumps that I'm like, man, I know you made it to the varsity, but this is a different level of varsity. And he was running the ball up and down the court as the
already the new rules for the NBA for Prestonwood.
Yes,
huh?
that's right. That's right. And as a freshman, he was running the point, moving it up and down the court. And I was like, this kid is amazing. And obviously, he's had a heck of a career.
From the 817, Matthew Stafford, they said. And Mike's, I still love that story, Mike. If you don't, do you mind sharing that about what your dad said when he first saw Matt Stafford play?
Well, he saw him play baseball.
Yes, that's what I meant.
And he saw, at the same time, he saw Kershaw. He actually told my agent should have taken his advice on this. When he saw him as a freshman, Kershaw, and said, hey, there's a kid that's going to pitch in the major leagues. And I'm telling you, I don't say that about 14 and 15-year-old kids that much, but this kid's going to pitch in the major leagues. And then he saw Stafford play shortstop, and he was like, he could play college shortstop.
Man.
He was like, I couldn't tell you now, for Matthew Stafford, he wasn't saying a future major leaguer, but he's like, he could tell him playing baseball at shortstop. He was like, no, he can play college baseball.
That's always wild to hear those kind of stories. From the 214, Jackson Jeffcoat went to West. Not top-tier football talent there.
Okay.
We watched all of it, man. We watched all of it, dude.
I'm going to stop you right
and
there.
From the 817, went to school with Jackson Jeffcoat. He was unbelievable along with Burkhead.
I'm not going to dispute that at times Plano West, especially as of late, has struggled with football. But just remember, they were in the same conference or the same division as district. Thank you. I wasn't going to get it, Mike. Thank you. As Allen and some really huge teams. He played against the best of the best. And him and Jonathan Gray were
Jonathan Gray was going to be the greatest running back ever.
I thought for sure Jonathan Gray was going to dominate at Texas and be an all-pro in the NFL because I'd never seen anything like him in high school football. He just chomped out every defender that was in front of him. I know he ran into injury problems, but yeah, those two, they were special. I thought they were going to be special at every level.
From the 4.69, I played football in 7th grade against Jeff Coate. He made me hate playing football.
I could see that. Fun. I think I'm allowed to tell this story now. Enough time has been removed.
Ooh.
So I talked to the Plano West coaches. He would have been their starter. He would have been a starter for them as an 8th grader. Because I remember, and that's how I got on the Jackson Jeff Coate hype
maybe
train.
they didn't have a lot of talent on that team.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. But like, one of their coaches, he was like, "Hey, we get this kid in the 8th grade right now. Holy crap, he's so good." And I was like, "How good is he?" And he goes, "He would 100% start for this team right now." And I was like, "As an 8th grader?" And he goes, "Oh my God, he's already built like a man. He's going to be unbelievable." And then at one point, he was the #1 football recruit in the entire country.
From the 254, RG3, I played against him when he was at Copper's Cove, and he was a freak. He should have been playing college at that level.
Oh, man.
Somebody said Spud Webb. Obviously, that's a completely different opposite direction. Miles Garrett in high school. We saw him in high school. We were like, what is that? From the 682, they don't have a name. They said 6th grade Pee Wee football, our nose tackle was a grown-ass man. We had opponents that appealed games on his age, and he once broke a punter's arm because he was a massive beast, and the team walked off the field.
Oh, man.
And that's just like from the 214, it's a little bit different, but I remember Chris Davis hitting Oppo home runs at Frisco Stadium thinking he was going to be a Hall of Famer. Chris Davis did have a look. Did he go to Longview High School?
I believe so.
Yeah,
East
he had
Texas.
one of those looks about him, too. Earl Campbell, Kerry Wood, Mike Bassett, and the people talking about Mike
Justin
Bassett.
Blaylock's another really good one.
Oh, really? Yeah, Justin Blaylock was a fantastic player, too.
Okay, from the 214.
Sergio Kindle.
Why am I forgetting Justin Blaylock? Help me out.
He was an offensive tackle for Plano.
For Texas. He had the block that sprung Vince Young for the touchdown. Then he played with the Falcons.
Okay.
Somebody brought this one up. I know we're going back to Plano West. I remember this kid so well. So Jamabo.
Oh, yeah.
He went to, I believe it was UCLA.
Yeah.
He got dinged up a couple of times along the way, but that kid looked like he was built as the prototypical running back. And I know, once again, some injuries slowed him down, and I thought that he was awesome. And I remember their football coach at the time, really nice guy. He would always go, "Oh, you talk about Jamambo?" And I was like, is that how you pronounce his last name? I don't think that is factually accurate. But yeah, that's another good one.
Did he wear number 5?
Ooh, I don't remember what number he did wear.
I've seen
Jamambo number 5.
Multiple people said Ashawn Robinson, 6'3", 300 pounds as a freshman. Somebody said they watched him run point guard in high school, and they were like, "Oh my gosh!" But I'll also add this: Derek Dockery was one that I saw. He went to Lakeview High School. My friends were over at Lakeview, and I went to go watch them play. Actually, one of my friends was on the drill team there, so I went to go see her do her drill team stuff. And I see Derek Dockery, and I was like, "That dude's giant.
Yeah.
Like he is a giant kid." And he continued to be huge as he got to Texas.
Corey, did you hear what Mike said?
I try to keep moving because I was giving him 3 minutes here at the end to talk about.
He said,
wrestling.
Did he wear number 5 because of Jamambo number 5? And then Ruben, you don't know that song. Yeah, he just gave him a fist bump, and I was like, "There's no way Ruben knows that song." But when somebody looks at you and fist bumps, you're like, "Yeah." It's like, have you ever seen that Community episode where Chevy Chase goes off about Billy Joel, and then he looks at Childish Gambino, and he goes, "Yeah, in your face, Billy Joel," and he's like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." It was just like that.
And then lastly,
it's 3 minutes.
Two homeless men ran off with a $523,000 lottery ticket they purchased with stolen credit cards, and the victim's lawyer is offering to drop charges and split the winnings if they turn it in. So
Ooh,
he's like,
fascinating.
"We want the ticket."
You
All right.
take that deal if you're the homeless people, right?
Absolutely,
You don't
do.
get prosecuted, and you get half the money.
There you go. All right, Mike. Wrestling last night while we were trying to eat dinner.
All right, your Raw is War review.
Stop. No. You have to set this up properly, Mike.
Okay.
While we're driving to the restaurant, Mike is trying to get the login code to Netflix so when we get to the restaurant, he can watch Raw and this is the team dinner. Like all of us were there, right?
Yeah.
There was all 9 of us were out there. And so it was fantastic, but I know Mike, absolutely. Then you talk to your wife to get the code for Netflix so you could watch Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, so I watched a little bit while we were there, but I obviously didn't have the volume on and stuff like that. But I got back to the hotel, and I watched most of it. I did fall asleep at one point. But, yeah, so you had Logan Paul, man. People really dislike him, but he does play the kind of, I don't even say bad guy. He just plays the antagonist, I guess, very well.
So what I'm trying to figure out, Mike, is...
And they were in Cincinnati last night.
Does he have the good kind of heat or go away heat? So
you know wrestling more than I do.
And I still can't entirely tell because you're a bad guy. You want people to boo you. But you want them to boo you because you're like, God, I want to see that guy get his ass kicked. And I think that's where he is. But there's this thing called go away heat where they're like, no, I'm booing you because I actually think you're terrible as a performer and I'm disinterested. I don't think he's at that point, but I'm not 100%.
And then CM Punk came out and then they had their little thing. And then we got to wrestling and my guy Penta wrestled.
Yeah.
He didn't win, but he didn't lose because it was a 3-man wrestling thing.
He lost to Ludwig Kaiser, I believe.
Yeah, but I will say this. That Gunther guy, am I saying, do you say Gunther or Gunther? Because they've said it both ways. Yeah. He is awesome.
He is.
He is really awesome, and that yeeter is going to get destroyed at WrestleMania. But Jey Uso did come out, so everybody could yeet.
Mike.
Do you think he's going to win?
You know he's going to win, right?
Because the crowd loves him so much?
I think probably. I think he has no business winning a world title, but I think that's what's going to happen.
All right, well, this is the Yeet song, and then I fell asleep, but you did tell me that the girls tag team championship changed title, so now you think Bianca Belair is going to win Saturday in the Elimination Echo Chamber.
My picks in the Elimination Echo Chamber for the chamber matches would be John Cena and Bianca Belair. That would be my guess, but then again, a lot of people are like, I'm not sure what the hell is going to happen with The Rock saying, hey, I want to take your soul, Cody Rhodes, and then also, like, we don't necessarily ever have to wrestle, so I'm not really sure what they're angling at with all of that.
Cody Rhodes was talking, Seth freaking Rollins interrupted him, and so...
But he tried to warn him. Don't sell your soul, because that's what Seth Rollins did, and he said it was a mistake.
And they're all going to get in the ecosystem.
So that's Raw's War last night on Netflix.
There you go.
Why did they take off Raw's War? Why didn't they keep it as War?
I don't think it's been called Raw's War for like 15 years.
Why?
I don't know.
I'm bringing it back.
And that is the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk.
We're yeeting
with Rangers
Kid Cowboy
veteran reliever Jesse Chavez.
What?
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Live?
In fact, it already did happen.
Whoa!
Mike. We'll listen to it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're going to talk with Jesse Chavez from the Rangers in just a few minutes. But first, we needed to run through some football things. So, per Denver Sports 104.3, Rob Gronkowski wants to return to the NFL. Now, I thought today Travis Kelce would take the day for tight end news as the Chiefs feel confident that he is going to be back. But the report is that Gronk worked with Sean Payton at Fox. He loves Denver. He loves Bo Nix. And because of that, he wants to come back and potentially come back and play with the Denver Broncos. Corey, do you believe that Travis Kelce will be back? And do you believe that now Rob Gronkowski will come back as well?
I'm not 100% believing that Gronk will be there.
Okay.
However, last year, the what looks like to be the starting tight end for the Denver Broncos had 13 catches, 188 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Okay.
And that's not enough for what they want to do offensively. And don't forget, Sean Payton had Jimmy Graham.
Yeah.
You know, like he had that era of he knows how helpful a very good tight end can be for you. Don't forget, he also was here whenever Jason Witten was around, right? So like that, I believe so. I might be off on my years there, but if he had that relationship, he knows how important a young quarterback and the tight end relationship can be. And if Gronk can still physically do it, he'd be more than happy to have him out there. I don't believe it.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen, but it's fun to have the NFL continued to be in the mix in the offseason cycle.
So Jason Peters retiring. Dov Kleiman says that the Rams are comfortable with Jimmy Garoppolo as their starting quarterback. I guess that's actually from Diana Rossini, which makes sense because if they are really trying to move away from Matthew Stafford, the last thing you would say is like, well, crap, we ain't got no quarterback. And then, Corey, you're not going to like this one. Per Jeremy Fowler, and I asked you about this morning, the Eagles don't want to see Myles Garrett go to the Commanders. And Fowler thinks that Howie Roseman might just step in and make them an offer they can't refuse to bring Myles Garrett to the Eagles.
Dude, there's part of me that just wishes Roseman was our GM.
Oh my God! Yes,
like the line.
He understands dead
the
money.
line that you just said right there, Kevin, is that he doesn't want him to see him go into another team in the division.
Yes,
not even that, but another team in the conference that we just had to face in the NFC Championship game. I don't want to see him be there, so I'll step in and make sure it doesn't happen by taking him from them. I wish I had somebody that aggressive. I know that the what is the word? The line that we're using this year? Selectively aggressive is the line that Steven's using right now. But man, this is when you're at this point. This is where you start thinking about little things like that and keeping other teams from getting better by making sure you're the better team.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And earlier today, down in the clubhouse, we got the opportunity to talk with Rangers reliever Jesse Chavez. So take it away, previous us.
How many spring trainings have you been to now?
It's 22nd.
22nd? Mm-hmm. Does it feel like the first one?
Everyone does, yeah. Okay. If you take it the right way, yeah.
All right. Now, we were discussing yesterday the line, I'm just getting my work in. Do you typically hear that from a rookie or like a veteran?
There comes a certain point of your career where you can drop that line, you know?
Is that just all-encompassing? That covers whatever you did that day? You're like, I got my work in.
Yeah. I mean, it eliminates the thinking.
Okay.
You just make it short and sweet and get on to the next one.
Yeah, I think I know the answer to this question, but there's a reason we're asking it. Do you know who Charlie Huff is?
Yeah.
Okay. So we talked with Kamar Rocker yesterday, and we dropped Charlie Huff as an example. Mm-hmm. And he got kind of wide-eyed and sort of looked at us, and then we had to stop the interview and say, do you know who Charlie Huff is? And he goes, I have no clue who that is. And it made me a little sad. Mm-hmm. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to let you know that kind of bummed me out a little bit.
Is that you're sitting next to him? Do you feel like now I need to usher in some more education, or
no? If I see something, we can have a conversation about it. I'll talk to him about it. But so I'm an open book. If you got any questions, feel free to come and ask me. But yeah, no, I just try to be as open as I can to them. You know, with the experience that I've accumulated over the years.
Yeah.
When young players are around, are they less likely to be like, hey, and start asking questions, or do you kind of have to open up to them a little?
Early on, I would say they're a little bit shy until they figure out my personality. Then it's game on. But yeah, no, it's once they get to know me and stuff like that, we get our feet wet together, you know, kind of get a couple games in, a couple days of spring in. Then they start opening up a little bit more.
I'm always curious about Mike Maddox and his approach. Now, Bassick works with our show too, and he's often said like there's not a lot of practice and work that can be done in the regular season. You can talk about things, but you can't just go pitch bullpens and do those things because you're in the middle of it. You're in the middle of it all.
Well, yeah, it's not like we can go to a cage like hitters can.
Yeah.
You know, we only got a certain amount of bullets. So being able to be the conversations that you have to have with a guy like Mike, I think will hit home a little bit more than actually throwing, because it's more intellectual thoughts of pitching.
Yeah, okay. And that's what we've always kind of gathered from him. What is his whole philosophy? If you do have it all?
No, I don't. I just got here, bro. I just got here. So I don't know.
I didn't know if y'all crossed paths before. And
just playing again, I mean, him being on the other side and me watching the pitchers and the staffs that he's always had guys that know how to pitch. So
that's a good thing.
You know, it's a good thing to have, and been a fan from afar, from the other side. So it's going to be kind of neat to hopefully I get to work with him this year.
Do you still like to go pick people's brains? We talked about how they might come to you for advice and stuff. Do you still like to
learn?
Yeah.
And if you're done learning and you're not asking, it's time to go home, or you're doing yourself a disservice, or you're doing the team. Yeah. And that's what, being a good teammate that we have around here. You got to be able to ask and have those conversations you want to have and the uncomfortable ones you don't want to have. You know, but that's something that's going to have to take place. But I think all around, it doesn't matter if you're the first guy on the roster, you're the 26th guy. It's got to happen.
When it comes to clubhouse chemistry and like putting certain dudes in a clubhouse together, do you believe that's a big deal? Do you believe it grows over time? How does that work in your mind?
Well, it starts with the guidance that you put in place, you know, with the staff. Then it starts with us. You know, how are we going to take it? How are we going to work with the staff? How are they going to mesh with us, especially older guys? How are you going to come in and try to be, Johnny Hole coach and try and change everything? Or are you just going to let us be and then have us work together and have those conversations that I just talked about? Whether it's good, the good ones or the uncomfortable ones, So I think it starts with that, and then, the good teammates will come about. And the ones that consistently win year in and year out, I think that's what, happens. You see them are always playing in October.
Yeah.
Some teams you're different, and then you see them, broken up the next year, which kind of stinks.
Yeah.
Been a part of a couple of them. But it's part of the game. That's the business side. It's an evolution, all revolving door all the way around. It doesn't matter where you're at. So seeing that and being in clubhouses like that and clubhouses that mesh together really well. I mean, you saw they turned the page here and ended up winning.
You get an option between a waffle cart and an egg cart. Which one do you want?
Egg. They're expensive.
They're high prices right now. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Because of the bird flu and
You
stuff.
could be rolling around if you got a couple of crates of eggs.
For sure. Awesome. Thank you very much, good sir. There you go, Jesse Chavez right here on the Fan. And Mike, I know there seems to be one specific thing that you have picked out.
Who the crap is Johnny Hole coach?
Hey, man, look, he's been around for a while. He knows all the sayings. He knows all the terms.
See, in the moment, I thought he said Johnny Ball Coach.
Yeah, maybe because Johnny Football. Yeah, that makes sense. Listen,
There's a thing called Wally Hole staff where we're using the whole bullpen.
Maybe
But
this
Johnny Hole coach is a new one.
That's
I'm like,
a whole one.
what the crap is Johnny Hole coach? I've never heard that one.
Jesse Chavez, like he said, 22nd spring training that he's been in. Somebody just pointed out, they were like, I'm 29. He's been playing in virtually my entire life.
Yes.
And he's one of those guys that we met, Kevin, I believe, like maybe our first or second time out here.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
He's always he's an interesting character to have around because he has a unique throwing style. Like it's like a 3/4 kind of throwing style. But he's one of those guys that just continually he winds up on teams and in spring training, winds up on somebody's bullpen, and he's just a really thoughtful, introspective guy. I've always appreciated the relationship we've been able to build with him over time.
And somebody asked, how old is Jesse Chavez? He's old. He was drafted in 2002. He's the last player drafted from 2002 still in professional baseball.
Are you serious?
Wow.
The
He's
last
gonna be
one?
42?
41 years old,
Okay.
or it says right now. So I don't know
Okay.
when his birthday is. Oh, August 21st.
So we got a minute. All right. So a couple more notes for you. Terran Armstead has dropped his contract down from the $28.6 million he was supposed to make with the Dolphins to the minimum. There is a lot of thought that he is going to retire. The Dolphins have told him that they're planning on moving as if he's not going to be part of the team. But he still has time if he changes his mind, and obviously this financial flexibility will give them more time to kind of, see where everybody is on this.
Kevin, Tim McMahon posted a video 12 minutes ago.
Oh, my God.
Of Derek Lively and Anthony Davis getting shots up after shoot-around, getting their work in after shoot-around. I have no clue what that means, but Anthony Davis actually looks pretty decent out there, so maybe that's good for him. They were another week away, right? Before before he gets looked at again.
So last night, Houston, Texas Tech, they had basketball rematch.
I had that on while I had Netflix on my phone while that game was on, and Tech made a valiant comeback and then didn't come back.
It was a fun game. Obviously, Houston is an excellent team, though Texas Tech is really good too. Did you see Patrick Mahomes freak out because of the full court putt? So
No.
what I want to know from you guys, what's the game at the game that you're most excited when somebody
The Whataburger one when they have the French fries and they're trying to throw it into the French fry.
Do you get most
container?
excited for that last fry?
That
when they're
last fry, I'm like, that's the golden fry right
The
there.
red fry.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's-
one I meant.
They're
That is
throwing
true.
golden ones. It's the red one that in the end.
Yes.
See, and this is the part that I didn't totally
ketchup.
think was an appropriate prize. So this fan hit a golf shot from the opposite baseline through a hole in the board and won a pair of AirPods Max.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Like, that's a neat thing if you just get it.
Where was this? This was
At Tech. At Tech.
Okay, well I understand.
Feels like
that.
you should get like
it's not a pro
$10,000
team.
or a car or something like that.
Why? Or a scholarship? You know,
They
maybe
should have put him on the basketball team for the first 36 minutes of that game. Tech couldn't score. score to save their lives. Here's the other thing. Who's the head coach at Houston? Is it still the old Oklahoma coach?
Sampson? That I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Dude, how does he get those guys to play that intense a defense? Every time I watch Houston, I do not watch college basketball much, but every time I do, he has those guys playing the most aggressive physical defense you can watch in basketball.
Yeah. Look, all right, so for Corey, it's the Whataburger fry. Is there a game? I still get amped up when that kid at the Rangers game runs down to grab the base.
Well, they control the clock. It doesn't even...
What?
Yeah.
What are you saying to me right now?
The next thing you're going to tell me is those kids and their
They
families
always-
pay to do that. I can't believe
No, they
what
don't
you're saying.
get paid to do it.
The next
but-
thing you're going to tell me is that the dot race is rigged.
Yeah, how dare you?
Well, that's already determined.
What? Which seems weird to
You're
me.
saying they pay the kid?
No. Other way around.
The kid pays to do it?
Or the family.
Oh,
probably not the kid.
Oh, that could be. I don't know that. That could be right, too. But so when the kid grabs the bag or
Yeah.
whatever, it could be like 10 seconds left. Guess what? That clock's going to take
Oh.
a little bit longer than 10
I
seconds.
always like that hustle. And I don't understand why someone can't just freestyle during the dot race. They're like, hey, Green's winning tonight. And then Red's like, the hell is.
I've always felt like during the dot race, one of them should go in there, reach in there, and grab a bat.
We never got that
and just start
accomplished.
Slugging. Hey,
we were trying to be the dots.
Mike,
They wouldn't allow it.
You have one mission now in your
I'm
future.
going to be calling the game.
I understand that, but you have a
I'm
mission,
out.
and that is to get us out down there and be like, those are my guys down there during the broadcast.
You know what they call that? Mission Impossible.
No, it's not.
Yeah, they made a movie about it.
No.
They've made a lot of them.
Yeah.
So
One
it's
of them
I'm
was
starting.
about
You know
the
what?
announcer trying to get his friends to be the dots. And he
But
didn't
don't you
accomplish
think
it.
by the time you're at Mission Possible 9, you're like, it's pretty possible. So like this first date, we can't do it, but you did.
That's going to be the new ones. They're going to call them Mission Possible.
Okay. Don't know about the box office appeal there, but we'll see. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
Oh, what do you
Fan.
know? Sandler's talking over there.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Somebody's watching me.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Watching me.
So if you're wondering why that's the first thing you heard after Alex Reed is because Mike told us in the break that Michael Jackson was a backup singer on a popular song. So we can talk about that.
But it's because it got brought up because since 2004, they've played this song, and Gavin can say ever since he's come out here, they play the Eddie Murphy, the
Party
one,
all the time.
Party all the time, every time out here.
And I said I thought it used to be Michael likes to party all the time, maybe in regards to Michael Jackson, and that's how we got in that rabbit hole. And we've got another one for you right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, brings us this chit-chat with the fellas from the GBag Nation. Gentlemen, how is we today?
Doing amazing, Hagee. How the heck are you?
I'm good. I am concerned because y'all have brought it up about the aesthetic challenges in the game that is ahead. Now, you guys will be broadcasting while this game goes on. The Rangers are wearing the dark blue jersey with the powder blue hat. The Royals are also wearing the dark blue jerseys with the powder blue hats. Now, I know their pants are different, but this feels like an odd decision by the teams. Or I guess by the Royals, because the Rangers might only have this jersey.
Yeah, one of these teams is going to have to put on pennies.
Yeah, or go shirts and skins.
Oh.
It's warm enough here. You could do that.
Yeah. You just got to make sure you have some sunscreen on because you can get burnt under this Arizona
That's
sun.
true.
I'm just wondering how much of a raise the guy who figured out that he could tell Ray you only had to buy one set of uniforms for spring training got.
I didn't know that the Rangers only had one colored spring training jersey.
All right,
so they have different colored pants, though?
You have white pants and gray pants.
Okay, all right, fascinating.
So what's the percentage that you think that the email goes out? And it's like, whatever money you save the company, I will give you this percentage. What, are we talking 30%, 10%? What?
Well, I mean, if the shoe's going to fit, I'd put the percentages into singles.
Okay, yeah.
But I like it. You know, they're starting their own doge over there at the Rangers. Somebody figured out a way to save probably about, 15, 20 grand at retail price there for the price of these jerseys.
Sure.
It is a significant expenditure, and you only need them for a month.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. Now, a lot of buzz tonight about Mavericks versus Luka, essentially. So 2 things. The report from Marcus Spears that the Mavericks... Mark Spears.
Yeah, not the Cowboys player.
Not the Cowboys player. That the Mavericks essentially decided to trade Luka after the finals because Jaylen Brown shut him down, and they were worried he wasn't out of shape. Is it that, or is it that the beast is awoken inside of Luka that is more confusing, interesting, concerning, whatever the word is that you want?
Man, there's so many interesting branches on this topic tree. Right?
Yes.
It's a proper bonsai you've been working on for decades.
They cost so much money. I tried to buy a bonsai while I was here.
Really?
$180.
Dang.
And they don't grow into palm trees.
No.
It's going to stay
What
a
if
little...
they did? Would you buy it?
It would
take
be
home?
worth it. No,
Yeah.
I can't take it home. It's illegal.
So how big is that? How big is that for $180?
Like 8 inches.
Wow. Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm glad you brought up bonsais, though.
Yeah, that's
I went to
yeah.
buy a bonsai.
Are you telling me you wouldn't pay $180 for it to be 8 inches?
Mark that.
Well, that's a good question, Hagee. I think it's interesting for Luka that, you are going to get an inspired performance from him tonight. The beast has awoken, but we've seen the beast take him into bad places, too.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
I just as a regular
interesting.
season game, the Lakers are heavy favorites. Are you pumped for this game?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's the number one game of the season by far. Excited to watch tonight. I assume Luka is going to try to go off, put up a big number. But the interesting thing I thought as well about that Mark Spears article is he was saying, I've known Nico for a long time, and I feel like they're trying to be professional, not saying a lot of the stuff about Luka that really bothered them.
Yeah.
But now that he's in L.A., there's going to be a bigger magnifying glass on him, basically.
That's why I said today, why don't they just come out? I get that they want to be politically, just say, look, we think he has an alcohol problem that he's not going to solve. We think he has a weight issue that he's not going to solve. We think he has a maturity issue that he's not going to solve. Because that's the real reason. It's not Jaylen Brown. Guess what? Drew Holiday shut down Kyrie Irving. Guess what? Oklahoma City shut down Kyrie Irving. They didn't go, well, because all these teams were shutting down Kyrie in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And Kyrie was an inconsistent scorer in the playoffs. Even though he contributed a lot in certain games, there are other games he couldn't contribute because they shut him down. They go, well, we're trading him because other teams shut down Kai. They're trading him because of the possible alcohol issue, the weight issue, and the maturity issue. It's not because Jaylen Brown got the best of him in the NBA Finals.
But he did say they did say leadership at the end of that, and all 3 of the things that you just laid out do have something to do with that, I think, because the rest of the team is looking to this guy, and if those are problems, they're like, well, hold on, is he the one that's going to lead us? So that was one line, one part of that I was like, well.
Once you've got to the finals, though.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you've proven you have whatever it takes, and whatever your shortcomings are, you're doing amazing at overcoming them. So I think in the end, it's inexperienced front office guy and inexperienced owner that don't realize how special it is to have a guy like that, and they, trick themselves into believing, just like Jerry Krause did with the Bulls, that I can rebuild this better if you let me pick different guys, you know. And it was Jerry that was offended at the time by Phil Jackson getting all the credit, and so he broke that up, even letting Jordan leave. And I just think it's possible, like they personally didn't like him so much and all the credit that he was getting, and this got personally and egotistical.
I'm glad that you brought that up because I got caught up watching like 30 minutes of a Last Dance episode where they focused in specifically on that part. I've seen it multiple times, but it's so fascinating to see like that level of ego or whatever.
And I'd be shocked. Obviously Jerry Krause had like little man's problem.
Sure.
And that was like a nuclear
Sure.
ego. Like, what are you doing? You're going to fire Phil Jackson, even though Jordan is saying, I will retire if you fire Phil Jackson.
Yes.
You're going to chase Jordan off like that. But, I mean, at least that team had won 6 championships. I don't think there's any excusing it, no matter what kind of dirt they could spill, but at least it would give them a little bit of a fighting chance. I think, maybe some fans would understand it more if, in fact, they do have more information.
What is your anticipation? Because you said motivated Luka can go off. He can also have a tough time.
He's trying to get his underdog bet squared away before tonight, so he wants to know what your numbers are.
I hit the higher at 30 and a half, and now you've seen it kind of tick up to 31 and a half, 32 and a half.
I bet Luka goes off tonight.
I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would bet.
The bet is 6-1 odds. He gets a technical foul.
You take that, right?
No, I don't think I want that one.
Okay.
You think he'll be calm tonight?
He's going to try to be on his best behavior and be like, "See, I'm a pro." You have this good and bad side of Luka, and you never know when the bad's going to come out. And when it does, nothing else matters but him and his bruised ego.
Do you think the Laker fans give Nico a standing ovation when he walks to a seat?
We're going to build him a statue.
Yeah.
I just wonder if
Patrick Dumont, he's like, "Is that for me?
Yeah,
for me?"
I just wonder if he would catch sight of Nico when he ran back on defense, and Nico goes. And then it's just and he is definitely going to get a technical foul.
Finally, you're showing up on defense now.
Now, I don't know if you've heard this interview, but I know for a fact that the Nosebleed fellas interviewed a Rangers player today where they asked several questions about Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
Have you listened to this interview yet, or are we just going with it and let's see how it goes?
It doesn't surprise me. So Chiafalo was referring to this thing where they're going to do like uncomfortable clubhouse conversations all week long. He was telling me about it at the airport, and I wasn't really sure what it was until they played the first one with Josh Smith yesterday at 4:40, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's like all of the questions that reporters would never ask down there.
Yeah.
But all at once, back to back for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So I guess today they're going to play Wolcott.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm planning to play as many of these as possible because I think they're hilarious.
Well, the one ended today, and I still think the player was trying to figure it out, and he looked over at another guy in the clubhouse, and he goes, "Have you ever interviewed with those guys before?" And I couldn't tell. Part of him was like, it might have been awesome, and then the other part of him might have been like, that was the worst thing ever. So I think it was undecided.
That was interesting.
All right,
it's crazy for them because they got them. I mean, some of these players react very awkwardly.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But
yes.
they have a knack for this. It's gold. I mean, they're uncomfortable. The players are uncomfortable, but we all win on this side of the equation.
Anything else we need to know about the program today?
Pure gold as always. So thanks for asking. Bobby Carella at 4:00, one of our favorite Mavs reporters.
All right. Roll home with the GBag Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, let's play ball, Kevin.
Yeah.
our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon as we're under heavy fire here inside the Rangers press box. Getting ready for Rangers and Royals. Our presenting sponsors, ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed, general ledger service. There's Broadus to my left, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion, Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup, back home, master control, fixing to go 5 hours flawless. You'd have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, Ruben Portillo, remote engineering. Jared Sandler, Matt Hicks in the booth to our right, preparing to do play-by-play across the internet, Rangers Radio Network. I'm fired up here. Watch this baseball team, boys. How the heck are you?
Woo!
Let's go.
Oh, man. Brian, you are the luckiest man here right now as we've dealt with quite the situation to start the show. I think everybody saw the triple patty burger that Eric consumed last night.
Yeah.
It was amazing, I think, to everybody but me, as I've seen you do this from time to time on a regular basis. But that is, I don't know, did something die inside of you? Because whatever you just let out right before we went on air, it's one of the most vile scents, and it's worse than what we smelled from Joe Barlow yesterday as he talked to us in the full nude.
Yeah, that was uncalled for. I certainly wasn't expecting it to reach those levels of disgust. My apologies.
It's just
we had the window open. Yeah, that was a window open. I tried to time it. It was like Dawson said. It was kind of a tester to just see where we're at today.
Kind of wish we didn't test that one.
Can we let them fly or not?
Oh, jeez.
You guys are probably going to need to get that toothbrush out of your bag.
Yeah, man. I can
start brushing. That's a continental breakfast, triple patty burger. Wow. Raw cheese, hard-boiled egg kind of combo there.
Some pork sausage.
That was regrettable.
Well, the great news is the natural turf here at Surprise Stadium just got a fresh layer of fertilizer.
Yeah, sure did.
Thanks what that is.
Hey, we got a rocker day. We got Kamar Rocker who's going to be pitching, so we're excited for this. And we should get a player probably the first 2 innings. I think they'll rotate somebody, so we'll be on standby for that.
We are planning to play you the Sebastian Walcott Uncomfortable Clubhouse Conversation coming up at 2:20. That's it's an event, and you guys have more of those coming up for us later on as well, don't you? You have more today or more tomorrow? Who'd you talk to today?
We talked to Jock Peterson today.
Wow,
and that was a fun one. I think we made him extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, mission accomplished.
Borderline cringy. Not sure how well it went over. Not sure if he likes us or if he can't stand us. And then Hobie Milner, a local legend.
Yeah.
Who has made his return to DFW with the Rangers now in the bullpen. And he also, at the end of the interview, I wish I would have kept rolling because he said, wow, that was as uncomfortable as I've ever been in a clubhouse.
So mission accomplished over there, you'd say?
I would say,
No doubt. I mean, I definitely left the Jock Peterson interview thinking, I think he hates us. And that was extremely uncomfortable, awkward, and cringe. But then afterwards, he was circling back, like yelling, hey, you got to get Luke Jackson, you got to get Luke Jackson. I think he liked it. That's just his personality. He's a little bit difficult to read.
Okay.
But we'll play those later on in the week, and hopefully you guys enjoy them. You can assess our performance as well as the players.
A very fun day. We're looking forward to describing some of the action as it plays out here. A lot of Rangers stars. Most of the lineup is in the starting lineup today, so stick around for that. We go to Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. Says Howie Roseman with the Eagles considering moving in on the Commanders' pursuit of Myles Garrett, making an offer that Cleveland cannot refuse. Sounds like maybe something the agent's putting out there to drum up interest or to get a better offer from Washington, but Philadelphia's aggressiveness is definitely something to envy.
Yeah, I think Philadelphia's taken over as what Dallas used to be. If you want to be able to if you're in the agent world, to drive interest, drive traffic, hey, get off your ass. We know how aggressive Philadelphia is with all the things. So, bringing them into the mix always gets everybody's attention from the that's one of those that went the shock wave went across Market Street down there in Indianapolis as that was being delivered today.
So I don't know how the Eagles could pull this off. Obviously they sold a percentage of their franchise. They've been using that cash windfall to fund a lot of these massive contracts. They've been winning a lot, which creates more revenue for the organization. So I'm sure they're plenty liquid. Their future cap concerns are apparently a non-factor for them, as they've way outspent as far as future dollars to pay players today. I figured after they won the Super Bowl like last time, they would feel fed and sort of hit the reset. But if they're going to go after Myles Garrett and re-sign some of their bigger name free agents, there's going to be no end in sight. And I would expect even more dominance next year than what we saw this year. It seemed like it took them to about midseason this year to figure out exactly who should be on the field, and from that point forward, it was just a steamrolling.
Well, if that's a kick the can, that's a Brandon Aubrey kick the can.
Yeah,
down Broad Street, if you want to say. And so, yeah, it's but that's we talked about that. When you're a team that you have the support of ownership, they're going out giving part of their, not giving away, but selling part of their organization in ownership in order to get funds. That's playing chess, not checkers right now. And so anything you could do to add funds, kick the can a little further, and then hey, we'll answer that. We'll pay that bill later on. But while winning championships, you gotta admire that.
And I guess the big difference now from the last Super Bowl is they've got their quarterback. They went on a magic carpet ride run with Nick Foles. They knew, that's not our long-term answer. They move on from Carson Wentz. Then they draft Jalen Hurts. Now they've got their guy. So they're looking at, hey, we've got our core all loaded up, same time frame. They're in their prime. Let's go ahead and chase this right now. And the conference, and this is what I was stressing for years with the Cowboys. What are you doing? Why aren't you being more aggressive? The conference is so winnable now. The NFC is down compared to what it was even 10 years ago. All the stud quarterbacks, really, and coaches are in the AFC. You've basically got to navigate Philly and Detroit. Otherwise, year over year, it's kind of just a pop up here and there. Washington, can they sustain it? Does Jordan Love ever get to where we think he could go for Green Bay? But there's nobody that's really the juggernaut when you're looking at the Buffaloes, the Baltimores, the Kansas Cities, in the AFC, Cincinnati, if they're able to make it to the playoffs. The time is now. I hate them so much, but I respect the hell out of what Howie Roseman and the Eagles are doing. I'd buy that report 100%. I don't think that's chum from agents, because that's how Howie Roseman moves.
Big Kamar Rocker, number 80, is on the hill for the Rangers as the first inning is underway. I was talking with Mike Bassick at the break here. He's down there watching this game. He said, today we're looking for control, the ability to throw strikes, not necessarily concerned about the quality of some of your breaking ball stuff and all that. That'll be something that comes along as the season goes on. But at this point, can he throw strikes? How much more is his control? Because a lot of the metrics, like the swing and miss rate on some of his pitches, are elite. It's just, can he stay out of trouble? Can he keep guys off and avoid those massive blow-up innings in between pure brilliance?
I'll tell you, I don't like the setup with the jersey combos today. We're both wearing the exact same color blue jerseys, so that's a little bit tough there. I thought we had a Ranger batter in the box here with Kamar on the bump. How about watching him warm up there, doing some long toss, brought his scouting report, dude. That ball just, flies out of his hands.
It's effortless the way that he. But you know what I noticed? I think he slimmed down.
I think he did too. You pointed that out. You're right. I think he lost some weight.
He looks phenomenal.
His dad,
that hit Jonathan India.
Oh,
that's going to be take your base.
That's an elbow popper right there.
Okay, he's got on like every.
He does. That got him right in the elbow pad.
Poor bat boy needs a wheelbarrow to get it back to the dugout. But the thing with Rocker, he looks like he's slimmed down. He doesn't look as what do we say?
But he looks,
Dawson dense.
He looks jacked.
We didn't look. Yeah,
he doesn't look quite as dense.
Doesn't look quite as dense.
He still looks very athletic.
What goes on with the pitching is going to be the biggest question mark is the bullpen right now, right? In the order of operations there. Like we were even talking to Hobie Milner earlier, and we asked him, so is it a competition? I mean, what's the sense for closer? He said no. They're kind of going with this, and he's been on other teams before where it's just based on matchups. You're just going to look down the lineup and say, here's a lefty, lefty, righty, righty, lefty. And then Boach can pretty much just play with that. So I don't know. When we get CY later on in the week, I want to pick his brain on that. Are they just kind of going to go matchup based with the Pen? They don't have a direct order of operations, and they just have a bunch of guys they feel confident about?
That's a ground ball, a single up the middle. Evaded the shortstop out there, and now there's runners on first and second. Nobody out here for the Rangers.
And that was
Rocker.
Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
And
contact.
I'll tell you what, Bobby Witt Jr. looks like a strong guy. How about that, dude?
That could be an MVP.
He looks 300-pounder below the waist kind of guy. He is absolutely super strong.
Definitely some talent out here. Okay, speaking of super strong, there's another NFL story, guys. The Commanders are making defensive tackle Jonathan Allen available in the trade market. Apparently, they can save about $16 million off the cap. 8-year veteran. Been healthy a lot up to this season, but he had shoulder surgery. Ended up coming back from it. But I don't know. I think if Dan Quinn is moving on, it makes me nervous about. And there's a gapper. It's going to roll to the wall. And you got 2 in for the Royals here. 3 consecutive batters reaching base to open up this Rangers game. Is Pasquantino there with the 2 RBI double, Wolchuk?
Yeah, right through the gap, scores 2-0. Hard hit double from Vinny Pasquantino. Look, this is a good Royals team. This is a Royals team that you're probably going to be competing with. Could be an ALCS preview right before our eyes, boys.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, obviously it's a Luka Lakers Tuesday here in a lot of ways, and there's a lot of ways to talk about this. I think when it comes to expectations, you got to consider the fact that the Lakers don't have a good team, right? And I know the world's excited about Luka being on the Lakers, and everybody wants to talk about can they win a championship. Hell no, they can't. Okay, this is a bad supporting cast around Luka and LeBron. So I say that to say I think you got a chance to win tonight. I find it fascinating, though, that so many people out there appear to be rooting for Luka to win and the Mavs to lose. We need every win possible to try to make the playoffs. Like, this is ultimately about winning, right? And that's why you like Luka, because he allowed you to think about winning in the present and the future.
Sure.
They still have a good team. I could never imagine rooting against the team, but I think that's just how hurt a lot of people are about this, and I don't know if they'll ever get over it. It seems like in the AAC, the majority of those people are rooting for Mavs victory, but I think if I open it up right now, 877-881-1053, who's rooting against the Mavs tonight here and actually for the purple and gold, I could never imagine.
No. I understand. Everyone's going to feel differently about this. There's definitely Maverick fans that are in the Baskey world of I'm done with the Mavericks. I will be hate watching them. I'm a Luka fan. I'm rooting for the Mavericks to win tonight. But at the same time, I do want to see honestly, I don't know that I do want to see Luka go out there and play well. I think this is going to be I don't know what to expect. It's going to be so bizarre seeing Luka in another team's uniform playing against the Mavericks that I think the emotions are really just going to kind of take over themselves, and I can't really predict how I'm going to feel. Maybe I do just go into full Luka mode and, like, screw us. What did we do? What do we just give up here? Because it does seem like he's starting to get hot. He's starting to get comfortable. The viral clip of J.J. Redick, like, Luka, glad you're back. And he puts that smile on. He's going to be comfortable tonight. I just hope maybe like a P.J. Washington or a Kyrie, because you're right. Both these teams, when it comes to rim protection, they've got similar weaknesses. For the Mavs, they should be able to score a little bit easier than they did the other night. I think it could be a close game, but I'm always going to be rooting for the Mavericks. I can't not be a DFW sports fan, even if I don't agree with the move they made.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that if this game had like Anthony Davis in it as well, and maybe you feel a little bit better. If the Mavericks were whole, I would say, okay, let's go battle the Lakers and see how it is. And
I think whole they're way better than the Lakers.
Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying, though. I think you would feel better. I mean, right now it seems like that Luka, like Zach's talking about, is kind of getting his footing, with the Lakers there. But, I mean, I'm more concerned about this Dallas team now. My focus is not on Luka and the Lakers. My focus is on, how can Dallas continue to keep its head above water? And we've talked about that in shows gone by where it's like, hey, they've just got to stay above 500. They've got to. And then, you go out and you win 5 of 7 games and, and you're kind of mixing, matching the lineup. And, you just want them to continue to kind of keep playing well. And tonight's another one of those opportunities of a team like you're talking about, Dawson, that's not great.
They can't punish your weaknesses.
You got to find a way. You got to find a way to go to get a victory tonight. whether it's Luka or Dirk or whoever's playing for the other team. You need to find a way to get a win tonight.
Yeah, it'd be great to get that win. And I feel like since the trade, the Mavs that are still here have been kind of galvanized by the stress of it. I think Kyrie Irving is doing a great job leading them. And I think they're going to play with an emotional edge tonight, not just Luka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is also a Max Christie revenge game as well.
True.
So
the
maybe
Max Christie trade.
He might, and there's some good quotes from Max Christie that we'll get to a little bit later on in the program. But yeah, this is sort of the first of its kind for everybody involved. Luka is usually an assassin in big moments, and you can expect him to be the best version of himself. But he's never been in this exact situation, and even us as fans, we've never experienced this before, where we're like trying to balance our love for the franchise, but also our disdain for the leader of the franchise in Nico Harrison.
Yeah.
And so it's tough, but. I did see Sean Sharif this morning put out a poll, 1,500 votes from Tolos, and overwhelmingly, 53% of the votes went with they want to see Luka score 50 and the Mavs lose tonight. That's the predominant sentiment right now amongst Mavs fans. The hate for Nico is still so high, and the love for Luka. And so I don't totally know exactly how I'm going to be reacting in real time either. It's just it's going to be such a weird experience.
Yeah, like what you guys said there. I don't know. Going into this game, it's hard to say what the emotions are going to say once the ball goes in the air. Rockers battled a little bit to get 2 outs here, at least 1 strikeout. I think there was a fielder's choice on the other one.
Pop up to the infield,
So you got runners on the corner one way or another with 2 outs here as the Royals lead 2-0 here in the top of the first inning in surprise. Okay, Sebastian Wolcott, uncomfortable clubhouse conversation, and the G-Bag of the day is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, here we go. It's the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You're about to hear the Nosebleed Boys with Rangers' #1 prospect, I think 19th overall in baseball, Sebastian Walcott, coming to you here in just a second. This segment of the GBag Nation brought to you by Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, Corey Seager's up to bat here. So this is exciting. Evan Carter's on deck as Kumar Rocker, mission accomplished there in the first inning. He wanted to throw strikes. He did that. You know, a couple got hit to the wall.
That's right.
And the Royals lead 4-0 here, bottom of the first now with one out. We got the G-Bag of the day here coming up in about 7 minutes. Let's go into that Rangers clubhouse, though, where the Wooly Bully and Chiafalo had a conversation with the #1 prospect, Sebastian Walcott.
Back at it again with more uncomfortable clubhouse conversations with one of your newest Rangers, youngest Rangers, Mr. Sebastian Walcott, wearing that number 89. I'm looking up at you, Sebastian. You're a giant human being. I can't believe you're still only 18 years old. It is great to meet you. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
Doing wonderful. What'd you have for breakfast this morning?
Eggs and French toast.
Are you picky?
Yes, I'm very picky.
Okay, so what's like the no-no for you? What do you hate?
Brussels sprouts.
Is it the smell?
No, it's the taste.
The taste, the texture of it. Just because they're like little balls in your mouth?
I just don't like. I think my mom made some Brussels sprouts for me, and she's not a bad cook. She's an amazing cook, but I was not a big fan of Brussels sprouts since then.
So when you're looking over and you're like, there's Corey Seager, there's Marcus Seaman, do you ever have like a pinch me moment, like, holy crap, look at where I am right now?
I'm naked with Corey Seager right now. This is incredible.
I think that was the first day, seeing those guys like practicing with those guys, like it's like wow, I'm really playing with these dudes.
Are you a big like massage guy? Have you heard about this Justin Tugger deal?
No.
Oh my gosh, man,
Crazy.
This guy's getting
never go full Tugger.
It's just a weird deal.
I'm a Ravens fan, so.
Okay.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah. What'd you think about Mark Andrews when he dropped that pass? Did you want to just hit him straight in the face?
Nah. It was definitely a depressing moment for a Ravens fan, just watching him drop that. But I always keep my trust in Mark. He's been dominant for all these years. So
He has.
Yeah, he's gonna come back.
It would have been a good time to hop on the burner account though and just mother bleep that guy for just completely dropping it. How much Gold Bond do you use in a spring training? Like,
What's that?
What's Gold Bond?
Like baby powder.
We're about to go educational with this.
Baby powder.
I can see it dripping right now. You're using some baby. The white.
No baby powder. That might be. We might call that a rookie mistake. We might look back on this moment and I mean, one of the veterans. I figured Marcus Simeon would have probably gifted you.
With, like, the chafing?
He'd have probably powdered them for you himself as a vet.
No chafing, really.
No.
What about tape on the nipples?
No.
Never. Just to kind of keep the puff down.
No.
I have that issue.
Never have to worry about that. What do you think about this golden bat rule, bro? Are you in on it? I mean, because you
golden bat. What is that?
You swing a big stick. You don't know what the golden bat is?
No.
It's the suggestion of where, like, at any point in a game, they can sub out the batter for for maybe like a Seager, for instance. Like, at any point, you could sub out the batter for somebody who was not expected to hit. You might be learning something new now. How often do you fart in the batter's box and then blame it on the catcher?
I don't really fart. I don't really fart in the batter's box.
Now you're lying.
Where's your number one place you do fart?
Probably in my bedroom.
Okay, here's an inappropriate question, but like I got a phobia of chewing in public places. Like I'll hold that sucker in until I get home. Are you weird about that, or will you just freeball it?
Are you comfortable just dropping deuces wherever? You're not?
No.
You're gonna wait.
I'm gonna wait.
That's my guy.
Really?
I knew I could see eye to eye with Sebastian the moment I came up here. I was like, this is my new best friend. We just found out Bobby Belt got signed to a minor league deal. He's been out for a long time. What do you think about him finally getting another opportunity?
Bobby Belt?
Bobby Belt.
You excited about that?
Bobby Belt.
You don't know him?
It's a great question.
Honestly, I don't know who the hell that is either. I'm so sorry I put you on the spot.
He's a character concern kind of guy. So the vibes in this clubhouse are so strong that bringing a cancer like that in here would just be crazy. Speaking of vibes in the clubhouse, I mean, who's the guy that so far that you just feel like, yeah, that guy would definitely capitalize on a lot lizard moment?
Did you say lizard?
A lizard moment?
So just paint me the picture of your perfect, like, set the scene, paint me the picture of your perfect dong. Ideal Sebastian Walcott, dream dong, right now, give it to me.
In or out of the park?
A Game 7 of the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-2 count.
Mm-hmm.
All the runners are going, you know, walk-off home run.
Mm-hmm.
What's your pitch? What do you want to see in that moment?
Fastball.
right down that seam.
Fastball, yeah.
Right down that seam.
I'm looking for that fastball because he knows that if he doesn't throw a strike, the game's over. So he's coming with that fastball.
It's gone.
If you had to fight another team's mascot, whose mascot's ass would you be kicking?
Probably the Astros. Orbit.
Yeah, yes. I didn't even know Orbit, like the Astros' name, the mascot's name. You knew it, and that's how I know you'd like to hit him in the freaking face. Gosh, that's a punchable face.
You do have, I would say, the ideal male body. But if you had to do a body switch with a teammate, who would that be?
I think I love my body just the way it is.
Yeah, dude.
So
all right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
He wants to switch bodies with you.
Back to the
Friday situation.
You get any opportunities to plug your phone in the aux cord in the clubhouse and play some Walcott music?
Nah.
What would you like to play if you had the chance to be the leader of that?
Caribbean music.
So what was that meeting like before the season with Botch? And he's got the gravitas, obviously. We love Bruce Bochy. The music in the clubhouse, and there's always like new artists that you can't play anymore. Like you guys, I heard about the Diddler meeting that you guys had to have, just like breaking it down. Like obviously can't play that in the clubhouse.
We never had that. We never have it, but about Diddy.
So Botch didn't say like get out all the oil. We can't be oiling up in here anymore.
Nah,
that wasn't part of it.
Okay, hey, we're pulling for you in a big way. You're an animal.
Seriously, you're a beast.
Good luck. Thanks for the time, man.
No problem, man.
Hey, Cass, take names.
I'll take your
Thank you, dude. Sorry about that.
There he is, Sebastian Walcott, Rangers rookie with the Nosebleed Boys. Did you actually ask him to paint you the perfect picture of his dream dog?
Yeah, just as an aspiring major league player.
Yes.
You know, like what do you set the bar at for yourself? You know, and he put himself in the World Series in a walk-off situation in the 9th inning. That's a guy who you feel like he's ready to go win some championships.
He is, moment's not too big for him.
He is. So thanks to him for participating, and stay tuned for more. While we were away, Evan Carter rip shot off the wall in center. 392 feet probably. Had a double. He was on. Doley nearly took a ball out to left field, but that was ultimately corralled there by the left fielder, and the Rangers trail 4-zip here in the second.
I mean,
half.
he gets to the second base in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, the guy can move.
You would never know that he's got any sort of back issue at all.
Yeah, he's playing pain-free right now. There is a big shot to left field. Is that off of John Gray?
Yeah,
Who's that big son of a gun out there?
Yeah, that
That's,
was hard contact right there, boys.
We'll make that 5-0. That's not Gray. That's Robert out there. Big number 57. Just looked like Gray because the red hair. But it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day. Hey, buddy.
What's up, man? I thought I heard a big shot.
Yeah,
hey,
big shot.
Yeah,
Diggy, a big shot. Hey,
Right
come on. That's cool. All right.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need some Rangers hitting. That
Yeah.
would be preferred, but
I mean, for a moment there, it was crack. Another one crack. Another one crack. I was like, good God. Is this game on TV? Who's hitting?
Is this ever going to stop?
Make it stop.
Stop.
Yeah. Okay. Our winner and champ for day 2 of G-Bag of the Day this week comes from the world of hockey. Buffalo Sabres broadcaster Rob Ray took a puck to the face again, and he broke the FCC violation, which he deserves it.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening period, and Razor just took another one. And that was a rocket. Doctors checking Razor out very quickly. That was close to the eye.
Checking him. Glad they're checking him out.
that is so perfect, dude.
Yeah, bro.
I thought they had the nets up these days in hockey.
No, in between. It's in between the.
Oh, okay.
So that's where that's
You're
that
just
new
hanging out there,
position.
huh?
Yeah, it's like
he's like the old Pierre Maguire.
Yeah, like we want you down on the ice, and here we go, kind of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to find a new spot to stand in. Twice, bro. You've been hit with a puck in the face.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening period.
In the opening period. I just got here, man.
Settle in for some hockey here. Oh,
good Lord. All right. Well, that boy Luka, he's going to light us up. Him and Bron, they're going to light us up tonight.
Yeah.
It's going to happen, y'all. Just
Bron
get ready
might
for
too.
it. Yeah. Luka's going to look over at Nico. You know the little faces he be making after he hit a monster shot?
Yeah.
Luka's going to look over at
him.
Yeah, it's going to happen, bro. It's going to happen.
Why'd you trade me?
Yeah. Beating all on his chest.
Oh, yeah.
Saying some language you never heard of. You know he's cussing you out.
This should be the moment where Mavs fans finally join me in my lifelong hatred of the Lakers, and I feel like they've only had one foot in my entire time. Now it seems like they're all, at least 52% of them, 53%, Chief, you said that poll from Sharif today?
Yeah, 53% want Luka to go for 50 and the Mavs to lose.
Yeah, they're pulling for the purple and gold tonight, LA.
Yeah.
I think that stops as soon as the ball's tipped.
I don't know, man. Nico did that.
Yeah.
This one's different.
He did do that.
Is it a wings night?
He's over there building L.A. Look at him. Building your fan base. I brought you a star.
Well, you guys could really use this Derek Lively. Let's see what we can do in the summer.
God. All right, fans sing happy birthday to Johnny Gardeau's son. You know, Johnny Gardeau used to play for the Columbus Blue Jackets, and he lost his life by some idiot drunk driving.
Yes, him
Remember
and
that?
his brother, right?
Yeah,
The
both of them,
Goudreau
yeah.
brothers. Yeah.
Jeez. What? Wait, what'd you say?
Both their brothers were killed.
Oh,
Two
my
brothers.
God. I
Yeah.
thought it was just one. Well, that's sad, bro. Anyway, the Columbus fans out there sung his son happy birthday, the whole audience, and it was a touching moment.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Hockey fans get it, you know?
Yeah.
If you mess up on the anthem, they'll sing with you. They'll pick you up, you know? I mean, good deal for them.
Yeah, you're right. Throw you a hat, man. You know what I'm saying?
They'll throw you a hat.
You can get
You
you
don't
a
have a
hat
hat,
at the
they'll throw you
damn
a hat.
game for
Yeah,
free,
they'll throw you
man.
a hat. Yeah.
Throw you a hat. Hats off to them. Cavs game right here. Apparently during the Cavs game, in timeouts, they play like a Family Feud type vibe game. Yeah, Pedro sent me this, bro. You were wild. This is funny. They got this guy up here, and he answers all the questions wrong. She doesn't even care. Like, this is FCC. This is on television. And where else is? Oh, yeah, and there's a whole lot of people there. Families and whatnot. It's a game.
Beer. Name a place where you often find an elevator. A hotel. Name a popular New Year's Eve tradition. Oh, try again. I'm sorry. Dating. Try the elevator question again. Hotel. Try it again. Apartment. All right, and toast and champagne. Name a New Year's Eve tradition. Sex.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
They give him a prize?
It just fell apart, bro. That fell apart. You just shake your hand and go back to your seat.
That's
Thank
awesome.
You, sir.
Now go back to the elevator question.
Thank you.
Go back to the elevator question. Oh, boy. What else we got right
Need
here?
to fly in Chris Arnold.
Yeah.
Need a new guy.
Let's see here. What did you say? Chris, stop down. What did you just say?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the Dodgers and Reds. This is yesterday. Austin Hayes hit his second home run of the game. Someone out there was pretty excited. Carter tapped me on the shoulder and showed me this.
One in the air to right center field and deep. It is back and it is gone.
Somebody was excited.
Yeah. Maybe that's the dugout sometimes. It's quiet enough at these parks. You can hear the players react. It's pretty funny.
One in the air to.
All right, what do you say? Time to vote?
Yeah, that's it.
We got a hockey announcer taking a puck to the face again.
Pow! Right to the kisser.
Took a rocket.
Yeah.
Blue Jackets fans singing happy birthday to young Goudreau. You got Cavs need a new timeout host. And Austin Hayes' second home run with the reaction. I'll go with our champ, Chief. How about you?
I'll go with the elevator family feud.
Lucius?
Yeah, me too. Cavs game.
Oh, we got jets flying over. They got an Air Force base or a Navy base just right next door. So you always have fighter jets flying training sorties around here.
They had
It's so
some
cool.
like stealth style ones earlier that were like silent. It was like a Tesla creeping up on you a little bit.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I like that. Wolchuk?
Goudreau. Sorry.
I'll go with the New Year's answer as well.
The
Family Feud deal.
Family Feud. Okay. Brian?
Happy birthday.
By a score of 3-1, your new GBag of the Day champion. It's the Cavaliers timeout bid. Okay, Chief, what are we doing next?
Let's crank open a rim sesh here. Luka's revenge game and the beast that was awakened inside next year in the nation.
All right, let's talk Trajan wealth, though, shall we? That's TRAJAN.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the GBag Nation here on The Fan. We're about to watch Josh Young and Josh Smith hit here in the bottom of the second inning. Surprise Stadium. Time now for Eric Chiafalo's Rim Session. Let's talk some hoop.
Yeah, let's do this thing, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Luka revenge game, the Max Christie revenge game. You have Mavs, Lakers in Los Angeles tonight. We're going to go to Jared Sandler's place for an 8 o'clock tip here in Surprise. So we'll be soaking it in. We will be watching it, and we don't really know how we're going to be feeling through the midst of the game. But it is certainly an exciting time. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and live from Surprise, the GBag Nation going all 56 inches around that rim.
Rain dance! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when there's a new Luka report, courtesy of Mark Spears, saying that Jaylen Brown is the reason that the Mavericks traded Luka. He says, quote, what he did to Luka in the finals, Jaylen Brown, of course, being the finals MVP for the Celtics, shutting him down, guarding him full court, making it unbearable offensively, led Dallas to question Luka as the leader of the team and question whether he was in shape or not. Now, if you recall, Luka was the only bright spot offensively. He was not the best version of himself for sure. He shot very, very poor from the three-point line and the free throw line during the finals, but he still averaged 29 points per game and was your leading scorer in the finals by 10 points. It was Kyrie Irving that we kept looking at going like, when are you going to be the Robin to Luka's Batman here, averaging under 20 points for the finals. So it doesn't make a ton of sense. I mean, you watched the finals and you knew that Luka just needed more help offensively. It was about putting more talent around Luka, and hopefully Kyrie can at some point overcome the woes versus Boston. But that's the report from Mark Spears. That was maybe potentially the first moment where they opened their eyes and thought, Luka is our problem here. I don't know how they thought that, but they did.
I mean, Jordan had to go through the Pistons and realize, man, I got to work out a lot harder and put muscle on my body because I'm not fit enough for what the opponent's asking of me right now. So, Jordan didn't win his first championship till 28 years old. I don't know how you watch this man disassemble the Thunder and the T-Wolves, who both had home court advantage, and lose to the Celtics and decide he was the biggest problem. I think they're just trying to come up with any sort of an explanation to explain why they personally just were offended by the way Luka went about his business and decided that was more important than his talent. I think it's a massive mistake to make in the world of professional sports.
There goes Josh Smith. He's a professional hitter.
Go Tigers.
He just went to out to left field and got him a little double action.
There you go.
There you go, Josh Smith. Now, speaking of working out and whatnot for Luka, there's photos of him, and you can see like his first game in a Lakers uniform, and he looks a little bit more like the bloated version of himself that the Mavericks came to disdain. But now you're seeing him in shoot-around stuff at the Lakers practice facility today, all smiles, and he looks like he's 12 pounds lighter.
Higashioka going to left field. He does look leaner. I don't know how much of that is camera angle, how much of that is him focused because he got called out and he feels like, man, I got to show these people what I'm really all about. As a guy who has fluctuated in weight, sometimes you get called out and for 30 or 60 days you can be totally dialed. Can you keep that going long term is always the bigger question.
Yeah, because we've seen Luka go from out of shape looking to, now he's back to being dialed, and he kind of it's very volatile. But obviously this particular trade and the narrative surrounding it about him being out of shape and not taking care of himself, you knew that was going to light a fire under him, at least in the short term. We'll see how long he can carry that. But Dave McMenamin in ESPN's article today had the report about during the All-Star break, Luka, he was actually spent the All-Star break in Cabo.
We got three on the board, baby.
Lay OD.
That's beautiful, dude. And a little teaser for our Jock Peterson
yeah.
clubhouse conversation.
3-run dong ball.
That's the guy that he wants to do the body swap with. Jock Peterson calls Leote a unit. And he's not wrong. He's a lot bigger than you would imagine. Floating around center field with the speed.
Right there.
Yeah, he's a beast. So Luka spent the All-Star
380 to right field.
All-Star break in Cabo for Luka, and he was actually with Lakers assistant coach Scott Brooks. And they worked out at a private outdoor court for 2 hours a day, and Luka supplemented the basketball drills by lifting weights in the gym at his hotel. And he says that though Luka did not publicly comment on the constant flow of leaks from the Mavs organization disparaging his weight and conditioning, one source close to Dončić told ESPN the comments have served as a motivator, quote, a beast was awakened inside him. That's a great quote.
Yeah, it is. It's fun to talk about. I feel like the beast has always been in there for Luka. It just, can he harness it and control it? I bet he does tonight. But, I mean, we've seen in the middle of playoff series him totally give up. And it's kind of like that laissez-faire type of attitude that comes and goes. And we've also seen the beast make him so preoccupied with referees, especially when his shots aren't dropping, that he takes himself out of the game. So I assume tonight you have absolute prime beast Luka, and it's just a matter if the shots drop. Shots drop, he puts a 50-burger on you.
No doubt. I mean, his worst moment was Game 3 of the NBA Finals, where, I mean, he fouls out early, and he's bitching and he's moaning, and the defense, of course, was a struggle. And then he comes in. Oh, the whole team was amazing in Game 4. They weren't going to lose that game and get swept. But he was also brilliant, bounce back. I mean, that's when you had the Windy just eviscerate him post-game, and Windy said, hey, nobody from the Mavs came out and checked him. Normally somebody else, like a PR from another team, is going to be like, hey, man, you want to lay off our guy a little bit? But that was probably the first sign to Windy and some others, like, oh, maybe the Mavericks are kind of feeling what we're feeling here.
LeBron talking about Luka now. He says that in order for us to ultimately be the team that we want to be with him here, he has to have the ball. He has to be able to put us all in position. He has to be him. The 7 years that we've seen in the NBA with Luka, we want that Luka. LeBron says we all have to transform our game for the betterment of him. But it's not going to happen overnight. We know that. But my message has been to Luka, just be you. You don't have to confine your game to us. We need to figure out how to play with you. Whatever he needs, I'm here. So whatever he needs.
Yeah, I think the problem is they don't have a lob threat. They don't have enough shooters. They don't have enough perimeter defenders. Like, you're asking a lot of, like Dorian Finney-Smith is their backup center. Jackson Hayes, who's a reserve center at best, is their starting center. And then you go to Austin Reeves and Dalton Connect and Luka. When they're on the court together, I think it was Michael Cooper, the former Lakers great from the Showtime days, he's a current TV analyst in Los Angeles, said, we have three of the worst defenders in the league on the court at the same time for the same team. You have massive issues, and it's going to take an amount of time for Rob Pelinka, just like it took Nico. You had Luka for 7 years. You finally got the roster you needed around him last year at the trade deadline when you got Washington and Gafford. Up until this point, it's been a very flawed roster, which just speaks to how much time it takes and how lucky you have to get that the right players become available to put around Luka to ultimately have success.
Yeah, and there's only so much you can do if you're Jason Kidd of the Mavs to slow down Luka tonight in terms of him offensively. Just because of the kind of player that he is, but they're going to want to exploit him defensively and highlight, like they will be on the Luka hunt, trying to get the Luka switch on Kyrie so that Kyrie can dance on him the same way LaMelo Ball did last week in Charlotte. So that's going to be something that I think is interesting to watch. Nico going up to Jason Kidd and whispering like, "Hey, don't make me look terrible. Like, we can only do so much about Luka offensively. Let's at least show the world how bad Luka is as a defender."
Yeah,
that's going to be huge.
Yeah, and to what extent that works, it is a make or miss league. I think over time you would take the trio of LeBron and Luka and Austin Reeves as three playmakers, but when you're coming back with Kyrie and PJ Washington and Najee Marshall and Klay Thompson, like, it's not a massive mismatch tonight because you have guys on the perimeter and no bigs, and that's the same with them. So, Neither one of these teams, as constructed right now, could make a run at a championship, in my opinion. What the Mavs have going for them is a massive level of reinforcement that's coming at some point in the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, fingers crossed on that for sure. And then finally, here as we close down the rim sesh, I just want to acknowledge that with 3 minutes and 41 seconds to go in the Thunder T-Wolves game last night, the Thunder were up 121 to 105.
Wow.
And they found a way to lose that basketball
3 minutes
game.
to go.
3:41 left in the game. OKC.
Ruben's been just beside himself today.
I get it. Ruben, our local Thunder fan, that was a historical loss there. The Timberwolves down by 20-plus points entering the fourth quarter on the road, facing a team with a win percentage of 800 or better.
0-62.
No other team in NBA history has been in that situation and come back to win the game.
Wow.
So I don't know how many instances that's actually.
I'm just going to call it 0-62.
0 for 62.
I think Edwards had 2 points in the fourth quarter. This was all the other dudes. They outscored 41-19 in the final period.
Yeah. I mean, the Wolves went on a 16-0 run in the final 3:41 to force overtime, and Edwards was on the bench the whole time. Wow. And then in overtime made a couple of plays, but yeah, it was a crazy L taking for the Thunder last night.
Yeah, crazy night in the league. Jokic had 19 assists, the second most assists by a center ever.
I will say, I saw one of those assists, the last one.
Yeah.
That was a BS assist. I think Michael Porter Jr. dribbled the ball 50,000 times before he went to the rack.
Yeah, I think it was like a handoff in three-point land. It was a John Stockton assist if I've ever seen one. Okay, there it is, a proper rim session. We got a lot more Luka, Lakers, Mavs conversation for you. And 4 hours of sports content live in Surprise, Arizona. Thanks so much to our sponsors, Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing. Same-day service guaranteed. It's 7-3 Royals here in the top of the third inning after that Leody Taveras 3-run shot. NFL News Today coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
How about an interdivision trade? How would you feel if the Cowboys drafted this quarterback and a new Kuiper mock that might have Eric losing his bleeping mind?
Oh,
That's
no.
next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Swamp?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're watching Rangers baseball here in Surprise, where Marcus Semien just made a diving play to his right. Look routine. Got the third out. Tamps down a threat here from the Royals in the third inning. It is 7-3 Royals here. Leody Taveras with the 3-run shot. Kamar Rocker was just working on some stuff in the first inning. Wanted to show he could command the strike zone, and he did. And Royals hitters punished him a little bit for that, Brian.
Wanted to show that he commanded the strike zone and just see how hard the exit velocity could be at the plate. I think they barreled up some stuff on him today, man. That has to be. Saw him making the long walk between innings from the clubhouse to from the dugout to the clubhouse, and he just, that body language. If you're one of those folks that reads that stuff, I mean, he really disappointed. You could tell that he wanted to come out today and have an inning. But the Royals, the one thing they do is they barrel up some pitches now.
They did.
Man,
nice job.
They are a good hitting club right now. So
we got Corey Seager in the batter's box down there. We do. We have Corey Seager in the box against Harvey for the Royals as the third inning continues. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day, buddy.
All right, let's start with some of the breaking reports coming out of the Combine, and we've got Bengals executive Duke Tobin saying he's optimistic Cincinnati can keep both T. Higgins, and his preference is to do a long-term deal. Also said, in regards to Jamar Chase, he's going to be the highest-paid non-quarterback in the NFL once his deal gets done. He said, quote, "We're not trying to insult anybody." So
yeah,
that report of Chase getting probably $40 million a year, that makes some sense coming from Cincinnati. We'll see exactly what they're able to do with T. Higgins. I mean, A.J. Brown's making 32, Devontae Smith is making 25. They're probably going to have to go a little bit more for both T. Higgins and Chase. If Chase is making 40, I don't know. I mean, what's the ballpark range for Higgins? Is it 28? Is it 30? But Cincinnati certainly going to have to make some decisions on how to keep their core intact, and that doesn't even include Trey Hendrickson. So I'm excited to see that number for Jamar Chase. Good thing Cowboys got that CeeDee Lamb deal done last year, so they don't have to worry about that. Speaking of quarterbacks, Teteroa McMillan, we're going to get to a mock draft here in just a moment. But according to Albert Breer, he is saying that Teteroa McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona, my wide receiver one, could fall out of the top 10. Quote, the more teams have dug into supersized Arizona prospect Tetairoa McMillan, the more seems to have slipped, going from a surefire top 10 guy into the middle of the first round. I'm calling bull bleep on this report. And I trust Albert Breer, but this is smokescreen season. Tetairoa McMillan has no business falling out of the top 10, and if he falls to number 12 and the Cowboys pass on him, I would be 1, stunned, and 2, the league done bleeped up, because Tet McMillan next to CeeDee Lamb is going to be a problem for a long time.
This guy is, when you watch him play, there's just so much, here's this long, rangy, runs with great, the smoothness that he plays with, the route running ability. I mean, if you want to watch him, if you really, really like, Travis Hunter as a corner, watch Travis Hunter play against him. And watch him just spin Travis Hunter all over the place and catch the ball. And I mean, to me, if they're questioning things about this kid, it might be maybe a little bit about his speed. But, man, his tape is just really, really good overall.
And as you watch the tape, the speed's going to be – I'm not expecting him to run well. But the bottom line is he finds ways to get open.
He's not a slow guy, though. He's
deceptively quick. He's football fast, right? He's not going to run an elite 40 time compared to other wide receivers in the class. Like Luther Burden will probably run a blazing time compared to him. But to me, there's no question the catch radius, the smoothness, the way he works intermediate, deep ball as well. I think he's – very much like a Mike Evans type to me. 6'5", maybe not as fast as Mike Evans. Mike Evans was a 4.4 speed type of dude. He's not quite as fast, but the way he's able to make plays down the field, contested catches, that's my comp for Tet McMillan would be a Mike Evans.
I see some Dez in there because of the catch radius, and when he gets the ball, he's elusive. He can make guys miss, and he's more physical than a lot of wide receivers.
Absolutely.
Super physical.
Yeah.
You guys have Travis Hunter as your number 1 receiver?
He's my number 2 behind Tet.
Okay, so Tet is your number 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I got Hunter as the number 1 corner.
Okay.
But I do think, and I know people were talking, like we had some players around the league were asked, like, hey, what would you do with Travis Hunter? And most of them did say corner. Some did say wide receiver. But I do think you got to play this guy on both sides of the football if you're able to. I mean, Darius Slayton said cornerback. They asked a bunch of Giant players because right now he's kind of being mocked in that range where maybe he makes it to the Giants. Malik Neighbors said both ways. I want him playing with me if he's on my team as a receiver and as a DB. So you got to find a way to make a package for him on offense if you're going to play him as a corner.
Yeah, I do wonder how much better he's going to be at whatever position that he kind of zeroes in on more. Because the dude was playing 90+ snaps on both sides of the ball.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
how much did that hurt him? If he's a full-time receiver and then you sprinkle him in on defense or vice versa, how much better does he get at his full-time position because he's not as taxed as he's been throughout his collegiate career?
I agree with you 100%.
I want to try to see if he can handle both because he's so young and might have elite energy levels. Like some players can just tap in and play fresh. So I want to try it because the team taking him needs multiple good players and needs a chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone if he can handle it. Corner and wide receiver aren't typically the most physical positions either. It's not like you're taking monster hits.
Don't forget the returning ability there, Gavin.
Well,
don't forget the returning ability.
Might steer clear of that.
No, you should. He didn't actually return any kicks at Colorado, so we're not going to do the returning thing. Commanders have given 2-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle Jonathan Allen permission to seek a trade, according to the Associated Press. Now, there are some connections with your Dallas Cowboys and the Washington Commanders, and they've made trades within the division before, specifically draft day trades. Hell, Cowboys traded with the Eagles as Devontae Smith went and got drafted by Philly a few years ago. Interdivision trades, not unheard of, and if you listen to Stephen Jones yesterday, he did specifically bring up the trade market. Cowboys in need of a defensive tackle. Do I think this is likely? Hell no, I don't. Would I love this to happen? Hell yes, I would. Jonathan Allen is weakening a division rival, and then he's also helping you out in a massive position of need. Now, you'll have to figure out exactly how to work this contract. He's going into the final season of a 4-year, $72 million extension, so this would be kind of a 1-year rental. His salary cap hit is more than $22 million. Is there a way Washington eats some of that? He's 30 years old. Do they end up getting a deal done with him to keep him around here long-term, whoever trades for him? But I would love to see the Cowboys try and get in the mix here for a Jonathan Allen.
Yeah, better player than Osa probably. A little bit older. probably 3 or 4 years older. And yeah, they need great players if that's the way you do it. I guess I'd be surprised if you gave up something of significance for him. Like, I'm not trying to give up a day 1 or day 2 pick. It seems like Washington might be done with him.
Yeah, I mean, he could just be a cap casualty, and if that's the case, maybe you can offer 1-year 5s. I don't know if that gets the job done or not, but I'd pick up the phone and call, be like, DQ, what's up here, man? You're our guy. Can we get some business done? I kind of set Draft Twitter ablaze earlier today. I figured it's a toxic Tuesday.
Job. What'd you do?
Let's go ahead and do this. So I would just conspiracy theory this thing, all right? So yesterday, Steven says Cowboys looking at a quarterback in the draft. And today, I saw Quinn Ewers. He is going to throw an Indy.
Ooh, I saw that tweet. Yeah, that was good work.
He's also been working in DFW with former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. And McCarthy's telling NFL media that he's been impressed with Ewers as a young man and his attentiveness. Now, I think some people took this in a completely crazy direction, which is not surprising when it comes to Twitter and social media. This would not be 12 overall. This would not be 44 overall. Hell, in my opinion, this wouldn't be 76 overall. If the Cowboys were to do this, it's one of their 3 fifth-round picks. Now, does Quinn make it to the 5th round? I don't know. I think he's probably an early day 3 guy, 4th-round dude. But if Quinn Ewers is there in the 5th round, we know he's got all the physical traits that you really look for. As a backup guy that you can kind of develop and mold, I would not mind the homegrown South Lake Carroll Dragon, Texas Longhorn. If you're going to take a flyer on some of these quarterbacks, you could do worse than Quinn in this year's draft class.
Yeah, you could. And I think the 5th round's the right spot for him, or the 4th. But I think I saw so much just inaccuracy or bad decision-making, lack of pocket presence. I just think it's a massive journey, and maybe that's the right time to take it with Dak 4 years left on his contract, because I think it would take multiple years for this guy to have a shot of a pro career.
And obviously, he's not starting for you. So, he's going to sit behind Dak, learn and grow.
And rush.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's your 3rd-string guy, 100%. I mean, we don't know. We know Trey Lance isn't coming back. Maybe they do bring back Cooper Rush. Now, here's your latest mocky mock from Mel Kiper today. He's got Abdul Carter going number 1 to Tennessee. Cam Ward's going 2 to Cleveland. Travis Hunter does go to your Giants. Now, when you get to the Cowboys pick here, Ashton Genty's going 6 overall to Las Vegas Raiders. So Genty's not available. Shador Sanders goes 7 to the Jets. You get to the Cowboys pick at number 12, and right ahead of them, Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan, goes to the 49ers, and Josh Simmons, who we believe is the top offensive tackle in the draft, goes to the Bears at number 10. So Cowboys on the clock at 12, and who does Mel Kiper have them taken?
Well, I'm glad Genty's off the board, so we don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. Let's go get a premium position.
That premium position would be Omarion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina.
Unbelievable.
Mel Kiper says, I've talked to people in the NFL who have Genty and Hampton neck and neck for RB1, and there are even some who prefer Hampton. And I look at Dallas's decision to hire Shoddy as coach and can't help but think about his father, Marty, and all of those run-heavy offenses he had over 21 seasons. But to jumpstart the run game, Dallas actually needs a legit back. Rico was decent, but he's a free agent. Likely they want an upgrade there. Plus, this team has been known to use early picks on a runner. Hampton, he says, is a home run hitter who had 1,600 yards, 15 rushing touchdowns in 2024. I don't know that I would necessarily say home run hitter for Omarion
He's DeMarco
Hampton.
Murray.
That's
who he is
like
to me.
that.
I mean, he's
right.
His running style is that where his feet really don't come off the ground. He's kind of a shuffler.
Yes.
The feet, DeMarco Murray, it's like you kind of find the hole, get through the hole, the one-cut runner, get up the field, get fetched at the end. Johnson from Iowa, I think, is a better player.
I like Caleb Johnson more. Now, the one thing that I will say, and I'll give myself a pat on the back, this is not surprising to me. I've been worried about this. I'm not into Omarion Hampton going here 12 to the Cowboys. Tet McMillan is still on the board, who I just talked about, and he's got Tet sliding all the way to 22 to the Chargers. I'm taking Teteroa McMillan at 12 over Hampton.
And Daniel Jeremiah did it last week too. He had 19. He had Tampa taking McMillan. I just find it hard to believe that he would get all the way down there.
Yeah, me too. I don't think that's happening. I think this is just the scuttlebutt that's going around there at the Combine, and this is just fake news. But I do think you're going to see these running backs fly off the board in this draft. And to assume that you're going to have one of these guys at 44, whether it's Hampton, whether it's Johnson, whether it's Henderson from Ohio State, I think all of these guys are going to end up going much higher than, say, like Eric, if you were the GM of these teams, that you would take them. I think the NFL is starting to teeter back to, hey, running back, we're not paying them a ton of money, second-round picks, even first-round contracts. We compare them with some of the other guys that have gotten paid now, the Barkleys of the world, and I can get a lot of value out of those dudes in the first contract. I get it from the sense of, if I'm drafting that back, I'm probably aware I'm not giving them a second contract. So from a first-round pick, you'd like to get a guy that you're getting on a second contract. 100% understood. But in a draft where, as I've said, you're kind of navigating minefields here, it's very likely not only the safest, but maybe the best player on some of these teams' board will be one of those running backs. And I'm worried who's going to still be there when the Cowboys are on the clock at 44.
2 running backs in the top 12 would be pretty amazing. I guess we saw it with Robinson and Gibbs, but that would definitely be a huge frustration if the Cowboys actually went that route. But it's interesting that there are teams that view Hampton in a similar class as Genty.
Absolutely.
I mean, when I look at just the advanced metrics on stuff of just like how he is as a pass catcher and the broken tackles and stuff like that, Genty is far superior.
Yeah, I think to me it's Ashton Genty, then there's a gap, and then we've got Caleb Johnson and Omarion Hampton.
Okay, I do want to ask you guys, like, what is wrong with Scadaboo?
Nothing's wrong with
because
him.
when I look at some of and I'm just looking at the numbers, like he pops up on a lot of these as a guy who has a high percentage of 10-plus yard runs, as a guy who breaks a buttload of tackles, a guy who catches the ball well out of the backfield. His yards per route run is up there with some of the best in this draft class when it comes to running backs and of draft classes past when it comes to running back. So I just look at Scadaboo and I'm like, what's wrong with him? You take Scadaboo in the 3rd round. Why is that? I feel like that's a guy who's a damn good player.
Yeah, he is. I just view him maybe as the NFL level more of a complimentary back. I don't know that, like, I would give the keys to my backfield to Genty, to Hampton, to Caleb Johnson, and probably to Travion Henderson as well. And then after that, I'd be looking at, if I draft one of those guys, say at 76, whether it's Shutkins from Ohio State or Scadaboo, I'd be looking at also adding another back with one of those 5th-round picks. So now I've got a 1-2 tandem, which I'm okay with doing.
Yeah.
Because it's a deep running back class. But I don't know that he's a guy. I mean, you even saw in that Peach Bowl against Texas, and granted, he was their offense. If he was not on the field for Arizona State, they were in a world of hurt. But he's tapping himself out of the game. Like, he's physically exhausted. I don't know if he can go through the grind of a full 17-game season, the wear and tear of being an every down back. I think he's a complimentary back at the next level.
I think these the 3-cone drills and some of these big agility drills at the combine will be massive for him, because the critique has been he just lacks the elite speed and agility to maybe make guys miss at the next level like he has in college.
Yeah, the thing is, though, the zone running aspect to him, you remember Isaiah Spiller?
Mm-hmm.
This guy reminds me of. When you start to talk about, now, if you're comfortable with a guy like Isaiah Spiller and what
he's a backup running back.
Yeah, and how he played. I mean, to me, that's the thing that's really, I think, the quality of this guy. I think he catches the ball extremely well. That's where I think that's where I kind of feel like, though, that if you're going to take him, the running style, sure, physical, one cut, but more about him catching the ball than anything. I mean, they line him up wide as a receiver and stuff like that. So, but I think Zach's right about you having somebody to kind of to split time with him. But if you like Isaiah Spiller, who's with the Chargers, that's what this guy's like.
One of my favorite shows of the entire year is that Friday after the first round, before the second round. You have the first round to react to. You're talking about what are you going to do, who's the best players available. And, hopefully there's a number of exciting running backs. Like to hear the comparison of Hampton and Genty. Mm-hmm. Like, wow, is that another home run for the Royals? Putting it on you. I think that's going to make it 11-3 Kansas City here in the top of the 4th inning. But that's exciting, that level of player possibly also being in the draft. I feel like the Cowboys do need a home run hitter. They need a great running back if they want to have a chance of contending next year. The running game's going to have to be one of the best in the NFL. Take that pressure off of Dak and the defense. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. The C-note, what Steve say about Luka. And what does the Hall of Fame coach Pete Carroll say about the shoddy hire that's coming up next? Live and surprise, it's the GBag Nation on the Fan.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is...
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
There's no need to worry. Grab your phone to lock doors, close the garage, arm your alarm, and check cameras. Make sure your home is fully secured with
DFWsecurity.com.
There's the 3-2 to Witt Jr. The payoff pitch fouled back against the screen here at Surprise Stadium. It's the GBag Nation where the Royals lead the Rangers. It's 11-3 in the fourth inning. The young, hard-throwing right-hander Santos towing the rubber for your Texas Rangers. It's time for the C-note here, but it's fun to have Bobby Witt Jr. in the batter's box down there. Some geezer Royals fan just said, "Hit one out, Bobby, for me."
Yeah. There's a, come on, Junior.
Yeah.
These are the same people we're having breakfast with down there at the Free at the hotel, you know?
Yes.
They're sitting there and they're reading they're like trying to guess the lineup, and their wife is looking at him like,
yeah,
just stop it, psycho guy. You know? I bet you today we'll see. He's just going through the
Sometimes
lineup.
the wife's the more passionate one, though. I mean, you can really see baseball as America's pastime in the eyes of some of these folks. And it's great, really. I mean, there's a lot of young people here, too. Got to be at least a dozen or two of them. But it really is amazing to be here and surprise and check out this ball club. And, you know, just taking it all in. I learned last night at dinner, Jared Sandler does not even keep score during the game during the first week of spring training, and not a lot of announcers do because it's just chaos with all the new players coming in, and nothing really matters about
this
the
would be a
results.
good one to not keep the score of.
Well, Jarrett's now
Or this
standing up in the box as I look over there, and it's like him and Hicksy are going. They're having a problem. Something, you know. I mean, like Jarrett is having a big problem with stuff going on there.
Well, this guy can't find the strike zone. When he does, it's barreled. You know, I think that's maybe it's tough. You're facing a really good Royals lineup, as this is the home park of both the Rangers and Royals. So both teams have put a lot of their stars out there today. It's been a lot of fun. Time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, Thursday at 3:30, Schottenheimer is going to take the podium. It's always cool when you get the head coaches talking at the Combine, and 3:30 right there at this time. 48 hours from now, we'll be getting ready to hear from Schotty and kind of what he has to say about these prospects and the Cowboys team needs and all of that. The biggest story of the day of Cowboys relevance by far is this report from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, that the Eagles are looking at the Commanders' pursuit of Myles Garrett and thinking maybe we want to come in there with an offer that Cleveland cannot refuse, make sure the Commanders don't get him, and make us that much better. I guess that would mean Zach Bond and Milton Williams would be gone from their defensive line. Those are a couple of free agent defensive linemen that they have. I can't assume they'd keep everybody and add Myles Garrett. So, you know, but dang, that would be a massive type of impact player that on every snap you have to account for.
Yeah, I think this would be Josh Sweat, their young stud edge rusher, moving on in free agency, and then them going ahead and replacing him with maybe the best defensive player in all of football. And it's absolutely on the table for a team like that because they've proven it time and time again. They will do whatever it takes to get as much talent in the building as possible. So if you're an Eagles player, the Micah Parsons of the Eagles who's clamoring to bring a guy like Myles Garrett to town, you actually have a leg to stand on. You can have some hope because that's what they do.
Yeah. Great tweet from Andrew Siciliano, NFL announcer, as this thing broke across NFL Twitter about 2 hours ago. He put out the now legendary quote from from Roseman, never feel like we have enough offensive linemen or defensive linemen. And, I think it'd be wise to take note of that as your team building against them here in this division. You got fire with fire.
Yeah, I think the defensive line is where you got to go here. I was looking at some of the free agent offensive linemen, and the Cowboys have plenty of bodies on the O-line, young guys that they're hoping take another step. If you want to go in free agency and try and replace Zach Martin, I think Will Hernandez from the Cardinals, who worked with Clayton Adams, is a guy that wouldn't be overly expensive, but he's a guy that is off his best season, and he did it in a Cardinals uniform, and now you can reunite with Clayton Adams here in Dallas. I think that would be a guy that you don't have to break the bank for, but he's immediate plug and play, better than Hoffman. He replaces Zach Martin, and now you feel like, okay, we've done at least something to add to our offensive line, and then in the draft, I think you've got to pepper the D tackles and maybe an edge rusher.
Yeah, Will Hernandez does make a lot of sense because Clayton Adams revitalized his career.
Mm-hmm.
He was a bust with the Giants. I liked him a lot out of UTEP coming out, big, nasty, physical blocker, just didn't pan out. And then he gets with Clayton Adams in Arizona, and now all of a sudden he's one of the better free agent linemen on the market.
Yeah, and it's always just nice to have a guy who understands what it is that the coaches are trying to implement here. I think BB will have some of that with Connor Riley coming from K-State, but having a guy like Will Hernandez, it's like, hey, I've been there, I've done that, I understand what he wants, and just having that guy in the room as a veteran. And this is a young offensive line for the Cowboys.
Okay, next headline here. Stephen Jones asked about the Mavericks fans and their reaction to the Luka trade and all that, and he said, I don't want to comment on the Mavs, but it got interesting. He said, I understand. I want our fans to be emotional, and I want them to care. Certainly the record we had last year in our postseason lack of success, I understand that completely. I want them to be emotional about that, and we have to be better. I think that's significantly different from, what was that, the Senior Bowl comments or the Schottenheimer hiring press conference comments when he was talking about the perceived drought they were in. And I think they're wisely pivoting here with their public approach. Number one, they're not signaling, hey, we got to take free agency off. They're talking about being selectively aggressive. And let's maybe not say or suggest that what we've been doing is good enough. Now, we'll find out if they can actually follow that with action, but I think maybe this is their new guy that took Rich's job, Tad, over there, saying, guys, we're going in a bad direction, telling everybody free agency is coming, don't get your hopes up, and by the way, we think what we've been doing is good enough. That was really T-twist in fans, and I think, making more apathy. So now we got to see if they're going to actually throw some money at it and try to rebuild at least a playoff team. I would hope. I think this is a critical juncture here for this football team because the way that they failed at the drafts, and if they don't spend, they might end up going like Packers playoff loss, which was devastating for fan morale. Miss playoffs. You missed the playoffs a couple of more times, and I think we could be talking about a legitimate, loss of the great passion and volume that we've had with, I guess, one of the exhibits in my argument being Oxnard last year. And I'm sure the tickets are going to sell as long as the national media makes as big a deal about the Cowboys as they do. But if you stack together losing seasons, like your grip on relevance isn't there, and I think they need a playoff season here.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you can't, especially with what your division is doing and the way they're going about it and how aggressive they're being, and they're giving you the blueprint right in front of you, and it becomes very, very obvious. If you're not prioritizing winning, you can see what other teams are doing to get themselves where they want to go. So you've got to get with the program on how to win right now in the league.
Yeah, and I feel like the Cowboys, whenever they come up on a significant windfall financially, they take that money and invest it in something else. I think that's why Jerry had such a problem spending the couple $100 million on that yacht for his wife, was because he saw that a couple $100 million as investment capital for oil and gas or real estate or whatever sort of business that he and his family want to pursue. The Eagles, the Niners, the Giants are looking at the equity in their football team and saying, this is our path to having the cash flow that we could use to sign additional players and try to go for it right now. If that becomes what the rest of the league is doing and you are sitting that out because you look at all of your liquidity as investment capital instead of a way to make your football team better, I mean, that's a significant disadvantage. Pete Carroll on Brian Schottenheimer. He's ready. He's been waiting for this opportunity for a number of years. He's been ready for some time. This was Pete Carroll on the Raiders podium as apparently the Seattle Seahawks beat writers took it over with a ton of questions reflecting on his time with Seattle and now with the Raiders, but also quite a few questions about Brian Schottenheimer as well. They're talking about Jerry Jones calling shoddy, and I think you have to keep your fingers crossed that Schottenheimer does enough to impress us on the outside and them internally over the next couple of years, that if they get the drafts right and if they get things about team building right, that you could potentially have a really good coach, even though the rest of the league didn't think he deserved that opportunity, even though he's been knocking on the doorstep for what, at least 10 years?
Yeah.
51, 52 years old, something like that.
I think Eric just made a really good point, though, and we were talking about that there's now a, and I don't know if it's now, but there's a pressure. There's a pressure with the way that you now have to operate within your own division.
Yeah.
Howie has been aggressive, but then now you get Howie a world championship. And I think that makes him even more aggressive. The Commanders, new ownership, new coach, the quarterback situation the way it is, now you're going to have to deal with them. If Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones continue to operate the way that they do, this organization is not going to ever be back to the playoffs and stuff like that. You're not going to sniff the division title, competing if you don't are not willing to do the things that the Eagles and the Commanders are. They've changed the game for you. You can't continue on and just be good at one of the three, the drafting part. You've got to fight fire with fire here. And if you don't, you and the Giants are going to be afterthoughts, and you're going to be picking 12 every year, and you're really not going to be talked about at all. Yeah. Like, we're talking about the Cowboys again here when they're 7-10 or 6-11. No, hell no.
Yeah, they're a Giants quarterback away from maybe being the worst team in their own division.
And no question.
And the 8-1-7, I really want to know why y'all think they should be competing this year. Eagles are looking like a young dynasty. Commanders have all the money in the world and a cheap quarterback. This is the Cowboys' time to take a back seat for 2 years, right? I'd agree, but they paid Dak Prescott. You don't pay your quarterback as the highest paid player in the history of the sport and then double down and pay wide receiver one, and then you're regressing for 2 years. They aren't carrying themselves, and I've said this before, as a team that is in any type of rebuild.
Yeah.
They have evaluated that Dak Prescott is their franchise quarterback still. They're paying him like he's one of the top quarterbacks in the sport. They've got to go out and make the most of it and put the best team around him. Otherwise, that's just been a waste of money, and maybe some fans already are assuming it will be, but it's going to be another one of those conversations. If they go status quo, we'll be saying that was another contract that they gave up. It's paying a guy for a third time that's not returning any investment for them.
They have violated Rule 1 of team building, misevaluating your own team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's where, again, that's, hey, they probably look at it as, oh, heck, we don't want to go through the wilderness again without a quarterback, even though this team could have moved on from its coach and it could have moved on from its quarterback.
Yeah.
And completely restarted this thing.
You still have it. If you bring back Lewis, you still have 3 good corners and a good pass rusher and a couple of good young linebackers, 2 good young offensive linemen at least, a quarterback, a wide receiver. Like, you have enough that if you threw money at this, you could contend.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what a lot of teams would do in this same situation. Krusty's Corners coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, what does the league think about this draft? We've got some ideas, and we'll talk about those next.
I have to tell you what I think about Window Nation, the absolute best.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Razor Babies.
That first one?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
at Rangers.com/TexGala.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We're watching Rangers and Royals here live in Surprise. Thanks for making us part of your day here on your home of the 2023 World Series champions. Bobby Carrella's coming up at 4 o'clock. It's a Beat LA Tuesday here in the nation. Lakers and Mavs tonight. What is that, a 9 o'clock tip back in DFW? We'll be gathering over at Sands' spring training house to take this in. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the King.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. Reached out like during the break to some of my gang of 7 guys. I was curious, did we ever determine what the going price would be for Myles Garrett? Did we ever say what we thought that people would ask or what they would be willing to give for him?
I'm guessing, especially if it's a team like the Eagles picking dead balls last of the first round, I'm guessing it would be 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, actually, it's really cool because my guys are all at the combine right now, so they're just all perfect. They're all sitting around. It seems like consensus is a 1 and a 2, is not the 2 first-round picks, but a first rounder and then a second rounder, and we need to.
So they consider a 1 on this situation.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you have to factor in the player's age and the fact that you still have to pay him a new deal.
Right. So yeah, I was just curious because I was thinking like along the lines with Eric.
Right, 2 1s.
2 1s.
I figured that's probably what Cleveland wants.
Yeah, there were 4 of my guys got back to me, and everybody was 1-2, 1-2, 1-2.
I mean, if you could give up 12 this year and a 2 next year, I'd be very interested in doing that.
Yeah, I think you're on to something right there. Another thing from last night's dinner, I had a question. Have you guys ever had an experience where, like, the people in the kitchen were impressed by what you actually consumed at dinner?
I don't think I've ever
and they
seen that.
gave you a dessert like as like a prize, like a trophy. Like they said, "You, my friend, are amazing. We're going to give you a full-on brownie with ice cream as a thank you for being such a gluttonous eater."
Yeah.
And I've never experienced that.
It was the first time for me as well. I was impressed with their hospitality, and I think they were impressed. They probably never seen somebody do the triple stack. If I knew it was going to be patties that thick, I don't know that I would have gone with the triple there, but I was hungry enough to punish it without any problems. I basically had beer for lunch yesterday, Broadus, thanks to you.
Sure.
And that was fantastic. And so I was pretty dang. I was like, you have the shakes because you're so hungry.
You were famished a little bit?
And it was like, I could have gone with Ruben for a second dinner after that, to be honest with you. But it was good. They had the jalapeno cream cheese on there and a poblano aioli. And my only regret is not asking for more of that on the burger because the ratios got a little wonky with 3 patties.
Yeah, it's a lot of beef.
So that's just normally a 1 patty meal, a 1 patty burger?
It's a 1 patty burger. Yeah, and the guy was like, what, do you want to throw a second one on there? I was like, honestly... Well, because again, this was me making up for my mistake at the airport the other day when I didn't add the extra patty. So I was like, I'm not taking any chances on this. Triple it up. I know I'm good for it no matter how big this thing is.
I was just kind of wondering because, like, you mentioned yesterday that the whole thing with, like, the patty thing was bothering you.
Yeah.
But you just totally took it a whole nother direction.
I did. The meat and the protein is never an issue. Like, I would bet on you to consume all the meat possible.
Yeah.
It's when you mix in the bread, the carbs. That's what we saw during the Waffle House challenge with the waffles.
Yes.
That's what will end up screwing you over. But if it's just straight up burger patties or
wings or something,
that's not even a fair ball game.
The most impressive thing, though, was how you unhinged your jaw to get that over the top.
I'll be honest with you. When I looked back at the video, I surprised even myself with that one. I didn't realize just how big I had to go for that bite.
Yeah.
But I was pretty proud of myself.
I mean, there was like, if they could have taken your picture and put it on the wall.
They should have.
And like one of our most distinguished guests ever.
Yeah.
I think you would have been. They were lining up. They were like taking peeks outside the kitchen.
Yeah,
like that's the dude.
Yeah,
it wasn't like they were just like, man. It's like, hey, we got to see this guy. He's a legend. We got to go out there and
shook a lot of hands, kissed a lot of babies after that.
Yeah, I got you.
That's good for the resume.
All right, what are scouts saying about this draft class? This comes from our friends over at ESPN. And this is they've kind of talked to they talked to some general managers, some scouts, some player personnel dudes, guys and gals, and they've got some thoughts here. And I don't know if you guys have seen this at all, but I'm going to run through a couple of them. Saying, what are scouts saying about this class? There are, and this is from one NFL general manager. Says there are 4, maybe 5 blue chip players. Wolchuk, I kind of think we're on that, right? Kind of,
yes.
4 or 5 blue chip players. After that, it's 40 guys with late first round or second round grades. And it's pretty good assessment right there. The scouts view the 2025 class as light on future all-pros but strong on starters. Quote, you're going to see a ton of rookie starters from this class because it's such an experienced group. That's from an AFC South area scout. I kind of feel like that's the same. I feel like I'm still looking at those COVID guys, like the 5 and 6 year players, where we got a lot of guys that had a lot of experience. I mean, there's a lot of, especially these now with the playoffs, there's a lot of guys that have played in big games, a lot of big game experience there. But I think they're right on that about the number of rookie starters you can probably get. This class appears to be lacking high-end, can't-miss prospects.
Yeah.
Seen as future stars, such as Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. It has fewer players ranked high, based purely on potential. As an AFC East area scout put it, player number 15 on your board might have the same grade as player number 50.
Yeah, it's tough to differentiate when you get into the second and third with some of these guys, especially like the D tackles and some of those positions, you are kind of looking at like, there's like certain traits you like more, like with the edge rushers, right? You got some of these guys like a JTT out of Ohio State, solid, steady player, does everything well, but doesn't necessarily have the twitchy bend that you want from a pure edge rusher. They can get double-digit sacks, and maybe you want more of a Princely from Ole Miss, right, who has some of that good first-step quickness. So it's just basically how all these teams evaluate them. How do they fit their specific defense? Same thing with these corners. Some of these guys fit better with the zone scheme than a man scheme, I think, specifically as well.
What position groups have scouts excited? Eric, you like to hear this. The running back class has a chance to be special.
There you go. I do like to hear this. It's deep. You don't have to go at the top.
As 6 backs have at least a second-round grade in many of the preseason combine rankings. Talking to scouts, there's also some depth. Quote, if you can't find a starting running back in this year, you're really just not trying. That's from an NFC West area scout. There'll be starters coming out of rounds 5, 6, and 7.
Wow.
I mean, I've got down to 5th round running backs, but I haven't got down to any 6th or 7th round running backs for sure. They also like the defensive line group.
It's a great defensive line class.
And the scouts are saying edge Abdul Carter anchors the class, followed by Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham and Georgia edge Jalen Walker. There are 31 defensive linemen in the top 100, according to Matt Miller here. So 31 of 100. He said it's the most I've ever had in a group. One general manager said that a third of the first round might be edge rushers and defensive tackles. What do you think about that, Wolchuk?
I agree. I mean, I think the defensive tackle class right there with running back, deepest group, period. And there are a lot now. There are a lot of edges that I think I'd be excited about as deep as probably the 3rd, maybe even 4th round. Now, the Cowboys don't have a 4th rounder. They got 4 or 5, so maybe they move up or decide they want to get aggressive at the top of day 3. But I do agree with this assessment. I think this is an excellent write-up.
Is there any reason, and I'll leave with this one, is there any reason for somebody to trade up if your grades 15 and 50 are the same guy?
No.
So are we we hoping for a trade back, or do you just need to stand there and make a pick at 12? Because you're probably not going to get value for your pick going back.
Yeah, I'm always going to be hopeful that I can trade back, and some team just gets a little antsy about maybe a particular position that they feel like they've got to get something like that. But you're right; it's probably less likely this year than in most that a team's going to want to jump up unless some guy falls out of the top 10 that nobody expected.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We're going to get Bobby Carella, All City Dallas, talking Mavs with you as it's Luka Lakers and Mavs night here coming up at 9 o'clock in DFW. We're back live and surprise on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because it's about quitting time, and if you're getting ready...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
The Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, GBag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We're about to talk Mavs with one of our favorite basketball talkers. Our spring training coverage brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and by the On-Time Experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. As Bobby Carella, All City Dallas, joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck you doing?
I'm filled with dread, anxiety, maybe even a little bit of fear. How about y'all?
Yeah, I was going to tell you, this is usually about the point that I wake up in the nightmare right before it hits its apex of horror.
We'll see. That dude is about to be on the floor in 4 or 5 hours. That means we still have 4 or 5 hours to wake up.
That's right, Bobby, and I'll keep my fingers crossed between now and then. Now, a lot's been made about how fired up Luka Dončić is. What do you expect Luka Magic to do tonight?
Man, I mean, we've seen him in the first quarter of Game 5 against the Wolves last year. He went in and ended their season in about 10 minutes, and he did the same thing in Game 7 against the Suns a few years ago. I mean, I expect him to come out and try and do the same thing tonight. I think he's going to try and go for the heart. I don't think, Luka has any sort of hatred in his heart for Kyrie or any of the players. And normally it's a trash-talking player that kind of, sends Luka into this frenzy. But sometimes it's been fans. And in this case, I think it's going to be maybe the coach or maybe the front office or maybe the owner. I mean, whichever guy is closest to wherever Luka is on the floor is going to get a lot of glares. Going to be the subject of a lot of anger, a lot of aggression, a lot of taunts, a lot of trash talk. And, I mean, I think Luka's going to try and, maybe he'll try and score 77 tonight just to let the Mavs know what they're missing out on.
Yeah, I think a lot of the chatter might also come when he returns back to the AAC. I mean, my gosh, that's going to be a hell of a night, Bobby. But here's a question that I never thought I'd have to ask you. How do you think the Mavericks attempt to guard Luka Dončić tonight?
Dude, I've been thinking about that for the last couple days, and, generally the way the Mavs play against really good players, especially guys who can't pass. Obviously, Luka is an incredible passer, so we'll see if they follow those rules tonight. But generally, if the superstar gets going, the Mavs will double-team him. But Dallas and Jason Kidd know better than anybody in the world that doubling Luka Like, you're not going to keep him from scoring, and he's also going to get 15 extra assists than if you just guard him one-on-one. And so, maybe they'll mix it up. I think P.J. Washington is going to guard him. I think Najee Marshall will guard him. Max Christie might be too small, but then you got guys like Omax that, are the right size but might be a little too clumsy. Kyrie is really clever, but he's obviously way too small. There's just not really a lot of good options on this team to guard Luka one-on-one. So, if he gets hot early, you might have to start doubling him, but then all of a sudden you're going to be, he's just going to kick it out to LeBron, and LeBron's going to be, have the ball in his hands playing 4-on-3. So I don't know. I really don't know. I think the Mavs just have to hope that Luka shoots like 4 for 17 tonight, and they don't have to make a tough choice, but I really doubt that's going to happen.
Right, Bob. When you get Luka on defense, they are going to try and do what LaMelo Ball and the Hornets did the other night.
Yeah, go at him. Go at him. Kyrie is going to do everything he can to get Luka one-on-one. Obviously, he's really quick. PJ, I think, could maybe try and hit him with some moves. Luka is really good with his hands, though, so if you're trying to get too nice with it, he can poke it away. And the Mavs don't necessarily have a lot of guys outside of Kyrie and maybe on his good day Spencer Dinwiddie that can string together a couple dribble moves the way that LaMelo was. But, the Lakers showed over the weekend when they destroyed the Nuggets, they were swarming Nikola Jokic. And part of that was to try and force the ball out of his hands and, keep it to lesser shooters on the team. But also part of that is the Lakers signal to the NBA world, like, hey, we will take your star out of the game and force other guys to beat us. So I think one way that they could protect Luka tonight is by, if Kyrie's pointing at his man to come set a screen, I think they might just double. Luka might just blitz Kyrie, force it out of his hands, and then force somebody else in the Mavs to beat them. Other teams have done that pretty successfully against Dallas over the last, 6 or 7 games since the trade. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Lakers try it. But, certainly the Mavs are going to try and make Luka work on defense because, every other team does it, and they know better than anybody what his limitations are.
Bobby, you live with this team, and so I just was going to ask you, when you see players that are coming back and and working with the coaches, after shoot-around stuff, is that usually an indication? I know in the NFL, when I see players like on the cords and things like that, I could kind of have an idea of maybe when they're going to come back. Do you get any read by what we've seen with some of the injured guys shooting after practice today?
It's certainly not a bad thing that Anthony Davis is able to get out on the floor. If his health situation, and this is just purely speculation on my part, but if his health situation was trending towards surgery being the only way to make this thing better, I don't think anyone in the world in their right mind would let him anywhere near a floor, even if he's just taking standstill jumpers. But the fact that he's able to get out there and move around at least a little bit is a little cause for hope. But, he's definitely not sprinting. We're still a week or so away from them being reevaluated, him alongside Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford. Lively has been captured on camera, not having to be in his boot. That's a pretty good sign. Gafford, he's still a ways from coming back, but, they just need anybody. Dwight Powell is certainly the closest to coming back of all the big men. Granted, he's the least effective of the four, but he's still someone that's taller than 6'7" that can go out there and play, knows how to play basketball. And he's almost doing full workouts and, not quite going through full contact practice, but the expectation is that he'll be back at, some point pretty soon. I would hope within the next week or so, by the time Moses Brown's 10-day contract expires. So a little bit of the cavalry is on the way, but of course all eyes are on that March 6th date for the reevaluation of those three. If Anthony Davis needs surgery, it's super over. It's fully, completely over. But if he's on the floor right now, maybe hope remains that we can see him sometime in March, and, they're obviously going to need him as soon as possible.
All the talk has been about how Luka's fired up, but I feel like the Mavs players have come together a lot since the trade. They were already a good morale group, and Kyrie's a great leader, but how fired up are they with all the attention on this matchup tonight in the association?
They're probably pretty fired up, but it is this weird situation where, now outside of Dwight Powell, the longest tenured Maverick is Jaden Hardy. who joined the team in 22-23. So there's not a lot of guys on this team that have spent a lot of time with Luka. A lot of the players that are active right now are on the team for the first season, so they barely even know the guy. So I'm not sure how much of like this emotional connection they have to him, or even kind of an understanding of what he meant to the fans and to the franchise and everything like that. But, they're certainly aware of the noise. They're certainly aware of how fans are obviously rightfully skeptical of the trade, and a lot of people believing that the season is kind of over and all of their big men are hurt, and there's no reason to think that this team can make the playoff push. And yet here they are, before the last game against the Warriors, they'd won 5 out of 6. I mean, they were playing really, really well. I think my only concern is hoping that Warriors blowout was not maybe a little bit of the shaking of the confidence. This team needs to believe that with some scrappy fighting and scratching and clawing and all that stuff, that they are capable of winning games. And every time, you get run out of a gym by a team that is better than you, I think it's another little pin in the cushion, and they need that belief, because right now they're not physically capable of overwhelming teams. They can only do it by outworking and outsmarting the other team. And, if they get outskilled and outworked the way they did the other night a lot, then it could get pretty ugly for them.
Bobby Karalla, All City Dallas, with us here in the GBag Nation. Do you expect to see Nico Harrison make an appearance tonight?
I think that he will be in the gym. I think it would be pretty lame if he wasn't. Now, will he be visible? I don't know. If he's visible, you can bet your life that Luka will find him, And if we see Luka looking into the sands, he's going to be looking right at Nico all night. So I hope that Nico is there. I think it would be, kind of weak if he wasn't, but, maybe he should stay in a suite or maybe in the locker room or something, because, any extra motivation for Luka, we know, is a very, very dangerous thing to do.
I like the idea of Nico Harrison sitting in the stands, and at some point they put him up on the Jumbotron, and Lakers fans just go bananas and give him a standing ovation, round of applause. Thank you, Nico.
Sure.
Ooh, yeah, that is good. I mean, they do like a celebrity who's in the gym kind of thing, during timeouts. They'll show all the celebs. I'm sure there's going to be a lot tonight. They could mix in a shot of him. I think he'd probably get a louder ovation than like Jack Nicholson or any of those other people that show up.
Bobby, I wanted to pick your brain on the video that went viral over the weekend with DeRoe in the Mavs kind of blurring out Luka's face from the videos. I know you did work with the Mavs and creating content and the website before All City. And when we've had Nick Harris on, who worked at DallasCowboys.com, I guess this is something that all teams do. Just as fans, maybe we just never noticed it until it was somebody as big as Luka, and it just seemed like he was adding insult to injury.
Yeah, so a little more info on that. It wasn't actually Luka that they blurred out. All of the people that became silhouettes with logos on their faces were Maxi Kleber and Quentin Grimes, which is pretty funny because obviously, I don't think many people are fired up about Maxi or Quentin Grimes, but the fact that they were turned into silhouettes kind of creates a little bit of doubt, and doesn't do a lot to, ease people's anger and emotions and everything. But that video wasn't even made by the Mavs. Now, why it was posted by the Mavs is anybody's guess, but poor DeRoe had to put out a statement about it later that day to saying like, hey, my team made it and we were trying to eliminate the distraction of having former players, but it was a bit of a heavy-handed way to do it. But yeah, I mean, generally whenever players are traded or change teams, if they leave in free agency or whatever, the teams do have to go back and, update their website, update their Twitter headers and all that stuff to include only players that are currently on the team. Otherwise, you could be fined for tampering. We would get a long list, via email of all the things we can and cannot do around the trade deadline and around the NBA draft and free agency and stuff. And, we had to be pretty mindful of that. But, the timing of that video and the kind of the over-the-top way that it was done certainly, fueled the fire that's still raging in the fan base. What I can say is that the clips that were used, because it was a DeRoe video, you had to get approval from the NBA for all of those clips. And it can take a really long time to get approval from the NBA. And so, instead of just waiting the several weeks or months that they would need to get new clips, they just went ahead and did what they did. Obviously, fans feel a certain way about it, and that is their right. But, just another unfortunate blunder in a long series of ones for the Mavs lately.
Bobby Karalla, All City Dallas, before we let you go, where was the Luka and Jason Kidd relationship before the trade?
I think it was good. I think it was fine. J-Kid pretty much keeps things pretty close to the chest. Now, he has over the years, not shied away from criticizing Luka's defense, and kind of the team's approach to the game. And obviously he's not going to single out Luka every single night. So sometimes, they could be perceived as veiled shots toward Luka or something. But I mean, Luka, when asked, always said nice things about J-Kid, and J-Kid, when asked, always, for the most part, said nice things about Luka outside of sometimes talking about his commitment to defense. So, I think there was a mutual respect between the two. Were they best friends? I don't know. I don't think that Luka's necessarily trying to be friends with his coach, but that's not a shot at him or anything. I mean, he's a player and J-Kid is a coach, and there's a 20 or 30-year age gap between the two. I don't think they have a lot in common. So, J-Kid is a guy that wants things done his way. Luka certainly likes to do things his way, and whenever you get two alphas like that in the room that are pretty cerebral types, there could be a little friction, but I don't think that they disliked each other or anything like that. I mean, I think they were pretty tight-knit and, kind of on the same page as far as a superstar and his coach is concerned.
Trying to make sense of this on a night where the Mavs visit the Lakers, could it be simplified to maybe Nico and Dumont just kind of overestimated how important their principles were and thought they were worth, holding up, even if it meant getting rid of a generational talent? Or have you gained any perspective that allows it to make a little bit more sense as of yet?
The way I view it, man, is, Nico is a guy that's not really from around here. Patrick Dumont is a guy that's not really from around here. And when they suddenly wake up with all the power in the world and lofty ambitions and, maybe a little pressure to win right away, you can kind of forego and forsake the emotional connection that fans feel toward their favorite player and just think, well, I mean, this guy that I like, I think is better than him, so I can sell the fans on that. But, like it or not, there is a very strong emotional connection between fans and their favorite player. Fans in the NBA now routinely will switch allegiances when their favorite player changes teams, and players change teams a lot. There aren't necessarily 10 million Mavs fans in the world. There's a few million Mavs fans, and there's a lot of Luka fans. And I think, if you look at things too rationally, if you think about, things in a basketball sense too much without respecting fan sentiment, the emotional, the romantic connection to the game, then I think it can lead to situations like this. And unfortunately, it's becoming a lot more common in the league. And, fans just continue to lose. It is really sad. But I think that's the only explanation for it. This trade was not really about basketball. It was about what Nico Harrison thinks is right and what Nico Harrison thinks is best. And if he's proven right, cool, I guess. If it turns out that he's wrong, then, again, Mavs fans are the only ones that lose. He's going to have a fine rest of his life, and we're going to watch some pretty bad basketball for a little while. So hopefully he's right, I guess. But, in the meantime, people are still going to feel really strongly about this for a really long time.
Well, best of luck to you, Bob, as you continue this journey to tip off and trying to process this. I can't imagine all the emotions that'll be going on there during the game. But best of luck to you and all the Mavs fans out there making the most of it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Cheers. There he goes. Bobby Karalla, an absolute treasure trove of basketball insights and perspective here. All City Dallas is where you can find his content, and, of course, on Twitter. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420, buddy. Where are you taking us today?
All right, let's continue the NBA flavor as we go through the top 10 other NBA greats playing against their former teams for the first time, and it is a day I will never forget. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd.
Hey, welcome back, GBag Nation. We're watching spring training baseball, and the Rangers' #1 prospect, Sebastian Walcott, just stepping in here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Don't worry about the score. Rangers getting their reps in, trying to throw strikes and, get their work done and all that. But Sebastian Walcott, big number 89, and he takes a first pitch strike there at the knees on the inside corner. For the 0-1 count. But it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 of 420. I'll let you know how this goes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's a 1-1 count. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Willie Bullard.
All right, we just talked with Bobby Carella. All City Dallas covers our Mavericks, and it's a big night as it's the first time Luka is taking on his former team. So I do have the top 10 other instances in the NBA where you had a great play against his former team for the first time. 877-881-1053. What are some other type of return games? It can be any sport that you remember. We'll get to that in just a moment. But, fellas, today is my daughter's first birthday. So I just wanted to say happy birthday to my beautiful little angel, Eliza. It was probably right about now. 1 year ago, where we landed in Surprise, Arizona, and all of a sudden, as soon as you get the internet connection, boom, here comes the buzzing, the vibrations. Like, oh my gosh, this was not
something big happened.
Not normal. Yeah, it was a lot.
Luka got traded, or a baby's on the way.
Yep. So I've got the call from the wife, and I think she's playing a joke on me that she is at the hospital, her water has broke, and she needs me to come home. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a prank. I hear in the background, mother-in-law like, nope, not a joke. So immediately Uncle Bri goes into dad mode. He's trying to find me like the next fastest flight back home. It's a Southwest flight. It's leaving in a couple of hours. I book that sucker. We get off the plane. I take my right turn. I go over to the Southwest gates. I got to wait. I got to hang out. And about an hour later, I got a FaceTime as I was waiting to board the flight. Now, I'm in C group, so I'm literally like the last person to board since I just bought the ticket. And I'm literally watching at the charging station my baby girl be born, which was crazy. Made it home. She obviously was 2 months early, so we spent the first 2 months in the NICU, went straight to the NICU afterwards. But story in a day that I certainly will never forget, and I appreciate you guys being very supportive, and especially Eric. Hey, you held it down beautifully last year, man, with the clubhouse interviews without me. You guys were awesome. But a special day for me, special day for my family. So I know 420, Eliza usually does. They'll put it up like your girls do, Eric, on the TV.
Yeah.
They'll put us up. So I just want to say, Daddy loves you. I'm sorry I'm not there. But she did get to go to Build-A-Bear today. Sounds like she's having a hell of a birthday. I love you.
You sent the bundt cake for breakfast.
I did. She got to have a little chocolate chip bundt cake for breakfast. You know, dessert for breakfast on your birthday. Why the hell not?
What was your vantage point? What was your POV on the FaceTime watching your baby be born?
It was from behind my wife's head, I guess. Like
so you had the
shoulders.
same view as hers, so to speak.
Yes, the doctors would not allow my mother-in-law with the camera to go around to the other side. And she was like, but it's the dad. And they're like, no, you can't do that. I thought to myself, that's probably a win.
Yeah.
Because I had really not decided in real time if I wanted to see that or not. So this decision was made for me.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, we'll see whenever baby number 2 happens. Hopefully I am there for that one and we don't have another trip scheduled and the baby comes early. But either way, man, what a crazy day it was. Absolutely
no doubt.
nuts.
No doubt.
Absolutely nuts.
Yeah, totally crazy. Oh, look at our guy Walcott.
He battled in that about,
speed,
worked the
dude.
account full, and then got a pitch he could hit a pop-up to center field, but the center fielder had to come in on it and lost it in the sun.
Okay. 877-881-1053. Let's get to the NBA players, some other NBA greats that played against their former team for the first time. Honorable mentions. You do have a couple of the Oklahoma City Thunder players, as they had that triplet pairing that ended up going back to play the Thunder for the first time. So you've got like Russell Westbrook, who was with the Rockets, goes back to play the Thunder, put up 21, 12, and 9 in that game back in 2019. Anthony Davis, his first game against the Pelicans, ended up being a Lakers loss, but he had 41 points, 9 boards, 1 assist, 3 steals, and a block. What could be if you had Anthony Davis tonight, just as much as we're thinking Luka's going to go off against the Mavs, I think Anthony Davis would just be feasting tonight against the Lakers if he was healthy.
Crushing them, yeah. Bring me some Jackson Hayes and some Dorian Finney-Smith here in the post.
Other honorable mentions, we've got Chris Paul going back to the Pelicans when he was with the Clippers. He had 16 points, 9 assists in that one, couple of steals. Patrick Ewing, Sonics and the Knicks, November 14th, 2000, 31, 10, and 9 in that game.
Wow, I didn't know he could still hoop when he got to Seattle like
He did,
that.
man.
Yeah.
And then the Spurs and Raptors with Kawhi. Kawhi goes 21 points, 1 board, only 1 board for him in a 2019 matchup, 5 assists, couple of steals. And then Scottie Pippen, Blazers Bulls. Here you go, General. January 3rd of 2000. Scottie with 11 points, 3 boards, 6 steals, or 6 assists, 2 steals, and a block as he faced the Bulls as a member of the Blazers. Game took place at United Center in Chicago. Pippen contributing to a dominant Blazers 88-63 win over the Bulls. Anything you remember from that one?
88-63.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow. Yeah, that's straight out of 2000 or 2001 for you?
1998.
I don't remember anything. I just remember Scottie Pippen was the ultimate team player at that point in his career. He could obviously score throughout his entire career, but he was more of a point guard at that point and would play great defense and still had like 2 or 3 great seasons in him by the time he got to Portland after that little stint in Houston.
We've got from the 903 texting it, Emmett with the Cardinals against Dallas, and then Josh Hamilton with the Angels against the Rangers. It was weird seeing both of them in another uniform. I agree with you.
Mike Madonna
100%.
in a Detroit Red Wings jersey, right?
That was also a weird one. Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't imagine, and luckily we never had to, but like Troy Aikman, if he ever went to another team, that would have been weird. Like now you're seeing all these quarterbacks, Favre, Rodgers, Manning, like they go on and they end up, and Montana, even with Kansas City. You didn't have to do that with Troy, even though he did flirt with possibly playing for the Miami Dolphins. And then Dirk, right? I mean, that was the beauty of it. We didn't have to deal with that with Dirk. Other honorable mentions here, Allen Iverson, Nuggets and Sixers. Gosh, I totally forgot and blanked that AI went to Denver with Melo.
Yeah,
there was a lot of
looked
hype around
great
that.
too. He looked great in that uniform.
Dawson, you might remember this. When Stockton and Malone played for the Lakers? Did they
Just
play
Malone.
Just Malone?
Yeah.
Stockton didn't play?
Gary Payton was there.
Payton, okay.
Yeah, Stockton retired.
Okay. I was just wondering about Malone coming back and playing against Utah.
They were really good, you know.
He was chasing a ring, wasn't he?
Yes, Malone was.
Yeah.
Number 10 is KG. Kevin Garnett with the Celtics playing the Timberwolves in 2008. This was a close game, 87-86. Ended in a narrow win for the Celtics. In that game, you had KG with 10 points, 16 boards, hitting a double-double against his former team. Impact on the boards was a huge reason why they were able to get that win.
You know, these scores do bring up, I don't know if you saw the viral video from Channing Frye yesterday, but he said, you know what's really killing the NBA is a nostalgia about how clean and amazing this game from the 90s and 2000s was.
Yeah.
Because it was a lot of low-scoring games and a lot of bogged-down offense. You know, maybe a lot of three-point shooting isn't the ideal either, but your memories of how hoop was back then maybe didn't line up with reality in a lot of those situations. It was ugly basketball, and it was only great because you were watching your team try to win with that strategy.
9 is Dwayne Wade with the Bulls, making his return to take on the Heat.
Oh, yeah.
That was a 13.7 board, 4 assist night for Wade and an emotional return to Miami as he contributed to a Bulls win, 98-95 over the Heat. Next up, you got Moses Malone, Sixers Rockets. This is back in 1982. Moses Malone with 24 and 17 in that game.
He was amazing.
My gosh, I mean, incredible. Was at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. Sixers winning 104-93. Then Oscar Robertson, Bucks and Royals. Oh, really not a good game for Oscar Robertson. 6 points, 4 boards, 7 assists. Game took place at the Royals' home court. And the Bucks emerged victorious, final 121-100. You got KD, Warriors Thunder. I mean, you could have had a couple with KD here. Then we've got Wilt Chamberlain, San Francisco Warriors against the 76ers. Wilt, 22 points, 29 boards in 1965. Unbelievable what he was able to do. 29 rebounds. Are you freaking kidding me? What an absolute cheat code as he comes in at number 4. But the top 3, we got Shaquille O'Neal, as he was just breaking the hearts of one Lucius Alexander in a Lakers jersey. LA, I know you were pulling for those Orlando Magic. 1996, December 6th, highly anticipated showdown. Shaq against his former team. It was buzzing. First time since joining the Lakers, and he goes for 25 and 18 in that game, 92-81. Big win there for the Lake Show.
7 blocks.
Seven
Crazy.
blocks, yeah. Number 2, we've got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Lakers and the Bucks, 99-92. Lakers get the win. Kareem 30 and 20 in that game with 9 blocks for him.
Gosh.
But number 1, LeBron James. The Heat and the Cavs, 118-90. LeBron, having left Cleveland to join the Heat, faced his former team for the first time in a highly anticipated matchup at Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland. Atmosphere was nuts. LeBron goes 38-5 with 8 assists and 1 steal, leading the Heat to a dominant 118-90 victory. And we'll see what Luka does tonight against our Dallas Mavericks.
Well, seems like a long history of Hall of Famers going to the Lakers. And there goes Shaq.
Yeah.
There goes Jabbar.
Right.
Kobe refusing to play for any other team. Crazy. But thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
A top 10 at 420 most every afternoon here in the nation. Now, can we play another one of you guys' locker room or clubhouse visits? Uncomfortable clubhouse conversations coming up next as we're live and surprise, and we're back in just a second here in the GBag Nation. You know,
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. The Nosebleed guys have outdone themselves this year with uncomfortable clubhouse conversations. We'll get to Hobie Milner here in just a second. Our spring training coverage brought to you by Osco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. Wolcott just had a nice play over there at short, didn't he, Brian?
Yeah, I tell you what, somebody that's 6'4", 190,
yeah,
his ability to backhand the ball, got it to second. I mean, that was out of his glove in an instant.
Yeah, he was
For
smooth.
Big old guy, man, smooth player for sure.
I was wondering, how do they have this guy at shortstop? And then within a minute, he had a hot shot to his right side, and he made the play and made it look easy, started a double play. So, I mean, the game has not gone the Rangers' way, 14-6, but, you know, at spring training, this stuff doesn't matter. You know, it's fine.
No, it's
They're
all
working
about
on
trial
stuff.
and error. We're working on things, and that's exactly what you're looking for, is a good play like that from Sebastian Walcott defensively.
And he got a base hit earlier, too. So
unless they can put up 8 runs here with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning. No, it's the 8th inning. Here they will. They'll go to 1-3 in spring training, but who cares? You know, it's meaningless baseball. I'm sure they're going to get it figured out. All right, that's what everybody tells me.
Yeah.
So why would it be worried about it? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And wherever you go here in spring training, you can't ask him any sort of a pointed question about any player because it just doesn't matter, Chief.
It's
I
just,
learned that the
it's
hard
just
way.
like what Evan Carter told us yesterday. Too blessed to be stressed.
That's right. Yes. Okay, so speaking of that, we go back into the Rangers clubhouse where Eric and Wolchuk have their next subject.
All right, we're back with more uncomfortable clubhouse conversations with one of our newest Rangers, a local legend, Hobie Milner, added to the bullpen, now in the clubhouse. How the heck are you, dude? Welcome to the Texas Rangers.
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here, and thanks for asking.
What'd you have for breakfast this morning?
Haven't eaten yet. Just got here.
Okay. So what's usually the day routine?
I'll probably have some eggs, bacon, and usually have some sort of either a pancake or something like that in there. So
I've noticed a lot of the guys here just doing like Copenhagen for breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, some guys do, but no, for me, I stick to eggs, bacon, or something like that.
So what was your most excited thing get back home, back in DFW, back with the Rangers? I mean, Whataburger, I assume, was probably the thing you missed the most.
I mean, actually, Whataburger is something I really miss, like playing up in the north.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to be glad to be living in my own house, and got all my friends and family in the area, so I'll have a big support network for the kids and whatnot.
What surprised you more the first time you saw it, the overall size of Chris Young or just the size of Bochy's dome?
I'd say the height of Chris Young was definitely, like, he has to duck kind of around some of these door frames around here, which is really cool.
How about the gravitas of Boch, though? I mean, are you kidding me? Just the guy commands the room. He can really rally the troops.
He does. He's got that, like, deep booming voice. It's pretty cool.
Take me inside that first meeting, because I heard about the Diddler meeting that happened before the season, where it's like, hey, obviously with the stuff that went on with Diddy this offseason, you can't do no Diddy on the aux court in the clubhouse. You know, like just laying out the do's and don'ts of who you can play in the clubhouse, right?
I think we can play pretty much whatever we want in the clubhouse because the majority of the time people can't hear it. So,
okay. What do you think about the robo-umps?
I don't mind it. I mean, I haven't thrown to it yet, so I think tomorrow.
The idea, the concept.
Yeah, I haven't thrown to it yet, but I like the challenge system. I mean, the automated balls and strikes, they say, is just kind of the zone's too small and consistent. Like, it's not accurate enough to call every single pitch at the top and the bottom of the zone. But I do like the ability to challenge. Like, you know, you're essentially challenging east and west because the top and bottoms, like, it's unclear based off the heights of the hitters and whatnot. They'll get in crouchy stances. You can't really tell what it is. But the east and west is definitely it's good to see, like, umpire misses one by 3 inches on the side. You can actually call him out for it. So.
Oh, there we go. So, like, if there was a robo-ump miss a call, you're going to go and call that robo-ump out? You're going to kick his ass? Or hers? I don't know.
I guess not.
What's the gender of these robots?
I don't know.
That's a great question, right?
I read that you grew up wanting to be a falconer until you realized that you could really just spin the hell out of a baseball.
I did not want to be a falconer. I don't know where you saw that, but...
you are a big Animal Kingdom guy, though, right?
I mean, I've been to Animal Kingdom before, but...
Did you know that ants have some of the largest sperm in the animal kingdom? Are you aware of that?
No, I did not.
I know, it's surprising because they're so little.
It's a crazy kind of concept.
There's no way.
Science is crazy.
Well, that's why they got the 2 humps, right? That's just filled with sperm.
Not
amazing.
Okay, so we're going to make a new movie. You obviously loved Cocaine Bear. Okay, so pick a new drug, pick a new animal, and you're going to direct this movie.
I'd say fentanyl shark.
Fentanyl shark?
See, that levels up the meth shark
Crazy
stuff.
son of a gun.
Which is really crazy these days.
I thought you were going to go like heroin hippo or something, but hey, that's a good one right there.
So this is the time of year where all the hitters are like obviously doing the pee on the hand stuff just to strengthen them, prepare for the season. What does a pitcher like you do?
How
much pee are you kind of swimming?
not putting pee on my hands. Not
just the
doing
rest
that.
of your body kind of deal?
I mean, maybe on your shoulder, but that's about it.
Okay, what is it about the shoulder? It just heals better?
I'd say it strengthens up the muscles for this long grind we're about to get into.
Do you do the stuff that Roger Clemens used to do with the icy hot?
I don't do anything that Roger Clemens used to do.
Other than the steroids?
No, that's a good thing to specify. Oh, other than those, dude. Hobie?
I don't.
Okay. Texas kids don't do that stuff.
You're right.
If you could body swap with any teammate, who would you do it with?
Maybe a Dolus. That'd be kind of tight to be that jacked.
So jacked.
Yeah, because I'm the opposite of him. I think so. I think it'd be.
Are you talking like waist up or waist down? Just full body.
I guess full
the
body.
biceps, everything.
Yeah.
You're a lean machine.
You are.
All right, I'm a magic genie. You can have 2 inches of height or 2 inches of length. What do you prefer?
Take height.
I mean,
wow.
You
got
are
some
a sci-fi
hubris.
guy. Have you missed any of your kids' birthdays?
Never. No.
Never?
They're off-season birthdays, so.
Oh man, you said it like never, like that. What would you say?
They've only had a combined 6 birthdays, so.
Okay, so it happens to be my daughter's first birthday today. I'm on a work trip. I'm missing it. How much of an asshole am I?
I think you're doing your best, doing what you can to support the family.
Thank you, because I actually tried today. I had to shed some tears. What do you think about Sean Sharif getting a minor league deal?
I don't know who that is.
Sean Sharif? It's the first Indian American pitcher to be signed by the Rangers. It's pretty badass.
Okay.
The problem is he's got like super tiny hands, so they've had to get like metal bats for him, like the T-bats.
It's tough to spin it.
Okay. No, I've not heard about him, but good for him.
Oh, you'll find out soon. Dude's throwing heat.
Okay. He really is, man. He really is. Okay, I think we're good.
All right.
Hobie Milner.
Thanks,
You're
Hobie.
the man. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, the uncomfortable clubhouse conversations. Another home run, gentlemen. Woo! Congratulations.
Now, I really wish we had kept it rolling, because as soon as we finished up, Hobie looks at us and goes, "Yeah, that really was uncomfortable."
Yeah, he was. Nailed it. He played along just enough.
Fentanyl shark. That caught me off guard a little bit.
Shark.
Heroin hippo was good too, though.
Oh, we've been brainstorming.
Okay, so tomorrow Jock Peterson gets the treatment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that, I think, is the most cringe one yet, but we'll see. We'll see what you guess.
Is anybody saying anything to you like Sands or Rich Rice or any of the clubbies? Like, we need to do more of this or less of this? Or are we good?
They try to distance themselves from us.
Yeah.
There's definitely no eye contact being made. That's for sure.
Jared did hear the ones that we did today, with the one with Milner there and the one with Jock Peterson. So we can ask Jared here in a moment what he thinks.
Oh, there you go.
If we're doing all right.
Yeah, Sands. Okay, we're at top of the 9th inning now. Sands will join us here before or shortly after the conclusion of this game. It's 14-6 Royals at Surprise Stadium, and we're back with an edition of The Finest. Chief, where are you taking us?
How do the top 2 teams in the draft view Travis Hunter, and is it about to be the Denver Broncos next year in the nation?
How do you look at your options for acquiring a new vehicle? You know, if you've never done an easy lease with
Fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair in your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number 4 of the GBag Nation here live in Surprise, where young Sebastian Walcott continues to impress there, playing defensive shortstop here for your Texas Rangers. They are in the top of the 9th inning now and trailing the Royals. And Sandler's going to join us post-game, probably coming up at some point in the Expressway. It's time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
All right, thank you. There was a report today from Cecil Lammey, who no one knows, Turns out he's an all-time ball sacker.
He is a ball sacker.
He was trying to get the football world to rally around the idea of Rob Gronkowski returning to the NFL.
Ooh.
He was tying him to the Broncos because in his report he alleged that Gronk had been working out in Colorado and was primed for a return. He worked with Sean Payton at Fox for that 1 year that Sean Payton was done with New Orleans and then went to Denver. So he was doing a lot of dot connecting and painting a picture that really, really garnered some steam.
I heard.
All day long today. I was actually under the impression that this might be real. Turns out it's a ball sacking for the ages. You have Twitter community notes saying that this is not true per actual league sources, and you also have Ian Rappaport saying nope, nonsense. So for about 5 good hours today, I'm sure that Indianapolis, the hub of the NFL right now with the combine going on, everybody was talking about Gronk. Is he really going to do it?
He's safe.
He's safe.
Decent throw. Kind of pulled Barnhart out of position. They made a dive. Just doesn't have the length to make a play like that. But that's a hell of a job, dude, to get Rappaport and a bunch of insiders, like calling league sources, and try to figure out if there's some legs of this thing.
Yeah. I'm glad we waited. We didn't do it in NFL News of the Day because at that point we might have been perpetuating a ball sack. But we waited it out. We showed some patience at the plate, and at 5 o'clock we were able to bring the real news, the hard-hitting football news here in the GBag Nation.
I kind of applaud what this guy did, being that every one of those insiders right now are scrambling around at the combine, trying to get information and all that, and now they have to run something down like this. Completely takes them out of their game.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
It is.
Well,
it is pretty funny
because he's like a legitimate digital talent guy for DenverSports.com. He's got over 55,000 followers, so it seemed like, okay, is it legitimate? But he is purposefully doing this as a negative to ball sack the hell out of all this.
Yeah, you got to pick one if you're managing an account, right? You cannot go back and forth from legitimate reporting to ball sacking. That's cheating.
Yeah, no.
He's screwing us here.
You don't want to be that guy. So maybe he's turned the page and decided he's going full-fledged, just trying to be a fake reporter.
You think he doubles down, and just stands by this?
Screw
you, Ian. This is real. I talked to Gronk.
Yeah, just really, really take this and run with it for as long as he can. But yeah, because I was thinking too, like, why would you want to go to Denver and play with? Not that Bo Nix had a bad year; he had actually a really awesome year for the expectations. But why wouldn't you go back to New England and link up with Drake May and Frabes and go try and run it back?
Nah.
I mean, or Buffalo. I mean, you have options of contenders. Cincinnati.
Somebody else. Don't go to New England.
Team up with Travis Kelce and Mahomes in Kansas City because it looks like all reports real reports indicate that Travis Kelce is fired up for another season. So he's not going to be retiring, even though he looked like a guy who was already, like, his mind was already on a beach somewhere during the Super Bowl. But apparently that lit a fire underneath him, and Travis Kelce's planning on coming back.
That new fancy haircut just tells me everything I need to know about him, where his mind's at. I need shaved head, wrestling impersonator Kelce back if I'm the GM or coach of that team to be fired up about this too.
Yes.
He's washed.
Could billions of dollars change you that much?
Oh, yes.
Like you would just, whatever she says, do, you're going to.
Private jet Kelce now.
Yeah. Like, so that's
a whole new world, man.
Yeah, I mean, if she says, "Hey, get this kind of haircut, wear this kind of shirt,"
I would hope not.
You're just gonna automatically do it, aren't you?
Do you think she told him that she was also into the dad bod as well? That's why he got a little bit frumpier this year.
Maybe
that's what that relationship comfort will do to you.
Turns out Aaron Rodgers prefers to play for the Rams if Stafford is going to end up getting moved here. Which is still no guarantee. It feels like kind of a coin flip on what's going to end up happening with Matthew Stafford and the Rams. But Aaron Rodgers is hoping to have Matthew Stafford moved so that he could step in. Now, Diana Rossini is alleging that the Rams are comfortable rocking with Jimmy Garoppolo. Hard to really believe that. But how much of a downgrade do you think you're dealing with going from Stafford at $50 million or Aaron Rodgers at, I don't know what he's going to command, $20 million, $25 million? I don't know how low he's going to be willing to go. but it seems like him and Devontae Adams are going to be a package deal. Yeah, I think it's a pretty big drop as well, but I just have so much faith and belief in McVay and what they do.
They start the season 3-6 and get in the divisional round of the playoffs.
Well, that's also the great thing about that report. It's like Rodgers is saying, I'd love to play for the Rams. Who knows if the Rams want him?
Yeah.
You know? I did see the Steelers have not spoken with Stafford yet, and they're likely not willing to pay him the $50 million per year that he's rumored to be seeking. That's from Gary Duloc, who covers the Steelers in Pittsburgh.
I mean, I think
So
I'd be willing to
unlikely.
give him 50, but I'm not going multiple years. It's
Yeah,
like 50 mil, 1 year guaranteed, 4-year deal with a bunch of team options. If you want to do that kind of a $50 million, but I think at 37 years old for Stafford, that one is. That's tough right there. I want anything to do with Aaron Rodgers. If I'm any team, like what I've seen of him playing.
You don't want anything to do with Aaron Rodgers. You really don't.
The mobility was such an important factor, and how quickly he could set his feet is gone. It's just it's not there anymore.
Bad teammate, bad in the locker room. No.
Yeah, you don't know if he's going to be at minicamp or not because he might be in Egypt tripping balls with his boys.
I mean, hey, I understand doing what he has to do, but guy can't play anymore. Just can't play. So.
Well, I saw a report today, and this is interesting because I'm sure every team views Travis Hunter a little bit differently. But at the top of the draft, you have the Titans, and their head coach and their GM said that they view him as primarily a corner.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second team picking in the draft is the Browns, and their general manager, Andrew Berry, says he's a unicorn, but they view Hunter primarily as a wide receiver first. So that is, I mean, that's just one example. I'm sure it's maybe split right down the middle. I don't know, but I do wonder. I wonder if Travis Hunter has a preference of like, I would love to be a full-time receiver and then mix in at corner or vice versa. And I wonder how much he's going to be talking to teams like, no, like I'm a starter on both sides, and if you're drafting me, this is my expectation. Otherwise, just don't even draft me.
Yeah, I want to get the biggest percentage of the salary cap that any non-quarterback has ever gotten. I want to do both and try to hit for like 50 or 60 mil in 4 years or 3 years when I'm negotiating a contract. If I'm Travis Hunter right now, like let the evidence show that I can't do this. But until I want to do both. I would be hard to imagine wanting to play corner if I had to pick one. Do I want to score touchdowns or play defense? That's not a difficult judgment call.
They pay those receivers more now, don't they?
Yeah.
They're up to about $35 million,
right
about
now
$25 million for a corner, right?
That might flip back eventually, but for right now, the receivers are getting paid more.
Well, Chuck, how much do you think he's going to weigh at the combine? You think he's under 180 pounds?
No, I think he's probably put some weight on, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I have my doubts. Of how big he really is going to be. I think he's a really slightly built guy.
Yeah. I mean, I think he fits, like, he's a really good zone corner. I could see a team like Cleveland viewing him as a receiver because they're kind of set at corner. Like, what do they need more right now? It would be a playmaking receiver because they've got Denzel Ward, they've got Newsome, who they took out of Northwestern. But, yeah, maybe. I mean, 181 is what he was playing at Colorado, so maybe he does come in lighter.
Do we know about what he's going to be doing drills and stuff? He's not one of these guys that's not going to be participating, right?
He's supposed to be doing DB drills, and I think if teams request it, he'll do some wide receiver stuff.
I would be surprised with the way that some of this thing is going right now. I think that they're all trying to get together and talk about doing stuff in Boulder, like working with Shador, although they got receivers that are on they're going to be drafted, and they're all kind of talking about taking it out and not doing anything in Indy and then everybody work at Boulder. That's what they're saying, that maybe with Ashton Genty, some of the things that he might be doing not working out at the Combine is he's going to make scouts come and see his teammates in Boise.
Okay.
That he's
doing a solid for his Boise.
Yeah,
pros.
like he's saying, like if I don't work out at Indy, then everybody's going to have to come. The whole scouting world's going to have to come to Boise to get my workout, and then his guys could be part of the workout, and they get the notoriety that way, working out with all the teams.
I just really want to see Hunter do the agility drills and the 40, and I just want to see exactly.
I have a chance. I don't know about that.
I want to see how
it would be smart if he did. If he were to do everything at the Combine, and then when it gets through, then he could just tell everybody, listen, I'm not doing anything else until the draft. I'm done. I'm standing on all my Combine times. You got the tape, you got the medicals. if he knocks this thing out this week, he does not have to do another thing until the NFL draft. That might be a smart thing to do.
You guys want a little Cowboys hopium? Let's do it.
Absolutely.
Okay, we go to the Football 301 podcast. This is a Yahoo Sports pod hosted by Nate Tice.
All right.
Walcott turns on one.
Turned on
left
one.
There
field
we
line.
go. Look at that.
Going to have runners on second and third here in the bottom of the ninth.
That's 2 doubles for Walcott today. That one being a more legit one. The first one pop up and got the sun in the eyes of the center fielder.
It was a good hit.
From second base again.
Yeah, you're right, Broadus. I think on the first one, Walcott knew exactly where
he knew it was
the
a high
sun
sky
was
sun.
going to be.
Yeah, he saw that guy out there struggling, shading his eyes.
That's
he,
my
he
guy.
knew where to
You're
hit
my
it.
mark. Walcott, he was.
I didn't realize he was that tall.
It's huge. Yeah, he is. I mean,
Like he was like looking down at you.
yeah.
Yes.
And like
Absolutely.
just the extremities, his reach must be out of this world. It's just super, super long. Well put together, looks incredible. Can't believe he's 18 years old. I mean, he looks 25 in his prime, ready to rock and roll. Okay, so Nate Tice, Football 301. He's been down on the Cowboys plenty, but the coaching hires since they brought in Schottenheimer, which he acknowledges a little underwhelming, but every move they've made on the coaching staff since then, especially offensively, has him fired up. And here is Nate Tice.
Okay, Schottenheimer feels like a half measure, but these hires like Riley and Adams, it signifies a lot to me that what they're investing in. And it's not a half measure BS, yada, yada. Okay, we're just saying this, that we're going to like invest in the run game or something like that. These are actual hires. I'm like, yeah. Like Clayton Adams got me fired up. Like that was a good hire.
Interesting.
And I know it really is because it's just what they were doing in Arizona. And then the fact that they went to college ranks and they got Riley, that showed to me it's like, okay, we're going to get some new ideas maybe. Like kind of, okay, sprinkle in because Adams is very traditional, Schottenheimer is very traditional. Okay, so there's some influx of ideas. How did you guys block up this play action that we haven't done before? How'd you use the quarterback in the run game there? You can use Dak in high leverage moments. You don't want to run him 20 times, but you can run him twice. And just little things like that. It's a little more bullish on them than I ever thought I would be. Have to get Guyton right. Have to figure out what to do, like a Martin succession. But yeah, a couple other pieces on offense, and like this is actually looking a lot better than you would expect, like maybe a month ago.
So how about that? I mean, we've been talking about it plenty. These hires we're a fan of, especially with the guys they brought in offensively, and Nate Tice sees it the exact same way. So.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping for around the time that the hire came together, that this was evidence that the Cowboys had, actually done an honest review and decided we need to go in a different direction, something that protects Dak a little bit better. And then the way they followed that up with the assistant coach hires that weren't friends with Shoddy, I think we're seeing good stuff. Now, I do think, similar to Mavs fans right now, there's a portion of Cowboys fans that don't want to hear any of it, and if you're trying to spin it like, hey, we might actually have some good stuff going on here, they say you're being a homer or, you don't get it. Listen, I know all the criticisms about this front office and point out their failures, and I know, the roster has limitations, but I agree with everything that guy said right there, and I think there's legitimate reason to be optimistic here with some of the things going on with this team.
Yeah, and just to add to it, you had quotes from Stephen Jones talking about Terrence Steele, and he says that he thinks he's going to play much better in this system with Clayton Adams, and he says that
polls.
Yeah, he says Clayton has watched all the tape on Terrence and just really loves him. Terrence's strong point is his run blocking.
Yeah.
He says if we do what I think Shoddy and Clayton are going to do offensively, which is an even bigger focus on the run, that's going to help Steele. Clayton is very fired up, and so is Connor Riley about what Terrence can do, and then they followed up, like definitely at right tackle for Terrence Steele, and he said yes at right tackle. So any idea of maybe post-June 1 cutting Terrence Steele to save a little bit of money against the cap, that is certainly not on the table, but all of these coaches coming in here, and again, these are coaches that have worked with, just average offensive linemen in Arizona with the Cardinals and at K-State and get the most out of them. So hopefully they can get Terrence Steele back to the top-tier version of himself.
Well, some of the best run plays they've had over the last couple of years have involved Terrence Steele, so it makes sense. You've invested so much in it, and it would cost you against the cap to move on from him. So for me, the thing that makes the most sense is kind of building off what Howie Roseman said, where we can never have enough offensive or defensive linemen. I think you apply that to tackle, and you get a veteran tackle or you draft another one. You have Guyton, like put him back on his timeline as far as his development. He's not ready, right? So treat him like a third or fourth rounder and say, hey, we need somebody else here, and then have him working to play right tackle once Steele's contract does mature here coming up in a year or two, that it wouldn't be so costly to let him go. I think that's how you make the most of it right now, but I can't get past the idea of having a veteran Dak Prescott on that contract and basically punting at left tackle that has turned him into a high interception quarterback. Whenever you didn't have Tyron Smith, he led the league in picks last year with Guyton in however many games he played. 11 touchdowns, 8 picks. To me, that's the kind of ratio that you're signing up for. And maybe the run game can protect you from it. There will be less pass attempts. But when you need to pass right now, you're not going to be able to do it well against good defenses. And your mistake at left tackle is a big reason why. So do you continue to let it be a problem for you? You have to ask yourself, what would Howie Roseman do right now? He'd bring out that credit card and go get himself a left tackle. Or he'd know at 12 he was going to take one that would be a plug-and-play type of dude. That's what you're competing against, right? And I think you guys can definitely see the wisdom of that, but we know that's not something the Joneses will do, right? And that is a massive flaw here, is just accepting, well, we spent a first-rounder on him. We can't just bench him. Why the hell not? If you want to win big, you better.
Well, they really should have played him at the end of last season. And that's the most important thing for Guyton. He hasn't played a lot of football. And you were out of the race. And you had guys that for whatever, the coaches, they want to keep their jobs.
Trying to keep the jobs.
Blah. Yeah, that's fine. But
Jerry set it up that way.
He did, but they missed big picture. They missed a big opportunity, unfortunately, to let that kid play, because the reps are really, really important for Guyton right now in his development.
I mean, but Adoga was better is what they told us.
Yeah, he was, but your season was over.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like, you know what, just go ahead and if he wants to have holding calls or line up offsides, fine. But at least get him on the field and have him play.
We'll go around the Luka as we kick off the Expressway. All the storylines for Mavs Lakers tonight. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back here. It's the GBag Nation, the fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
All right, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial-free to the top. Jared Sandler sliding over from the play-by-play booth to join us, recap this Rangers spring training game and some of the big storylines in surprise. Jared Sandler's the segment brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. The expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And we'll go around the Luka here coming up in a few minutes. The Lakers and Mavs tonight, 9 o'clock. Los Angeles. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. It's awesome to be talking to you guys. That means that marathon of a game is over.
Yeah, that was rough. I guess they did hold the Royals scoreless in 3 of the 9 innings, if we wanted to focus on the positive.
Yeah, 15 runs, 22 hits. You know, they didn't walk a ton of guys. Matt brought this up. For a 15-run, 22-hit game, the Royals didn't bat around once. That's probably not the most common thing, but it allowed us plenty of time to dive into some really random topics that probably weren't super related to today's action.
What's the reaction internally when your pitchers are just not getting the job done at all? But it's game 5?
Yeah, I don't think there's much, and I'll be honest. I think some of the starters, position player wise, who left after the 4th or 5th inning, probably don't even know the final score. You know, it's just not like.
How's Kamar Rocker doing right now?
Yeah, I think he's fine. Gavin, you know what's interesting about Rocker is he didn't throw, maybe he threw one of his, he calls it a power curve. Some people refer to it as a slider. Whatever the characterization is thought of as one of the best pitches in the organization, like the single individual pitch, and one of the best pitches, for young pitchers across the league. If he threw it, he only threw it once. It was clear he was working on some stuff. He was throwing his slower curve, which he really didn't throw much at the big league level last year. So, I think that's a good example of how, it's tough to judge the results. He obviously, if this was a regular season game, would have featured his best pitch. But obviously he didn't, he wasn't perfect by any means, and it wasn't the walks. I just don't know that he was commanding his fastball well enough. I don't think he was placing his fastball within the zone where he wanted, and that's why the Royals were able to drive some balls up the alley against him.
We had fun watching Sebastian Walcott. What do you think the timeline looks like for him?
Probably next year, the earliest. He barely got to AA last year. He's going to start there, I'd imagine. I mean, I guess they could be aggressive and have him start in AAA, but I'd imagine they'd want him to graduate from AA. He's going to be about 6-7 years younger than the average AA player, and I think that if he can get up to AAA and get some AAA at bats this year, that would be a nice trajectory to put him in position next year to come up, whether it's to be a contender for the opening day roster or at some point in the middle of next season. But he's super athletic, as you guys have seen, and you've been next to him. He is a big kid. He's strong. He's not just wiry. He's putting on some muscle. He's got really, really impressive power. And what's interesting about Sebastian is he'll swing and miss, but he's shown pretty good plate discipline. He's been able to improve some of his strikeout and walk numbers from his first stateside season. And I think when you look at young players, the aptitude or the ability to make some of those adjustments in the margin, really portend well or tend to. And I think that's a big reason why he's jumped to not just being one of the top prospects in the Rangers organization, but according to some publications, the second best prospect in all of baseball.
Wow, that's awesome. What position do you think he'll play when he comes up?
Well, I think he has shown improvements to where he can play shortstop if you don't consider what else or who else is on the roster. I think there were concerns that maybe he wouldn't, move well enough, and there'd be a challenge just because of how tall he is. But he has improved defensively there. I guess the question, though, is, what do you get this year defensively out of Corey Seager? Because 2 years ago he was a Gold Glove finalist. Last year, with the hernia surgery, he just wasn't moving as well. Do you need, do you get another year out of Corey? Is this the type of guy who you can maybe take to Corey and say, hey, we're moving you for not just a random guy, but the top prospect in all of baseball, right? Remember when Michael Young moved, it was always preceded by, the ascent or the acquisition of a star or a stud prospect like Elvis. It wasn't just for a guy. Gavin, I think he could play in the outfield. He's got a good enough arm, and obviously the athleticism and the size plays well there. I don't think he plays anywhere else in the infield unless it's short. It doesn't make sense for him to play second. He's not going to play first or third, but he definitely doesn't need to move off of short yet. It's just a matter of what the makeup of the roster is this time next year and whether it would make sense for him to supplant someone at short or to go to the outfield.
He's very impressive.
Yeah.
Super smooth at that size.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was surprised how natural it looked for him to be a shortstop. All right, Sands, anything else? Any big takeaways on this team before we let you go?
Well, I'll tell you, one guy who pitched today who I think can make an impact at some point this season is Emiliano Teodo. He's one of the top pitching prospects in the organization. He had a scoreless inning, pumping 97 to 99. I'm really intrigued by how he starts in AAA and how quickly he makes it to the big leagues. If he's healthy, he'll be a big league pitcher this year, and I think could be a big asset in the bullpen.
How basketball aware is the clubhouse? Are they talking Luka and the Lakers tonight?
You know what? Not too many. Marcus Simeon, Jock Peterson, I know that they follow hoop and others as well. But really the guy we got to worry about, he was in camp last week, is Michael Young. Michael Young was in camp just talking about Luka because he's a big Lakers fan. Yeah. We need to get that guy out of here and get him back to Southern California so he doesn't taunt us.
Did which interview did you seem like was more uncomfortable today?
I haven't listened to them yet. I'm going to listen to them now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, have you played them both?
We played Milner, but not Jock yet. I think we'll probably play Jock tomorrow.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
Yeah. I'm excited to watch the game with you tonight.
I can't wait, fellas.
Cheers, buddy.
See you guys.
He is at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere, play-by-play man, pre- and post-game show host. By the way, simulcast on radio and TV this year. That's going to be cool and innovative. They're going to try out a bunch of new stuff. Let's hit the expressway and go mostly around the Luka. We're going to start with the dueling perspectives. We start with the former Mavs assistant coach, head coach of the Orlando Magic, Jamal Mosley, recently asked at the podium about the claims of Luka's work ethic. Here's Jamal.
Monumental trade in the NBA, Luka to the Lakers. You spent a ton of time with him, getting to know him on and off the court, and obviously coaching him day to day, his development. A lot came out about his work ethic and his conditioning, and I just wanted to hear from you, someone that spent so much time with him every day. How would you describe his work ethic and just his desire to develop as a player, even though he comes into the league with so much talent?
I mean, all I can remember when he first got to the league and us being there was a lot of nights spent in the gym of playing one-on-one with Dorian Finney-Smith and Dennis Smith Jr., of just playing basketball and playing ones and getting after it and getting a shot going. So as for the other stuff, I can't speak on it because I haven't been there in 4 years, and I'm really just focused on what we're trying to accomplish. But again, that's part of the NBA, part of trades, part of things happening. But my recollection of being with him was I constantly remember working and him being able to work on a consistent basis. One, because he loves the game of basketball, and when you love the game of basketball, you work at it.
Okay, so the backstory is Mosley was one of Luka's favorite assistant coaches when he was here, and some insiders believe that the Orlando Magic are a possibility that he signs with ultimately as a free agent because of how strong their relationship was. But that reaction isn't overwhelmingly in support of Luka, if you ask me. I mean, we played one-on-one a lot in late gyms. That's not work. That's one-on-one tournaments.
Yeah. I don't think it's the basketball stuff. I think Luka does love basketball, and it's not like, you gotta drag him out onto the hardwood so that he can get his shots up or whatever. Yeah. I just think it's the discipline off the court that is everything else. How much of your weight room time are you doing? How much of the dieting are you actually taking into account here? I think those were the main things. And I don't think it was a question about Luka loving basketball. I think that's very, very obvious. He just also loves to do other things as well that don't necessarily help him be the best version of himself on the court.
I've long time stood in awe of players, and we just had another one in the news talking about Micah Parsons, but Lawrence Taylor. Everybody knows the White House stories. I think it's legendary how these supreme athletes, Diego Maradona in soccer, one of the biggest partiers in the history of sport, and they could get to the arena, the field, or whatever it might be on game day and be world class. Nobody in the entire sport better than them. And, you know, I think no matter what that backstory was like, there's nothing that will ever justify this trade. One of the interesting questions for Mavs fans going into this one, it's only been 3 weeks. You know, where do you go after this? Where do you go after the next game, the game back in Dallas in a month? Like, I think a lot of people are just going to leave basketball where it is, and maybe in the future, in a time to be determined, a transcendent star will, you know, fall and you'll be ready to try something new again. But I think for the foreseeable future, it's real that the Mavs have lost a portion of their fan base. Is that
Absolutely.
your guys' read
Oh,
on
for
it?
sure. Especially,
no, it's for real.
Especially in a sport like basketball, where it is such a player-driven sport. How many, for the last decade, it's been, no, I'm a LeBron fan. So one year I'm a Cavs fan. The next year I might be a Heat fan. Then I'll be a Cavs fan again. All of a sudden now I'm a Lakers fan because I'm a LeBron fan. I think there was definitely a section of the Mavs fan base over the last 6-7 years or whatever that were Mavs fans because of Luka, and now they go where Luka goes.
Yeah, and the Mavs way was that we had one superstar. It was Dirk, and then he passes it over to Luka. And then all of a sudden that's ripped from you. That's like the foundation, the fabric from a couple generations of Maverick fans now. And it's like, where the hell do we go from here? You know, you got a mercenary that you just traded for in Anthony Davis. You don't have that connection with him.
Mark Spears, a longtime NBA reporter, has the headline today that it was Jaylen Brown's defense in the finals that was the beginning of the end for Luka. And there's a couple of talking points in there that we've discussed throughout the show. I think at the end of the story that I read, his quotes get even more interesting. He says, I think there's more to that story.
Yeah.
He says, I know Nico real well, and he just doesn't do that stuff. As far as talking about the behind-the-scenes issues that maybe the Mavs have, he says, I think they're trying to be respectful and not go into the weeds, says Mark Spears. But now we'll see how things go with Luka in L.A. Things will be much more magnified. I don't think there's anything that's going to come out that hadn't come out in 7+ years in DFW that's suddenly going to be such a big deal for the Lakers. But, maybe there is that bombshell that would make it make sense. I just doubt it because of all the examples I just gave you. Playmaker Michael Irvin, 3-time champion. Lawrence Taylor, 2-time champion. Diego Maradona, World Cup. All the success in Europe. Took his Italian side from relegation candidates to the greatest 5-year run that they've ever had. So it's just, I guess we'll see and we'll wait. And who knows what Mark Spears or Nico Harrison could have, but I don't think anything's going to make Mavs fans forgive what happened. We've already seen everything that could possibly happen in sport. And when it happens with your superstar, what you do is you help him, right? Jordan didn't win a championship until 28 years old. He needed to get stronger. He needed to get better fit in his own way. Okay, Dave McMenamin, ESPN reporter, had a thing today. Lakers source told him in regards to Luka, a beast has awakened inside of him. I don't know what tonight's game has in store, but I feel like it's going to be high-volume shooting, Luka trying to score 20 points in the first quarter. What do you guys expect from Dončić tonight?
Yeah, I mean, he's the kind of guy that we've seen. Usually he's a fast starter. Usually we see his biggest quarters oftentimes are first quarters, and there's a 12 or 15, 16-point first quarter, and oftentimes it starts with, is that step-back three working for him? Because he's going to pull a couple of those, and if he sees the first one or two go in, all of a sudden now it's all hell's breaking loose on the defense.
Yeah, can't wait. Yeah. It could be high drama. Maybe he'll try a logo three.
Maybe. He checked that thing early. I went the more on 31.5 points for Luka on Prize Picks, and I'm hoping he gets about 20 of that in the first quarter.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Are you guys with me that this Lakers team is overrated right now because of how much attention that it's getting? Like, he doesn't have a lob threat.
Yeah,
you know how important that is?
LeBron's his lob threat, right?
Yeah, that's about it.
Like, that's all they've got to work with.
That's a good lob threat, but you need it from the 5.
We were talking earlier, and I reached out to some people at the Mavs and just kind of asked about how to defend Luka. We had some questions about that, and the both guys were saying, listen, you have to make him work. You have to make him work during those possessions. You got to mix coverages on him, and you really got to execute. The guy said, like, he is a B word to guard. That is a problem. And he said, but you got to attack him, you got to attack Reeves, and you got to attack LeBron. So that's tonight. The Mavs, it's not just attack Luka. They've got some other things that they're going to try and do tonight and make these make some others for the Lakers have to play in this game.
I definitely think there's a path to success against this team because they don't have the bigs that can punish you and out-rebound you by 25 and just make everything else you do a moot point. DraftKings has the most bet player prop for tonight's game. Luka Dončić to score a triple-double. They're only paying you plus 310, so they're expecting a very involved Luka Dončić. LeBron's talking about it. J.J. Redick's talking about it. Colin Cowherd talking Luka. He got ball sacked on that story that the Mavs organization was banning Luka jerseys. Did you see that? From NBA Centel?
Yeah, I saw that yesterday, man. He can't help himself, that cow turd.
No, he loves a good Rumarooski, and that one got him. Again, I think he might be the most ball-sacked national host out there. He's just running with stuff, throwing stuff at a wall, see what hits. It's time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has L.A. Live.
Drinking alkaline water, bro. I've had a gallon, and I'm thinking, hey, now, Wolchuk, man, you said you think how many points Luka might put up?
31.5 is the Prize Picks, more or less. So I hit the more on that.
Okay. Ooh.
So we need 32 points to cash in.
Ooh. Oh, no, man.
You think I should go less? Should I hedge my bet?
It's just because it's so much darn energy. My man might cook himself early or something.
Yeah,
it might be like 25, 26, 28 type vibes. Who knows, man?
Anything
Who
could
knows?
happen.
Yeah. Anything can happen. All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday right after someone who is hella toxic. It's Mr. Rick James. I love him, though.
All right, you squares. Time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
I had this friend of mine, I hadn't seen him in years. We used to agree on everything. And we just ran into each other on the street recently. And he's a completely different person. He's on a completely different algorithm, I tell you. No, it's weird. I ran into this guy. We used to agree on everything. We start talking about the Tartarian Empire, okay? But all these beautiful buildings we see down here, they weren't built by us. They were built by a hidden civilization that we don't know about. And then the mud floods came, and we wouldn't even know about this ancient civilization if you're nodding your head here. Yeah. We wouldn't know about any of this unless Admiral Larry Bird had gone to Antarctica and went over the ice wall and talked to the reptilian overlords from the planet Nibiru. And we find out about the Tartarian, all this stuff, right? And I'm talking to my buddy, and he doesn't know about any of this shit. That's the thing. Like, the guy's a an idiot.
Yes, this is LA Live for Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live, and it will be toxic. Don't take it out on me. It's just the times we live in. That comedian you heard right there was your man Tom Green.
The GOAT.
Yeah, your boy. That's your boy, Dawson.
He is.
Have you seen the Tom Green doc on Prime?
No, I need to watch it.
Yeah, you do. You got to check that out, man. It's pretty good. He travels the country in his camper
Nice.
with his dog, going from comedy show to comedy show, collecting his money and just living at, national parks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, he's living his life, man. I watched it, and it definitely made me want to get my stuff together as for my health. Go to the doctor and get the full checkup.
Yes.
Yeah, because he was going through it at one point in his life.
Yeah, he had the testicular cancer, didn't he?
Yeah, he says
about it.
he says he had ball cancer. He just says it like that. I was suffering through ball cancer, and I was like, damn. Yeah, it's called This Is the Tom Green on Prime Video. It's pretty darn good, man. Pretty darn good. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow Solid. Find GBag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here comes from our man Pedro. We went to a Cavs game. We're going to a Cavs game right here. Apparently during the timeouts, they played like a little family feud type game.
Mm-hmm.
And this one just fell all the way apart.
Beer. Name a place where you often find an elevator. A hotel.
Name a popular New Year's Eve tradition. Oh, try again. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
JD.
Uh-oh.
Try the elevator question again.
Hotel.
Try it again.
Apartment.
All right, and toasted champagne. Name a New Year's Eve tradition.
Try it again. Sex.
I'm just throwing ones out there now.
Fell all the way apart. The host and everybody, bro.
Lucius, we've determined at the Cowboy games when they have they have giveaway things, like they do contests, that they feed them the answers before they ask the question.
So nothing like that will happen?
Yeah, it's like we automatically give away like WinStar World Casino rooms and stuff like that. I've never seen anybody miss, like, okay, in 1972, this Cowboy, and I'm like, this person wouldn't even.
It's like, no way did you know that.
There's no way they're getting this Charlie Waters question right.
Yeah, it's conspiracy.
Charlie Waters, okay, yeah. You win $500 at the WinStar World Casino. I think we need to do more of that, though. I think we need to kind of
more failure.
Prevent the failure.
Just fake it.
You know? Fake it but the Cowboys do the right thing. They they give away stuff. You know, give the guys and gals the answer. That's the right thing to do.
Things that make you say, are they faking at that Cowboys game?
No, they're really not.
All right.
Guy born in 1998 getting a 1972 question right?
Yeah.
Sure.
How the hell would he know?
Yeah. Boy, that's a smart Cowboy
He
fan.
wasn't there.
My God.
Some
Wolchuk, you see
fakery.
that? That's amazing.
Full fakery going on. All right, this is LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a toxic Tuesday. Someone hacked into HUD yesterday. You guys familiar with HUD? Do you know what HUD stands for?
Housing of Urban Development?
There we go. Ding, 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 ding. Broadus, you're going to get a sticker at the end of the day, a little smiley face you can take home to your parents. Say you had a good day in school today, okay?
Thank you.
You fed him that answer, didn't you, Lucius?
Yeah, you told me. I think I was around when HUD started.
Oh, he was there.
Yeah,
I was there.
Were you there?
I was there.
Yeah, someone hacked into HUD yesterday. All the TV monitors at HUD were hacked to show an AI-generated image of President Trump kissing Elon Musk's feet.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Toes.
Yeah, it was licking them toes.
Yeah.
That's diabolical, by the way. It's diabolical if you see the image.
Quentin Tarantino loved it.
It was on all the monitors at HUD, and they didn't know what to do, so they started unplugging all the monitors. Abort. Yeah, just unplugging all the monitors, man. Highly diabolical, strange times we are living in. And the AI was not perfected because Musk had 2 left feet. I've seen that.
Ooh.
Yeah, amazing times here,
The
people.
mistakes that the AI can make is just mind-blowing.
Yeah.
I was asking him to do an AI GBag Nation holiday card. And I'm like, there's 5 of us. It kept putting 6 people in, 4 people in. I'm like, wow, how can he be so smart at other stuff and just failing at this?
Yeah, you got like 7 fingers.
Yeah.
You look at the fingers type vibe. There's a lot of accounts on Instagram which you think they're like actual people, but they're not. They're AI images.
Oh,
they got
really?
full accounts and everything. They have OnlyFans or what's that other one you can go to? Shoot.
Brian?
No, it's not actually. It's just your own thing. I don't want to Brian to turn it into something nasty. I don't know. I don't want you to out yourself either.
No, I don't know. I only know the OnlyFans.
Nah, man, what's another one? Anyway, it's one of those little paid websites that you can go to and work directly with the audience. But yeah,
The clientele.
Yeah. Yep, amazing times right here. That's one. I can't remember the name of it, man.
That's surprising.
That's weed.
And plus, I don't use it a lot. I only have like
lot.
one podcast that was on there, so I only go to that one. I don't know.
Oh, Patreon?
Patreon!
Good poll, Chief.
Patreon!
There it is.
Thank you, bro.
It's not dirty at all.
No, it's not dirty at all.
That's
Some
what
people use it that
it's
way,
like
but
like you pay for the chat,
right?
Like if somebody wants to ask you a question, they give you a super chat.
Yeah.
Patreon. Yeah.
Yeah, photos, all types of things that can happen on Patreon. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a toxic Tuesday. A Donald Trump impersonator ran down on Alec Baldwin. Did y'all see that?
Punched him, didn't he? Or pushed him, or
He got real close. Like, he definitely invaded the man's space. Looked like Alec Baldwin was coming back off from a plane trip. He had all his bags with him. You're tired and you're just not getting home. You pull it up in front of your house. And here comes the man, Jason Scoop is his name. He's a comedian and Trump impersonator. Was just trolling Alec Baldwin about, the shooting that happened at the movie set.
Yeah.
Just wearing him out. It was pretty good, actually. I mean, it's dangerous to do to just walk up on somebody and start trolling them out there. Alec Baldwin told him he'll break his neck.
Ooh.
Alec Baldwin, remember, that was a Hollywood bad boy. The Baldwins?
Yeah.
Those are Hollywood bad boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think was he the guy that shot the guy? Alec was?
Shot the lady by accident, they say. Yeah.
Man, that's tough. I don't think I'd be threatening homicidal violence to any human after a moment like that in my life.
Well, have you heard it?
I haven't heard it.
Okay, you haven't heard it. You got to think about somebody walking up on you and your family in that moment, and you don't know what you might do. I get it. I wouldn't troll nobody, and I mean, especially if I shot somebody by mistake, I definitely wouldn't be threatening somebody else's life. But listen to this.
Well, Alec, if you don't want that pardon for murdering that woman in cold blood, you can call it first degree, you can call it whatever you want, but it was not good. She's looking down on me right now, smiling, happy. Thank you for confronting the man who took me out, who killed me, and that's okay.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
No, you realize, but
Whoa.
no, look at me. I want you to look at me.
Sure.
You got a camera on me?
The ring? No, it's the ring.
But you realize my kids live in this building, right? But I want you to know something.
We love the children. We're doing great deals for the children.
Be real careful.
Okay.
If this camera was here, I'd snap your neck in half and break your neck right there. So you know that, don't you?
Okay. All right, Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin, ladies and gentlemen. Class act. Believe me. Believe me.
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin, ladies and gentlemen.
That guy's lucky he's still with us.
Alec Baldwin, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Incredible times we are living in here, people. Incredible times.
Unbelievable, really.
It really is some incredible times, bro. I like when Trump does when he gets to get a little gravelly, and then he gets back to regular talking. You see this nigga a little gravelly, and you need to come back. Oh, I love that. Oh my God, when he does that.
It's a gold mine for impressions.
God, it's so good.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is so good. Did y'all see that the president of Argentina gifted Elon Musk the chainsaw of bureaucracy at CPAC?
No.
Yeah. And I don't understand why the president of Argentina is the one handing the chainsaw of bureaucracy for our government to Elon Musk. But Elon Musk was out there. What'd you say, buddy?
He's saying here